pre-tournament analysis, club analysis, highlights. Find them all in Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals Spectators Guide. Call of the Biz 6 Global Finals is here. The group stage is from April 7th to April 18th, and the playoff will be from April 30th to May 3rd. This video will take you on a journey for the prediction from the group stages highlights. The top clubs from all 6 tournament regions are ready for battle. Club GG, Club Wolves, Club ACT, Club Do5, Club WBG, Club FPX.ZQ, Club RB, Club GR, and Club GW from mainland China will be meeting at the venue in Guangzhou, China for the group stages. Clubs advancing from other regions will be traveling to the venue in Tokyo, Japan to compete, including Club ZETA, Club SC, Club AXZ, Club FL, and Club RC from Japan, Club B4U and Club OM from NAEU, Club GH and Club ZT from Southeast Asia, Club MS from the Republic of Korea, and Club RD from HKNMO and TW. The clubs from mainland China and Japan are professional clubs, and all other clubs in COA6 are privately organized non-professional clubs. These 20 top classes from all over the world will be coming together to compete for the championship in the annual Call of the Biz. The group stage of this year's COA will be based on the group point system. 20 clubs will be divided into 4 groups, with each group consisting of 5 clubs competing in round-robin matches. The clubs will be the most points in each group will advance directly into the top 8 of the playoffs. The second and third ranked clubs will advance to the top 12 of the playoffs, and the remaining 2 clubs will be ending their journey and be eliminated. The following is an analysis of the group stage based on the draw. Firstly, we have Group A. Group A consists of Club RC, Club FPX.ZQ, Club GW, Club B4U, and Club GG. Club RC is a professional club from Japan. Aka is an expert with Hermit and very skilled with Dream Wedge and Smiley Face. Club FPX.ZQ, GW, and GG are professional clubs from mainland China. The hunters from all 3 clubs are highly skilled with Guard 26. D from Club FPX.ZQ specializes in Guard 26 and Wax Artist. Seconds. Club GW's L and Dis are experts at playing Dancers and Thief. Kuta from Club GG took the FMVP of the IVL Autumn event with an average containment time of 84.79 seconds. Club B4U is from the NAEU region, and they are a familiar face at international tournaments of Identity 5. Their Hunter Sprinter follows closely with the version updates and gained an average elimination rate of 3.67 and winning rate as high as 100% in the qualifiers. Based on this alone, the club in Group A must repeatedly face and overcome the battle bombs of Guard 26 used by IVL players. Who will earn the glory of rescuing their teammates from Guard 26 this year? Will Club RC will be able to advance successfully in their first appearance in the global finals? Club B4U, on the other hand, will have to give it their all against the formidable opponents they will be facing from both regions. As for now, it seems like anything is possible. Let's move on to Group B. Group B consists of Club AXZ, Club RD, Club OM, Club ZT, and Club FL. The 5 clubs in Group B are from 4 regions, and in the group with the largest number of representatives from all the tournament's regions. Club AXZ and FL are professional clubs from Japan. Club RD, OM, and ZT are non-professional clubs from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and AU and Southeast Asia respectively. The diversity of Club AXZ's character pool for both factions is beyond comprehension. They have played a total of 25 different characters in the qualifiers and maintain a survival win rate of 77.8% in the qualifiers. Club FL's Hunter, Pipicha, and Survivor Umpire and Rauri are COA veterans. Pipicha's Scavenger and Umpire's Perfumer are still a force to be reckoned with. Relatively speaking, Club FL is better at coping with pressure and difficult situations. Club RD impressed by clinching the IVT championship. The Hunter Ryan played a total of 8 matches with 7 different characters, while their survivors always had an average of 2 assist characters. If you wish to witness a variety of setups, then don't miss Club RD's matches. Club OM is the dark horse of the NAEU qualifiers, a club made entirely out of new players, and it's their first time playing in the global finals. PB and Jen had an average rescue rate of 1.71, taking the top spot in the NAEU region and should not be underestimated. Club ZT is from the Southeast Asia and were the runner-up in the 2022 IVC Southeast Asia. Their survivor player MX often brought some of the from Japan, while the remaining 4 are professional clubs from mainland China. Club SET has been doing very well in the last year's COA. In the qualifiers, their Hunter, Jin Ash and Yue respectively eliminated and 2.67 survivors on average. And the Hunters were crowned the best with a win rate of 57.1%. Led by veteran player QY and a new survivor TX, Club RB will ascend to the global stage of the COA for the first time. Will Club RB be able to break the curse and grab points from the other professional clubs? Club WBG are the club with a 50% average win rate when facing all the other clubs. Yim, who eliminated 2.33 survivors on average, had the courage to risk it all. Iron, who had an average containment time of 92.2 seconds, used OB characters like Prospectors and Antiquarian to actively abstract the Hunter, often effectively providing his teammates with time to decode the cipher machines. Club Do5 is picking back up where they left off, especially their new member Nan and Silver G. Their amazing performance with Antiquarian made up for Club Do5's lack of strength in the OB position. As a result, the pressure on their Hunter Don X was elevated, and there was no need to worry about maintaining 4 eliminations to maintain the tie. Club SC was seeded for the group stage of COA 6 with the second highest score in the IJL event, and they are familiar face in the international arena of Identity 5 too. Club SZ thoroughly studied the opposition in the Japan region. Their survivors are extraordinary and their character pool is diverse. Group C can be described as a battle of fire and water, a clash of titans, the group of death. The clash between professional clubs of mainland China can be called an IVL sprint, where all of them have their sights on the ground. As one of the top 3 in the Japan region, Club SZ has always had a strong desire to take the global championship, but in light of their luck in the group stages, only time will tell if Club SZ is able to overcome adversity and rise above the other top IVL clubs. In the clash of titans, it's the brave who come out on top. We can't wait to see what happens in Group C. Finally, we have Group D, which consists of Club MS, Club GH, Club ZETA, Club Wolves, and Club GR. Club MS is representing the Republic of Korea in the group stage for the second time. It's still the same club of veterans, both in terms of players and characters. Their survivors has no frequent roles, and their average containment time is over 80 seconds. Club GH is a veteran powerhouse. They have won 2 consecutive championships in IVC Southeast Asia and represented Southeast Asia in numerous international tournaments. Seichu from Club GH has added Hermit to his character pool, and besides wax artist and sculptor that they are known for, Gojay had added a guard 26 to his character pool too. After bringing in 3 members of the runner-up club of COA 5 in 2022, Elf, KZNK, and Multi, Club Zeta's strength grew tremendously, and they took the championship in Japan's 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn. Their members, Elf and Dolisu, won the FMVP in the 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn respectively. On the other hand, KZNK won the Best Deduction Survivor Award and the Most Popular Contestant Award in the IJL Autumn. Club Zeta is definitely the strongest and most eye-catching club in Japan. Club Wolves are the defending champion from COA 5 and the first club to complete a Grand Slam after going pro in Identity 5. Their Hunter, Alex, has a very diverse character pool, abundant experience and attention to detail, which make them want to be watched. Their survivors, on the other hand, adopt a rare dual command lineup as former triple championship winner and Grand Slam club from before going pro. Club GR's legacy is still thriving, and they never cease to innovate. PPX Dream Witch still linger in our memories for most of us, and Super Richard's X-Boy is no more the personification of a tie. Club GR's survivor lineup revolves around AK selection. The first match on April 8th will be between Club Wolves and Club Zeta. Familiar foes meet again in the group stage, and it will be the match to watch for all players throughout the world. All 3 professional clubs in Group D are formidable COA veterans, so will Club MS and Club GH, the non-professional local champions, be able to catch their professional counterparts off guard and grab some points? The results of the group these 5 clubs form is a mystery. Mainland China is formidable tournament region and has taken the COA champions 5 years in a row. Will they be able to maintain their dominance for another year? After 2 years of turning professional, the Japan tournament region has also become a formidable competitor for the COA championship. Will they succeed this time and make COA history? Well, the clubs from NAEU, Southeast Asia, the Republic of Korea, and HKML and TW are non-professional clubs. There are still powerful clubs that often take the limelight in the international arena. These non-professional teams always bring exceptional lineups and outstanding performances to the stage. So will they succeed at breaking new ground this time? The battle is at hand. Get ready to rumble! What kind of sparks will we see in the collision between these 20 diverse teams? Let's look forward to enjoy Call of the Beast 6 together. The group stage begins on April 7th. We'll see you there.
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区垒棒战队的监管者齐岩。我们战队成立了3年了，参与过深渊还有 IVL 各种大型比赛。我们队求生者有嘉欣、陶行、青青、画画、东风，监管者有叶宇，还有我齐岩。我们战队的打法和风格就是积极交流，然后多打配合。我们这次深渊会努力加油，突破自我的。
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区から参戦するスカーズ戦隊のシリアです。僕はハンターを務めています。スカーズ戦隊は結成からだいたい約3年ぐらいになりますが、その大会の参戦経歴とかは、まず COA5 の世界大会出場ベスト8で夏季 IJL が準優勝、秋季 IJL が3位で IVS なんかにも、次に、スカーズ戦隊のメンバーについて紹介します。スカーズ戦隊はコーチ含めて、現在7名でこの世界大会は挑む形になってるんですけど、まずサバイバー4名は、リーダーのしなみさん、モネイロ、ソーラ、ピョネの、4名で、ハンターは、未来館と僕の2名、そしてコーチのシルクコーチの計7名で、参加していきたいと思います。そうですね、このチームはサバイバーが3逃げ4逃げをガンガン狙っていく戦隊で、ハンター側はどちらかというと負けないようにしようといった、プレイスタイルで、頑張っています。COA6 で再び世界大会に立つことができたので、目の前の試合を大事にしつつ、そのまま優勝を目指して頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Specters don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything, only by reaching deep into the soul.
Will redemption come?
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul. Submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
The truth is an endless sea of darkness, and humanity resides on an island known as ignorance. If I knew of the madness waiting beyond the door, I would have never gone on a voyage into the unknown.
I heard the scene was as tragic as the others.
The ancient texts point to the city of stars, Providence. And the shepherd I have yet to meet is long gone. That night, I had a dream. A new opportunity broke the deadlock. They heard my calls, the organization behind Halsey. I know now that they are not mad. They are searching, pathfinding, and calling to him. From then on, this recurring dream grew clearer every night. They truly understand my existence, and I yearn to be with them.
Returning at last.
Under the endless darkness, the mountaintop ritual is our final call.
Dear detectives, identify call of the best 6 global finals is about to begin. The global finals has been upgraded this time and the participating clubs have increased from 16 to 20. The top clubs from the 6 major regions will gather to compete for the highest honor of the global championship and a total prize pool of 4 million RMB, around 600,000 US dollars. The knockout stage will be held in both Chinese and Japanese offline venues. Meanwhile, the design of the trophy has been changed, adding meaningful COA 6-themed elements. For a better watching experience, let's get to know some information about Global Finals format. This year's Global Finals will be held for a month. The schedule is divided into 2 stages, Group Stage and Knockout Stage. The Group Stage will start on April 7th and end on April 18th in BO3 single elimination. The clubs are ACT, DOU5, FPX.ZQ, GR, GW, WBG, RB from the Chinese mainland qualifiers, Club RD from HMT, Club AXZ, FL and RC from the Japan qualifiers, Club B4U and OM from the NAEU qualifiers, Club MS from the Republic of Korea qualifiers, and Club ZETA from SEA qualifiers. With the clubs that have the direct invitation, Club GG, Wolves, ZETA, SZ, and GH competes. The 20 clubs were divided into 4 groups by drawing lots and split into 4 clubs in each group. Each club must play a match against the other clubs in the group. The top 3 clubs in each group will advance directly to the knockout stage. The bottom 2 will be eliminated. Knockout stage will start on April 30th. The 12 clubs that have successfully advanced to the knockout stage will adopt the single elimination format and will be divided into 2 semi-finals by drawing lots. With 6 clubs in each half zone, the 12 clubs will be reduced to 8, who will then advance to the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals. In the knockout stage, the best of 3 BO3 format will be used for 12-8 and quarterfinals, while the best of 5 BO5 will be used for the semi-finals and finals. The final 2 clubs will compete on May 3rd, and the winner will be the global champion of Identity 5 Call of Abyss 6. The time for gathering of stars and glory of both sun and moon shines ahead of us. Converging on a narrow path, we shall witness the emergence of the brave. We shall see who is brave enough to be champions.
飞怪沙诺斯救不了，一个
来不及。
とりあえずグループ戦勝ち上がって優勝できたらなって。
いや素晴らしい作績、引き打ちで。
솔직히 힘들겠다라고 생각을 안 했다면 거짓말이겠죠.
했거든요. 아대를 안고가지고 지금 아대를.
그런 팀들을 상대로 저희가 만약에 우승을 하게 되면 어떨까 이런 생각도 가지면서.
知道又没打到，一点又追出来，了，这样空了也有地窖吗？
comes out in 14 seconds here. Dungeon is close by. Goes for the one.
我们每个人的上限也很高，这个就是我们的优势吧。
什么呢？
射程不动上来了，没收到补偿。是的，哎呀，恐惧症上了，战术已经炸爆了。
CD 好了，抢先喷倒咒术，
哎呦，
直接
疯了呀！这把要四抓了。
这一波，哎，
打到
哎，那丢车，
这还有窗台，这波坏了。
Hello guys and welcome to COA 6 group stage day number 6. I know it's only been 2 days, but we've already missed you and I hope that you guys miss us as well. Today it's gonna be me, Nello Mello, and joining me will be the one and only Eli O. So how are you doing today, man?
I'm doing pretty good. I mean, we've been through the first half of this group stage, and now we're into this is where things get really interesting. You know, where it comes down to we got to think about points, we got to think about records, we got to think about who's qualifying, who still has chances. You know, who's going to be the first seed in their division and who's going to make it into the third spot. It really comes down to these final, you know, a few days here. So yeah, it's a lot of excitement here, a lot of stress, a lot of tension between these teams. Let's see who will come out on top and make it to the playoffs.
Exactly. And speaking of who's going to be coming up on top, let's just put a pin on that because right now we are having an event ongoing actually. So don't forget to post your work with the tag #COA6 Global Support. And don't forget to mention the official account @GameIdenti5. In order to win, you might have a chance to win the season essence, 5 of them actually, and a random store of a costume. And of course, there's also Story Star, #MyStoryWithCOA. And just recall a special moment between you and Koa. I'm sure you would like to share it with the community here itself. So don't forget to tweet these comments and you might win the Season Essence 10 as well. So yeah, Eli, I know that you mentioned about having this, the stakes are really high. The stakes are really high for these two teams. And I would say it's especially high for Reborn and Scars, right?
Yeah, for sure. So Scars, basically, both these teams are in positions where they really need to win from here on out for the most part. So Reborn has not been able to win a game yet. So they really need to sort of just come into this match. They need to get a win here, and they need to win as the rest of the tournament progresses. As for Scars, they also are a little bit behind here. So both these teams are kind of needing to work themselves out of a hole and get back into this. Statistically speaking, Reborn and Scars in this group are sort of likely to be where a lot of people predicted them as being around 4th and 5th in this group. This is one of the very strong groups that you have to pay attention to. So I think that realistically, obviously, both these teams are kind of almost the underdogs in this these set of matches. But if they want a chance of making the playoffs, they need to win here. It really comes down to this. One team will essentially, most likely, based off of how this group stage is playing out, the loser of this team of this match will most likely end up going home after this.
Yeah, but even if either one of the teams, whichever teams that might end up going home and whichever teams that might end up moving forward, it's definitely going to be a special moment for them in COA 6 as well, because you've seen the picture as well. So many memories going on, not just competitively, but I'm sure bonds have been made, bonds between different regions, because how often, right? How often do you get to mingle around with people, players, and fans of Identify from another region? But right now, seems like there's actually a breaking news for the prize pool, which is Eli, you want to tell the viewers what's the changes to the prize pool?
Yeah, we do have a slight prize pool adjustment. Actually, 15,000 Chinese yuan was added to the original 4 million prize pool. So we do have, I believe it was an addition to the 3rd and 4th place prizes. So originally we were only going to have on the finals day the grand finals match, but now we actually will have a 3rd and 4th place Constellation Championship, and then followed by that will be the championships. We do see the groups overall, and we are going to be looking, of course, at it skipped away a little bit there, but I believe that was Group C. That's going to be the most important one for this first match: Reborn versus Scars. So yeah, it's really going to come down to this. Again, one of these two teams most likely their playoff berth will be eliminated today, depending on if they're able to win or lose these matches. Of course, we will have OM and RD after that. Another one of those matchups, a must-win for those two teams. GH versus Zeta Division and GW, of course, versus FPX.ZQ will follow that. That will be an important matchup as well between GW and FPX.ZQ. The winner of that will most likely be moving into a playoff spot, where the other one will probably be on the verge of going home.
Yeah, I mean, technically, just to put an overall cap for everyone who's watching, currently Group A, GG and FPX.ZQ have been topping the list in Group A. Group B, we have AXZ, ZT. Group C, we have WBG and Dou. No surprise there, 2 Chinese mainland teams. And then Group D, that's Wolves and GR. So Zeta's, yeah, I totally agree. Zeta's definitely fighting to keep themselves in the top 3. But yeah, I would say that right now, the first impactful game, which will determine which team will be moving up in the ranks, will be between Reborn versus Scars. So personally, we have watched Reborn games before. We have watched Scars games before. Probably gonna talk a little bit more about it with Eli later. But right now, just to introduce you to the lineups, just take a moment to look at all the faces, get acquainted, putting a name to the faces of the survivors. Sometimes we don't really know how they look like, right? But Reborn actually has Yavi playing in as a sub, doing pretty successful so far. And next up, we have Scars. Eli.
Yeah, we have, of course, the 4 stars, Monet, Sor, Fione, and Shinami as well. And then the lead hunter, Miraike, we see that in the first round. Every single situation for Scars. Followed by Celia for the round 2 and 3 situation. And that's sort of been the standard lineup for a lot of these Japanese teams. You lead with your round 1 hunter, and then you come in with your closing hunter, your later round hunter. So, yeah, so we will see most likely every single one of these players see the stage here for Scars. And the question is, again, can they take down one of these mainland China teams? Reborn. Consistently, Reborn has been not the strongest when it comes to IVL matches. They have struggled against some of the other mainland China teams. So on paper, I think Scars is slightly advantaged in this matchup. But again, we have talked about how Scars does struggle occasionally on the global stage. So, overall, this should be a very close matchup, I think.
Yeah, I would say that Scars, I mean, sometimes we see them being really strong, but again, could be shaky at times. But I feel that they will definitely try and step up this time, especially since all is at stake here. They're already at 1 win and 1 loss each. Reborn, of course, being at 2 losses, right? Two losses. So it will definitely make a lot of impact for either one of these teams, because if Reborn wins this team, they'll push them up 1 to 2, up ahead. Act and Scars will probably drop and be dropped to 1 and 2. So definitely a match not to be missed, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, for Horror Menace, we have not welcomed everyone to the stage. So before we welcome the Hunter, let's just welcome everyone as well. Thank you for making it to group stage day number 6. This is Scars vs Reborn. It's me, Mello, again with Eli O. We are commentating this first half for you guys. So yeah, really glad to have you. But right now, we will be reintroducing the survivors of Scars to you guys. So starting off with Shinami.
We do Shinami on the survivor side of Scars. Now, something very interesting I wanted to point out as well is that, if I'm not mistaken, we did not see Yan take the stage. We saw Yavi, the substitute hunter. Yet again, this is the second time we've seen a starting appearance from him for the Reborn team. And we saw him actually be quite effective in his first set of matches, securing consistent draws for the most part. I believe Reborn did end up falling there. But it's still, we do see a little bit of a change, because Yan's been so strong throughout a lot of the IVL matches, actually, for the most part, being more of a carry for Reborn than anything. But he has been struggling a bit recently, and we'll see if the substitute hunter for Reborn will actually end up being start to take over. We saw this a little bit with GR, where Super Rich had sort of taken over PPX as well. PPX being one of the most dominant hunters out of China for so many years. Super Rich coming out and really just proving to be more consistent as the meta adapts. Sometimes newer faces and newer hunter pools can make a difference for some teams. Of course, we will see Soar on the Survivor side of Scars, notably one of the strongest kiters out of the Japan region, and we will see how that has an impact in this matchup.
Yeah, this is exactly the time where players should be coming in, doing Identity 5, because rise of new players, like what Eli mentioned. But of course, let's just have a look at the next survivor from Scars. Monet plays the supporter, plays the harasser, plays the patient, as you can see on the screen itself, plays the forward, and of course he also plays the mercenary, also plays the acrobat, also plays the barmaid. So very, very versatile. And this is exactly what you need, right? In a survivors team, you need to be able to adapt to different roles. I mean, have you paid any attention to the team's survivor pools? Like, do teams with more with deeper survival pools adaptability perform relatively well than a dedicated role, or vice versa?
It's hard to say. I mean, typically you'd think that would be the case. However, it's really hard to say because the meta is so specific for certain characters. It appears that I think it really depends on how the meta shapes up. In a meta where you have a lot of specific characters, we see teams that can certain players consistently play, for example, 2 strong characters and play them well. Those are usually the teams, at least in this sort of meta, that has been consistently stronger. We've seen some teams try to mix up a lot of their characters a little bit, and that has struggled for them. Whereas teams like, of course, we've seen Wolves stick with very consistent sort of characters. They all sort of play 2 or 3 characters that they're very accustomed to, and we see why they're one of the stronger teams, similar to like Zeta Division. But on the side of Reborn here, we do have, again, YAV on the hunter side, and we talked about how this is not the main hunter for Reborn, and we saw him come out and get a start. Yen has been inconsistent, has been struggling so far, or as of recently. We saw a little bit in qualifiers, and then also, I believe in the first round that Reborn played, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Yen had a difficult time on the hunter side. I have to revisit the stats on that one. But we have seen the substitute hunter for Reborn be a little bit more consistent. We've seen Bon from him as the round 1 hunter. We've seen a bit of an interesting build. We saw Insolence and Trump Card, a left-right build, if I'm not mistaken, in the first round from him. So we'll see if he opts to bring that out here against Scars. Again, the name of the game here for Reborn, can the hunter stay consistent against a strong survivor team?
Yeah. I mean, we definitely seen a rise of the use of Bon in best of ones, right? And we definitely seen a lot of Bon memes coming out. Is there a particular action or process that the survivors can do? I mean, just to share with the viewers as well. Like, if you meet against a Bon, typically what can you do in that situation, either to win or at least try and secure a draw?
It really depends on, Bon is very, there's certain maps where Bon's stronger on, but then when it comes down to team comp, the important thing is rescuing and rebound kiting, because against Bon is the best camping hunter in the game. If you have characters that are consistent rescuers against Bon or consistent at supporting rescues against Bon, that's how you're going to be able to win. If you die within 60 seconds to a Bon, or if you die within 80 seconds to a Bon, you don't have someone that can get a stable rescue, then you're not going to be, you're still in a drawn position. You're not able to win from there because you have no one that can actually save. So essentially what happens against Bon is that you need to have characters like First Officer are very good, because if you use that watch, you can not get stuck. Or Mercenary double rescuing with something like Prospector. Prospector can stun the Bon, allow the Mercenary to get a free rescue, and then allow that kiter who came off the chair to make some distance. So it's about consistent rescuing against Bon with support characters, or a guaranteed rescue like a First Officer, or supporting that rebound kite.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Like having like you can kite all you want, but if the rescuer fails to rescue, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot of thank yous going on.
Right,
but,
exactly.
Yeah, but just to add on to that, I think the Antiquarian has also been a pretty popular character, right? Replacing the forward itself. Let's just talk a little bit more about that later on, because right now, let's just look at the map bans. Scars is choosing to ban the Arms Factory, and Reborn choosing to go to Red Church. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, so Red Church, I think this is mainly for, this does a couple of things. So essentially, when you go Red Church, it kind of pushes Miraike off of Wax Artist. So it leaves them only really with Naiad, because Wax Artist is, as we've seen, quite weak on Red Church. There's a lot of walls, a lot of strong pallets that Wax Artist is forced to break, and a lot of walls he's forced to walk around before he can actually whack survivors. Any map that has high walls and it's very easy to break line of sight, similar to Red Church, Wax Artist will struggle on, and we have seen that a few times throughout this tournament. So I think that that's going to be key here, is that you force Miraike off of Wax, leaving him with only Naiad, which then you can also bring all Flywheel to counter that Naiad, because you know it's most likely going to be a Naiad. And then as for Yavi, as we talked about, Bonbon is his round 1 hunter. A small map like Red Church, where it's very easy to pressure Cypher machines, will be key for a camping hunter like Bonbon.
Okay. Rapid fire. Next 2 survivors you think that will be chosen after that?
Well, because it's I think we'll see. Okay, I think we'll see Acrobat or Patient, something like that. Some sort of kiting character here. Prospector. Sorry, I forgot that existed.
Yeah. Anything that gives
forward.
This right?
Okay. Okay, that was a little too fast. You're not paying attention. Okay, we gotta step it up.
Is that logic for forward? Like, wouldn't the decoding be really slow?
So with forward, I guess the idea here is that because they're expecting a Bonbon, you don't have a stable rescuer with Mercenary and Officer being gone. Forward has that stun on chair potential, because you have to have, again, we're going to see Mechanic, of course, Mechanic strong against the Cypher rushing Bonbon, but against something like a Bonbon, when you don't have Prospector here to help support a rescue, you don't have Officer or Merc, which are the strongest rescuers in the game, you need something that can still get a rescue against a Bonbon in some circumstances, whereas Forward is going to be that character, because you can use that stun on chair rescue to get a guaranteed save.
So we already have the compositions here. Feels like a pretty standard double decoding and double rescue stun, rescue over here. So yeah, without further ado, let's head on. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Bonbon again. We're both pretty sure it's gonna be Bonbon, because Yavi has always been the last time we saw him in best of 1, his Bonbon has such a strong showing, getting a draw in face of that adversity. But before we proceed, again in the chat, guys, yellow hearts. Let's just put on an emoji, right, to support both these teams. How about a yellow heart for RB and red hearts for Scars? You know, just show your support with the loves. Yellow heart again for RB and red hearts for Scars. So keep it going in the chat. See you guys as well. Just a little bit of shout outs. Princess Pasta, Just a Witness. Necromancer, I see Fio, Vanilla Kinda, I saw Giselle a moment ago, Alia, hello. So who do you think is going to win? Show us through your hearts. Literally, show us through your hearts. Yeah, but Eli, Bonbon here.
Yep.
Best chase, like, do you think he should position himself next? Take out the rescuers first, or take out the mechanic first?
Well, obviously, so getting rid of rescuer is good, except Ford is just such a hard chase for a Bonbon. Any transition characters Bonbon will struggle against. You know, that's key for Bonbon, is keeping constant distance, making it very hard for them to bomb you. So obviously I think the best target here is Mechanic. Something to point out as well is we talked about this for a second, but yeah, again, First Officer and Mercman, a good camping hunter, for those of you watching at home, this is something very key to pick up on. When you have a strong camping hunter, eliminating rescue characters is relevant, because it makes it a lot more challenging for them to actually get, again, consistent rescues. So even if you do get kited for a significant amount of time in the early game, if they don't have a survivor that can consistently get a safe rescue, then you're going to be still in a decent position. And that's what's important for Bonbon, is that camping ability. That's why he is one of the more consistent hunters, because he has the best camp in the game out of any hunter. So I think here, obviously, yeah, Mechanic is going to be the best spawn. We'll probably just see him spawn over and finish off the plus sign here. We've seen that be the he's actually going to spawn a little bit closer to forward here, which actually is better for survivors. You see Mechanic on the opposite end of the map here, so his ideal chase target is actually not going to be nearby, it looks like.
Yeah. And that's kind of allowed the dancers to set up music boxes in the middle, right? I mean, it's just such a strong place in the middle. The church is such a strong place to vault through and gain distance from Bonbon. But have we seen the trades yet, though? Do you think a Bonbon should bring an excitement or a blink?
Well, yeah, because you have forward and antiquarian, that really does bring up the... we saw Mechanic spawn middle broken. That actually ended up being the perfect call there from the survivors. I think that kind of mind gamed the Bonbon a little bit. I mean, since when was the last time we saw a Mechanic spawn in arguably the weakest kiting area on the map? So that's sort of I think what happened here is Bonbon predicted that Mechanic would probably spawn middle or at backgate because those are definitely more stronger kiting areas for a decoded character like Mechanic. But they actually spawned middle broken, and it mind games the Bonbon into spawning on the opposite sort of the side of the map. We actually see, interestingly enough, triple flywheel. So I would have thought that they prepared for Bonbon, but in reality, something like Broken Windows is typically stronger. Of course, you can flywheel a bomb, which is quite useful. But Broken Windows, especially on a map like Red Church, is very good. There's a lot of strong windows to utilize and constantly create distance against something like a bomb. But we're going to see Insolence and Detention with Blink. So this is just a very standard draw build. No trunk card, no confined space, nothing like that. Just very consistent with Chase, building up to that full presence as quickly as possible. And of course, having Detention for the end game.
Yeah, starting in the graveyard, AV on the Bonbon is going to be making his run towards Soar, which is the Antiquarian. I'm not going to spot out anyone yet. The Nidus has been triggered. Trying to look if someone's like, this is typically the hiding spot, right? People would normally go like hide all the way to the side. But realizing this Soar has already made his way towards the shack, has yet to catch up someone. I feel like this is actually quite a really strong place. We've seen Long's Beta. I don't know why, I just keep remembering Long's Beta circling the Bonbon here forever. But the first bomb already hitting! Wow!
Yep. Yeah, so already you see, beautiful bomb placement from this Bonbon. We're going to see the Antiquarian using the stick to make distance here. Slowbox setup inside. Tries to cancel the bomb. Does get the cancel.
Wow.
Breaks the second one as well.
Wow.
Breaks the, knocks the Bonbon back. And does have flywheel. Will they flywheel to the window? Goes for the bomb here. Goes for the jump. Avoids the bomb. Beautiful play from the Antiquarian. Doesn't even need the flywheel. The boxes are set up. This is going to allow some distance. And you see here now, we talked about Soar, such a strong kiter out of the Japan region. Very consistent, only taken one ship so far, and utilizing Antiquarian perfectly in this situation.
Yeah, bro's playing baseball right there. Honestly, this is like one of the few times we see him use Antiquarian use like, oh nice, flywheel, gonna take that one hit, but he'll gladly take it. However, Blink is already up. EAV just needs to catch up. The time bomb missing! Wow, it looks like he's in for a big chase because Cypher progress looks pretty scary so far, Eli.
Yeah, especially with that Mechanic. They're gonna have 4 ciphers done, which normally would only be a 3 cipher kite. We will see the Blink to secure the down, but at this point, they've already had there's enough cypher progress for a win. Now the question is, will the rescue be consistent as forward there to get that stun on chair save? That's going to be the key here. We do see Monet already moving in for this potential rescue. Is he going to drop bombs or is he going to instantly chair? He's going for the chair right away, which means forward can't get that stun chair rescue. As we talked about, he knows there's no excitement because there was Blink to secure the down. And now this can even allow for a rebound kite because the Bonbon will be frozen for a few seconds here. Again, 4 ciphers about to pop. Another stun, allowing even more distance for the Antiquarian. And this is she wasn't able to make a lot of distance here, but still on track for a rebound kite. Still enough ciphers for Scars to win this match.
Yeah. I mean, he technically just circled the whole area just to come back to this same area, right? But beautiful sweep going on. 1 second bomb he has to avoid. Avoiding it again, Sword. Beautifully done. So patient. Like, he's not even trying to do... Wow!
Wow, beautiful double. Yeah, beautiful double setup there with the stun there. We're going to see the control bomb. Doesn't matter. Still has another chip available. He can eat that one. Still has distance. Bonbon not even to full presence just yet here. Able to avoid all these bombs here. Forward is really just here, I guess, to take some hits. And it looks like that last Cypher machine, 85% of the way done, is going to take that out of the forward. Scars does not mind this at all. Last Cypher. They want to pop the last Cypher, so Antiquarian still has another chair. That's going to be the ideal situation. He's actually going to change. No, he loses sight of the Antiquarian. They can actually just pop the Cypher machine here before Blink's online, before... oh, no, they're going for the bomb. Yeah, they do have to go for the pop here. You don't want to risk giving a chip there. Antiquarian will have flywheel back as well, which means there's still opportunities for endgame kiting.
Yeah. He kind of just revealed himself, right? Because, like what you said, I think we can both agree that he lost sight of the Antiquarian at that moment, but hey, maybe he wants to take the kite again. He wants to be the target. They're probably just looking for a 3-man escape, so Sora is just going to be staying in this area. It's totally fine. Gate is almost open. Sora, oh my god, still getting so much distance. And the music box as well in this middle. The question is he able to at least juke it over? No.
Does take that chip. That is going to get the down, and that will be a 3 survivor escape. They do get the 1 elimination. I feel like if he makes that window, Bonbon, he might actually get done to. There's a slow box there. We saw no bombs from the Bonbon. That was the 1 bomb he had. If he was able to avoid that, that would have most likely resulted in a potential 4 escape, but a little bit short there. Either way, still works out perfectly fine for Scars here. 3 survivor escape right out the gate. On your opponent's map selection, this is incredibly strong. You know, we saw this Red Church pick for the Bonbon. And, you know, I guess the downside now is that Miraike still has to play on Red Church, which means Wax Artist most likely won't be available here. And he still has to at least go for a tie. But yeah, a 3-1 start here for Scars. Already looking very good for them.
Yeah, best case scenario for Scars, because they've already secured that advantage in the first half. Now just looking, I mean, Miraike, technically all he needs to do is just get a draw here in order to get the minimum win, to get the round wins. But of course, he's definitely expecting to do something more, though his Wax Artist has been sealed in this area. So, I mean, what are the points there? Like, what are the key moments during that last game which allowed for such a long kite? And like, you know, what was the fumbling point for YAV?
The biggest play, in my opinion, was when they were near the Shack Church entrance, like the window on the Shack side for Church, and the Antiquarian was able to you know, knock out both of the bombs with the stick, then knock the Bonbon back, then flip through the window. That entire situation, Antiquarian did not take didn't even need to use Flywheel, did not take a single bomb chip, not a single hit, was able to get into Church with slow boxes, with no damage besides that one chip from early on. And then from there on, that kite really just extends for so long. You create so much distance with the boxes. And it's so important for the Bonbon to be able to get an injury on the mechanic, or not the mechanic, on the Antiquarian before she reaches those boxes. Once you reach the boxes, you see the dancer support. Once you get there, it's really just over from that position. And this is another reason why we occasionally will see players like who play Bonbon, they will ban that female dancer first, because dancer creates so much distance by just setting up slow boxes. And we saw the Priestess instead, and that ended up being more, the dancer just ended up being more impactful here. So I think that definitely was one of the big factors. Is obviously the Antiquarian's kite was very strong, but those dancer boxes, it may not seem like it, but it buys so much time.
Yeah. I mean, does it make sense for him to ban out not only the dancer, but the harassers as well? Because I feel like other regions, like other teams, more often than not, they when they want to play Bonbon, they just take out Antiquarian as well. Take out Antiquarian, take out the forward, instead of prioritizing banning the Merc or the First Officer. I mean, you think would banning the harassers have made a better impact in that game? Yeah?
You know, I feel like it's hard to say, because the thing is, you know, you get in a situation where if you ban, you could technically go like forward officer ban, and then you still have the chance of stuffing the mercenary. You could have technically gone with that, but mercenary is also just very consistent because he's unchaseable. So I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel like his setup bans wasn't bad. I just feel like giving either Dancer or Antiquarian first maybe was a downside. I feel like it was a situation, because usually what happens, right, is you see a ban on a certain survivor, and then you see Merc Antiquarian first. But they didn't go with that. So then he took advantage of that and was able to ban the other two survivors. And I think the idea is Scars had forward in mind the entire time. They were going to go with Kiters right away. And if he gave Merc, then they were going to take Merc. If he gave Officer, they were going to take Officer. And if they gave Forward, he was going to take Forward. So it was whether or not which characters out of those he was going to ban, and they just take the other one. Because all of those work as pretty good rescuers against Bonbon. I guess Merc is the most likely option to stuff that rescue, because you don't have a guaranteed rescue with Merc. But I think overall, yeah, there's just not really much you can do. There's just incredibly strong kiting with nice dancer support. We're going to look at the Reborn survivors here. We do have Jashin here, so this is obviously one of the rescuer players for Reborn. And again, going into this match now, right, we have most likely Naiad from Miraike, so they're really going to need to build a team comp that is effective against Naiad. That's really, because we're probably not going to see any other hunter here.
Going against Naiad, would the dancer still be effective though against the Naiad? Like, what comms would be really, really hard countering a Naiad? Should they think that's what Miraike is going to go for?
Right. You have a few options here. Good transition kiters are obviously quite strong. Things such as Patient, Acrobat will be effective. Characters such as Antiquarian incredibly strong as well. As an Antiquarian, you can just wait for them to pull back their Trident, then go for a stun, and then you just keep staying out of the water range, and there's not much a hunter can do. Dancer is also fine. If you're able to set up slow boxes, you can, the Knight can loop a certain area. They will get slowed down a little bit. But then also, when they pull back the Trident and spin out of your box to make distance, get out of the water zone and keep distance ahead of the Naiad. So Dancer is also very important. So characters such as Dancer, Antiquarian, Patient, Transition Kiters, even Entomologist is fine, will be strong against Naiad, and we should see these Reborn survivors probably go to that early on. I would imagine Mirai probably goes with a first ban Seer if he's going to play Naiad, and then we might see just an instant Merc Antiquarian.
Or an addition of Prospector as well, because we know Hua mains Prospector, and he's gotten MVP multiple times as well during the IVL matches. And of course, he does play the Antiquarian as well, so it's either one. If one doesn't get banned, that's probably the choice to go for. But looking at the Hunter itself now, as you've mentioned, Naiad has been highlighted as the Hunter of choice. Of course, that's the only data I feel like that we have. Yeah, so Hellember is just by default banting. But you can see from the stats itself as well that he typically gets a draw, which is very strong in this situation. I mean, what exactly can Reborn do in face of a Naiad? I mean, yes, transitional kiters are definitely good.
I was going to say, it's interesting how we've seen because originally the meta for the longest time has been you start with a hunter with heavy win potential in the first round, right? You start with Dreamwitch, you start with Clerk, and or Breaking Will, back when Breaking Will was meta, and you try to get as many kills as possible. And now it's really shifted into a lot of these hunters playing things like Bonbon and Naiad in the first round just to tie the round, right? And that's just how strong it really goes to show how strong this Survivor meta is, how strong the survivors have become with characters like Antiquarian with abilities like Flywheel. So I think that because Minaika is able to consistently get so many draws, it's just so strong, and you really see why he's lead. Because typically, in older meta, you wouldn't think, okay, we're going to lead with the Wax Artists, we're going to lead with the Naiad, we're going to lead with Draw Hunters. We're not going to do that, right? But because now we're in a situation where it's so survivor-sided, survivors are winning most of these games, leading with Draw Hunters has become a lot stronger for a lot of teams. And that's why we see Minaika leading here for Scars. And yeah, I think here in this situation, again, we're going to see a heavy Flywheel build. They know Naiad is most likely incoming here. And you really just have to build the best comp possible for dealing with this hunter. I mean, it's really straightforward. You pretty much know what to expect, and you know the situation. You really have to 3-escape here.
Yeah, I guess what they can really do is just, trust their own training, believe in their individual skills, cooperation, and basically just do what Sword did in the last round for Cypher Kite, the Bonbon. But in this case, they have to do it against a very strong possibility of a Naiad. So, whether or not Mirai K will be ready, technically, it is a very calm situation to have. Wow, that put a smile in my face. The Hermit one especially. I like the photoshops going on.
Yeah, it works out pretty good. We're going to see, of course, the Japan crowd here as well. Again, we talked about this a little bit, a difference in fan signs. You have, China with a lot of editing skills, whereas Japan, we just have a lot of very nice
artwork.
Just supporting their favorite team here with Scars. And so, again, it comes down to can Reborn build a good team comp here? Again, I think we talked about how Scars, I think, is advantage here. They've been a lot stronger in the Japan region than Reborn has been over in IVL. So I think going into this matchup, Scars as on paper is going to be stronger. And especially because now we're in a situation where the Scars survivors have already won, the first round survivor side on Reborn's map. It's just going to be so good. It brings up the question of, are we going to see Yen eventually come back out, right? Because Yen has been the strong hunter for Reborn. Reborn always has been on the weaker side over in IVL, and then Yan really stepped up. I think it was about maybe last IVL, the IVL before a few seasons ago. And then Yan started becoming incredibly strong with characters like Dreamwitch and Geishin constantly beating these other strong teams. And then Reborn sort of worked their way up a little bit, but recently it's just been less consistent. So we'll see if we ultimately will see him come back in or not. After that first round, Yavi we saw in the last matchup looked pretty good. This time around, not so much. A long kite from the Antiquarian. Scars really just putting up an impressive victory. And if Antiquarian makes that window in church with those slow boxes at the end there, that most likely could have been a forced survivor escape against a good draw hunter like a Bonbon. So I would not be surprised if we see Yan come back in the later rounds. That might be the best option, for Reborn. I think it's really just, but again, we're still in this first round, and Mid-IK still needs to get through with the tie here.
Yeah, I mean the game plan is definitely to get as many points as possible in this first half. Again, technically survivors are having a better time. If they make any slight mistakes, hey, at least they have the teammates to cover, right? Yeah, maybe that's why most of us like to play survivors. But, yeah, because like if you play in teams of 4, if you make some mistakes, hey, at least someone's there to cover up for you. Like even if you kite for 5 seconds, you somehow still manage to draw because of the teamwork, the support, as long as they don't give up on you. So
right.
Yeah, but for Hunter, the moment you just make one simple mistake, right? Just one slip up. Like, do you have experience of this? Like just one slip up,
yeah,
and then all of a sudden you just draw, a win game becomes a draw or even becomes a lose.
Yeah, it's really how Survivor side of this game is. Just one missed hit, one missed ability, anything can make the difference for Hunter. Whereas Survivors have all the edge. You can be in such a strong position, where you have a very fast down, you have very good cypher pressure, you have another fast down, and then all of a sudden the Survivors rescue at half health, they pop the cypher, get the rescue off, and then that person somehow makes it to the dungeon. And then you go from a 4-kill position to a loss. I mean, that's just really how things can instantly change here. So looking at this team comp here, we actually see Priestess right away here, Antiquarian as well. So Antiquarian, I'm surprised they actually don't take a rescuer like Officer or Merc. They actually want to go Grave here instead. Grave is fine, rescuer against Naiad, but you also have to consider Barmaid as well. Barmaid is quite curious again for Naiad too. It's maybe not. Could be that Mid-IK is leading towards a different character. We're going to see Psychologist as the last pick. Psychologist is fine if we are going to see Naiad. Psychologist, of course, can take multiple hits. And against a single hit hunter like Naiad, that can be quite effective. So if we do see Naiad here from Mid-IK, which I'd be surprised to see anything else, we should most likely have a Blink Insolence Detention build.
Yeah, and not to mention the dancer's out, right? Like the dancer's not even banned.
Yeah.
And we talk about how important it is to ban the dancer because it's just so strong against any hunters, even especially when the boxes are placed in the middle. So I don't quite see why they're not picking it. So any logic towards this, prioritizing the psychologist over a dancer in this particular instance?
I mean, it's curious. I guess they just don't really, because I guess a hunter with strong mobility that can get around the map very quickly, maybe something like the slow box with female dancer, they don't feel is quite as effective. I still think dancer is a strong pick though in a lot of circumstances. So yeah, I'm a little surprised not to see that here, but it looks like they're just going to stick with this team comp instead. Of course, the priest support in the center of the map, setting up those portals in church will be quite effective in a lot of situations. Antiquarian, just a good harasser in general, and also a strong kiter against Naiad, as we see on the screen here. And then Psychologist also pairs well with Antiquarian because if you have a harassment character and you go for a harass on the hunter and you accidentally give a free hit in the process, Psychologist can just heal up the person that was injured, the harassing character that was injured, and they can still go for a rescue. Or if you go for a stun and you body block a hit, then you can also just heal up that person as well. So that's also quite effective. A very strong combination. We've seen the Psychologist and Antiquarian thus far in this tournament.
So prioritizing Wi-Fi healings over slow box supports. Well, I guess you can have one or the other, right? But typically Naiads, I mean, we've seen how Naiad, right? Remember the game in Ever Sleeping Town, the Naiad going up against a female dancer, setting up all the boxes in the graveyard, and the Naiad wasn't even able to hit it. Like the dancer kited so long, but I mean, we'll just have to see. The choice has been made. The teams, the composition has been locked up. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, don't forget your hearts. Again, it's red hearts for Scars, yellow hearts for Reborn. Show your support. Do you think the Naiads gonna be able to secure the win in this second half? The win condition is just a 2K. So if you think that's gonna happen, or if you just want to show your support, red hearts all the way. And of course, if you think Reborn is gonna do the kite of their life and just come back, maybe get a draw, maybe come back for escape. Anything can happen, right? So spam the yellow hearts as well. So there you have it, Eli. The spawn location.
So yeah, we do see the same sort of situation, that we saw in the previous round, where you have one of your weaker kiters being the psychologist spawning in the middle broken area instead of that back eight area. But it actually works out here for Miraike. We actually see him spawn over in the bottom breakable. So that actually lines him up nicely with the psychologist. So if he does opt to go for that chase here, and of course we are going to see the blink and lose attention, very standard for Naiad, and then the triple flywheel. We've actually seen Miraike do this where he chases the Gravekeeper first. Because if you eliminate Gravekeeper first, you don't have a stable rescuer. Even if Gravekeeper does kite for a long period of time, without Tide Turn, without a stable rescue character, it's very difficult to still get a win because you have no one that can actually successfully rescue and allow that person to rebound kite or buy time with Tide Turner. However, because Gravekeeper spawns so far away, I think it's a little bit more challenging. And it looks like he actually is going to go towards Shack. Does he go for Antiquarian Chase here, or does he go for Grave? Actually, no, it looks like he's going Church, so he might go Priestess first here, and this actually might be a pretty good find. He's gonna go ahead and go for this window, does get the vault off in time, not able to get that first hit, and we will see Priestess most likely stick to the Church area for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Priestess is definitely very annoying to have, right? So chasing him, eliminating him, removing the portal supports might be a really good really good choice for Miraike. But again, you can see Justin just he's actually kiting really close. Oh my god, that was a really close portal. Imagine getting hit there, the portal would have cancelled.
You really see why Priestess is so strong on this Church. It's a very easy loop. You can constantly go back to these certain areas, just portal inside Church, and keep kiting here. Two situations where Priestess does not give a single free hit. We will see the first one come out. No, does get the flywheel, gets the pallet down, but unfortunately, he's still going to get hit here. I think maybe just not even throwing that pallet and trying to run away could have potentially been better here. It looks like he's actually going to kite towards the back eight. This is the location of the Antiquarian, so Antiquarian should be able to support here. We're going to see him actually dash towards the Anti, cutting the dash off a little bit short here. Does have Blink online, but Antiquarian is here. Going to go for that first stun here, allowing a little bit of distance to the Priestess. Another stun as well, buys even more distance. Again, the key here, just delay the Blink as long as possible. Another portal here. They're really just trying to slow down this Blink. Of course, it is inevitable, but yeah, just forcing him to finally use it right there to secure the down. But a little bit of extra time bought here for decoding is key for Reborn.
You're coming in with that rescue, right? Trying to just harass him out of the ballooning, but unfortunately just falling a little bit short. Honestly, I was kind of having doubts, right? Why is the Priestess kiting so close towards two ciphers? Because the Gravekeeper's here, the Antiquarian's here. Yeah, I mean, Antiquarian can support, but wouldn't it be more risky? Would it be riskier to have all these people to have the Naiad sort of disrupting ciphers here and there?
Yeah, that might have been overlooked a little bit from Reborn, and also it depends on the cipher layout as well. We're gonna see Gravekeeper get Terror Shock onto the Gravekeeper. That's gonna stuff the rescue. What incredible timing! It didn't even look like he touched the chair. That's how fast that Naiad swing is. It's so hard to pull off that chair in time against the Naiad, and that timing is perfect. Wow.
Oh my god. And now he's just gonna bring him around for a bit, bring on the ride for a bit, just to make sure survivors don't come too soon. Hua needs to make this rescue happen. If he can, at least Priestess still has another portal to work with. Double stuns. Wait. Oh my god, another.
No rescue, no flywheel. We see Gravekeeper go into shovel here, and he's got to save. Double stuffed rescue here from this Naiad. Gravekeeper's forced to transition away. We'll probably see the psychologist try to heal up the Gravekeeper and him go for a rescue here. If he's not able to get this, the game's over. I mean, there's no cipher progress from the survivors. You see 70%, 0 escape rate. He can't even get the heal up. He knows that's the plan they're going for. We do see a backdoor rescue from the Antiquarian, but you see why a character like Naiad has become so strong in this current meta. It is not a guaranteed rescue against a Naiad under any circumstances, even without full presence. Naiad still has good camping abilities, good chase, and again, this is one of the reasons why this character has found its way into a round 1 spot in this meta.
Yeah, not to mention the swing. It's like, what? That was so fast. I mean, the hitbox is really, really accurate, sharp, and that's exactly what happened. So carrying that terror shock, just crazy stuff going on. Hua gonna be putting down the pallets, stunning Mirai K for a little bit more, but Mirai K, he's still swimming, he's still able to catch up. Naiad is so strong. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Olympic swimmer for the win.
Yeah, good flywheel there from the Antiquarian. Goes for the stun as well. Was able to avoid going down to that water. And this actually opens up a position for the survivors now. We're going to see him try to go flipping place in the blink, but still gets it down onto the Antiquarian here. We do see the last Cypher Machine has been opened up. And actually, the survivors still can draw this game. And we are going to see one Cypher Machine pop. It is the back 8 Cypher. And beautiful bait from the Gravekeeper. If you notice, he actually waits until... we see he waits until the Naiad starts walking towards the Cypher to bait him to chair on the last Cypher, but instead the Cypher Machine was actually primed. And we will see Gravekeeper come for the rescue. Now it comes down to body blocking. If Antiquarian is farmed off a chair, this means Mirai K will be in a winning position. If Gravekeeper is able to absorb a hit here, it means that the survivors can still draw, even from a difficult position. We talked about how this game is so survivor-sided. It's incredible to see how the Cyphers are still enough here. Gravekeeper will take the water hit with the shovel. That's a smart play to reset the water here. We're going to see him try to bait. He doesn't get the rescue!
Oh my God! Why?
He doesn't get it!
Oh my God, why? Oh my goodness, he still has a tide and he missed it. I think he has PTSD, Eli. He's like, yo, I got terror shock. I'm not gonna happen. Being patient, but Mirai K is also being so patient. The Cypher's gonna be popped though. I mean, if the rescue happened, it would have been a very strong draw, but now it looks like a 3K.
Yeah, I think what happened there is Grave was worried if you get out of that shovel and then you go for the rescue, you're going to get popped with the water, so you want the shovel to take that first, but then you just didn't have enough time after that. And now it's just a matter of time here. Psychologist does have some kiting potential available. The goal for Mirai, just hold the Psychologist here. You have blink in 60 seconds. You don't have to rush. He's checking, you see he's looking for the dungeon to see if it's graveyard. He knows it's not graveyard, which means he knows he can push the Psychologist away from the graveyard area, or allow her to go to the graveyard. You can't let her go back gate because he knows dungeon's either top broken or back gate. So his best case situation, hold her in this graveyard area, wait for your blink, and then just blink for that last hill.
Wow. Yeah, just keeping him here is the name of the game. Trying to keep the survivors out. Oh my God, I'm not really sure. Oh, Chin Q is gonna get that water damage. The flywheel a little bit too premature. And my God, Mirai K is gonna land that hit. 3-1 in favor of Mirai K. I mean, I know it was gonna be a really hard game for RB, but my oh my, the double staff rescue and Terra Shock definitely took the Hunter's depression away.
Very good start here. 4 scars. This is exactly what you want to see. We see Reborn going straight into Red Church with ideas of forcing Mirai K off of Wax Artist, and you get in a situation where your hunter that's very consistent, a very consistent tie hunter like a Bonbon, goes down with a loss on a good map for Bonbon, and then you force him again onto the Night. They tried to force him on the Night. They tried to counter comp. I feel like there's better ways to do that. I mean, they kind of missed out on certain characters. As you mentioned, Female Dancer is quite relevant. Acrobat, very strong kiter against Night. Basically, all you have to do is hold your bomb down, wait for her to pull back the Trident, and then you just bomb to make the distance. Similar to Patient, pull back the Trident, use a hook to make distance. They didn't pick any of those transition characters. The only strong kiter in general against Night here was Antiquarian. Psychologist has no kiting abilities. You saw the Priestess as well. Night can close distance so fast onto something like a Priestess, even with the double portal Church loop. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Night catches up so fast, and again, without these extra, without these Naiad kiters, or without a spark character like Dancer, that first kite is just going to be shortened so much. And we talked a little bit about how the Antiquarian support was there, and was it even worth it, because he did kite on 2 Cypher Machines. It was just it worked out nicely for Mirai K. And something else, again, we talked about this before the match. He stuffed 2 rescues, prevented 2 rescues. They didn't even get the save at all. He stuffed 2 rescues in a row. Then he prevented the Graves rescue at the end, and they still managed a 1 escape. That's how Survivor side of this meta is. I mean, imagine that. A double stuffed rescue plus a prevented save, and you still can't 4 kill because of how fast Cypher Rush is. It's incredible.
Exactly. Not to mention, the person who didn't manage to rescue and has tied, still available, is the one running out of the gate.
Right.
I mean, we've seen this situation so many times, right? But yeah, again, just showing that even if the rescue gets tough, hunters still have a very hard time, especially if it's a single hit hunter. If it's something like a Dream Witch, maybe a different case, Dream Witch, or maybe like a Cypher Control character. But again, 6-2 in favor of Scars in game number 1. So definitely, Scars is definitely putting in the advantage here. While Reborn, I think they have to deal with PTSD, Nayat. They probably have to, they probably have to consider banning him. But again, Mirake is a best of 1 hunter. We're probably going to see Celia very soon after this. So yeah, very, very exciting game so far, ladies and gentlemen. Is this according to your predictions in the chat? Did you actually have your golden apples up here for Scars in this game itself? Because if you do, you're well, it's looking good so far. Stock market's looking good so far.
Right.
Yeah.
So something else that's really interesting as well is that not only did they still manage to get a 1 escape from that position, if the psychologist actually flywheeled the swing at the end there and didn't miss the flywheel, that's actually a tie. Because if psychologist makes that pallet, Blink's still on cooldown, Dungeon is backgate. Like, that's literally a tied position if psychologist gets that flywheel. So you go from a position for where you got a relatively fast down, shared on 2 Cypher machines, stuffed 2 rescues, prevented a 3rd rescue, and you still would have tied the game if that flywheel was timed right. That's incredible. I mean, think about how Survivor side this game is currently. It's so the Cypher Rush from the Cypher Rush is so crucial, right? There was a match earlier in this event as well that we saw. I think it was GH versus Wolves, where we saw Godjay got a very fast down onto 487. We usually never see him kite for a shorter period of time like that. And the Cyphers were still primed. That's how fast Cypher Rush is, and that's how incredible this tournament's been. We're going to go to a short break to look at some highlights, and we will be back in a moment.
Wait.
殴られて入るわ。オッケー、でかすぎ。
ナイス。妹。
おい、よけたよけたよけた。なんかよけた。
だけの方でいいよ。
境界でチェイスしてもいいよ。オルゴール。これ入れるわ。オッケー。これ入れるわ。あ、ごめん、止めちゃった。いいよいいよ。ありがとう。ボールなくなった。
Yo, having a message here going on from the fans. Hashtag COAVI6 global support at Identity5Champ. Go Reborn and good luck to Yen. Hope you can be happy every day. And those who are good at playing Dream Witch, please keep winning. So a message for Yen from Reborn and also to all the Dream Witch matches out there. But yeah, I hope that we can see Yen today because EAV is the one actually starting the match today. So yeah, just going back to seeing more fan supports. Eli, how did you take this one?
Yeah, we do see, of course, hashtag Identify. Oh, not Identify. I always say that. COAVI6 global support and then Identify champs. Let's go, babies! Scars win. So you see some pretty cool sort of graphics on that one there. Very, very nice special effects. good use of
baby.
technology, which is something that I know nothing about. So
Karina has that covered to you.
yeah, Karina takes care of all of that for me. So very nice. And we do see, of course, Scars in the lead right away here.
Yeah.
A very impressive lead, 6-2 after the first round.
Yeah, in the words of the fan, let's go, babies. Of course, they're definitely not babies. They're veterans as well, an IVL consistent Chinese league. So just talking about this game, moving on. I mean, yeah, I've seen people in the chat as well saying Eli O spitting facts. I mean, yeah, he's rapping so hard that he's pretty much spitting facts. You can get a 2-3 down. You can get it down in 45 to 60 seconds and 2-3 Flappers pop. It's crazy. I don't know how people keep up. By XLIV, XLXLive. So very true. But I think the point is also, I think it's not just Cypher Rush, right? I think the point is they have to know which ciphers to, number one, they have to know which ciphers to decode in order to get it out of the way in the middle game, right? And number two, not to leave decoding. Because sometimes when you go for support, you can easily forget about decoding, right? I feel like that's the case sometimes. So, you think that's something to do with it? Like people just forgetting to decode because they're just supporting their friends, like in the case of just now?
Yeah, I think, again, a big part of it is finding a fine balance between supporting and promoting Cypher Rush. I think the biggest mistakes a lot of teams do, and this just happens accidentally, is you want to kite. Theoretically, a good setup is to you kite until you take a hit, and then you kite in towards the harassment character or the support character, whether that's Priestess or Dancer or Prospector, or in this case Antiquarian from the last round. And you use that character's abilities to help that person kite longer, right? But the problem is you also have to consider sometimes by doing so, you're kiting onto another Cypher machine. You kite onto 2 Cypher machines in that last game. And that creates a weaker position, especially with a hunter like Naya that can just water off those Cypher machines and block the decoding. That's something you have to consider. So, and it's not always the survivor's fault. Sometimes you get one of those Cypher layouts where it's just very unfortunate. You have the Cypher at back end, you have the one next to church instead of inside church. Imagine if the Cypher's inside church, the Naya cannot pressure that Cypher machine. Because it's outside, she can just water it off and prevent the decoding. So that's something that really is impactful as well, is sometimes you just get an unfortunate Cypher layout. But yeah, again, as a survivor side, especially a competitive team of this nature, you have to acknowledge that sort of situation, and you have to sort of weigh the risks, right? Is it worth it to kite to the support character to extend the kite at the risk of dying on 2 Cypher machines?
Yeah. I mean, that's a very, very thorough explanation of how rank matches should be done. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like this sort of sets up the stage for us casters to rank for next season. I mean, if any one of you wants to, for those of you who don't know, we do rank a little bit together. And Eli's our dedicated Williams. Maybe he's gonna change to Antiquarian after this, but
probably.
Yeah, probably. And then get Chocho on the team as a toy merchant. Get Posh as the Enchantress. We need someone to cancel Eli's stun. I'm just kidding, Posh. And of course, me as the seer who literally don't touch Cypher and just run around the hunter, because I just like sucking birds. So yeah, but maybe that's. Yeah, do let us know in the chat if you want to see us stream this kind of activity. Maybe on a weekly basis. If you want to do it, you can do it on everyone's channel. So yeah, that's a little bit of us. But right now, looks like Mirai K is going to be substituted by Celia as always. Celia coming in. Honestly, between Mirai K and Celia, right? I feel like Celia, he's not really consistently getting the W's for on the hunter side, right? I feel like it's a Mirai K that's like sort of like in best of 1, he sort of at least draws or at least get the 3K like what you saw just now.
Right.
Yeah, but again, Celia's really the dependable best of 2, best of 3, right? So actually, what sets the difference? I mean, besides the more bans and picks, in game number 2 and game number 3, like what sets the difference between a BO1 hunter and BO2, BO3, or up to BO5 hunter in this case.
You know, it's very interesting how it used to be where Miraike was actually a little bit less consistent, Celia was more consistent. And, you know, it really goes to show how the round one TIE hunters have become better, because before Miraike used to play characters like always play characters, whether that was Wax Artist or Sculptor or Breaking Wheel back when those were more meta. And Miraike would be like sort of the round one win potential hunter, and then Celia would come in and be more consistent for draws. But because the meta shifted where TIE hunters are better round one, Miraike has become more consistent, and Celia has actually sort of struggled a little bit to keep up with the meta. So I think the key here for this match, you know, as you mentioned, will Celia continue to sort of be less consistent, or is he going to be able to sort of, you know, fill up those holes here and really just, you know, stay consistent and hold the lead here? Because again, 6-2 lead is quite strong. A 4-point lead is very important. Typically, we see round ones being determined by a single survivor escape, and we see a 5-3 win for one side. But 6-2 actually gains even more of an advantage, you know, for Scars here. So again, the question is, will Celia struggle a little bit here, or is he going to stay? Is he going to be able to be consistent, get a draw here, or at least maybe even put out a win? We did see him get a win with Clerk earlier in this event. And just go from there. I mean, keep in mind, now Scars has map selection. For a hunter like Celia, getting map selection in round 2 is actually quite relevant, because Celia has hunter characters. He has a wide hunter pool, but he also has characters that are good for specific maps, right? Characters like Geisha are going to be very strong on maps like Moonlit River Park and Chinatown in this instance, right? So that's exactly why we're going to see this here as the map selection. Chinatown is good for Wax Artists. It's good for Geisha. It's good for Geisha. It's good for something like Soul Weaver if that ever comes out. And it's not even that we are going to see Geisha instantly banned. It's not that bad for Clerk as well. It's better than something like Moonlit or Lakeside. So Celia does have a lot of options now.
Yeah, I mean, Chinatown seems to be the favorite among players, especially when they have a certain hunter pool suited for this kind of map. But again, RB is sort of down at this point. It's up to them to gain one over Celia, right? Because after this, it is Yavi playing on the side of Reborn, either Yavi or Yan. And if they don't secure a strong standing there, I think it's just going to add more pressure. So the pressure, ironically, the pressure is on the survivors, RB survivors side, in order to not create pressure for the RB hunter. So that's technically what they're facing. But you know what, guys? Yellow hearts for RB, red hearts for Scars. Don't count RB out yet, because, you know, their mascot's a tiger and they have tiger blood. And we all know Charlie Sheen says, you know, I always win. And maybe that's the motto of Reborn that they really need now. Yeah. Right. So getting the Mercenary and the Antiquarian first. So I would say pretty good one. You think they should just go for a Toy Merchant now, since they have the Geisha ban already?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Actually, we're going to see Entomologist. I think Merchant would have been good as well, as you mentioned. You know, and considering that we're probably going to see either Wax or Clerk here, which would make the most sense, based off of these bans. We'll see what Celia opts to ban last. Again, because you are leading, you can ban Embalmer. You could also just ban Merchant to get those out of the way here. You could also... No, we're not going to see it. I was going to say... we're not going to see a Rescuer ban. There's already Mercenary. I think Merchant makes the most sense, yeah. So we're going to see Merchant out of the way here. Then what do you end up with here? You still have Acrobat. You have a character like Embalmer available. You have Mechanic. Any of these would be fine here. I think Barmaid. Barmaid actually is. I kind of overlooked that as well. Barmaid is there as a Clerk counter. So you have your Clerk counter. You have your Wax counter with the Entomologist. So you're kind of covering all bases here as Reborn survivors.
Yeah, I guess all that's left to do now is, you know, the moment someone goes down, the rescue needs to kind of not get terror shocked anymore. But hey, it's the Mercenary, so it's definitely a much more stable rescuer.
Yeah.
And yeah, unless if you're the Mercenary in ranked games who runs around with the hunter and not decoding and thinks that you can farm elbow pads. I've actually seen people do that before. Running around like, yo bro, are you trying to farm elbow pads? but yeah, other than that, it's a really strong rescuer, honestly. Yeah. Would you still put it like the all-time S tier rescuer up there.
Yeah, the most consistent. Yeah, one of the strongest rescuer because you're gonna take multiple hits. Yeah, in NAU we call it the spectator merc, where they just follow the hunter around and watch the person fight instead of the coding.
Putting down pallets for you too, eh?
Oh, we see Bonbon here actually from Celia. So Bonbon is actually, you know, we talk about Chinatown being good for characters like Wax Artist and not bad for something like Clerk. Bonbon is less strong on Chinatown because it's a very big map. However, against a team comp like this, it's quite effective because Bonbon deals with entomologists very easily. You can chip through the bees. You can get you chip the bees once with a bomb, then you hit the bees, they're instantly down. Also against a character like Barmaid, Bonbon is very good. Barmaid struggles against chip hunters. She's better against those single hit hunters where you take a hit, use your drink, and get that heal off. Against something like Bonbon, it's going to be less effective because you can easily just chip and play around that heal effect.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, having his geisha taken away is definitely a liability, right, for Celia, because he really loves using it here. But is there any reason why he's not using Wax Artist here? I mean, I know that entomologists, well, yeah, the bees sort of block the wax, but if you're gonna let one character hinder you from taking Wax Artist, which is a very strong 4K hunter, and taking the Bonbon, because I don't know, man, between Wax Artist and Bonbon, I would go for Wax Artist. Bonbon is just too inconsistent, right? You go to elevation, you're sort of screwed. Like, oh my god, the bombs doesn't work at elevations, and then with the short legs, you can't really chase much. If people have broken windows, they can just keep looping you. I don't know, man. Do you like
I guess the idea is two things. One, in that if you chase, obviously if you find Ento first as Wax, that's weak. But if you chase Barmaid first, typically Wax is very strong against Barmaid because you can, sometimes you can get a situation where you get a bunch of Wax on them, and then you hit them, and then you can Wax them again and get the down right away. Wax Artist is very good at getting consecutive hits fast because of how fast the Wax builds up. And again, if you do get a hit while there's a lot of Wax on a survivor, the Wax won't disappear and you can just Wax them right after. We see Flywheel instead. Huh, I did not expect this at all. Considering that Celia is probably going either Clerk, Bonbon, or Wax Artist, all those hunters struggle against broken windows. We see triple Flywheel. I don't really know what this was for. I mean, I guess the only thing I can think of is like Geisha or Naiad. No, not Geisha because it's banned. So Bloody Queen or Naiad. But in a position with this sort of, I don't know. No, I did not expect that at all. I would think triple broken here.
Yeah. I mean, it's the map, right? It's the map that you definitely look forward to play distance, right? Broken Window would definitely make more sense. Maybe just one Flying Wheel on Antiquarian would make sense. But you know what? Let's put a pin on that thought because Celia right now hunting for Scar is gonna be finding Jiaxin first. Not the optimal target you want because the moment you close in with the bomb, he's just gonna elbow pad away. So I guess the idea for Celia is just to waste an elbow pad here and then wait for the cooldown for teleport, which is about 16 seconds. Did he just walk through the wall?
Wasted through walls there. Yeah, so absolutely, he's just forcing an elbow pad out of the Merc. And then he can wait for his teleport and his insolence to build up. He'll have 6 bombs to work with Chase. We do see the chase onto the Antiquarian now. Antiquarian running into the Bonbon here. This means Celia goes for the stun. Cancels the bomb and pushes the Bonbon back there. So nice setup from Huahua here. We see the first bomb Flywheel onto that.
Nice.
Yeah, to avoid the bomb there. So a nice little start here for Antiquarian. Is going to be able to push this window. Not actually going to transition away here. Avoiding all bombs. And will he cancel this one as well? Goes for the basic hit instead. And yeah, he's just gonna keep trying to make distance. We see teleport here instead, just to close distance onto the Antiquarian. This makes the chase a lot easier for him. Goes for the stun there, does get the stun, double stun onto the Bonbon here. But without broken windows now, he's not gonna get a lot of distance.
Oh my god, and the bees supporting as well. My god, Eli. Celia's getting a lot of resistance chasing Huahua. Again, ciphers are not looking very healthy. Everything has been touched. 5 ciphers have been touched. Huahua does not have Flywheel to work with. The time bomb gonna miss as well. So this is exactly why he's facing the same problem as YAV in Red Church. Now gonna get that 1 chip damage, but he doesn't have the time bomb to work with. Probably gonna try and dupe him with the 5-second bomb, but hey, no one's gonna be staying there for you. And the bee's gonna stop him again. Huahua gaining distance. And if he has broken wheel, he would have been able to make even more distance, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't have, and that's why in this situation you see why Broken Windows is so much more effective against Bonbon. We're gonna see kind of trapped in this area here. I would imagine that The bees are just going to be saved for the... Oh, we're going to see a stun there. We're going to save for the rescue. Double stun does not get the wall there. Goes for the control bomb. Does get the down onto the Antiquarian. I think they have enough Cypher progress. The question is, can they get a successful rescue? But the basement here as well. So he's probably going to... Will he drag to basement, or is he just going to chair on the Cypher machine? Looks like he's opting to chair on the Cypher machine here. But yeah, when you add up that Cypher progress now, that's well over 3 Cyphers. So I think that they have enough, again, they have enough progress to win here. The question is, can they get the rescue? This is where Bonbon becomes more of a consistent draw hunter because he has that good camping ability. Even if you do get kited in the early game, the rescue, and you already see an early chip, the rescue is the most important thing now.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be really careful not to get a double down, because now 1 bomb and 1 hit, that's gonna be a hit. No, did he hit the chair? Oh, the bees again!
What a rescue! Yeah, it gets the rescue plus the bees. We're going to see Antiquarian go down right away, but that's fine. Again, they have Cypher progress here. So as long as they can pop 2 of these Cyphers, the last Cypher should be primed by the time of the last rescue. And the survivors of Reborn looks like they have created a winning position.
Yeah, and you can see that Mercenary was gladly taking that chip damage, right? Because he has to finish that Cypher. Otherwise, it's going to be really bad when Bonbon goes back to camping. But now, the Cypher is already at 70%. It's almost primed. Mercenary definitely cannot go for the rescue. Chinkyu, you can see that he's already running, trying to make a rotation. Mercenary probably heading towards the gate or just nearby in case the rescue fails. But yeah, you can see Chinkyu coming already. Obviously, still has the heal to work with. Okay, so it's going to be a double rescue situation. My goodness, being very patient and pointing with the flywheel. Oh no! The rescue is going to happen. Barman's going to go down, but the Cypher has been primed. Like, late game has been going on now. RB doing really good so far. 4 survivors running amok.
Yeah, and now you have Antiquarian, still has flywheel available, still can take a few chips. Kind of trapping herself in this area here, does not have broken windows, as you can see. He's going to take that first bomb hit. So Celia should be able to secure this last kill because she is trapped in this area. The dungeon is in the vicinity, though. The gate has just been started, though, so I don't think it's going to be a possibility here. Still has multiple bombs, still has the control bomb. Flywheel's the control bomb, but again, the gates aren't open yet, so Huahua's going to be the last of this area, and yeah, will go down to those bombs. But that is 3 out the gate for Reborn, exactly what they needed to work back into this game.
My goodness, I think if he didn't insisted on using a bomb to down, maybe he should have been more secure. Like, you know, 1 bomb plus the down itself instead of using a time bomb plus the hit itself, just to hit in case he flywheels. But you know what? This is exactly why I don't really like a Bonbon pick. Like, Yavi's not doing really good at it in Red Church, and now this is an even bigger map. And you thought that without broken wheels it's gonna be hard, right? But they managed to kite all like 3 Cyphers in the first kite, and is Celia ultimately just getting a 1k in a supposedly advantageous situation for Scars. So I don't know, man. I would just say Bonbon doesn't seem like the hunter to go for today in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about how Celia, the key here is Celia going to be able to get consistent draws, or is he going to struggle? Like, we've seen him, he's just not been as consistent in this event as, you know, we've seen him in the past. And it's really sort of in this situation, Reborn getting a 3 survivor escape. And, you know, as you mentioned, a character like Wax Artist might have been stronger here. You see what Bonbon on a map like Chinatown, it's so easy to break line of sight. It's so easy to avoid those bombs. The flywheels, you know, even being weaker to something like Bonbon, still having, and I think flywheel's actually fine against Bonbon. You know, in a lot of circumstances, broken windows I think usually could be better, but here it's still okay. And I think ultimately, it's still, it's just. Yeah, Bonbon, again, it's just on a map like Chinatown's so big, it's so hard to pressure Cyphers, it's so hard to chase survivors with breaking line of sight. The Entomologist B support being very crucial here, and overall just, yeah, Reborn just taking advantages and 3 survivor escape.
Yeah, I mean, I just love Bonbon, but it's not exactly a survivor that's a really strong 4K, because I just feel like you need to get a lot of things right, and the moment your bombs misses too much, and I just feel like it's gonna be really hard to catch up. The moment you can I just say, Entomologist Bees, it was like MVP of the game, right? So many times it helped to clear the distance, and it also helped Jiaxin in getting that rescue. So I can I just say that's definitely MVP entomologist place right there. But other than that, do you think there's any other factors contributing to Celia not being able to secure more kills in this map?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. It's just like, you get in a situation again where you're playing a character like Bonbon mainly for the team comp, right? Because you have characters that are good at chasing entomologists, that are good at chasing barmaid, but then you end up chasing the one character that's actually a pretty effective kiter. So that ended up being sort of a big factor there. And then, also, I think playing Clerk here would have been very bad. This comp is a hard counter to Clerk. So it makes sense of not seeing Clerk here. But also, Wax Artist would have been fine. I mean, obviously, Barmaid, good chase target. Antiquarian, good chase target. I guess the worry is that chasing Entomologist is bad, and then also if you do chase Barmaid, then the Entomologist bees because bees are so strong against Wax Artists, you could help the Barmaid get her heal off. But I still think overall, even just playing like a Blink Wax Artist build could deal with the Barmaid. You're going to be able to down the Barmaid with Blink. You're going to be able to down Antiquarian relatively fast. I think Blink Wax Artist would have been stronger. And again, this is not just saying this because I think Wax Artist is such a strong character. I think it's strong against this comp. I mean, it's also strong against this comp, right? This is one of the best Wax Artist maps. It's a strong comp for playing Wax Artist against, and it's just a good situation. And it could be that Celia is just more consistent with Bonbon and has more confidence in a character like Bonbon. But as you mentioned, Bonbon on a map like Chinatown is difficult. And again, another idea is that because you have the lead, playing a consistent TIE Hunter like Bonbon makes sense. But yeah, just it worked out better for Reborn here in the long run.
Yeah. Okay, so the next question here, which is very important, is do they ban RB Yavi's Bonbon, or do they ban his X-Boy? Because X-Boy kind of is able to catch up in this map too, right? We've seen him play that as well. So which one do we ban against Yavi if you're on Scar side?
I
deal with the Bonbon?
I mean, it's interesting because you're in a situation where X-Boy is technically better suited for Chinatown than Bonbon. However, you also have to consider that because your team, because your hunter was only able to get a single kill.
How do you do that? How do you do that? I want someone to do that, please. How do you do that?
Because you're only able.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Because you're only able to. Because you're only. You have to get a 3 survivor escape here to tie this round. Bonbon is more consistent at getting draws than Axboy is. Axboy has more win potential. He's a less consistent tie hunter. So you have to take those things into consideration. Would you rather take a hunter that is better for securing draws, but worse on this sort of map? Or would you rather take a hunter that is less consistent at securing draws, but better on a map like Chinatown? That's sort of the idea here.
Yeah, I would ban the X-Boy. If it was me, I would ban it. Yeah. I mean, you seen how Bonbon's like, because I don't feel like anyone's Bonbon. Anyone who plays Bonbon here are definitely great players. You've seen Alex play Bonbon as well, and he doesn't. He only gets 1K, right? I feel like the idea is because a lot of people are playing Bonbon. Everyone's been practicing hard against Bonbon. Everyone has seen Bonbon and what Bonbon can do. I feel like it's no surprise at all. So maybe that's why they're getting used to it, accustomed to it, and so for that reason, I would say ban the X-Boy, because the moment that you do not want to face something you rarely see, like for example the Mad Eyes in the Ever Sleeping Town, seriously out of the blue 4K, a Naiad at the start of the first day, Terra Shock beaming 4K, and then now X-Boy, you do not want a potential high risk facing a high risk high reward kind of hunter. So for me, I would ban X-Boy. But what about you?
I think it's reasonable. You also have to consider a few things. What sort of team comp can you build that's going to be best against the most sort of diversity of hunters he has available? Because if you're expecting something like Axboy, you're going to bring Flywheel, for example, right? Because Flywheel, you can just Flywheel the flame, and there's no threat there. And then you can also counterpick Axboy if you're worried about it. Because you can go characters like Entomologist, obviously, Entomologist being the hardest counter to Axboy. So you might see that be a factor as well. Or you could just go straight with the Axboy ban and then play characters that are going to be stronger against Bonbons. So, I don't know. We'll have to see what Scars ultimately decides on here. do they want to? And Scar Survivors can afford to tie as well here now because they are leading by 4 points. So if they tie here, of course they do drop the round and they lose 2 points in the process. But going to the third round, that would still put them in a position where Reborn has to win the third round because they're still losing on points.
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna ban Hermit.
Oh, okay. I remember in the last game where YAV was up in. Let me see. RB versus Dou. RB versus Dou. Was it either RB versus Dou or RB versus Weibo Gaming? They actually banned his Hermit first, which is why he went X-Boy.
Right.
So here, well, X-Boy is open to him. Bonbon's open to him. So far, the bans, Seer, Priestess, Dancer, Entomologist. Maybe he wants to go Bonbon again. I mean, Seer might just be to divert the attention, but
right. Yeah. I guess theoretically, Hermit has the most win potential out of those 3 hunters. So in a situation where you don't want to give Reborn any options for coming back, right? For making mounting a comeback. So I think Axboy and Bonbon have less win potential than Hermit. So you'd rather take a hunter like that than a Hermit. And you can also build a comp that's going to be good against all those hunters. We see Entomologist get banned here as well, though, just because you want to play around that Entomologist countering the Axboy. Toy Merchant here is good for, it's just good on this map in general. It's going to be very effective against something like Bonbon. Antiquarian, obviously, one of the strongest characters in the game here. What do they go for the last option here? I'm actually not sure. Maybe something like, we're going to see Acrobat. I guess Acrobat makes sense. Acrobat being the most versatile kiter, really not weak against anything.
I was about to say any survivors that will help them get for escape, because I'm sure that's what they're aiming for. And even if they fell, well, getting a draw not the best, not the worst thing ever, considering they have the lead in game 1. But hey, looks like we are gonna see a lot of mobility here, and we're gonna see a lot of we're gonna see one stun here. So no decoders at all. Technically, would you count Acrobat and Toy Merchant as a decoder?
Well, I mean, yeah, just being like
just normal decoding speed.
Yeah, normal decoding speed. And, you see how fast Cypher Rush is right now. It's even though normal decoders, it's really impactful. So
Acrobat doesn't really have any weaknesses, right? Apart from the slow opening gate. So but yeah, we'll just have to see if YAV is gonna go scary, all risk, high risk, high reward kind of character, X-Boy or Bonbon.
Right.
Like, which comp would be better to fight against this survivors composition? Which hunter would be better?
I feel like they're both fine. Always go Wax instead.
Yeah, he hurt you. He knows you like Wax artists, so he's like, you know what? Let's make it cracked.
I think, Yeah, I mean, I guess how Wax artist plays against this comp is Toy Merchant is still strong against Wax. Obviously, you can wax the Merchant while she's in the air, but if you're in a place like Hotel, you can just fly away. You can make a lot of distance. You can fly around the buildings, and it's hard to get Wax in you there. Wax artist is pretty effective against something like Antiquarian, so I guess that's the idea as well. And then also Wax artist is not bad against Acrobat. So I guess overall it's just that Wax has good overall chase targets here. And yeah, I guess that's
okay. Let me just confirm something really quick with you. Wax artist, the moment you free someone to 100%, you turn on the hot wax, and that's instant damage, right?
Yeah. Okay. So it's just that's why Wax is so good, because there's so limited counterplay. You can't really play around that.
Is there a cutoff time? Is there like a cutoff time, like, you miss like 1 second and then the Wax artist no longer damages at 100?
Yeah, it's really super precise. So you have to be very fast with the switch. If you misclick or you don't get it instantly, then it's really weird, because what happens is you have to make sure you're not if you're holding down the wax button where you spray the wax out, and then you instantly click the hot wax, it's not going to switch right away. there's like a half a second where you have to release the wax button and then press the hot wax. So sometimes you see when wax artists are chasing survivors, they'll get them to like 90 something wax. Even if they know they don't have flywheel, they get them to 90 something, and then they'll stop for a second, and then they'll shoot the wax, and then they'll stop, and then they'll switch. Because if you're holding down the wax and you get straight to 100, and then you try to switch right away, it's so hard to get that precise timing. It's a little bit easier if they're around 90 something wax, yeah, and then you can just wax them and then switch from there because you have a little bit more control. It's really weird. It's hard to explain. And we actually see wax artists. Oh, bring peepers.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. Like, I mean,
you never really see this. Even on Chinatown, Peeper Chinatown is not that strong.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, Alex brought it in Chinatown. I mean, we were actually really surprised, but his reasoning was he couldn't really see. So I'm not sure if that's the problem. That's the case with EAV too. I mean, we can only see his eyes at the moment on stage, so his bottom half of the face is covered. So, yeah, maybe that's what he really needs. But hey, let's see if that's what he needs to get RB this win in the second half. Because again, ladies and gentlemen, RB has managed to get a 3-man escape against Celia in the first half. So here, if EAV manages to get another 3K at least, that's gonna be draw in terms of rounds and points. So let's see. EAV just dropping a peeper behind the restaurant. He's going the wrong way though.
Yeah, getting rotated here. And also another thing with peepers as well is in a situation where you want to at least get a tie, peepers is such less consistent. Peepers is a lot more aggressive but less consistent. He's just getting rotated so hard. He's getting fed tinnitus from the mercenary, so he thinks someone's back there, but they're really not. And I feel like you would know that the survivor's not there because he already dropped a peeper there and it's not highlighting anyone. So it's pretty evident that there's no survivor back there, but he keeps checking. I guess he really thought someone might try to hide behind one of those buildings, but it looks like he does catch sight of his next chase target here, which is going to be the acrobat. Just going to use this bomb to create distance, trying to get around this building as quick as possible to break line of sight. And already very nice positioning from Scars, and this is actually now the one character that actually brought broken windows, which makes the chase a lot more challenging, for the wax artist.
Yeah. And I guess that's the problem with having peepers as well, because even if you want to change targets, you can't really, and you only have peepers to rely on. Shinami's already taking EAV off for the loop. Like, he's gonna cover it up, but doesn't really matter. Shinami's just gonna advance. Toy Merchant probably has a catapult nearby.
Yep.
Not to reach. Wow. Oh, he does. Yeah. Chocho, that's where Toy Merchant. We love Toy Merchant. Okay, that's the moment we love Toy Merchant. Okay. So yeah. So taking him for a ride. And Wax Artist on fire. I know he's cracked, but I didn't know he was that lit. But my goodness, 3 ciphers done.
Yeah, he has to take down this catapult as well, because if you don't take it down, he's just going to go right back to it. 3 ciphers about to pop, and not a single hit. Not a single hit of presence. Nothing.
He's
for the wax artist. Yeah, and you really see peepers now is just not. It's not a consistent chase option. And he's gonna drop another one here, but yeah, no blink, which means he still needs 2 full hits on the survivors. This is already such a strong position. They have enough cipher progress to win the game, and he hasn't even hit anyone yet.
Yeah, and he doesn't even mind, and they don't even mind letting him, leaving the cipher and just letting him run, right? Because they want to starve him from presence. Like, you can see this EAV, I mean, I know he's the ice cream man, but he's literally starving for presence. Soar is gonna be okay. Maybe this area will be the moment that EAV will get that first hit. But again, chasing after an antiquarian, oh my god, might not be as easy as it seems.
Yeah, he's gonna try to. He's gonna be able to get the first hit here. Obviously, as an antiquarian, you want to try to get the stun as they're getting to 100 wax, so that way they can't hit you as you unfreeze. But it looks like he's going to go straight to 100 as well, unable to flywheel there. I guess maybe just saving flywheel for the end game. Does get the first down. You really see how strong Wax Artist's chase is on this map. He got that down so fast, but because the rotation was so long,
look at the
it didn't matter. Yeah, they're already going to be primed on this first rescue.
Yeah, I mean, why did he take that route though? I mean, he could have easily taken the shorter route and go up to the second stairs to the second floor, right? But hey, maybe he just wants to be out in the open. Cypher's prime already, and that's just the first first presence unlocked, the bombs unlocked. He's probably gonna release it the moment he rescues. No, he's not gonna release it. He's probably gonna use the wax bomb now. He probably knows what's up. My god, Eli, we might be seeing a potential 4 escape here, because Source still fighting for his life. Oh no, going to hit it through. But again, he has no wax. He doesn't have the hot wax to work with. Source still has his sticks. Yeah, and everyone's already running towards the gate. He's gonna.
Oh, he missed that one though.
Yeah.
He needed to get that stick to freeze himself, because if he freezes himself with the stick there, he does have flywheel. Can he flywheel this wax now? Does flywheel the wax? Oh, he does go down in the process. Mercenary still is Tide Turner. He still has another chair, so this game is not over just yet. But he may try to drag him to basement, which in that case, if he does do so, I think they will sell. I think the goal for Sword needed to be just not to get basement. Because if you don't get basement, then they can easily push for that 4 escape with the Tide Turner. But now, yeah, it's not really a possibility. So this will be a 3 survivor escape, most likely here for Scars. I would imagine they're just going to take this. That means we're going to see a round 3 and still a 4-point lead for SC.
Yeah,
I mean, at least Yavi saved himself from a possible 4-man escape, right? Bringing to the dungeon, but bringing to the basement. But my goodness, imagine. I mean, we talk about being survivor-sided, right? Like this, having the survivors capitalize, even though they make some slip-ups here and there, right? But sometimes, in certain cases, even though one person, even though the team kited the entire 5 ciphers, and they're still tied, right? I mean, in this position, you can't even go for the 4 escape, even if you really could get it just to get a 2-0 to advance. So it just shows that there's just a lot of twists and turns there going on. But I don't know, man. I feel like styles are clashing in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Like you saw Bonbon, Silas Bonbon trying so hard. He actually got people down and stuff, but he still got a 1k. And then you see in this game, Yavi got no one until the very end, and yet he still gets 1k. So I don't know, man, this game's crazy.
Yeah, I think they're again, Wax Artist I think is fine with this team comp. It's just Peeper Wax Artist. I struggle to understand the idea. I mean, I guess it's like, in 2-story buildings, Peepers is nice for vision, but it's just like you don't have blink, which means your chase is weaker. If he has teleport, he can teleport on one of the moving ciphers, which means he doesn't get rotated, so he gets to chase it. He has a chase target earlier on, or if he has blink, he can get the down quicker. And with Peepers, neither of those things work. With Peepers, you literally have to find a viable chase target early, and if you don't do so, you just get rotated. You don't have good chase. You just lose out on so many opportunities, and you saw that be the case here.
Yeah. I mean, I just like the nickname that Tosh and Jocho's giving us behind the scenes. Eli OT. It's almost your name, right? And Nello T. Yeah, we're the OT kings. Honestly, I haven't had a straight 2 OT. Whoever casts with me, they're definitely in for OT. So, yeah, definitely something to watch out for. But again, the games went by pretty fast. I mean, it's only less than an hour and a half, and it's already 2 games done. So, I would say, despite the rounds, they actually went through it pretty quick. Cypher Rush was pretty decent, pretty quick, and I feel like, you know what, we're definitely rooting for Cho T later and Posh T later as well. Yeah? Okay? So, okay, just looking at the scores now. Eli, you want to bring us through it?
Yeah. So we're now in a situation where Reborn has to win the last round by 4 points or more. So we are going into a 3rd round, but Reborn, Scar still has a 4-point lead here. Mm-hmm. So they have to win 6-2 or more, or that's it. It's not just a situation where it's like, okay, Reborn can just win the last round and tie things up or win things. They have to win by 4 points or more. So we have to see a 3 escape and a 3 elimination in favor of Reborn, or we have to see a 5-0 from one side. That's the only situation in which Reborn can actually come back from this deficit.
A 7-2 situation, at least, right? But of course, Scars, on the other hand, Scars, all they need to do is really just tie the game up. And yeah, that's exactly what they need. And what we need right now is a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys.
この前豆腐俺豆腐はい了解赤玉貯めるそろそろ行くわきょんさんゲー前俺ゲー前下ゲームタイプしてるいいよ夕日ある追ってる追ってる
I mean, speaking of unique voice, please play your best, Yan. Yan, you are the secret player behind the scene. Hashtag COAVI6 global support at Identity V. Simple message, but powerful. Sometimes, you know what? You don't need to say a lot to show how much you mean it. And that's that's exactly the case for this fan. So, of course, for you guys in the chat as well, don't forget, Reborn still in it, Yellow Hearts. And another one, Eli, bring it away.
Yeah, fan from Thailand. Never give up and be confident. Hope you guys love my illustration. Support for you all. Hashtag SC win. COAVI6 global support. So that's from Thailand. Probably maybe one of my neighbors. I don't know. But yeah. There you go. Yeah. So that is we have an out of country fan from Japan there supporting one of the Japanese teams with scars here. Always nice to see representation from worldwide other countries. So it's always good.
Yeah, and fun fact for those of you who don't know, Eli O is no longer NAU. He's Southeast Asia region now. So welcome him to Thailand. I mean, he's practically in Thailand now. He's literally in Thailand now. And speaking of Thailand, there's an event going on, right? Has it?
Yep. So it's Sunday, this Sunday. So in 2 days, I think it's the 16th, right?
16th.
So if any of you guys are in Thailand or in Bangkok, they will be an offline viewing event party on this Sunday in Bangkok. There was posts on Facebook or Instagram about it for IDV, so don't forget to check that out.
Go grab some boba milk tea.
Yeah, I'll be doing that. Sure.
Yeah. What's your favorite meal in Thailand, since we're welcoming you to see now?
I really like just
not
like
Taco
Thai
King.
Food. Okay. I just like honestly just Thai food in general is very good. Typically, they do like the basil stir fry with the pepper, and then you mix it with like pork or chicken. Then you have the fried egg on top. Yeah, that's really good. So good protein, for the gym workouts too. So it goes well with that.
I hear you, and I'm starving. And speaking of the proteins and gains, Eli O, do follow him at Eli O IDV at IG, and of course Nell of the World on IG. Especially if you're fans of the guns. He does have the guns in his stories once in a while. So of course, I personally love Thailand as well. Any personal phrase that you've used so far that you've learned in Thailand?
I don't want to say it because my tones are bad, but usually the one that I use the most common is when go to order boba tea. You just saying I want milk tea. I don't want to say it because I don't want to mess up the tone, but they know what I'm saying. They know what I'm saying. It's like we used to say like I want something is like ow, and then chanom is like milk tea. Like nom is like milk, like nom, like numb, but nom, So it's God. Want to like I want milk tea like that.
Chanom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Look at Eli. Oh, you can multilingual boy coming in now. Yeah, North East Eli is C. Yeah, he's no longer. But I'm just kidding. He's just here with us, and we definitely love having him here. So just a little bit going on about what in Eli's life, and of course, next game coming in is definitely very important, guys. So don't forget to support your favorite teams. Yellow for RB, red for Scars. They definitely need it more than ever. I would say Scars definitely has a much easier time in Game 3. Reborn's the one that actually has a lot to pick up from. They need like what Eli mentioned moments ago. 7-2 and more. 7-2 score and more, meaning one side has to get the 4-man escape or the 4 kills. Man, I wish someone carries me in rank, but yeah.
I got you. Next
season?
Next season, yeah.
When's next season, by the way? 7 days?
On Wednesday. Next
Oh,
Wednesday. Or
good.
5 days. 5 days, right?
Oh, nice. In Malaysia, we're having a celebration. Just to let you know, in Malaysia, we're having a celebration called Hari Raya. So basically, it's like Lunar New Year, but it's for the Muslims. Yeah.
They have right now is like the Thai New Year was yesterday.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, everyone goes around with water guns and shoots each other.
Oh,
I've never seen. Yeah, I I was telling my friends, I was like, yeah. So basically, you know how in America we go set off fireworks and hang out with our friends, but in Thailand we run around the city shooting each other with water guns. So that's really
Songkran Festival, is that? Is that? What
yeah.
Yeah, nicely done. Here we do have fireworks as well, but the thing is, the police actually catches the people who sets off fireworks. So yeah, some places they don't really care; they join in. But yeah, Hari Raya's around the corner. We'll definitely have a lot more time. I'm actually thinking about ranking my Tomie account. So yeah, let's set something up by then. And of course, we are coming into the stage now. Celia, ready than ever, more ready than ever. You can see that he's eager. He's eager to get the game started. I mean, he's definitely not happy with his 1K on the Bonbon in the last game. I mean, no one's ever happy when they get a 1K, right? So, in this game, the question is, what can he actually bring out to get at least a draw? Because I feel like 1K is just giving Reborn like breathing way to it, because if you only get a 1K, Reborn gets a 3-man escape. It's 3-1, right? And all of a sudden, Reborn's Hunter, they just need a 3K, and then we might go to overtime. So it's like OT times 2, OT to the power of 2, man. So yeah.
Something else I want to point out is that when it comes to multilingual stuff, Nell is actually way more multilingual than I will ever be.
No, but you have more guns than I'll ever have, so it balances out.
I only know very few Thai phrases that are useful, and I know a little bit of Chinese stuff. But Nell actually speaks like 25,000 languages, so I don't even know. It's crazy.
It's fine. And shout outs to Yaniko as well. Yaniko posts some contents on YouTube as well about kiting mechanism. He's sort of like very analytical as well, so do check him out as well. He's done analytics on a few influencers like Noob Spectre, Blabber. So yeah, definitely do check him out as well. And shout outs to Will as well. Nello's Facebook humor makes me switch streams. So obviously my humor is not for everyone. Yeah, so if you feel like you don't like it, so obviously it's not for you. Same goes for everyone. So if it's for you, it's obviously for you. So if what I said is not nice, yeah, well, I apologize, and obviously it's not for you. Oh my god, why am I repeating this?
You know, it works for me, so I think it's good.
So sweet. Okay, so so not only does he has more guns, he's sweeter than me now. So that's Eli O. But yeah, let's get back to the game, bro, because it's Ever Sleeping Town now, and Reborn's the one choosing it.
Right. So yeah, Reborn, of course, having the map selection for both of the first and third rounds here, but still on the back foot, still down 4 points. Really needs to work out of this one. So let's see what Celia is going to opt with. We're going to see Mercenary, Priestess, and Seer, the most sort of standard set of 3 bans in the third round here. Let's see what the survivors opt for. It looks like Bloody Queen and Geisha. So Bloody Queen typically wouldn't ban on Ever Sleeping, but they are doing it here because they really need to win, right? They are in a position where they want to get a 3 survivor escape at least to relieve a little bit of pressure from the Reborn Hunter side. It looks like we're going to see Prospector and First Officer. Both those were that support character plus that consistent rescuer immediately being locked in here. And we should see Celia take this opportunity to ban things like Dancer and Antiquarian. I would imagine would most likely be the most logical set of bans here. You know, of course, it does depend on what hunter he's going to opt for, but I feel like Dancer and Antiquarian being the most, the strongest support characters in the meta as of right now.
Yeah. Securing themselves with I just love Prospector. I was about to say Noob Spectre. But Prospector, just a very wonderful all-rounded character, right? But yo,
actually gives anti and dancer here.
Yeah. So he's taking away mobility.
Yeah. Entomologist.
Yeah. Entomologist sort of gave him so much trouble, right, in the last game.
Right.
Yeah. He's not gonna ban it though, so I don't know. You think this time he's still gonna go for the Bonbon, or is he gonna change things up and go for Wax Artist instead?
You know, I feel like here, it's hard to say, because now that you give Entomologist, it looks like we're going to see Antiquarian ban here. Because you give Entomologist, this means that Wax Artist is not as strong. It's just the Embalmer as well here. So I think that we're probably not going to see Wax. But I haven't, we've been a little bit off with our predictions. I've not been calling things too good so far. We've seen some kind of unique strategies here.
Yeah.
Bonbon technically would be okay here. Actually, maybe not. The problem is, like, Prospector's a good kiter, and Bomber can self-rescue. Officer's consistent rescue against Bonbon. So I think Bonbon's actually quite weak here. I guess out of Celia's available Hunter pool, Clerk is actually still open, and Clerk here isn't that bad. We don't see an Antiquarian to help support the Clerk guy. We don't see Acrobat or Acrobat or Patient, which are consistent kiters against Clerk. And we don't see the female Dancer. Dancer was given, and they did not take it. And Dancer is very good against Wax, it's good against Bonbon, it's good against Clerk. So I'm very surprised to see that they just didn't take the Dancer here. I guess they're worried about Dream Witch. That's still an open possibility. Is Dancer is actually less effective against something like Dream Witch because of the double patroller than some of these other normal chase hunters.
Yeah. There's just so much diversity going on now, right? Like, it's like, it's just like so much going on, but maybe they're just trying to cover their bases. Or maybe it's just like they're just playing their comfort characters at this point and just trying to get wait, what do they need now though? They kind of need more than, if they can get a 4-man escape, that would work. But with this composition, do you think they can do it? Like,
okay, so they need a 3 escape at least, because if they get a 3 escape, then the Reborn Hunter will have to 3 kill. And then if they don't get a 3 escape, if they get like a tie or anything less than that, the Hunter will have to 4 kill. So basically the goal is to at least 3 escape. That's sort of the bare minimum here. And I guess the idea of no Dancer is because they're worried about Naiad, but I still think that, I don't know, it's hard to say. Let's see how this ultimately will play out. So of course Naiad has really found its way into most Hunter pools for these Koa Hunters. I think Naiad against this comp is definitely decent. Naiad is consistent at dealing with Embalmer because you can easily get across the map. You can swim across the map quickly to find that Embalmer when using that coffin. And then against something like Prospector Entomologist, maybe the chase isn't quite as good. But characters that allow distance, like Entomologist, and allow Prospector because they can stun, allow the person to rebound and make distance, Naiad doesn't mind that as much because she can easily dash and catch up.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen the crazy hitbox by Naiad. I just hope that we don't see another Terror Shock going on, especially in this high stakes game, right? So, yeah. So again, Celia on the Naiad, guys. This time, if we see another Terror Shock, let's all spam TS in the chat. Let's make it more interactive. TS, let's just spam it. But right now, Celia on the Naiad is gonna be positioned next to Chin Q. And TX. So if he decides to go for Embalmer first, well, that might not give him the time to put the coffin, right? So that might just jeopardize him a little bit. But again, double flywheel this time, no longer the crazy triple flywheels, the all-in flywheels. But yeah, I think, you know what? I feel like this game, Naiad's gonna have a much better time as compared to Bonbon, especially when Celia's up for it. So I know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I also think I was really trying to figure out, like, yesterday I was playing some Hunter and I was like, is Naiad really that good? And I was like, all right, I'm just gonna play some Naiad games. And I don't even play Naiad like that. Like, you know, I haven't played Naiad that much. And it was just so strong. Like, you can literally down people so fast. 60 seconds with Blink, then your camping is so strong. If you have Insolence, you get to that full presence. The water builds up so fast at full presence. So that Insolence Naiad combination is just so incredibly powerful. Okay. You see him go straight through the bees there. And you really see why Naiad's really started to take over because it's just so consistent, it's so strong. We will see TX get off the bees here in a second here just to avoid this. Goes for the charge attack through. Whoa, he gets the hit through the bees. Walking straight through with the charge attack. What a A very strong move from Celia there. I've never really seen that be that strong. You usually just see the Naiad try to kill the bees quickly with a regular swing, but charge attacking through the bees to get the hit actually works out in his favor.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely paid off. I think the fact that he might be pushing through the bees at the corner, it might have helped him got through the bees a little bit faster. So the charge attack connected at that time. But now, a second charge attack, gonna miss. Fortunately, TX sensing some danger, gonna commit with the flywheel, fortunately saving him from a potential early down. But now, my god, the blink's up. He's not even gonna waste any more time. Celia's like, you know what, you're done. I'm gonna get you down at the blink now. And rightfully so. I feel like this decision is definitely very good to use the blink right off the bat before Entomologist does something, because Cypher progress is already at 2.5, so
yeah. And you really see it. It's important to get that first down as quickly as possible. I was gonna say he didn't really need the blink there. He could have just downed it with a few extra seconds. But yeah, in a situation where Cypher Rush is so incredibly fast, he actually doesn't water this area off that far. And he only waters a little bit here. We're gonna see First Option does get a very clean rescue there. But now here's the thing: is because you don't have blink, Entomologist can potentially rebound. We'll have to see. He's gonna water off this area, forcing the Ento out of here, juking around here. Gets the bees hit and is just gonna go down right away. Yeah, unable to escape there. And here we go. We see the Prospector come in here. He's gonna die in the corner away from the chair. Can the Prospector buy enough time for a potential struggle free or for the Cyphers to be pushed here? The problem here now is there's not a lot of places to actually stun the Naiad into. It's sort of really open. I guess you're gonna try to pull her here, but it's walk out of the range. No, she just walks out of the range. Gets the stun, but doesn't stun into anything. He has another magnet here. Is he gonna go for it? And no, just gets the chair.
Oh my god. Yeah. If he actually pushed the Hunter away, sort of like a Wildlings interaction, right? Pushing the Hunter away, that might have been better, but while trying to pull someone in, it didn't really work. But hey, Cypher's still going pretty healthily. I mean, both Cyphers are already past the 70% mark. The last one's at 55. So if Prospector comes, as long as he doesn't get Terror Shock, my god! Celia! Oh, and the flywheel! No, the Terror Shock!
He missed it! He missed the flywheel!
Oh, no, it wasn't a... Oh my god.
No, he missed the flywheel.
I thought it was a Terror Shock. My god.
He was trying to take the hit there and then just flywheel the water, but mistimed flywheel is going to cost the stuff of the rescue. And again, Naiad's camp, you see why they bring this insolence. Once you build up to that full presence, that camping ability is so strong. Even without the full presence, the camping ability is so strong. It's so hard for survivors to deal with. And now your only rescuer here is a no-tide Embalmer with no flywheel. The Cypher Machine, actually, that's not true. Forgive me. We do have First Officer who does have the Pocket Watch available. Looks like Celia might try to play a little aggressive here and go for the last Cypher. No, he's just going to camp the chair again. All Celia needs is a tie. If Celia gets a tie here, then Scars just needs a single escape. That's it.
Yeah. Does Celia not know First Officer has just run past him?
I guess, yeah.
Because now he's going to get a free rescue.
Doesn't even need the watch. She'll have it for endgame.
Yeah. Apologies again, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't a Terror Shock, but again, it was a full rescue. But after hitting Hua Hua down, Cypher Prime instantly, we might see a coffin getting encased anytime soon. Hua Hua trying to gain distance away, but Chinkyu running. Oh my god, getting spotted by the Naiad as well. Hua Hua pushing him away. Still has another magnet. Two more magnets to work with. A second magnet has been thrown. Celia doesn't want to deal with this. Is he changing targets?
You know, Celia needs to be careful here. Prospector can body block with the watch. He's gonna get the stun. Prospector can body block with the watch.
Oh my god!
He goes for the swing. He doesn't hit the officer. Doesn't hit anyone. He still has blink here now. Goes for the blink. He misses the blink. He misses the blink. The Prospector has a magnet. He doesn't use it. But he doesn't use the magnet. And that means that this will be a tied game here. The Survivors of Reborn needed 3 out there. They almost had it. And Celia holds on to the draw here. Wow, look at that. And that is going to be a position where we're going to see the Embalmer is just going to go ahead and jump out the dungeon here. And it will be a tie. But that needed to be a 3 survivor escape for Reborn, because now all Scars needs is a single survivor escape.
Yeah. And that's exactly... Like, I mean... I feel like if the First Officer was a little bit... I think the Prospector should have trusted the First Officer more to body block, because the First Officer even if he goes down, right, they can still he's still fine. They can easily still go, and then he will have time to recuperate with his magnet. But of course, base case scenario, getting hit, having the first officer tank for the 5 seconds would have been nice. But again, very strong showing so far. Celia getting the 2K, an upgrade from 1K. So yeah, with the Naiad, might not be a 4K, but that's definitely more than enough for them to move on to the second half. Because Eli, Reborn, YAV, or if Yen's gonna come out and take the spot, either one of those hunters need to get a 4K, and that's really, really hard.
It's really hard indeed. It's a 4 kill or no kill position here for Reborn. And considering that Scar's Survivor, I mean, we see 2-3 Survivor escapes, almost a 4 escape. They've been so consistent, they've been so strong, not only in this match, just throughout the majority of this event. The only 4 kill position we saw was against Weibo, and that was because of, I think it was just unfortunate play with the water and in the Naiad camping. So I think now it's just one of those situations where Reborn's, they're going to need a lot of things to go right for them. Again, Reborn has to win this game. This is sort of a win or go home match for them. If they're not unable to win here, their chances of a playoff berth is I believe impossible. So this is a do or die game for Reborn. So yeah, it really comes down to this. We have to see a 4 survivor escape here. 4 survivor elimination. And the question is, as you mentioned, does Yen come in? I think so. I mean, we saw YAV just missing a lot of, just really struggling. I mean, the first kite on the Bonbon match was just so long. Had a very difficult time downing the survivor with the Bonbon. And then the Wax Artist game, he didn't find a chase target until the last sniper was 50%. I mean, he didn't actually chase anyone and get any hits until the last sniper was almost primed. So he's just had some difficult matches against the Scars team. Isn't looking to be too strong thus far. So I think it would make the most sense for Yen to come in and, try to pull something out here.
Yeah. But honestly, Scars has been going here really, really strong. I mean, if you just look at the standings itself, Scars, honestly, they, like, all the matches that they have was so close to each other. It was practically neck and neck. But for RB, I just feel like facing against all those, like, this is like the worst ever group to be in, right? Because those here, Weibo Gaming's here, and I just feel like facing those two teams is already enough to cripple your standing to go 0-2. So I would say Scars, they're RB's last hope. But it doesn't matter because Scars is still so strong. So I feel like Yen, I mean, if YAV cannot handle the pressure at this point, it's totally fine. That's why you have substitutions. Just for those of you who don't know, for this COA, the new format is they allow 2 substitutions. So that means if they substitute Eli now with Posh, and then Posh is in, and then if Posh decides that, he wants to take a break, they can still substitute Eli back in. So that's how it works. Same thing for me as well. Same thing for the Hunters as well. So I don't know, man. I mean, in terms of Hunter pool, you think, or experience, you think Yen would be able to carry into a 4K? Or should they just gamble their last hopes all into YAV? Because best of 3, you're going to get 2 of your best hunters blocked.
Yeah, and especially because YAV doesn't have Wind Hunter. I mean, we've seen Bonbons, Tie Hunter, we've seen Axe Boy, not a whole lot of win potential. Obviously, we have Hermit or Wax Artist, which have some win potential, but those will just get banned. So I think that it makes the most sense for Yen to come in, and we've seen him be. I mean, Yen has options. I mean, he has Wax, he has Geisha, he has Dream Witch, so he has Wind Hunters. So will we see him come in or not here? I don't know. We're gonna see in a moment. It looks like that is.
Oh, YAV. Still
YAV. Still YAV. So.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's good for a long run. They might just be like, we want to show that we trust our hunters all the way until the very end, and I can appreciate that, because sometimes I feel like there's no worse feeling than getting subbed out because the team or the management thinks that you don't really perform in a game, And sometimes we all need that comeback, right? That second chance to come in. So maybe that's what they're trying to go with in the long run with EAV. And yeah, let's just say we really appreciate it that RB's looking to, keep their players healthy-minded for the long run. Yeah, but Scars, but it doesn't change the fact that Scars are in a very good position now. You can see that they were smiling just now. They're ready, man. I mean, for 4K, they just need to plan for a 1K. For a one-man escape, and that's it. They win. They're gonna be in a very strong position to grab that last, the third spot. Whereas RB, is more do or die. I don't know, man. What can he play in Ever Sleeping Town? Like,
I don't really know. It's really tough. I mean, assuming that we'll probably see Hermit banned because that's a win potential hunter, and then it's going to be either Axe Boy or Wax Artist banned. They're not going to ban Bon, considering that he has to 4-kill. I don't see that actually happening here. So I guess the idea is just Hermit and either Axe Boy or Wax, and then you just try to... We're going to see Mechanic here as well. So they're eliminating that TIE Star, but it still opens up in Bomber. Looks like they're going to ban Clerk, just in case that is an option. Just get rid of all the win potential hunters and just take the TIE hunters, and then you can kind of just play Entomologist right away. I would actually be surprised if they don't. Yeah, so they're going to take Entomologist right away because Entomologist counters Axe Boy and Wax Artist. So they're playing around. So basically what this does is the only win hunters he has are Axe Boy and Wax Artist. Those are because Bon doesn't really have win potential. So you just play Entomologist, and then you hard counter both of those characters.
Yeah. I mean, it's just sad to see EAV being cornered here, but unfortunately, again, time and time again, we've talked about how ban picks are predeterminers, like prerequisites to how successful a game can be. And it's so important, makes up 50% of the success that you can or might not have. So right now, SZ is doing a perfect job of, like what Elef mentioned, taking out the 4K hunters, allowing for all the draw hunters, and now using the composition to even further pressure those draw hunters.
Yeah.
So honestly, unless if EAV is like, I don't know, man, like Houdini, pull one magic off his hat, pull one act off his head, and come up with an amazing run, not only like downing a survivor fast, but foiling the rescue, double foiling, Terra Shock. It might look like a very hard 4K to achieve.
Yeah, so let's see what he ends up going with here. Psychologist in Antiquarian combination again. We know how that goes with Antiquarian goes for the harass, tries goes for stun, takes a body block, and then Psychologist can just heal her up afterwards. Yeah, I mean he's not. I don't think you can play Bon here, so I guess it's just you got to go Axe Boy or Wax Artist and hope it works out. I guess theoretically Wax Artist works better than Axe Boy because Wax Artist can deal with the Psychologist pretty effectively if you're able to get a free hit with like a 90% wax. You can wax them right after without kiting abilities. That's effective. But I don't know. Always gonna go Wheel.
That's a 4K hunter. Another high risk. Yeah,
it makes sense.
Work. I mean, you have to drive really good though.
You gotta drive.
Yeah, you gotta drive really good. I mean, I know, man. Stereotypes are Asians don't drive really good, but hey, I know a lot of great F1 racers who drive really good. So, I mean, you typically, without the extended spike, I would say no matter how good you drive, you sort of have to get out of wheel form, right, to hit. I mean, I don't know, man. Eli, don't laugh. Yep. You're practically Asian.
I'm not laughing.
You're Asian now. you're practically see. You know how it is to drive. So
I don't drive in Thailand. It's way too crowded. Way too many cars.
Right? I know.
Worst traffic in the world, dude. Cannot.
Yeah,
you have to take subway everywhere.
You have subway.
Yeah.
We have to walk on foot. So.
Yeah, but it's good exercise,
Yeah, I know. So. But I can't throw off the fat. So anyway, coming into the game, EAV gonna be spawning in the graveyard. Thoughts, Eli?
Yeah, interesting. Typically, again, you don't see a lot of hunters spawn here because it's so isolated from the rest of the map. But because it is a breaking wheel, you do have very good mobility. You can get around the map, quite easily, quite effectively. So I think it's okay. And we do see double flywheel, so they were ready for this. Probably not for wheels, probably more here for Axeboy than anything. But it looks like Psychologist it's key that Psychologist has broken, though, because Psychologist is actually the weakest chase target. For the survivors. Breaking Wheel has a very good chase target against Psychologist. And because Psychologist is weak against Wheel and doesn't have Flywheel, I think that actually opens up an opportunity. We'll see if he goes straight for Psych first.
Yeah. I mean, do or die for YAV. Round number 3, second half. YAV needs to get a 4K, all or nothing. If one survivor from Scars even escape, it's over. So Shinami, wow, almost getting that first spike here. But again, this place, it's so hard. It's so hard to get a spike here, right? Like, you can see from a mile away, like, what's gonna happen. Like, you try and mind game him, but again, he can see where you're going. So Shinami, you see, look, he's, oh my god, YAV.
He's gotta get out. Yeah, that's not ideal. He's gonna take the pallet down. Tsunami's gonna vault this, doesn't have, but here's the problem, you can actually go through the trap on bees and you won't get slowed down if you're staying on the bees. So it's interesting, the problem here again is that, another missed trap there, goes for the swing, doesn't get the hit as well. Pallet stun onto the breaking wheel here, that's gonna allow him to kite even longer, and already we see a very good position. He's just gonna continue to chase the Ento, which is a bit of a surprise considering that Ento is quite good against wheel, especially dodging, in this wheel form.
Yeah. I mean, Shinami's doing a great job so far. Look, I mean, honestly, open route kiting is the best. And coupled with, like, if you want to go open route, you can. If the Bonbon decides to leave, you can just cover behind this, the area that we've seen just now. So YAV changing targets to Merc, not really getting any results. My god, high risk, high reward, but it looks like it's a very bad risk to take at this point.
Yeah, and you see Entomologist. Why Entomologist is so good against Breaking Wheel. You can kind of just keep doing this over and over. Look at that. You're so fast on the bees, it's so easy to just juke the wheel form. He's forced to get out yet again here. Goes for the swing, doesn't get the hit on the Entomologist, tries to go for the trap, missing the trap as well. Goes for the swing, he does down the bees finally. And he might be able to get the first hit. Flywheel! Does he get the pallet stun? No, he does get slowed down from the trap, so no pallet stun. But 3 ciphers down, and that's only the first hit here. And it's really just looking like a sort of a recap of that Wax Artist match.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, yeah, I don't feel like Wax Artist. Sorry, the Breaking Wheel is a character you can play under stress. But fortunately, after utilizing the blink, he manages to get the first down on Shinami. Entomologist, however, doesn't have a lot of bees left to work with in case he needs to do the rebound kite. But on the good side, on the flip side, Scars, 3 ciphers, 3.5 ciphers down actually. Taiwan gonna get that first spike onto him. But the dash happening! I think he kinda got out of wheel form a little prematurely, you think?
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and block this as well. So I mean, again, it's just a matter of time, just trying to keep the it looks like he's gonna just completely give up on this chase altogether. I mean, I guess you kind of have to. Like, you're gonna lose the game if you don't. Gets a spike onto the Psychologist. Psychologist quick 2 spikes here, and this is why I would have liked to see the Psychologist chase first, because Psychologist is such a weak hider against the wheel. A premature trap there as well, but Psychologist does not have Flywheel, and he's gonna get a very fast down. And again, no, this is why, yeah, if Wheel went for Psych first, he might have had an opportunity, but it looks like he's not even gonna chair here, just really trying to pressure down these ciphers as much as possible, because he's so far behind at this point. I don't know if it's even possible to make a comeback.
Yeah.
And an early extended spikes, yeah, and they're just gonna be wasted.
Yeah, he's practically like, I don't know, man, 1 spike, not gonna happen. He's just betting on the spike to allow him to get the trap onto him. But unfortunately, Shinami a little bit too fast. But finally, the 2-pointer is gonna be landed. Shinami's gonna be trapped. The Beast trying to buy a little bit more time. But ultimately, yeah, it's gonna be cleared up. Sor, behind the scenes, has already healed up the... Who did he heal up? Wait.
Psychologist got picked up.
Okay.
Because Psychologist was down, so she took her stress.
Nice.
Yeah, her stress is going to start to activate. Gonna use the whistle here. Oh, healing up the mercenary, but does not get the heal off, which forces somebody else to go for a rescue. Actually, no. if he could stuff this Antiquarian, it's not gonna be possible. She has Flywheel. Is gonna build a Flywheel. Yeah, that's spike there, and does another mistrap. Oh, but there's a farm. Oh, Cypher Machine is ready though. So now it doesn't matter. And looks like just playing for the end game. He's forced to go straight for the gate here. If he doesn't do so, they're going to get one survivor out the gate. You know, it's a tough situation to have to 4-kill or no kill. You might as well take the risk here. But Antiquarian, she has stuns to work with. She can kite. This dungeon is here as well. He needs to try to trap the Antiquarian. Is able to avoid that. Avoids the stick. Does get the down onto the Antiquarian. The exit gate is going to be open at this point, and that will be multiple survivors out the gate here for Scars, most likely 3, and they will be taking a win for this round.
Yeah, you can see that he's trying to go for the slugging strat, but unfortunately the survivors, it's just too quick. Like the time he takes to down one survivor, it takes too long. And Scars, honestly, they don't mind even if they get a draw here, because the win condition again is to have one survivor out, and Scars has already achieved that. And yeah, Shinami's gonna go down, but Antiquarian has been picked up. 3 of them running towards the sunset together. Taiwan using one pad just for the fun of it. And yep, 3 of them gonna make it to the gate. And just like that.
Yeah, and it's really important, again, it's important that they get 3 escape, because that adds another net win to their record, which means that, you know, if there's a tiebreaker situation, it adds more points, it adds another net win. The net win is basically each round that you won, your win to loss ratio for the rounds. It's important to do that, which means Scars actually wins this last round, which means they 2-0 overall in this series, because the second round was a tie. So yeah, Scars with a very convincing victory here over Reborn, which means they're positioning themselves quite nicely to move ahead into these playoffs.
Yeah. So even if ACT were to come in strong in the next game, honestly, I don't feel like ACT could catch up anymore, right? Because unless if they get another 2-0, then Scars would be placed in a very unfavorable position, right? So unless if ACT gets 2-0 as well, otherwise Scars will be the ones securing the 3rd spot. But man, it's gonna be really hard, because let's just look at what ACT has. So technically, ACT, they have to face against RB. So if ACT goes against RB again and they get a 2-0, wow, ACT's gonna knock out Scars, right? Because Scars at -2 at this moment. ACT is at -1. They're up to 0 now, but technically if ACT gets to 2-0, their net win's gonna be 1, and they're gonna be ahead of Scars, right?
I think, yeah.
I mean, because the net wins now, like before this game, ACT is like their net win is -1, 0 to 2, and Scars is -2 net wins. They are 1 and 1 each. So technically, if they get a 2-0, it's gonna reset the negative points, go to +1, whereas Scars only gets +0. So technically, ACT would have 1 net win, right?
Well, the thing is, for ACT, it also depends on if ACT wins a best of 3, but they win 2 of the rounds and then lose 1 of the rounds, they're only getting +1. Because then they get +2 from winning 2 rounds, but then they lose 1 for losing 1 round.
Yeah, so they need a 2-0.
Yeah. And then if that happens, then it comes down to overall points, which Scars has gotten a lot of points in this tournament, especially in this one. I mean, 3 survivor escapes all 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So.
But you know what? It's okay, because we just have to extend our congratulations to Scars first for winning this game against RB. Whereas RB, that would be their 3rd loss in this group. The Tiger team definitely tried their best. It's just very unfortunate that everyone in this group are sort of like Tiger Slayers. So I don't know, man.
I think most likely how this works is what's probably going to happen is it's going to come down to Weibo versus Dou. The winner of that match will be the 1st seed, and then the other team will be the 2nd seed. And I think Scars most likely will end up being the 3rd seed, because ACT needs to have a really strong match. They have a huge uphill battle. So I think in reality, Weibo versus Dou, winner of that is 1st seed. The loser of that will be 2nd seed, and Scars will probably be 3rd. I think that's most likely what will happen.
Exactly.
For Group C.
Yeah. And thanks to Posh as well, saying Reborn will be Kingmaker since Act is their next match. And Act also has another match against WBG. So Weibo Gaming might give them a pretty hard time. So again, anything can happen. I guess the only thing we can all do is just to be here and watch every single game. And you know what? We'll definitely see who's going to be coming up top. Yeah. Especially since the prize pool has increased. So I'm pretty sure everyone who doesn't want to have extra cash, right? So fame and glory and prestige and money. So that's the name of the game in this competition. COA 6 so far, pretty good. But you know what? What's even better? OM versus RD. So OM, still trying to look for the first game. I'm actually pretty excited for the next game. So, but that's sort of like a news going on. Is Nico still gonna be playing?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've been told that he might have to travel back to the US for school or something, so he may be playing from the US, which is obviously your ping's not going to be as strong. Luckily for Nico, he actually lives on the closest possible spot to the Japan server from the US. So his ping will actually still be fine. It's not going to be like, you know, I live on the West Coast or the East Coast in New York and my ping's like 180. His ping is actually going to be around 100. So it's actually just going to be sort of like a standard NAU rank match for most people. So it's actually, his ping will actually still be reasonably fine. It's just that, you know, this is it's not going to be the 20 ping, the 30 ping that they have when they play in Japan. So
still doable,
yeah, I think,
right?
Yeah, it's definitely still perfectly playable. It's just going to be like sort of a standard NAU match, I think. But I think overall, what's going to happen? Yeah, RD versus OM. OM has so far 0-2, -4 net wins, and in terms of points, they're very far. I think in terms of points, they're at a 18-1, 16-2. So they've only scored 3 points overall in this tournament, and yeah, they're down that's 44. So. No, 34. I'm bad at math. Jeez. So they're, I mean, it's
never say never, though, right?
Yeah, never say never. They really have their only chance realistically is to beat RD and then win against one of these Japanese teams against AXC. So this is a do or die for both these teams. They have to win this match, and they honestly have to 2-0 if they want a chance to come back in terms of net wins. So yeah.
But hey, at least now. For the moment, we know that Scars has the advantage, getting, like you saw Shinami kiting out of his mind against the breaking wheel, and ultimately securing a 3-man escape for his side. So Scars, 15 points against RB, 9 points. Not too bad actually, right? It wasn't a sweep of any kind. It was actually pretty close, and yeah, congrats to both teams. And speaking of congratulations, I feel like one is in order for Source MVP.
We saw the first round, that Antiquarian Kite, just really impressive. Overall, just again, Soar being one of the strongest kiters from Japan on this Scars. Overall containment time 89, almost 90 seconds, very impressive. And just very consistent. So yeah, the Antiquarian in the first round, I think really set the tone for the entire match. Just an immediate 3 survivor escape for Scars, and then they just were able to hold that lead the entire round.
Yeah. Congratulations, Sor. Once again, definitely very strong kiter for the team. And well, if he decides to retire from IDV, he can go play baseball, because his Antiquarian smacked the bounce bomb out of the court. So right now, so I guess we'll be having the interviews now. Welcome, Shinami and Sor. Sor, 先生，你3了，对。
そうですね。すごく
首先获得比赛的胜利。对，因为这场比赛的胜利
The
是
game
为
went
了
smooth.
我们出线，也是一个需要的一个胜利。
This game is very smooth because we really needed this to happen. So we're really happy with the outcome.
そうですね。結構
我想一下。
負けたらやばかったんで。
因为这场比赛我们如果要输掉的话，就会出线就变得非常的难，所以说也算是松了
If we lose this game, the outcome will be really, really difficult for us. First question.
我们也是看到你 Sola 选手使用一个古董商。
Do you follow Nello? I'm just kidding.
也是在第一局上半场吧。当时刚开始牵制的时候，也是吃到了他的一个雷吧，然后当时可能也是有惊无险。但是总而言之，你当时整个不管是棍子还是说一个牵制的一个板子，也都是一个
the Chinese
都
too
是非常棒的。想问一下，当时你的牵制是一个什么样的一个思路？当时你是怎么想的呢？当时因为在教堂里边是有舞女的音乐盒，然后当时想去
in the Red Church there was this female dancers music boxes.
Thank you, Jojo.
也是当时也是看到你也是
And then
用
at a point in
鼓
time
上的一个棍去打掉了、扫掉了这个
Antiquarian was able to stun the hunter, disarm the hunter.
非常棒的一个牵制，也是恭喜
So
你。
yeah, then after that we could see a very good kite on Antiquarian's
也
side.
是在二溜的时候也
In
是
the
看
second
到
kite,
你
we could also see that
精彩的一个牵制吧。
we could also see a very amazing kite on Antiquarian's side.
古董上的这个棍子的一个管理吧，可能也是非常的棒。
The usage of the Antiquarian flute was used very well,
数字或者说你有没有
to
去
able to
自己
time it
数
very
字
well.
我完全就是随便自己在控制吧。你也没有去
Oh, like he said he was like randomly trying to control it. Like it was like a yeah. If you use it long enough, you'll know.
米莱 K 选手呢，当时他使用鱼女也是非常的棒吧。
In the first match, he used Deny It, Mirake,
手艺方面也是发挥出来
especially in the camping of the chair. It could really show his
那
skills.
么，那么也想问一下西纳米选手，
And I had to ask
面对
Mirake
鱼女的一个手艺，
against
求生者这边
Nayet's
是怎
cam.
么去
How should survivors go against a knight's cam? Yeah.
如果是使用
If it's
守木或者说是一些前锋
if
的
it's
话，
against a gravekeeper or
手艺
forward,
还是非常的强的。
the knight's camping is still very strong against them.
所以说，感觉我们的
So-
米莱 K 今天的比赛中，我也是看出了他在手艺方面还是有很强的意
So
识的。
Mirake's, yeah, in today's match we could see Mirake's camping is actually still very strong,
成功的做到了好几次手艺，然后我
and
觉得也
then
是
managed to deny rescues multiple times.
今天 Sola 选手也是使用古董，也去
So today's Source
做了几个不
Antiquarian
错的一个救援。当时是你是
also
怎么
did
想的？我觉得
multiple
我
good
发挥的非常好，也非常
disarming.
开心。在第二局
And
后
so
半
yeah, I'm very
在
happy.
第二局下半场看到西纳米选手
In the
使
in
用
the second match in the
杂技
second
演
half,
员，当时
we
我
could see
能
the
够看
acrobat,
出，不管是牵制还是救援，这个杂技演员
whether it
的
be
发挥非常
kiting
的
or
重要
rescuing.
而且
It was all very
跑的
crucial.
样子就像是一个祭司一样。那么
Yeah,
对
you
于
were
西纳
playing
米
it
选
like
手来
a
说，
like a
单
priestess.
位逐渐变多的情况下，使用杂技演员这个角色，你觉得他发挥强势在哪里呢？
What's the
对于我来
importance of
说
using
我的
acrobat
主要
against a wax
打祭
artist?
司吧，然后后来到了比赛
I
后半
mainly
部
play the
分
priestess,
祭司被 ban 掉的话，我觉得
and
我
when
会
priestess
选
get
择
banned,
杂技演员。
I would prefer to play the acrobat.
然后面对这次蜡像
And then against the wax
的
artist
牵
today,
制的话，我的黑球、
if
白
talking about the
球
kiting,
都
the
发挥
balls,
到了一个不错的，
Oh.
在牵制上发挥到了一个不错的一个作
during
用
the。kite, it was able to
然后也
establish
是
breaking the line
迫
of
使蜡
sight
像师
and kept
在
very well.
也是更换目标吧，对。
Yeah, and then force Hunter to change targets thereafter.
然后我们在第三局的话，也是要提
And
一
then in
下，
BO3,
你使用昆虫学者当时面
you
对
use the
破轮的一
entomologist
个牵制，
to
在
kite
开
against
局
a
是
pollen
整整牵制了
breaking wheel.
将近有3台暗号机。
And you kited almost for a 3-cipher kite, at least a 3-cipher kite.
那么也想问一下，面对破轮的话，你这边有什
And
么
I
样
have
的
to
一个牵
ask
制思路呢？
against a pollen, what is a good kiting? What was the? I mean, how should the kiting route be? So against
然
breaking
后也
wheel,
是知道对方是使用什么角色，所以
also knowing what the hunter
边
pick
那个
is.
位置的话，其
So
实
in that geisha
对
kiting
于求
area,
生者来说，博弈还是非常有利的。
for survivor side, that's actually a very good kiting area against a pollen, especially and also because of the entomologist. Beast
的博弈的话，
beast
我也
speed.
只能说我很努力了。
I can only say that I actually did my best, did very
有一
well.
场比赛，那么也想问一下，对于接下
And
来
you
比赛
get
的一
for
些
Scars, you guys still have one more
感
match
想
to go.
一些展望可以问一下吗？那首先 Sola 选手
Aspirations, asking for the aspirations, and what's the goal for the next one?
我们 SG 还有一场面对德武的一场比赛，我们也是想
we still
争
have
取拿下这场比赛，也是能够让我们小组第一出现吧。那么下面选手这边呢
For the Instagram. Better late than never.
和德武这场比赛，我觉得是
Against
小组第一，能否小组第一出现
in this
至关重
group
要。
stage.
这是我们也是会
Getting the first place is very important, so we'll still do our best.
努力去备战的。
And we will make as much preparations for this.
在下一场比赛也能够发挥出更好的一个实力。
Yeah, and hopefully in the upcoming matches, Scars can
非常感谢两位
perform
来到我们的采
as
访
well.
环节。好的，那我们东京会场的采访就到这里了。
Okay, thank you, Chocho, for the translations. Definitely for the rescue. We are going to go for a short break. See you guys.
うわーワンダメいったごめん気没で死ぬナイス死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ね死ねうるさいうるさいうるさいごめんいいよいいよ怒られたあ頑張れたわニョキ耐えたおめでとう
Hi everyone, we're Team Omega from the NAEU region, and I am the main hunter for the Team Nico. Our club has been together for about a year now. We participated in the 2022 IVT, where we made it to the semifinals, and we are currently made up of 6 players, me being the hunter, and our 5 survivors are Honor, Agramont, Cloud, PB and Jam, and Clay Home. I would say that we have a more of a safe play style. We only aim for what we need to be able to win. But yeah, we're a very safe team, just trying to be as secure and consistent as possible. We just really want to show to all the regions that NAU is strong, is powerful, and we're a much more skilled region than what is perceived, and we just want to make you all proud.
大家好，我们是港澳台的奥迪战队，我是闪控。
我们队伍大概成立4年，前身是台港澳深渊2 NL 战队，后面改名重组。我们有参与过深渊2、深渊3、深渊4、深渊5，拿下了2、3、4的代表。然后后面有参加台港澳第1届 IVT， 拿下冠军，之后代表台港澳参加 IBS。
我们队的成员包括就是5位的求生者，我队长真卡、拼浅叶跟焚烧，还有监管者就是一本的院和适可儿。最后还有就是我们的教练年景。我们这支心愿的目标是在享受比赛的同时，打出该有的水平，尽力争取更高的名次。也希望大家能为我们队加油。
Welcome back, everybody, to our second match of the day. Now, we just had a very exciting match before, but now we have another one where these teams, a must-win situation here for the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region, Team RD versus NAUOM. And not only is it a must-win situation, it's like a must 2-0 situation. You know, both these teams are incredibly far behind right now, 0 and 2, unfortunately. And their net wins are a lot lower than they'd like them to be. We see RD at -2, OM with -4. So yeah, definitely an uphill battle for both of them. They have to start winning some matches here. Has to start today.
Yeah, it has to start today. And you know what? I don't know about you, but it's definitely gonna be a very interesting match to watch because when people are desperate to win, all kinds of characters. You can expect all kinds of characters to come flying in. Or you can just stick to the to the meta, like the compositions that you always see 8 times the entire time, according to one viewer, which I saw way earlier. But hey, again, 2-0, that's what's at stake here, which that either one of these teams need. But technically, I would say OM, yeah, I mean OM definitely has a lot to pull up because I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, RD, they are down 2-0, but in terms of points, I feel like RD's a little bit higher up. So
yeah, so in terms of points, I'm not sure exactly how many RD has. For Omega right now, they're only 3 and 34. So they've only acquired 3 points in both their matches, and they've dropped 34 points. So they're really far behind here. We're going to see Agramat, Honor, and you know the rest of that was very quick. But for RD, we have Pin, Flasher, who we saw doing the interview, as well as Zikai, Xiao CY as well, and Ryun and SKR. And we've only seen Ryun thus far. But yeah, here we go. It really comes down to this for these two teams. You know, I think the key for a team like Omega here is the Survivors really need to step it up. Unfortunately for Omega Survivors, they haven't even reached the end game yet in any of their matches. I think the closest we've seen them get is down to 1 Cypher or 2 Cyphers remaining. So yeah, I mean, in a Survivor-sided meta, we really need to see their Survivors start to get to a better position. I mean, you got to get to the end game. You got to get Survivors out the gate. If you don't do so, there's just no way to win.
Yeah. Just looking at them now, 2 of them are actually on the stage itself in Japan, Tokyo, Japan. The other 2 is playing from home via online connection. So I just want to say, like despite what's going on, they've definitely kept up their grace, their stature. Again, we believe in winning in humility. Even if we lose with dignity. We lose with grace. So definitely showing that winning in the game isn't everything. Just keeping the smiles up, the positivity up. And as you can hear from Nico from OM itself, well, he just wants to show that NAU has what it takes, and it's not like what everyone perceives. They're definitely trying to make a mark here. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is OM fighting against RD from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan here. You see that they're very focused. Again, this is the 3rd game for both teams, right? The 3rd game. So,
yeah.
High stakes. We can see bullets flying for sure.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
And we're gonna see if how Ryun's able to come back from this. We had a very disappointing loss for RD against 0-2 in their last matchup. They were up so many points. Well, not so many, but they were up a few points, and Ryun did fall to a 4 survivor escape to the lawyer. So that was interesting. And so Ryun really wants to try to kind of come back from this, and really just work out of this hole. Again, a 2-0 is a must, especially for OM. For RD, a 2-0 is very likely a must as well. So they're really going to see what they could do here. I think on paper this is probably the closest matchup for these 2 teams. I think OM and RD probably again both kind of newer to the competitive scene. We've seen RD in the past, but they have struggled a little bit in this tournament thus far. And then OM, of course, being newer to the stage, has not really performed, I would imagine, as well as they'd like to thus far. And so yeah, it should be a pretty close matchup here. Again, the key for OM is get to the Survivors to the end game. Get Survivors out the gate. They have to get Survivors. You got to get Survivors out the gate if you want to win, and that's going to be a key factor for them here.
Yeah. I mean, let's just be reacquainted to the survivors as well. Like these two survivors here, the second one being, first one was PB and Gem, the second one Agramon. Those are the two survivors that actually make it to the stage. Agramon plays an entomologist, plays a priestess, and of course also plays, I mean, basically all plays support characters all rounded, right? So yeah, I'm just saying this. I don't know, man. I just feel like it's gonna be a very, very brutal game. It's either gonna be like 4K or nothing. I just feel like there's not gonna be any draws at all. I mean, I feel strongly it's just gonna be like a brutal 2-0 in any direction. It's either gonna be a win or lose. That's what I'm saying. But right now, we are gonna be acquainted to Ryun, the survivor from RD, plays a Bonbon, plays a Dream Witch, and I don't know, man. He looks really focused here. But after that last game with ZT, let's see if he's here to, he's already had his time to calm down, relax, and recuperate from the past experience, and ready to rock and roll in this game.
Right, and now another key factor here, Nell, is we talked about this a lot with Omega. What map are we going to see? We see them constantly pick a map for their survivors, and that's never really worked out in their favor. We talk about how we really need to see them boost their Hunter faction, because Nico is really what is sort of elevating them to having any sort of success, right, in a global stage like this. So we really need to see Nico get a good map for his Hunters. Nico hasn't actually been playing too bad, but he hasn't even been able to tie into games because he's put on such terrible maps to play on, right? So we need to see him. We need to see the key for OM here. We talked about the survivors, but the key here is when they pick map, they need to pick a map that Nico's going to be able to play on. And Ever Sleeping Town, okay, this is better. So we have seen them change this up. We've constantly seen them go maps like Moonlit and Sacred, which are so weak for Nico's Hunters. But Ever Sleeping Town is actually not bad. It's going to be good for Dream Witch, pretty good for Clerk, pretty good for Wax Artist. So if there's any chance for OM, they have now figured out that this is the strategy, this is the approach they need to take.
Yeah. I mean, in the past, we definitely talked about it, right? Where it's kind of sus that they pick maps that it's like they're picking the map for the other teams instead of picking it for their strongest composition or for their hunter itself. But right now, seems like Ever Sleeping Town is the choice, very balanced. And like what was pointed before, very good for whichever hunter. Like Ryun, he has the Geisha, Hermit, Bloody Queen, Bonbon. Whereas Nico has the Dream Wish, definitely can be utilized to the fullest potential in this game one. The only thing is he needs to make it count in this game one, because I feel like best of one is the only shot where Nico can sort of get a W for his team, get a win with the Dream Witch. So yeah, let's just see what he has up the sleeves. But for now, we're gonna see OM Survivor versus Ryun, and you know what? If they want to give Nico some breathing space, they need to get as many survivors out as possible.
Right. And I think they really need to start playing characters as well, like Mechanic and Embalmer.
Yeah.
Getting to the end game, the best way to do that, right, is to play good tie characters. And we haven't seen OM use any of them, surprisingly. So we need to see Mechanic, we need to see Embalmer from OM. Let's see if that does come out here, especially against Ryun, who likes to play that round one Bonbon, right? Characters like Mechanic and Embalmer are going to be very effective. So I'm really hoping we're going to see OM take that approach, and we'll see if they have adapted to this sort of strategy and prepared for this match. Looks like we're going to see Priestess ban immediately from Ryun here. From the survivors, again, the most standard would be Antiquarian, Mercenary, but you are going into a potential Bonbon here. Looks like we're going to see Dancer, Antiquarian. This is fine as well. The Dancer support, of course, very crucial against characters like Clerk, against characters like Bonbon. It should have a nice impact on this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, already looking so good so far, right? Like having the Dancer and Antiquarian. I guess the next two picks are going to be very essential for them. Well, maybe they'll start taking up characters like the Mechanic to help boost up their the decoding speed, as suggested by Eli moments ago. Maybe, yeah, I like this pick as well. First Officer, definitely made work. Like, it's so hard to get a Terror Shock. Shit, sorry. I might just jinx it again.
Yeah.
Because the last time I said that, I can't remember. Yeah. The First Officer was Terror Shock, but
Yeah. I know. I remember what you're talking about. Yeah.
But banning the Enchantress as well. Do you think they know the game plan for OM?
I think it's more that he just doesn't want to play Enchantress as Bonbon, like play against an Enchantress with Bonbon here. Yeah, so OM should be picking in Balmer or Mech here. Oh, Barmaid, but he's just gonna play Bonbon. Oh boy. Well, we'll see how this plays out. I guess the idea of Barmaid is that you're trying to counter Dreamwitch and Clerk, but you play so hard into Bonbon now, and especially because OM really needs. Again, they're in a situation where they're trying to reach endgame. Mechanic and Embalmer are the single-handedly two of the best characters in the game for that. So I would have loved to see one of those here. But yeah, it looks like they're taking the same approach they have in the previous rounds, and well, we'll see if it's gonna work out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would totally agree if they choose Embalmer, right? But to not maybe that's a reason for not choosing Mechanic. Like maybe they don't have anyone that's a dedicated Mechanic player, because after all, it requires skill, right? To swap in between and making sure all the correct ciphers to decode. But it seems like we were all we were surprised with the Hermit pick. So what do you think about the odds now? Like, he's not going Bonbon, he's going Hermit.
Yeah, so I guess Barmaid is also good against Hermit, but it's still another situation where Embalmer also works fine. Like, Embalmer is good against Hermit. Mechanic can be good against Hermit because you can you can promote that Cypher Rush so fast with the bot being in play. You can get so much extra Cypher progress. I guess Mechanic can struggle against Hermit a little bit if everyone gets injured, but typically you're not. Mechanic's decoding slowdown only activates when someone reaches half health. So if you take a few chips here and there, it still works out fine. So I still think Embalmer Mechanic would be very strong here for OM, considering the sort of position they've been in throughout this event. But Barmaid's still fine. Barmaid still works well against Hermit. And we'll see if it ultimately has an impact. But again, it's really, can OM survivors really turn things around here?
Yeah. I mean, I just love how we don't see personas for OM ever. Yeah. It's like we never see them, right? But I also love the fact that the chat's being so proactive. Orange hearts for OM, blue hearts for RD. Let's go. Ryun, as a Hermit main, gonna be just waiting for a little bit, connecting the right side first. He just wants to block off the outer lane, the safe cipher. So that they will just move away from it. PB and Gem, you can see, is already taking that first charge. No one's really decoding yet except for the first officer. Well, they're just trying to take time to transition away. But this is the second music box being broken, and no one's touching the cipher yet.
And we talked about this in a previous match where if you set up boxes too fast, then the Hermit's just going to take them down right away. The Hunter's just going to take them down immediately, and then you just wasted your boxes. You have to make sure, you have to wait until someone takes kite before you set up the boxes. Because you set them up too fast, as we talked about, now you're in a situation, a lot of pallets are already broken, boxes are already wasted, and it's really not as strong anymore. So that's really important for Dancer. And in this case, it works out nicely for Ryun. We're going to see Chase onto, it looks like this is going to be Cloud the Antiquarian here. Goes for that first shock there. Nice dodge from the Antiquarian. Not going to get hit there. Goes for this one. Does get the stun right away. So this is going to buy a little bit of extra time. He wants to avoid running into the blue shock here. Goes for the, but he runs into the Hermit, and he does not flywheel the swing here, Nell. And he doesn't even get a stun off as well. So just like that, he has his presence with that insolence. He's going for the long teleport here. Still has the blink available. He's actually just going to take the box down instead, it looks like. It's a Hermit. You have time to do this. The Cypher progress is going to get spread out. It's a Cypher control Hunter. So you have a lot of time to work with. Will he flywheel the shock here? Doesn't even need to. Able to avoid that there. But you have to be careful of the blink. You need to use the stun before the blink. So nice stun there from Cloud. He does get stunned here. Does have one more stun to work with. Will he use it? Flywheel. Nice. Pallet drop. No blink. Huh?
Why? Yeah, I think the hull says everything. Like, it was supposed to be a perfect place to blink, right? Yeah. But Ryun's, he probably wants to save it because everyone has a charge, right? So maybe that's the
you might as well just take the hit anyway. Like, you're gonna use it later anyway, so just I don't know. I feel like it would have been okay, but it looks like he's gonna go for the swing. Gets the hit onto the Antiquarian. Barmaid does absorb. But she can, of course, heal herself up here. So, the nice little upside of Barmaid. But because, again, no Mechanic, Cypher Rush is going to get slowed down so much here. And because no Embalmer as well, it means that their later game is going to be a lot less consistent. Now that this was a relatively fast down for a Hermit, and an injury and for Female Dancer as well, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for OM.
Yeah, PPG and Gem is gonna get hit straight off the bat. 60% damage there. Gonna successfully rescue Cloud though, so already using the clock to run away. Yeah, he actually rescued without the clock. Well, and then using it to run away. Well, it works, kinda. The Cloud's extending the kite now. No, gonna get hit, but it's fine. He's tanking the damage with his teammates. But be careful not to tank too many damage. The tram almost struck. My goodness, the tram has yet to claim any victims. Cloud trying to make his move. Ryun still has a blink to work with if he wants to.
He should. No, he doesn't even need it. Yeah, he's got the. Oh, they can actually absorb another hit as well. It looks like Dancer's going to take the hit and Barmaid's going to heal the Dancer. The only problem is now is there's so many injuries now, so they have to be really careful. Here's the problem. If First Officer, I believe, is going to go down. No, he actually doesn't go down. He can take one more hit.
God.
But look at how much damage that is. You know, if we get in a situation, you know, it may look decent for OM because they have a pretty good amount of ciphers. But with so many injuries, we could easily get into a situation now where he's able to get a double down. And that could be game-changing. So we'll have to see.
Yeah. I mean, typically, I feel like Cloud has really done his best despite the situation. I mean, it's against a Hermit. Like, look, it's a 4-minute game. Still 3 ciphers remaining. Yes, there's a lot of progress in every game. You can expect that. 2 ciphers are about to be popped though. So 1 game. I mean, it's already looking pretty good for OM. At least they're. I don't feel like it's a 4K. At least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they might be.
Really
I think they might have actually worked out a position where they could potentially be approaching endgame. Fortunately, it's not winning, but it is still drawable. I think the other issue right now, though, is you have to think about is that.
Oh my god! Imagine if you run through it and then the trap just hits the ball. Yeah.
And see, here's the problem now: is Officer cannot decode. He cannot decode. You see him running around. He cannot touch ciphers. If he touches a connected cipher, he will go down to the shock if he hits another survivor, right? So you see why the Officer is just kind of. It's nothing he can do here. We'll see where Ryun opts to go next. I think he's gonna try to find, but they're not decoding here. I guess they're rotating early since they don't want to get found out, but it's tough. You have to stop to heal. The survivors need to stop. They need to heal up. They need to slow this down. But you see just a lot of running around. They're not healing up. I guess they're trying to push the ciphers, but they're not slowing the game down. You have to slow the game down against Hermit. Now the Officer's touched the cipher, which means that he can easily go down. He has a charge now. And both survivors in the area too now. It's not looking good.
It's not. And oh my god, he even baited PP and Gem to use the last watch. That's not looking very good because now he can't do because the watch is the only thing that helps him.
He can just blue him. Yeah, he can just blue shock him. He's gonna blink right now. He downs both survivors. It's a double down. And all of a sudden, Ryun has a 4-kill position from a draw here. This is why against Hermit you have to stop and heal up. You cannot overly push cipher machines. You need to play it slow. Once your first survivor's down, you have to play it slow. You have to slow down. You have to heal up. And Ryun taking advantage, almost gets hit by the trim there, taking advantage of the situation. And just like that, I think he might have found potentially winning. I guess it's not over just yet. First Officer can get up here. But Ryun's actually letting them prime the cipher. So he's going to disconnect here. And he's going to head back to the cipher machine.
Yeah.
Because he can't switch. Dancer can't switch, so if he's able to down Officer, if he can red shock Officer and then hit the Officer, Dancer will die.
Oh my god, yeah.
That's why he disconnected. He hit the Officer. He hits him, they're all down. And it's over. It's over. What a play from Ryun. You can see perfectly played. That's why you disconnect the ciphers at the end. Because if there's no connection on the cipher, they can't switch their charge.
Exactly. And I think at that point, at that position, Gem should just wait for the prime. Should just wait for him to prime and then just run away, I feel.
Yeah.
Or at least prime first and then wait, if he primes first, will he still be able to rescue? No, detention, right? Yeah. Oh my god, a 4K sweep by Ryun.
There you go.
Wow, he's so decisive this game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but but to be fair, he does have all the time he needs against OM. OM not slowing down, not stopping to heal has already been very advantageous to Ryun. So Very well deserved 4K by Alva. I feel like that's the first successful Hermit game in the entire tournament. So Ryu making it happen against OM. So GG.
Yeah. I mean, Hermit. I always talk about. I feel Hermit's not very strong. We see Hermit struggle a lot, but the first time here, I mean, Hermit really only works if you're able to keep survivors from healing and constantly create pressure, then it works. It works out for Hermit because you can injure everyone and you can create a position where no one can decode because people are injured and you don't want to give you don't want to get doubled down or anything like that. And so you're in that situation in that game. However, OM I feel like they had an opportunity to heal up because Hermit wasn't chasing anyone when he was near the corner house and the survivors were together. But instead they decoded instead of healing, and that ended up costing them the game. So there's a time to Cypher Rush and there's a time to heal up and reset the position, and they weren't able to do that there.
Yeah, I just feel like they're lacking one shot caller. Usually you have a shot caller in the team, right? Saying like, hey, guys, let's stop. Let's regroup. Let's reset the game. Let's heal up first. Unfortunately, it feels like there wasn't a shot call being made that game during that particular moment. And it seems like they were more than eager to just quickly touch the ciphers because victory was so close, right? If the first officer didn't go down there, if he didn't get hit with the charge, he would have been able to rescue. And even if the dancer went down, he would have been able to rescue with a watch. It's just unfortunate the victory was so close. Like, to get a draw is already a victory for them. So, yeah, it's just really unfortunate. No heals, and unfortunately, that's going to result in no survivors going out.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so for those of you wondering why he did the disconnect, so you cannot actually change your charge. So while you're on a Cypher machine, you can change your charge if there's a connection on the Cypher, but if you disconnect it, you cannot change it. So that way, he's able to force the survivor decoding the Cypher to stay on red. Then he can red the first officer that's coming, red shock him, and then he double damages them, and then they both go down, and then they can't pop the last Cypher machine. So, and that's why healing up is so crucial, right, against a Hermit, because then you can't do that play. But if you don't heal up, then it doesn't matter. Then you can injure everyone. You slowly take over the game. If you try to rush too much against Hermit, which in this case was Omega's mistake, unfortunately, Ruin took perfect advantage. And again, if you have a character like Mechanic, right? And just I know I keep bringing this up, but a character like Mechanic, that Cypher Rush is so important. You're able to get to the end game a lot quicker with the Cypher Rush. It's more of a tie survivor. Or a character like Embalmer. Embalmer can take a lot of hits as well because if he goes down, he can always rebirth himself. Something like that, it still works out nicely. It still is a survivor that helps you get to that end game. A character like Barmaid obviously is a nice Hermit counter and it's a nice Clerk and Dreamwitch counter, but it's not really it's not as consistent as something like Embalmer or Mechanic.
Yeah, and even Mechanic can have no fear. The bot will have no fear of decoding because there's no charge going on. And I feel like the bot will gladly the Mechanic will gladly finish up the bot's energy just to finish decoding one cipher. And that's it. The objective's done, right? Okay, fine, Mechanic. Tracy's bot's done. That's the job. Well done. But you know what? I'm pretty sure they've tried their best. OM has given their best. Again, this is their first tournament in the big stage. Nerves can definitely come by. Pressure definitely flying through, especially since they're so new to this scene, this competitive scene itself. But right now, we are going to see RD, Survivor, 4 of them coming in, just looking very focused. Like, they already have an advantage given to them by Ryun. All they have to do is not mess it up. And that's technically it. And Nico not being on the main stage itself now. So, yeah, Eli, I guess sort of confirms that he's stuck. Well,
yeah. So Nico, I believe, did have school, so he's back in the US. But luckily, he does live on the West Coast, which is right across the ocean from Japan. So his ping is still definitely playable. It's not like you live in New York and you got to connect across the US and then across the ocean and your ping's terrible. It's actually quite easy. Not easy, but it's still perfectly fine to be able to play on the Japan server from the West Coast America. You just connect across the ocean and you still have a pretty decent connection. So he should still be able to hopefully play quite well here. And going against a team like RD, we have seen RD survivors be on and off. They've been strong, and then they've been a little inconsistent as well. So the key for RD in this matchup, survivors need to stay consistent. They need to be able to win. They only need one out the gate here, but yeah, I mean, they just need to stay as consistent as possible and just continue with their with the strong gameplay on the survivor side, because Ryun's been on and off also as well. I think, again, the key for, consistency is so important. The hunter side for RD, not the most consistent. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Survivors, sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. As long as RD survivors can play well today, they should be fine.
Yeah, consistency is the name of the game, and I'm sure Eli knows consistency, because that's the one word you need when you go to gym. So yeah, consistency. I mean, that's true, right? Like you can go on and off, and it might not work out for you, but to get those gains, you have to go consistently. So same thing goes when it applies to game itself, right? So yeah, I see some chats going on as well. Like for example, we see Norton's Compass Caliper. Yeah, doesn't matter if they lose. I'm still proud of them. Again, like you see all of this going on, like we're watching from behind here, so we don't really feel what they're feeling in front of the screen. Sometimes being on stage, unless if you're a natural born talent, or you have a love, a passion for being on stage, then you'll do great. Otherwise, most of the time, it's not easy being in front of the spotlight. Trust me, some of us feel that way. I feel that way. Getting into this for the first time as well. But you know what? Give more cheers to your teams, Blue Hearts, for the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region. You can see Zikai, trying to show that he has glasses over glasses. So
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, Blue Hearts for RD, Yellow Hearts for Orange Hearts for OM.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah, it looks like they're ready. I mean, he's got the jersey, he's got everything. Yeah. Good energy, good energy from ZK here. So let's see, see what RD's able to do. Again, this is a must-win for both these teams. And now that OM can no longer even win this round now because it was a 5-0, I really think they need. I mean, I don't even think they can come back at this point, because again, we talked about how they needed a 2-0. So really, it's now on RD to try to get a 2-0 here, right, and get as many net wins back as possible. That's going to be the key here. The best they can go is 2-2 in this event. We do see Nico on the camera things, little lag with the camera, but Nico at McDonald's Wi-Fi, so
he is at McDonald's. What are you talking about?
Just like Jojo. So
yeah,
I know how that goes.
Yeah, you know how Singaporean kids go to McDonald's or Wi-Fi. I'm just kidding. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I can say that because I'm practically neighbors with Chocho. I mean, Singapore's neighbors with Malaysia. But you know what? Just getting back to the screen, just to make everyone forget about what I just said about Singapore's McDonald's Wi-Fi. I just love the fact that they do makeups on all the players. So yeah, they look so beautiful, right? So if you wanna look good and be in front of stage, well, come to Koa. They'll do makeups for you. That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, but of course, appearances aside, it's definitely a very challenging game for Nico now. Being on stage itself is already a hard thing, but now being away, playing with NAEU ping, I think they have tournament servers, right? So
yeah. But I imagine they're using the Japan server probably.
Okay. Yeah. So imagine like being away and then having to deal with even more hurdles. So that's definitely a toll that Nico has to bear. But hey, he's 6 feet plus, so yeah, he'll be able to handle it. I feel. Is he 6 feet plus? He looks pretty tall to me.
Nico is taller
than you.
No, I think he's a senior in high school. So.
Yo, really? He looks like he's older than Chocho. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
Yeah, he looks really mature, but yeah, I guess appearances can be deceiving. Don't let him fool you guys. Yeah, he behind that calm face, he's eager to show you what NAU can do. That's what he wants to achieve in this tournament as well, to show people that NAU is not weak We are strong, quoted by Nico. I definitely love that passion about him. And yeah, let's just rally behind his wishes. For those of you supporting, again, blue hearts for RD, yellow or orange hearts for OM. Do or die, second half. Let's see what Nico has up his sleeves. Ever Sleeping Town, let me just get your thoughts. You think it's going to be a definite Dream Witch? I mean, that's his go-to, right? Or you think he's going to switch it up a little?
Well, I feel like, he has to 4-kill now, so I feel like maybe Dream Witch would make the most sense. I think that realistically, like, yeah, I mean, you have Wax Artist, you have Clerk, but I think basically the goal here for Nico is that you have to 4-kill, he's going to do picks and bans most likely for Clerk or Dream Witch, and whatever he gets the best sort of comp against, he's going to play that. So I think that Eli's shooting Chocho giving
what?
No, that's good. We're just messing around, you know. Chocho.
Okay. Yeah.
Chocho only like messes up like half the catapults. So
it's okay. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, let's forget. Yeah. Let's just forget about the catapults and focus on the Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, so it's really just I think he's gonna play Clerk or Dream Witch depending on whatever comp he gets best. But I think he should be aiming for the Clerk. I mean, we've seen his Clerk in the last round be pretty effective. He did get allow a 4 escape. However, it looked like it was looking pretty strong for the most part. It looked like he was stronger than his Wax and Dream Witch. So I think that should be his approach here.
Yeah. Well, whatever that is to say, RD definitely has this one easier compared to Nico, because again, they just need a 1 escape. But knowing RD, I feel like if they want to catch up in points, they definitely want to be the next team to try and get as many points as possible. And probably, you know what, getting a win might not be too bad, but getting a win with advantage in points might be the only thing they need now. So I guess the setup's over. RD versus OM. Ban picks are gonna commence very soon. We're gonna see Nico's first ban pretty soon. So taking out the Priestess, lovely choice. Doesn't matter if you're the Dream Witch, you can go through portals. Maybe he just doesn't want that support going on to mess up with his chase. And I don't blame him, because Priestess is very annoying on Ever Sleeping Town. Even if you're deciding to play Dream Witch.
Yep.
Which brings us to our next question for the RD pick first.
Already just direct
Eli's
Clerk.
out.
The thing is, like, this is already direct Clerk and Dream Witch counters. Like, they already know he kind of has to play Clerk or Dream Witch here. Antiquarian very strong against both those hunters. Seer's very strong against both. Obviously, Seer can extend the Patroller Kite quite some time. And honestly, I feel like he may be stuck with having to go Wax Artist. Like, it's just so bad. Like, Seer Antiquarian right away, we're gonna see Merc Dancer. So again, trying to do bans here for Wax or Clerk, it looks like. So you might even be giving up on Dream Witch. They can easily just take another counter. They can go Psychologist, you go Acrobat. There's a few options here. It looks like Psychologist, yeah, it's gonna be the next one. Another Clerk counter, another Dream Witch counter. The only downside is that I think we're gonna see First Officer as the last ban. I think the biggest issue here for Nico is that, or for the survivors, is that they are playing very hard into Wax. I think they really just would rather take Wax Artist than anything.
Yeah. I mean, it is a very frustrating situation for Nico at this point. And as you predicted as well, First Officer is going to be the last survivor getting banned, which brings RD to the last pick, a Wowling. Wow, so we're going to see a Wowling in this game against Nico. So thoughts on Wildling?
So Wildling basically is Wildling is a good rescuer against Clerk and Dream Witch, because Dream Witch relies, the only camp Dream Witch has is like Patroller, cut off the survivor from a distance, stuff like that. But Wildling cannot get Patroller and he cannot get cut off from a distance because he has his boar. And then Wildling's also good against Clerk because you can actually harass well against Clerk. Clerk has no counterplay to Wildling at all. So Wildling can technically support kites. So I think overall the best sort of strategy is that this is just hard counters Clerk and Dream Witch. I mean, they're just directly hard countering Clerk and Dream Witch. Wax is actually very strong against this comp, but Clerk and Dreamwitch are terrible here. So the idea is they're trying to force him, and he's going to go Clerk. I guess the idea is they're trying to force him to not play a Win Hunter like Clerk or Dreamwitch and force to play something like Wax, which has less win potential. But he's still going to go Clerk into this comp, so it's a really tough battle for him.
It is. But I feel like he'll be able to do much better compared to Wax. I mean, Wax... I I don't know, man. Nico has to deal with the Walling, has to deal with the Antiquarian. Honestly, I would just say go with the Dream Witch, because, you know, even if the comp's not the best, it's not the best to go up against, well, it is sort of your main hunter, and you sort of did... That's sort of like your ace in the hole, right? So, I mean, I don't know, man. Sometimes you have to defy all odds. But I guess he's not taking that chance this time. Gonna go with the Clark. It's also a very tough game, so I don't know, man. But the flip side is, at least RD, the decoding won't be as fast. So, I mean, the Walling, yeah, with the one Walling, it's already not gonna be a very fast decoding kind of situation. So, let's just have a look at the spawn locators and who can he really chase here? You think he should just go straight for the Seer or straight for the Psychologist at this standpoint?
You know, it's really tough. I mean, obviously Seer's your best chase target. He may have... I don't... See, the thing is, you want to bring excitement for Wildling and Antiquarian, but then you also need Blink for Seer and Psychologist because they're 3-hit characters. So, and then on top of that, they all counter Clerk. So it's just like, you're literally playing against a 4-survivor Clerk counter, plus something where you can't really choose between Blink or Excitement. He's going to go Blink, it looks like. And he's going to go straight for Seer. I mean, you have to. You can't chase Antiquarian without Excitement. You don't want to chase Psychologist because of multiple hits. They even brought all broken windows here now in preparation of Wax Artist and in preparation of Clerk. So Nico could have technically gone Dreamwitch against this because there's no flywheel, but he didn't. And he tries to mind game, unable to get the mind game. Unfortunately, wastes a recording in the process. Does pick up a pallet break here. And we're just going to see Seer just make distance, using that broken windows, constantly creating distance here. We'll see what they opt to go with. I'd be interested to see if they go for a Wildling support early, or if they go for a Antiquarian support first. I would imagine one of those characters will support, but it's just going to last until he at least gets Owl out before we see any sort of extra support here.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I would go for the Wildling first, because I want to eat some pork chop, but... but other than that, yeah, Walling's a pretty slow decoder. Probably wouldn't make any difference if Nico is able to down the Seer pretty fast. But the loops here are going pretty good for CY so far. Not to mention he still has an owl to work with. Gonna use it straight away on that hit. Beautifully done. Nico has a blink up. Recordings going on. No, the thing!
I think he still gets this hit. Yeah,
he still gets it, but my god, that was so...
The thing is, Seer actually should have a lot of Owl farmed by now. It looks like we're going to see the Antiquarian support here. And this is where Clerk's going to struggle against this team comp. Because not only is Seer already probably having a lot of Owl progress, he's also going to have to deal with this Antiquarian. Oh, misses the stun there!
Oh, nice.
Gets the swing there, just trying to bait out the Antiquarian stick, but it actually does buy some distance for the Seer. Blink is no longer available, and Seer can just continue to kite around here. Antiquarian's going to come in and try to support. He's going to go for the window vault. He did not get a window vault recording as well. I think he has one pallet break here. No, I don't know.
Oh yeah, he does.
Okay, looks like. Oh no, but it's just a wasted one there. Yeah, so he just doesn't have any good record. He's used up so many recordings, has not managed to get any good recordings here. He's gonna break this pallet, but has nothing right now. So this is tough.
Yeah. It is looking very tough, and not to mention he already has an owl. Yo! He misses, but doesn't matter because it's gonna buy him time to run through and get the broken window stats up. He's just gonna make it through to the Antiquarian. Yeah, Antiquarian's already coming for the second support. Like Pin, my goodness, 3 ciphers done against a Clerk and not a single person down yet. That's a very scary start.
Oh, beautiful bait from the Antiquarian there as well, baiting out a swing. Nico just really struggling to deal with this combination with the Antiquarian support. And we're going to see him, Seer's going to go towards middle. Here comes the Antiquarian potentially for the stun, buying even more distance for the Seer to continue to kite here. Antiquarian still has more stick to harass. He's forced to break this. Does pick up a pallet break recording now, but it's a little late now. Antiquarian, just another swing and a miss here. Beautiful mind games from this Antiquarian. And
oh my god.
And another stun canceling the charge attack. does get the down onto
nice.
the Seer here. But that isn't going to be the first down. A lot of Cypher progress for RD. He's really going to need to try to control these last Cyphers if he wants a chance to come back. Here comes Antiquarian for another stun. Can't you take the body block here, Nell? Double stun.
Oh my god. Yeah,
and hits the Antiquarian, but that's fine. The Psychologist combo is still here. Psychologist can actually just heal up the Antiquarian, and look at that. We already see the heal happening.
Yeah. This is just looking very, very grim for Nico at this point. CY, I feel like, yeah, he's already got his third owl. This is like the PP Xia moment where he just keeps farming owl and he's getting chased at the same time. But unfortunately, it's against Nico this time. The tram, unfortunately, not gonna help Nico that time. Oh, God, he's gonna get the hit onto the Psychologist. It's totally fine. He's gonna give up on the chase. He's gonna go for the last cipher instead. So, I don't know, man. Still looks like a very, 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 very pressured game.
Yeah, this is still a tough position. I guess the goal for Nico is now you got to at least get one elimination. You can't. And pallet stun onto the Antiquarian. Does she get the tram? No, the tram does stop, and this is looking so good for RD survivors. He only had he hasn't even shared. He hasn't got a single chair yet, which means they still will have Tide Turner for endgame. So this force escape is still possible. Charge attack misses onto the Antiquarian. Gets the pallet stun as well, and the kite continues for pin. Excellent kiting from RD. This is just raw kiting at this point. I mean, you can see the mind game so strong here. Goes for the swing there, not giving that hit. Gets another pallet stun. Cypher is primed. Do they go for the pop? It looks like no, they're gonna wait a little bit longer here. And misses that swing too. Antiquarian wants to try to position for a dungeon escape here. Nico is waiting. He's gonna try to go for a drop down and no.
I don't think he can go for the drop because
he's just waiting for his trade. Yeah. Oh no, but he's no, and he just hits. He doesn't wait for the trade either.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's sus. Endgame's gonna happen right now. Pin is still gonna take the kite. Doesn't have a lot of bamboos to work with, but again, the dungeon is in the middle. Pin, if they can finish decoding the gate, Pin can definitely try and make it through. But he doesn't have any. Oh, wait. Yeah, he doesn't have much of a stun going on, so I feel like. Oh my god! Oh, we totally forgot about the owl. Yeah, he has a third owl already, right?
Yep.
My god. But again, that's the thing about Clark. He can just stop the gate from being decoded. Yeah. I think they should
really
just have
slow
two
this
people
down.
there, right?
Yeah, let's see if I think they should have two there, and I think Wildling should be pressuring a harassment here, but I'm not really sure. I think RD is really just trying to get 3. They could easily get 4 from this position though if they play this right. We see the last stick from the Antiquarian is going to keep her alive a little bit longer. Has a vault here. Does she have a boost to work with? Does not get a boost just yet. It is on cooldown. Is going to transition to this next pallet here. Is able to vault this as Nico. He doesn't have a pallet break recording here. Pallet drop. Yeah, still no recording. Goes for the window block and is going to get the down. He did hold on to that window block recording, but 3 survivors out the gate here. Now, will they push? No, they're actually not going to push for this. They're actually just going to take the time. This was actually the first chair for Antiquarian, so they could have actually just waited out the tension and got for a Tide Turner rescue. But it looks like they're just, they know, I mean, they're in a position where they already had a 5-0. A 3-1 here puts them up 8-1 for this round. So they're just gonna hold on to their lead here, and a very impressive start here for RD on their opponent's map selection.
Yeah. I mean, the thing was, the moment you see Wildling not supporting, you kind of figure that they just really want that 3-man escape. They're like, yeah, we don't want to play anything risky. Let's just get the 8-1 point, and that's it. That's exactly what they went for. And can I just say, the Wildling has the easiest, the easiest time of his day, because he wasn't even harassing. There was no need for him to harass. There was no need for him to do any rescues. And all he was doing was just decoding, and even until the late game, opening up the gate. So I like what they're doing here. Not trying to force out a 4-man escape. Things might get ugly. So 8-1. Eli, real talk here. It seems like the streak is going on, and Nico being away from the stage is definitely not helping OM as well. Second game, I mean, I honestly, I don't know if I should say this, but I feel like Dreamwish would have been a better choice in that situation, right? But
yeah, I feel like Nico should have, because you have to anticipate that the survivors are gonna bring broken windows, right? Because think about it, you have 3 hunters. Nico has 3 hunters he can play here. He has Wax Artist, he has Clerk, and he has Dreamwitch. 2 of those hunters, broken windows is better against. 1 of those hunters, Flywheel, is better against. So realistically, the survivors are going to prepare more likely for 2 of them, and especially because this team comp counters the 3rd one so strong, they don't even really need Flywheel. Psychologist, Seer, Antiquarian, all hard counter Dreamwitch, are all very strong against Dreamwitch. And then on top of that, all 4 survivors are straight direct counters to Clerk for the most part. So Nico playing Clerk into this, I understand you have to 4 kills, so you have to play Clerk or Dreamwitch, kind of, but I guess I'm not really sure. Like, I just think that it's not. It's
better.
Yeah, well, not even that. It's just that you have to play Dreamwitch or Wax Artist here because you know they're going to be bringing broken windows in preparation for 2 out of 3 of those hunters. You have to anticipate that. So Dreamwitch can at least maybe deal with the comp because there's no Flywheel, and then Wax Artist can deal with it because these aren't counters to Wax Artist, they're counters to Dreamwitch and Clerk. So you have to go one of those 2 hunters here, in my opinion. Like, I understand Nico wanting to try to get Clerk round 1 because that appears to be his strongest hunter, but because this comp is such a direct counter, there's nothing Clerk can do against this, right? So, yeah, as you mentioned, I think Dreamwitch could have been better here.
Yeah. I mean, the moment you allow the Seer to farm out a 3rd owl, you know that the game's not really progressing the way you want it to be. And not to mention RD Pin, RD CY, both of them, 200 over seconds of containment time. That's just really, really scary to look at. So I don't know, man. I feel like they are up for a very. I mean, in game number 2, it's not gonna get any easier. They're probably just gonna go straight ahead. If they can't pick the map that limits Dreamwitch, they're just gonna ban the Dreamwitch again, right? Because it feels like they have no fear for Clark whatsoever.
Right, you can just counter comp it, you know.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Yeah. But you know what? Let's go head for a short break. See you guys. Yeah, right. A message, a heartfelt message coming in from ORM. I hope you get far in the tournament. Let's go at Jose Mywit Sponge, hashtag COA6 Global Support. You know what? You should probably go with the LFG because they definitely need to LFG right now, not just LG. So yeah, very, very nice supportive message coming in for OM. I'm pretty sure they're going to revisit this message very soon, and they're going to feel very appreciative to see it. And of course, another message coming in, Eli.
Yeah, RD, let's go. I'm not sure.
Bracket. Oh, bracket star.
From Dean Chen here.
Creative Dean Chen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think it's supposed to be like a face or something.
It's like a maths kind of thing. Yeah. Physics, maths kind of thing. No, emoji. I'm just kidding. We definitely know it's an emoji. Yeah, welcome back, guys, to day number 6 COA group stages. Of course, joined by join with me. Join by me. Join with me. Joining me is Eli O, the one and only analytical god here, and also a sweetheart with guns. And it's me, Nello Mello, as well, paired up with our Southeast Asia caster here. So, yeah, going into this game, we've witnessed an amazing 8-1 run by RD over OM. So, my God, a rundown of 8-1 is going to look really, really tough for OM to come back in game number 2. But yeah, it looks like the survivors are going to go first, Eli. So
yeah, so we kind of talked about how for RD, so it looks like we're going to see RD. Looks like they're going to go Chinatown. So it's very important for RD to win 2-0 here, right? So they already have a nice round 1 victory. If RD wants any chance to come out and potentially make the 3rd spot for qualifiers, to qualify for playoffs, they need to win this 2-0 to get some of those net victories back. So that's going to be really key for them here, is to get a 2-0 victory against OM, get as many points as possible. And yeah, looks like RT is going to go Chinatown. So this is basically, I think the idea is that maybe they're going to ban Dream Witch. I guess Chinatown works for Nico's Hunters, waxing pretty good on Chinatown for the most part. So I think maybe they're just picking it for Ryun's Hunter. I mean, he does have Dream Witch. He does have Clerk. We've seen him kind of bring out a lot of hunters. He does have Hermit. He's got so many different options available.
Yo, Eli, look at Ryu now. Like look at Ryun's face now. I feel like I mean, does he look like the twin of Nerukun? He looks like
they got the
Nerukun's
same
twin. Yeah, the same facial feature.
Yeah.
But yeah, one's a hunter main
very
and one's
serious.
a survivor main. Yeah, very serious. But of course, Neru changed his hairstyle. It's longer. Ryun has highlights going on. And they're from different regions and they play different factions. But you know what? Let's just go back to the game because Ryun ready to wreak some havoc. He's already done so with his 4K Hermit against OM in the earlier rounds. OM's definitely considering, do we straight up ban the Hermit again? Can we deal with it if we don't ban it? I mean, it's Chinatown. Is Hermit gonna be a mess, a force to be reckoned with in Chinatown? Do we want to risk it again, or should we just go ahead and ban something else? I mean, if it's you, do you ban the Hermit again in Chinatown?
I mean, technically, Hermit's good on Chinatown. It's very open, so it's very easy to hit your shocks. And considering that they had a really difficult matchup against Hermit the first time around, I think it's reasonable to ban Hermit here. The question is, though, are they prepared? Because see, if you ban Hermit, then you open up Dream Witch and Clerk. So you have to be very careful. I think the idea for OM should be ban Hermit and then play like a Clerk and Dream Witch countercomp, similar to what the survivors of RD did in the first round. But then I really would, I know I keep stressing this, but if they can take something like Mechanic or Embalmer, it's going to be very important for them. Embalmer is actually strong on a big open map like Clerk because you can coffin across the map, and it's very good against Dream Witch. So I think that should be the goal, is to have that sort of approach while trying to counter Dream Witch and Clerk at the same time and just ban the Hermit.
Yeah. I mean, the Hermit is definitely very annoying to play against. When you play against the Hermit, it's definitely going to be, my God, it's going to be a very long game guaranteed. Unless if something happens like with God J's Hermit, like they practically decoded 5 ciphers, no more, no less. So unless if you're playing a really, really good game against Hermit, that's not really likely to happen here in this game between OM and RD. But yeah, PB and Jam just setting up his device, going up against Ryun. They definitely have a lot of things to think about in this game. I mean, Ryun, honestly, if you talk about Ryun, he does have other characters he can play with in this map. Doesn't have to play Hermit. He also has a very scary Geisha. Also has a BQ. And you know what? Even if he doesn't want to go there, he wants to go old school, he can go for Bonbon as well. Playing it safe. But honestly, I don't think that RD is feeling pressured enough to play safe. I feel like they can just easily go for a very aggressive build. So I guess the only thing that's left is for OM to counter that ego in case they really want to play greedy.
Typically I would say that it's better to play conservative here because RD has such a big lead. But yeah, I mean, because they had such a strong performance in the first round and they need as many points possible to get themselves back into this group stage, playing aggressive and trying to farm as many points possible here, get as many points out of this match as possible is very important for them. So I think that's the goal for RD, is just see what you can do here. They have to get a 2-0 first of all to get those net wins back, but then also the individual points can matter if there's a tiebreaker situation, which could easily happen because this group is possible in terms of points. So we are going to see Priestess and Seer immediately banned from Ruin here. Looks like Mercenary and Dancer right away, so they're not going to go Antiquarian. It looks like they are going to ban Hermit. So Dancer is good counter to Clerk, but it's not as strong against Dreamwitch, so you have to take that into consideration. So I feel like Merc and Antiquarian would have been more versatile as both of those counter Dreamwitch and Clerk, but it looks like they're going to go Dancer instead. They're just trying to counter the Clerk instead of the Dreamwitch, I guess, and they're sort of giving that as an option. And yeah, Antiquarian immediately getting banned here. So unfortunately, that won't be an option for Omega. It looks like Toy Merchant as well. Let's see what they opt for next. Looks like it is going to be Acrobat. And we'll see what Ruin opts to go as his final ban. I would love to see Embalmer or Mechanic. I mean, I keep stressing it, but if Omega wants to get to that end game, they need one of those tie characters. We're going to see Patient. So both of them are open. Will Omega pick one of those characters here and hopefully be able to reach an end game? Let's see.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to see. I mean, so far they haven't been answering to Eli's suggestions of. I mean, I totally agree. Like having an Embalmer would definitely add a lot. Little girl. Yeah, it looks very diverse. I would say that at least diversity. In terms of the characters they pick. I mean, Embalmer would definitely be very strong here, but I guess they want to go for more of the harassing sort of, if I can't kite, if I get hit first, I'll jump into a survivor sort of thing. That could happen, right? Like, they get pretty fast. The good thing for Little Girl is she can leech on to any survivors, and it will give her a second chance in the game. So we'll see what you pick. Yeah, swag. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of things going on here, but you know what? Ryun, wow, he's actually going for the conservative. Oh wait, never mind. He's going for a safe pick, but in this case, the safe pick can actually be a winning pick as well. Yeah. But I don't think it's gonna be a winning pick against Dancer, and.
I think Dreamwitch here is fine, because Dancer isn't as good against Dreamwitch as something like a Clerk. Little Girl can be good against Dreamwitch if utilized properly, but I think it would have been okay. I think Bonbon's fine as well. I mean, again, he's in a situation where he has such a big lead that it's fine to pick a character like Bonbon. Like, this comp does counter Clerk, so you're not going to play Clerk against this. Could have played Dreamwitch, but he's going with something that I think he's just more comfortable with his Bonbon. And a character, and, we talked about this a lot. But Little Girl is not quite as good against Bonbon because, even if you combine with Merc can still get chipped. It can still be a bit of an issue for combining, and you lose out on Cypher Rush. Whereas a character like, again, Embalmer self-rescues against Bonbon, right? Because he has such good camping abilities, you can easily free yourself with your Coffin. And that could be a huge upside for the survivors. We actually see Dancer spawn middle, which is good on some maps, but not really on Chinatown. You really want Dancer to utilize either the 2-story for the drop-down speed boost or set up the boxes over at the Umbrella Gate where the Mercenary actually spawned. So a bit of an interesting spawn from Omega. Let's see if this actually does work out for them. And we're probably not going to see the traits again from them, but yeah.
Yeah.
I hope for broken windows.
Yeah. Shout outs to Fukiame. Eli about to break down on stream.
I'm good.
he's talking about breaking down the entire analytics. Yeah. Yeah. If that's like a Star Wars Lego death ship kind of thing, I'm gonna invite you over because you're gonna help me build everything. But let's get it back into the game. Ryun again on the Bonbon. As you know, Bonbon not exactly an energetic hunter. Not good with chase unless you give him Red Bull. Even then, it probably wouldn't work. The bombs are really what's going on for them. Right. So yeah, but at least the Bonbon is very focused. Like the bombs, it sort of just blocks you along the way if you play along it. Ryun's trying to chase. Oh, was that a misstep?
I don't know. It looked like Dancer had enough. Right? Yeah, it looked like Dancer might have been able to make the pallet, but no. So first hit onto the Dancer here. Is gonna drop down. Dancer needs to make sure she doesn't run into the Bonbon here. Okay? So she's not gonna Good discipline from the dancer. Gonna get this pallet down. This is a strong pallet for a slow box. Because now if Ryun doesn't break it, and we do see a 5-second trapping the dancer away here, forcing her to go to the window. Does have broken window speed boost though, so she should be able to transition away here. Still has a slow box to work with, so we should see her set it up over in this pallet. Actually uses the spin, still gets the chip, has the control bomb, missing the control bomb. Does he have the chip? Snipes the dancer. She actually just runs into the control bomb there, and beautiful discipline from Ryun. Not too bad of a start, considering the position. I feel like Dancer should have just stayed in Hotel. I mean, Hotel is such a strong kiting area. But, you know, again, now you see the downside of spawning Dancer in the middle of the map. She doesn't have a lot to kite with when she's in the center of the map. She was able to get to Hotel, but Bonbon was able to catch up and get a free hit. So, unfortunately, this spawn might have cost OM a little bit here. We are going to see Mercenary pressure the rescue. Will he feed Tinnitus, or is he going to go for the save? I feel like OM needs to try to... They got to at least get a tie here, right? You know, you need to see some survivors. Get an escape here if you want a chance in this matchup. So I think Mercenary's just going to feed Tinnitus, and we're going to see them push Cypher Machines instead.
Yeah. I mean, female dancer doesn't have anything to kite, right? Like, there's nothing to help her with the comeback rebound kite. So I guess just leaving her to die and feeding Tinnitus will be fine. Generally, it will be good for OM, but Ryun does have teleport. So the moment, he can definitely just change targets to according to which Cypher is actually shaking the hardest. OM, they get to save their tide, and of course there's still 2 music boxes, one at this area, the other one at the hotel. So I guess even though the female dancer's gone, the box is gone as soon as he expires. So at least, well, they're putting themselves in a tie position here. Just Ryu's just breaking off the pallets as he goes. As soon as he sees Cypher the Cypher shakes, he's just gonna teleport straight away.
Right.
The question is, would it be more favorable to teleport to a little girl or an acrobat?
Yeah, we'll probably... I think either is okay. We're going to see Little Girl... Oh, Flywheels, but still eats the bomb. She was not able to get the timing right there. And unfortunately, a big miss from the Little Girl. Let's see if he's able to avoid this. Still has some pages to work with, but pushes herself actually away from the kiting area. So we're going to see Bonbon is able to catch up. Avoids every bomb there. Beautiful job from the Little Girl not to give a free chip, and is going to eat that basic hit. Bonbon's still not full presence just yet. She's going to be able to make it to the upstairs. No, she doesn't go upstairs?
No,
I guess she's just going to...
Yeah, she just wants to, I don't know, she just wants to be out in the open, you know? You gotta go out to get noticed, man. Yeah, but fortunately, avoiding that remote control bomb. I don't know, man, I like to call it time bomb, but yeah. Honor, doing pretty good so far, kiting. Honor, last Cypher already at 50%. Oh my god, he threw the pallet like that?
Yeah.
Wow.
And this is going to be first share for the Little Girl, but at least the best case scenario, or at least the bare minimum for OM now, is that they're able to get 2 out, most likely with this position. Because there's no teleport, they should be able to prime the Cypher Machine. Mercenary is actually going to decode, and we're going to see the Acrobat save. Now, this is a risky play. This is a high-risk, high-reward play. You save your Tide Turner for endgame, so potentially Mercenary can get a detention rescue, and they can go for a 3 escape. But the problem is because there's no Tide Turner, that means that if there's a farm off of chair with chips, the Bonbon can chip the Survivor off the chair and have no attacker for the endgame. But the save's after half, so it actually doesn't matter if Mercenary... And he's going to get knocked back, and we see the pop here. He is able to get the rescue, and does not get the swing here, it looks like. So it looks like the rescue... Yeah, so the rescue still is able to happen, but having no Tide Turner... Saving the Tide Turner ends up not mattering because Little Girl's still going to be dead on share now because they did get the rescue after half. If they wanted to go for that play, they needed to get the rescue before, and we do see the down onto the Little Girl. That hit does connect. OM should be able to get 2 out the gate now, it looks like.
Nice.
But I think this is still okay for RD. They still have a reasonable lead with the tie.
Cloud? Oh yeah, if he teleports, Cloud should pay really close attention. He should really run for the dungeon now. He should just U-turn back.
Yeah, he just go for dungeon. So
yeah. So hey, it's an upgrade from a 4K to a 2K. So definitely very well played by OM against Ryun. Ryun, I feel like RD has missed an opportunity here to play aggressive against OM, but well, he's taken his bet. Honestly, a Bonbon. Yeah, I think we pretty much categorized Bonbon as a draw, a safe pick in this match against OM. So I guess Ryun wasn't ready to risk it again in this first half, second game.
Yeah. So this is important for OM. Yeah. So this is their first survivor points that they're going to be able to get here, which is really important. It's really crucial that they're able to work out of this, because they need to start getting points back. They need to get survivors out the gate, and they do manage to get survivors out the gate now here against Ruin's Bonbon. So this is really important for them. So if there's any chance of a comeback, it is now. So now Nico. So again, if you do end up tying this round, you go into a third round situation where you're still down 8-1. So I think the goal here for Nico is that he should be trying to win. He should be trying to play a win potential hunter right now, and go for a winning position. Because if you just go for a tie here and try to force a third round, it doesn't really work out for OM, because then you still have to win the last round 8-1. So I think in reality, it makes the most sense for Nico to play an aggressive hunter and try to go for a win right now.
Yeah. I mean, he can play an aggressive hunter, but if they're going to ban his Dream Witch, what else can he play? I don't think he really wants to risk playing Clark anymore. I mean, he can go for the Wax Artist, right? Wax Artist will definitely still be good here. Does he have the Breaking Wheel? Let me just check.
Not really.
Yeah. Breaking Wheel's so risky. I think that's like risk S tier, because there's just so much going on. Like if you miss the spike, if you don't really hit anyone early game, you pretty much get rolled over in the later games. But just looking at the stats itself, again, a very strong draw from OM. You see that none of them, like only 2 survivors made the 60-second mark in terms of containment. Once the dancer pretty much kited and got sacrificed on the chair. So that's containment time on the... So she actually bought a lot of time on the chair as well. Bon stayed there. Ultimately, yeah, they managed to get a draw. Very strong. So we'll just have to see what Nico opts to go for in the next game against RD Survivor.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Yeah, what is he gonna pull out? So for RD's approach here, you have a few things you can do. You could go ahead and ban Dream Witch, which I think they will. I think they're gonna ban Dream Witch, and then you can play sort of a Broken Windows heavy team comp, because Broken Windows works against Clerk, works against Wax Artist, works against Sculptor, which are sort of his main options. And then I guess if you're really worried about not getting a good enough team comp, you could, in theory, RD can go Wax Artist ban and then just go anti-Clerk and anti-Dream Witch. But I think it probably makes the most sense just ban Dream Witch, get sort of an anti-Clerk team comp, and then just bring all Broken Windows in preparation of the Wax and Sculptor as well. And then it also, of course, will work against Clerk. And then you kind of leave Nico with nothing, because RD really, like, if the survivors of RD tie here, they don't mind that at all. Looks like we're going to see Shao actually sub in for ZK here. They don't mind if they tie, because if they tie, they go into the third round still up. Well, actually, that's not entirely true, because in terms of points, they really want to try to 2-0 to work back into the group stage.
Yeah, I think that's where they really want to take the win here, right? Yeah. I mean, if you technically get to a best of 3, of course that would be that's something worth celebrating for OM, because they fought back hard against RD, and that's practically the first time they will be able to make it to best of 3. But again, for RD, basically they're trying not to be the last place at this point. They still have hope, trying to fight for the 3rd spot. But in order to make that happen, they need a 2-0. So let's just see what Shao's able to bring to the table. Shao, he does play a mercenary, he does play a psychologist, does play an acrobat. Maybe that's what they really need in the comm at this point. They wanna go with a 3 decoder, 1 normal rescuer. You think that's gonna work? Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, technically, we saw a similar strategy from GH earlier in the tournament. We saw the Composer Postman. We saw a similar from ZT. We saw, what was it, Lawyer Composer? Or Lawyer Postman, Lawyer Composer, something like that. Yeah, but with the Postman, I think, in one of those games. So I'm not sure, but yeah, we could see a decoding heavy strategy. It did work for GH, so maybe it'll work here for the survivors of RD as well. And, considering that you are probably going again, the thing is, you also want to make sure you're countering Clerk, though. That's the other thing. So I think the goal is to definitely play anti-Clerk and just sort of create a good situation. You just don't want to lose this round, right? You want to at least tie, but you also want to win. So I think the idea is probably ban Dream Witch and just counter Clerk and Maybe force Nico onto just force him onto a non-win potential hunter, or at least less win potential, such as Clark or Wax Artist.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a possibility, a route that they can go through. And of course, yeah, just trying to say, we noticed here in the chat, and that's the one thing good. Okay, guys, let me just tell you, we've been here a lot of times. This is not the first time. For those of you who've seen us for the first time, we've been here for quite some time. We're always here. And the one thing that I can proudly say about our broadcast team is we have Eli as the best analytical guy on IDV. And we read your comments. We interact with you. So I would say, yo, we love you. And we definitely appreciate all those pro supporters as well, all the supporters in the chat. And unfortunately, I just have to say, let's be real, man. We can't be hype beasts 24 hours. I mean, we're organic. Like if you go to the gym, you probably know this, right? Eli definitely knows this. We're organic. We don't take steroids. It's all organic gains, bro. Yeah. But yeah. I'm sorry we can't be everyone's cup of tea, but we're definitely trying our best here. We're definitely trying our best. We definitely see you. We definitely hear you. And yeah, we definitely trying to bring the best for you at this point. So yeah. Eli, RD versus OM, do or die in Chinatown. Nico, he's already banning the Seer and the Priestess. So, any indication? Like, is this like a Clark ban?
Well, these are pretty standard for pretty much any hunter he has available, so it makes sense. Looks like we're going to see Dreamwitch here. Probably Merc Antiquarian will probably be the first picks here. Makes the most sense. We could also see some other sort of counter like Dancer. Dancer would also be good against Clerk. Would be good against so Merc Antiquarian. I would expect Nico to ban Dancer and one other character, probably Entomologist most likely.
Yeah.
But at least ban the Dancer here. No, he gives Dancer, huh? It's gonna be Merchant Psychologist. I guess this is fine because again he's trying to get a good Clerk comp, but you just open up Dancer. Dancer counters Wax, it counters Sculptor, it counters Clerk. So yeah, curious decision there. This makes the RD Survivor side a lot stronger now.
Yeah, and the final ban will be the Acrobat. So he's taking away mobility. Yeah, definitely sets up for a Wax Artist, right? I mean, honestly, Dreamwitch's gone. I don't think he's gonna go back to those kind of safe builds, safe characters like Bonbon. He's probably just gonna go straight Wax Artist. And as you know, Crack Artist is definitely Chinatown approved. I'm just surprised RD didn't pick up Entomologist though.
Yeah, Ento here would have been very good. Obviously very strong against Sculptor, very strong against Wax, very strong against Clerk. But I think also they already have enough support. I mean, you have Antiquarian, you have Dancer support, and then Patient is actually a strong kiter, especially on Chinatown, but also is very good at transitioning. So it makes Patient strong against Wax and Clerk as well, and Sculptor for that matter. So I think Patience here is fine if you have the Antiquarian and Dancer support. It looks like he's going to go Naiad. We have not seen Nico play Naiad at all here. So this is a very surprise pick from him here. Especially against this team comp. I mean, Naiad has a hard chase on Antiquarian. You have a hard chase on Patient. I guess Dancer's is... Naiad's decent against Dancer compared to some of his other options. But when you have to go for a win, Naiad is more of a draw hunter than a win potential hunter. So interesting decision here. But we have seen Naiad. I mean, we have seen Naiad get some... being able to win some games with that very strong camping ability. So that might also have an impact here.
Yeah. Well, Nico definitely needs to pull off the Terra Shocks. I mean, if that happens, then it will probably increase his chances greatly of getting a win over RD Survivor here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it is RD Survivor against OM's Hunter. RD just needs like a 3-man escape. Oh my god, I just said just needs, but technically it's... technically that's what they need.
So we actually see, something else to point out is we actually see, this is what I like to see, we see the Dancer spawning at the Umbrella Gate. So this is why you spawn Dancer, because for a few reasons. One, Dancer has a free access to Hotel. She can just immediately rotate to Hotel if she does get chased. She can set up a slow box over at the that breakable window near the Umbrella Gate. And then she can also set up boxes. She's also close enough to middle where she can also put boxes there. So typically that's where we'd see Dancer spawn. And we saw in the last round, Omega struggled a little bit because they opted to spawn Dancer middle instead, and she immediately got targeted. So in this case, the RD survivor spawning Dancer off to the side ends up working. Should, I think, benefit them a little bit more. We will ultimately see in the long run, but I think this is a nice spawn from RD. Let's see who he opts to go for first. I think probably just going to immediately locate the Dancer. But yeah, as you see now, Dancer already rotating to Hotel because of that spawn. And this is going to work out quite nicely for them. Already inside Hotel, strongest kiting area in the map, especially for Dancer with a slow box setup. And this is looking like a nice position for CY.
Yeah, finally decides to just come back to put down the pallet. He's like, yeah, I think I've forgotten something. I'm just gonna put down the pallet first, slow you down a little bit. Also, just to add on a little bit, Dancer is also very strong in the Hotel for another reason. Well, when you drop down from a second floor elevation, you have... Oh, what?
Did he lose
lost
the Dancer?
What? Oh, because he was gonna rotate up, but
yeah,
no, CY left.
He beautiful. Yeah, beautiful mind game from the Dancer. They're able to make a lot of this. Yeah, I mean, he just kind of ran away, but
yeah, I know, right?
I guess it's like one of those things where you take a different route than the hunter expects, and it kind of works out a little bit. But yeah, exactly. And it looks like he's kiting near the mercenary, so he's not going to change targets, so he's going to stay on the Dancer. Another slow box setup, and you see why Dancer can be strong against Knight as well, because he can just spin away when they pull back that trident and create that distance.
Yeah, I mean, now he's just going to rotate back to the Hotel, right? I mean, he can definitely do it. Like, if he manages to pass this point, he can definitely take that point. Nico does have a blink to work with. CY just has to be really careful not to do those risky moves.
Wow, beautiful mind game. Yeah, with the spin there. He needs to be careful he doesn't give a water here. He still has the flywheel. He's going to get the pullback. Oh, gets the pop! And the flywheel and the down! What a turn of events there. Wow, it was looking so strong for the Dancer, but all of a sudden, missed flywheel, gets the hit, takes the water there. Nico able to trap him there. He's not going to take basement. Interestingly enough, I guess he realizes he needs to create some sort of cypher pressure because he has to go for a win here.
Yeah. I mean, that flywheel, I did not expect that. Missing the flywheel on the 99%, on the wetness pop, and then getting hit without the blink, that definitely made a lot of difference. Oh, but no, he's not gonna be able to foil the rescue. Mercenary gonna take a hit, but only after rescuing the female Dancer. Female Dancer is still strong, running away from the ciphers of the Mercenary. Yeah, I mean, honestly, ciphers. Yo, Nico, just getting
does get the blink there. Yeah. It looked like he almost predicted that, but yeah, it looks like that does get the register here. So let's see what's going to happen. So they have two ciphers almost done here. The question is, the person decoding that 80% cipher needs to pop and go for another rescue. That needs to be the situation here. It looks like, they may fall a little bit short on cipher progress. Let's see. The thing is, Dancer needs to be able to stay alive after the pop here. It looks like they're going to try to, no, it looks like we're going to see the Antiquarian actually trying to go for this rescue. They're able to pop two ciphers, but they still need to push 25% on the last one. Keep in mind he has no trait swap, so there's no option to switch to Excitement. We're going to see the pullback here. Goes hits the chair! Hits the chair. Antiquarian does not mind taking a water hit as she's going to push the Naiad back a little bit here. And Antiquarian needs to harass until the Cypher Machine is primed. They're not yet to that last Cypher. It's 25% of the way done. We're going to see Patient takes a water, but that's okay. He's going to go decode the last Cypher anyway. They're going all in on this win here. Did he miss? I think he missed the water there.
He did.
He missed the water. Yeah.
That's a part not getting covered. Oh my god, look, they're just circling around the same area. Pain's just going to make sure that Dancer's safe here.
He can just stay here until he has to block it off, though. If he doesn't block it off. No, now he's just going to the last Cypher. And Dancer gets away.
Yo, I mean, now technically they can just start a new Cypher elsewhere, or they can just heal up, make sure that the Dancer doesn't, well, at least still has a potential of living long enough in case Nico decides to come back again. Yeah, Nico's definitely coming back now, and fortunately the heal's not gonna happen soon enough.
Yeah, they didn't get it off there, it looks like. But the problem here is that Antiquarian still has Stick to harass with, and that Cypher Machine 60%. They've opened up a new one. So Dancer basically needs to stay alive long enough for them to either prime this next one or push the 60%. It looks like they're just pushing the new one here, 30% of the way done. Trying to loop out this whole area. Goes to the dash. Antiquarian needs to not go down because she needs to be able to harass here. So RD needs to keep this. Dancer taking a lot of water. Can she fly with the water here? Fumbles it. Oh, beautiful timing.
Done. Yeah, beautifully done. That was so important because if he goes down here, Cypher's not even done. He won't be able to help. But Pin, my God, just stunning him through. CY? No! Antiquarian. Oh my God, he definitely has to waste enough time.
She has, she has to get
She has to come and do
Can she get the stun? Drops. Can they get the pop off right here? Are they gonna go for it?
Gonna pop?
Goes for the blink. And they can pop the Cypher machine. Wow, I feel like Antiquarian should have just gone for it because you have to consider that he might have that blink available. Now here's the question: is can they get this gate open in time? He's gonna chase after the Antiquarian. No blink available here. Antiquarian still has stick to work with. Do they know where the dungeon is? Let's see. We're gonna see. Does get kind of caught in the middle. Does he have? Is he gonna go for the stick here? He needs to try to get this. Goes for the misses the stun there. Misses the stun, and it looks like this is going to be 2 survivors out the gate here. And we are going to have an extra round.
Yo, Eli OT at this point, commentating with Nello OT. Yeah, that's definitely the case here. I think RD wasn't expecting that. Because they definitely tried to get the 2-0 point. But at this point, OM kind of messed up their game plan of getting a 2-0, forcing them into a game 3. So, honestly, I feel like OM, it's good that they brought it to game 3, but if they don't win, it feels like it's the ranking's not gonna change a lot, or probably not gonna move. But for RD, this is really huge actually, because now being unable to get it all done in 2 games, how is this gonna impact the game though?
Well, we actually had it a little wrong before. It's my bad, but RD can still get +2 net wins because a tie is still 0-0.
Yeah.
So even if RD wins the last round, it still counts as 2-0. So it actually still is fine for them. The only problem is that they don't get as many extra points in the round because if it comes down to tie on net wins, then you have to go based off of points. So 2-2 here is not really ideal for them exactly. So yeah, I think that overall, obviously,
right?
Yeah, they would still make it. They would, of course, like to be able to take that victory, but they still have a huge lead. I mean, they have an 8-1 lead right now. OM has to win the last round 8-1 if they want any sort of chance at coming back here.
Yeah, I mean, but again, I would say that's a flip side to everything. RD not being able to take it, but at the same time, this is also the first time that OM has brought it to game number 3, and Nico securing a draw. I think that was also one of the. That's also the first time he actually managed to get a draw and bring the team to game number 3. So I would say OM has definitely stepped up. A lot of teams have stepped up, and for OM to catch up, I mean, it's pretty late into the group stages, but being able to power up at this moment is definitely a cause for OM to at least feel a little bit more relief. But they are still not out of the hot pan because it's still 1 win, 1 draw in favor of RD. So in game number 3, I think this is the first time OM goes to game 3, right? So if he gets the Naiad ban, if he gets the the Dream Witch ban, and choose a map that doesn't favor Wax Artist, what else can Nico play? And I mean, he has Sculptor, but honestly, does it? You think it's gonna make enough impact for him to get a win over RD?
It's hard to say. I mean, they have to pick a map that is. I feel like they'll probably go. It's hard to say. I feel like they'll probably go with the map. They have to go with the smaller map, but that also benefits Rune as well. So it's hard to say. True. But I think the goal should be that they have to pick a map that's going to be good for Clerk or Sculptor or I guess Naiad now. That's an option for Nico because he's going to have to play one of those hunters in the last round. If you go a big map in favor of Wax, they can just ban Wax and Dream Witch, and then you all of a sudden Clerk's not really available because it's a bad map, and then Sculptor's not as good because Sculptor's not as strong on big maps. So it's sort of like it's an interesting situation, but I think it makes the most sense. Probably they could go if they go something like Red Church or Arms Factory. It's still decent for Sculptor. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, the problem is I'm not really sure, to be honest here.
Yeah, and this is the first time, right? Yeah. But you know what? Let's put a pin on that thought, and we'll be right back after this break. I believe in OM. I have hope, says at Nikolai, hashtag COAVI global support. So very inspirational. It's just that, how we sound like. So Eli, you want to take a turn? Try to read that message in an inspiring voice. Let's go.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
I believe in OM. I have hope.
Yo, bro.
We'll see how
you
that.
Hear the claps, bro.
Hopefully that gave a little
inspiration for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, this one. RD fighting at Elf yielding hashtag COAVI global support.
Yep.
Okay, so what about a fierce voice, Eli? Let's go. Fiery Naruto.
I don't know. I don't really do that one. But yeah. Anyways.
I think we were caught a little bit off guard, right? Like you were, because this is technically the first time OM goes to a best of 3. Yeah. So clearly it's the first time for everyone here, for us as well. So the only thing we can point you guys towards is what Hunter Nico has. So technically his ace in the hole is Dream Witch. Best of 1, his Clark has been countered. He only got a 1k, right?
Right.
No, 4. 0k, 4 survivors escape, right? No,
he got
1k. 1k. Yeah, 1k. And then he does have a Naiad, which he managed to use a draw. He does have a Sculptor. He does have a Disciple. Honestly, we definitely have to see the map bans as well. But this is the first time in making, so you guys in the chat, you guys have to be really proud of. Those who are supporting OM has to be really proud of them, right? So, just more orange heart spams. Give OM the support they need, because I know Jam hangs out in the chat. PBN Jam hangs out in the chat when he's not playing. So, definitely do so in your time. But right now, Eli, do or die. What's the score again in round 1?
So round 1 was 8-1 and then 4-4. So right now it's 12-3. 3.
Yeah, 12-3. Yeah, it's a draw, right?
Wait.
Oh wait, was it? No, 4.
Wait.
5. OM has 5 points.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then
no.
8-1. It's a draw, right?
4-4. 12-5. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So I apparently didn't pass first grade for mathematics.
Well, you're not Asian, so obviously Asians maths are good. So
it's kind of funny. I literally math is literally my strong subject. Like I literally study mathematics as like one of my can't even do basic math in my head. It's just like IDV math is too complicated, I guess. What is it?
It's okay. We always get this. That's why we have our very own production at the back to show us those wonderful stats on the screen. Yeah. And speaking of showing the assets, showing info, we're going to Leo's memory. So best of 3, Christmas venue. What are your thoughts?
So Leo's memory, I feel like is. Wait, was Leo's memory picked by OM, right? I believe. So Leo's memory is technically, theoretically, probably the worst map for Nico's Hunter pool. So I'm having a little hard time. It's a cursed map, yeah. I have a hard time. I guess the idea is you're trying to put Ryun on a bad map for his hunters, but you put it's back to that same strategy we talked about before. Now, how we see OM, they try to pick a map for the survivors to counter the opposing team's hunter, but then they put their hunter on a very weak map. So now Nico has a ton of pressure to play hunters on Leo's memory. Leo's memory is very weak for Nico's hunter pool. He doesn't have hunters like a hunter like Geisha would be good on something like Leo's memory. But Nico doesn't have that. He's got hunters like Clerk, he's got hunters like Sculptor, Wax Artist. Those are all very weak because they all get countered by Factory Loot. only hunters that can cut off factory loop are hunters that are good on Leos, which Nico doesn't have a hunter for that situation. So yeah, Leo's memory here, to me, it seems like they're putting Nico in a really tough situation. Yeah, I don't know.
Vessel 3, and they want to put Nico back. They're so eager to put Nico back in a tough position. But yeah, for the third and final time, it's going to be the survivors going up first again. So it's not going to be an easy game at all. And you know what? While we're at it, waiting for the band's picks, just want to do a little bit of shout outs to people in the chat, especially Reverie. No hate, by the way. I'm just an observative person. Honestly, let's just get all of this out of the way. We really appreciate feedbacks. We really appreciate positive, constructive comments, constructive feedbacks, because we are human. We really want to improve ourselves. So we really appreciate it. We definitely would not hate you if you're trying to give these comments to help us improve, grow as a person and as a commentator, right? So thank you so much. Don't feel bad about saying all those things, especially if you're trying to help. Yeah, so no worries. Just back to the game. Of course, going into the band picks, Leo's memory, Ryun looks so... I don't know, man. After the two kill, yeah, he looks intense. Like after the safe pick with a bonbon in the last game, I don't know, man. You think he should go safe again this game and allow the survivors to make an impact, or do you think he should just go all out first here, like go with the high risk, high reward?
Yeah, the thing is, it is we're gonna see Dream Witch and Hermit Band. So they do open up Clerk, but that's still okay. Clerk's not too strong on Leo's memory, because of that factory loop. So let's see what they opt to go with. I think Ryun he could probably just go back to Bonbon, honestly, and because again they have to win 8-1. But then RD actually wants to win this round in terms of net points. So I'm not really sure. Let's see what they ultimately go with here. It looks like we're going to see Mercenary and Dancer locked in here. For Ryun, I think we're going to see Merchant get eliminated. You don't really want to give that as an option for this type of map. So I would imagine probably Merchant, maybe Merchant and some other...
Yeah. But they don't play Bomber, so
they're not going to fight. I feel like, yeah. Even though Bomber would be great. Yeah, it looks like Patient here. And Bomber is a great character for Leos because you can just cough in straight into Factory. So typically, teams pick Leo's memory for two reasons. One, because it's going to be very strong for characters like Toy Merchant. And then two, it's strong for characters like Embalmer. So it creates a lot of Embalmer Merchant strategy sort of plays. So because Merchant's banned, you'd think OM would have Embalmer as their last character selection for this type of map. But let's see. And especially considering that OM needs to try to push for a win here, I would think that Embalmer would be a good character to try to get that extra escape that they're really looking for right now. So I would hope to see that here, but Hermit again. Yeah. Interesting.
I mean, I don't know, man. They seem very, very persistent. Let's just give it to them. They're really persistent, right?
Yep. Let's see what we can do here.
Consistency. Consistency.
I think the idea with Barmaid is that it's going to be strong against Clerk, right? But the thing is, it's no longer the same situation where in the first round they go Barmaid because they want to counter Dream Witch and Hermit and Clerk, right? But because Hermit and Dream Witch are banned, that's not really an option anymore. And because it's Leo's memory, there's a good chance Ryun probably won't even play Clerk. He'll probably go back to something like Bonbon here. But let's see what he decides to go on. We have seen Ryun pull out a lot of hunters in the long run. Yeah, he's just going to go right back to Bonbon. And Bonbon, as we talked about, is strong against that Barmaid. So they're sort of playing into the Bonbon here. They have to win. OM has to go for a win here.
Yeah. OM definitely needs to go for the win here against Ryun. I mean, technically, if they don't bring all broken windows, I would be really, shocked. Because again, this is Leo's memory. There's a very strong factory in the where they can utilize the kiting, the looping areas. But I mean, I don't know, man. They brought Flywheel before. Didn't really work to a certain extent. Yeah. I mean, was it Honor or was it Cloud who took the first kite against Ryun's Bonbon? Because
it was the
Antiquarian, right?
Yeah. That was Cloud. Yeah, Cloud.
Yeah, and it really worked well. But this time they don't have any OBs, harassers. So let's see how they're gonna handle Ryun, because honestly, OM, this is their chance. It's gonna be very steep, but if they want to win this, they need to get a 4-man escape. Otherwise, yeah, the 8-1 in the first round is gonna pretty much solidify the deal. So
here we go. Let's see what they opt to bring. I think they'll probably bring Broken Windows. Obviously, his Ryun's 200s here are Clerk and Bonbon, right? And Broken Windows work against both of them. So I think it makes the most sense to go with both of those. The problem with this team comp as well is they didn't bring any character for saving against a Bonbon. They didn't bring any character to support the Merc's rescue, and they didn't bring a consistent rescuer like an officer. So they kind of play. This comp is entirely here to counter Clerk, and it's just very unfortunate that it turns out to be very weak to Bonbon. So yeah, we're gonna see, and it looks like they went triple flywheel now.
They're going the exact opposite.
So,
why?
Oh, beautiful. Oh, double bomb onto the barmaid right away. What a setup from Ryun, and he's trapped in the shack here. He really has nowhere to go. Still has the speed drink, so I think we're probably going to utilize that in a second to get to these slow boxes. Goes for the bomb. Second chip onto the barmaid. Has the control bomb, and the instant down onto the barmaid. Doesn't even make it to the box. What a fast down for a Bonbon, and you see right there now why Broken Windows and Barmaid, or why Broken Windows is very strong against Bonbon, and why Barmaid is so weak against Bonbon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like they're just trying to do the opposite of what we suggest. But yeah, seriously, triple Broken Windows would have been so much better. But again, well played for Ryun. But let's not forget though, like we've seen this happen before. One person goes down really, really fast, but somehow the rescue happens, and then the Cypher Rush still gets going, and then all of a sudden, even though you have a series of misfortune on the side of the survivor side, they somehow manage to tie it. So let's see if OM's able to come back from this. Cloud already rotating away. Doesn't seem like anyone's approaching. Mercenary's on his way, but he's pretty. He's on wanted order, so he's not gonna be rescuing. I feel, yeah.
But they have to 3 escape. They have to at least 3 escape, right? If they want a chance here, because they need at least a 3-1. So I guess maybe, and this is again why this comp's not prepared for Bonbon, because there's no consistent rescuer like an officer, and then there's no one to support the rescue like a prospector, right? So Bonbon camp is just so strong, so they're not even gonna rescue. So I guess the idea now is they just have to dungeon escape. Yeah, that's their only out now at this point, and with no. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, and the Cypher's behind too. They've only finished 1 Cypher in that entire time, and they only have 50% Cypher. So the Cypher for OM, unfortunately, is also way behind right now. So it's looking pretty good for Ryun at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, technically, it looks like they sort of just gave up on Barmaid just to finish 1 Cypher, and they actually spend more time doing the rotation. So let's see, like the postman is actually in the vicinity, has a tranquility letter, probably not gonna help him a lot. Oh, and the flywheel, beautiful! Like now that's a really good flywheel going on.
Yep.
A time bomb chip damage though, but it's fine. Cloud gonna get it, the bling. Oh my god, it's gonna secure the postman. Now all that's left is Mercenary and Female Dancer.
Yep. And you see again, the Cypher Rush also just still behind as well. They still have 4 Cyphers remaining, and this is already the next survivor on share against a Bonbon, which is typically not a hunter that is gonna, slow Cypher Rush down this much. But unfortunately, OM just over rotation, just not a lot of decoding throughout this match. And Ryun, you really see him taking advantage of that situation. This is something you'd expect from a high-level competitive hunter like himself. And we're gonna see using a control bomb onto the Shack Cypher, trying to slow down the Cypher progress. For OM, they have to get this rescue before half here, and then they need to have, and they're not going to get the Mercenary's not even here, which means the rescue's going to be after half, and it's against a full presence Bonbon. So let's see what Jam can do here. He's definitely one of the stronger rescuer players we've seen from the Omega side here. Looks like he's going to elbow pad, try to get this rescue here. Bonbon goes for the chip here, goes for the swing. Terror Shock and the bomb, and he stuffs the rescue on the Mercenary. What a play from Ryun. Still 3 Cypher machines remaining, and as a Bonbon, 3 Cyphers. Wow.
Yeah, it's so hard. TS, spam TS in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, because there was such a beautiful Terror Shock from Ryun. My goodness. PB and Jam, it's like plot twist. It's like Eli saying, yeah, PvG and Gem really is stable. He really is. It's just unfortunate that there's just so many people falling to Terra Shocks today. We sort of see it coming from a mile away, especially when you're under pressure, right? But now the flywheel, yeah, gonna negate the chip damage, but he's gonna get that one hit onto the female dancer. I mean, technically, if female dancer can kite long enough, well, PB and Gem can finish up that scythe. Can finish up the cipher. Yeah.
You see a nice spin there, able to avoid that. Should have one more available, and it doesn't. Is she gonna use the last one? Maybe she. No, just gonna go down to that bomb there. Yeah, I guess she must have left the box. And as soon as you leave the box, the cooldown starts. So unfortunately, did not exactly. Yeah, was just not able to use that second one there. So we do see the dancer go down here, and yeah, now it's just a matter of time here. Rune's gonna get as many points as possible. Again, we talk about how important it is for these Team RD to get as many points as possible if they want a chance to come back in their group stage. So Rune's going to go ahead and look for that mercenary. Again, still 2 ciphers remaining, so there's no risk of that last cipher machine getting primed. And Rune has all the time in the world to work with right now.
Yeah, I love it. All the time in the world makes the OT go up and down. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just on OT mood right now. Yeah, I'm on OT mood. And it looks like OM, PB and Gem, still trying to kite. If Jam goes down here, well, basically he has nothing. He doesn't have self-heal anymore. My goodness, he used up the pad, and Ryu's like casually, yo bro, I'm gone. so I guess the only thing to do now is to find each other, heal up, find something from the box maybe. I mean that has to be the game plan, right? Hide from the bonbon, don't touch ciphers, touch it occasionally, find something from the item, heal up, and maybe try and finish up those 2 ciphers. Yeah, they met each other.
Yeah. So they should definitely. Yeah, you want to heal up here. Again, not a lot of opportunities. You just kind of hope that Rune doesn't find where you're healing. And so Omega is taking the slow heal approach. Finally, it's good to see them do this because you have to do this in this situation. The only problem now is that there's no self-heal on either survivor. So if both of them go down, it looks like we're gonna see. Okay, so we do see. I'm surprised that usually you actually want to prime your heal, so the hunter doesn't know you're healing up. They actually don't prime it, so Ryun definitely knows they're healing somewhere. But it looks like he's not able to find them anyway, so it still ends up being okay here. And OM survivors are going to reset. You want to stop here. You want to search chests. They're not going to get crows because they just healed. They were just healing. That means that's the same as touching a cipher. So they're not going to get crows here. They want to stop and search chests, get some items, so they'll have some kiting potential. But did Jim run into the hunter? Oh, he runs into the bonbon here, which means that Ryun can now, he has 6 bombs to work with. He has blink. Yeah, and no items for this mercenary as well.
Oh my god, yeah. The 1 chip damage, the 1 hit's gonna do it. PB and Gem running away from the bonbon, running away from cute things. Apparently, that's what we're doing here. 1 more bomb's gonna get him down. The time bomb's gonna do it. He's just gonna leave PB and Gem. Yeah, he's gonna leave. Agramon, yeah, because he has no more self-heal, no more pads. So I feel like they're really delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, and again, RD's already secured a win. Ryun only needed 2 kill here, and he's already secured a 4 kill. And again, just as many points as possible for RD is important here for group stage placement. And now it's just a matter of time. I'm just gonna go look for the dancer. We see, Dancer gets a syringe. Unfortunately, that's the worst possible item to have gotten from a chest there, so that's a bit unlucky here for Agramont. But let's see if Ryun could potentially find where this dancer is. I guess for Agramont, because you have to touch a cipher. If you don't, Agramont gets crows here, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So.
Bro King. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's just gonna find the dancer here. Gonna commit to this chase here. Still has blink to work with. Dancer, of course, does have factory to work with. So you have flywheel. You have some. You have the drop down boost, but again, it's just a matter of time as mercenary does not have self-heal.
Yeah. You know what's the worst kind of games? The games where
does he blink through the wall?
Oh, can you?
Oh, he's not gonna go for it.
Yeah,
you actually can go for that, but it looks like he wasn't gonna take the risk there.
Yeah. I mean, the games that are really the hardest, the worst game is the game that's really the hardest. Like, you got the first kills pretty fast, you got the second kill, and then all of a sudden you have to find the last survivor to get a 3k or a 4k, and then it's so hard. That's why this map is the cursed map, because look at how long the time is. the time he bought. Oh, okay. He's gonna finally just aggressively use the blink. Agramon has a little bit of speed boost. No, not going on. Still on cooldown. The flywheel is gonna save him from the chip damage. One more. A time bomb? No. Oh my god.
There's the bomb. Oh, he runs into it. He does get that hit there. Gets the snipe and the down, and that is 4 survivor elimination with Bonbon on Leo's memory now. I mean, that's not something you see every day. So impressive gameplay from Ryun, able to get all 4 down with still 2 ciphers left on honestly a difficult map for Bonbon. I would say that factory loop is so difficult. So yeah, excellent job from Ryun, really putting on display his Bonbon skills there.
Yeah. Is it weird that I think, you're talking about the Merc rescuing being the pivotal point, right? Like the Terra Shock, the fail rescue actually brought it a whole new other level. As in, the Bonbon just solidifies the win through that Terra Shock, right? So while that's going on, when that was going on, I was actually thinking of peanut butter and jam. So. Yeah, because I'm just thinking about chewing it. I haven't eaten one yet. So yeah, but honestly, that was a really, really solid game by Ryun compared to his game number 2, right? Game number 2, he faced a lot of obstacles, and even though there's no entomologist here to block the Bonbon, and honestly, I'm very surprised he banned the mechanic, because if it's not obvious, OM doesn't play mechanic or a bomber, but he still decides to ban. So, but he still got the 5 points. So technically, the next game, Nico is it's gonna be pretty much an exhibition game for Nico, right? So
yeah, just an exhibition game. So yeah, he'll just probably go out there and just have some fun, see what he can do. So get some good practice in.
Yeah, play Lucino. Let's go.
Yeah, looking back at the match, there were just so many points in which, it just really fell out of favor. I mean, from the first down, very fast down onto the barmaid, to the next kill was very fast onto the postman, to the stuffed, and then as soon as you get the stuffed rescue, the game's over. But the way Bonbon wins is if you can, 1, stuff rescues, or 2, just get very fast consecutive downs. And we saw all of those things happen. A very fast first down, a very fast second down, and a stuff rescue. And from there, the game is over. And the survivors never even made it to factory. You never made... Factory is such a strong kiting area. And you see why Leo's memory is very weird, because it's not necessarily good for hunters or bad for hunters, because it's like, if you get in factory, it's bad for the hunter, it's good for the survivors. But if you're outside factory, it's such a bad kiting area, and it's good for the hunter, which you saw in that case, right? He took advantage and got quick downs. So that was sort of, the situation. Just 2 fast consecutive downs plus a stuff rescue. Excellent job from Ryun. And again, Barmaid struggles against Bonbon, right? She doesn't really have anything for dealing with Bonbon, for dealing with the chips. You try to use the heal, but they're just going to chip you, boom, boom, and you're down, and not much you can do there.
Yeah, I like that, boom, boom. I mean, if he used the speed boost earlier on, has he actually used it? No, right? Because if he used it...
I think he used it after he left Shack, but then still got hit by the bomb.
That's
possibly.
Very unfortunate.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but again, I just feel like this is pretty much the deal that seals it. I mean, this is the 3rd game after all, and OM is pretty much down 3 games at this point against 3 different teams. So yeah, I think. I guess it's just up to Nico to just put on a show for the fans there, because there's a lot of love going on for Nico as well. The Purple Huts going on. Yeah, Nico, not only Nico, but OM is actually trying really hard. So go ahead, please do support them. And can I just say, Paradox 818, what is this? The type of guy to eat alphabet soup in alphabetical order? Why? I don't know, man.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know why it's so funny. How do you even have alphabets in the soup? What kind of soup do you eat, bro?
There's like this. I feel like they don't make it anymore, but there used to be like a soup where like you have like the letter shapes, the shape of letters as like the soup, the pasta or something.
Is that like long ago?
Because that was a cereal. I feel like that was a cereal.
Oh. Okay.
I don't even know, to be honest.
I know.
I've never had it. I've never had it before. I don't know.
Me too. I've
heard about it, but I never had it. Yeah.
In my lifetime, I never had it.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure. I probably should ask my dad later, but yeah. But anyway, yeah, coming into this game, RD, one's for smiles, the others is just treating it as a sign of respect. They're definitely gonna go all out. Honestly, it's how you shape it, right? Like for us, we just want to see clean competitive. Sometimes you think it's bullying. For them, it's really not. It's just showing a sign of respect. Play all out. You know, crushing, winning with all your strength is a sign of respect. So, yeah, just.
Not only that, it's also like, you know, especially for RD being a team from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, you know, that region hasn't been too successful on the big stage, right? So they're really just making a name for themselves. They're really trying to boost their region here. So when they come out and give it their all and show how much strength they can put up, that's important, right? It's really important that they're able to show that they're prepared to play on this global stage, that they're prepared to win with these big numbers, and that Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, you know, it's not a region to be messed with.
Yeah. I mean, RD has pretty much solidified themselves as the team to beat in in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan. Because honestly, I see no other teams coming up from that region. Because RD is just on top of it. So yeah. Well, technically, Leo's memory. If he's playing this as a fan sign for exhibition, I would love to see a Lucino or a Joseph. But I guess, you know, playing your main hunter is also a sign of respect. I mean, it's totally up to them how they want to play it. Yeah, so RD is going to ban out the Naiad, which eliminated 2 of them in game number 2, and eliminating the ace in the hole Dream Witch. So I guess all that's really left for Nico to play is Sculptor, Clark. I guess that's it. And he took out the supports. Seer, Priestess, Mercenary.
Let's see.
Toy Merchant can come.
Yeah, Toy Merchant. Okay, so you just ban Merchant here. This is good. You don't want to give Merchant on a map like this. I think the Survivors will take Officer. If they don't, he'll ban Officer. But let's see if they go for that stable rescue character. It looks like we're going to have... Yeah, so they're just going to go first Officer, just a consistent rescue character here as well. And then as for Nico, his last spin, you can really go with anything. It's like Entomologist. And the Survivors, again, it really doesn't matter. They've already got a pretty good team comp for this map. You can spawn the Patient in the center of the map because you could easily hook into Factory. You can actually give yourself a good Factory kiter, as Antiquarian doesn't mind spawning Shaq because she does have such strong kiting potential. And it looks like Composer. So I actually kind of like Composer. Again, it doesn't really matter what character you pick because you just spawn that character inside Factory. Which in this case will be the Composer. You get fast decoding, and then you also have that Factory loop if you do opt to go for that decoding character.
Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like Composer in meta, in competitive play?
You know, I didn't really like him at first, but I actually think he's not a bad character. I would say probably around 7, because actually Composer he's not exactly the best, like, you know, obviously round 1 character, but it's a decoding character that has kiting potential, which means he's not exactly an easy chase target. And then on maps where you have strong specific kiting areas, such as Hotel on Chinatown or Factory on Leo's Memory or Sacred Heart Hospital, something like that, a good decoding character like Composer can be strong because it's difficult to get him down in those strong kiting areas because of his speed boost effect. Looks like Nico is going to go Wax Artist here. Wax Artist on Leo's Memory is not too strong. He does unfortunately get countered by the Factory loop. But again, at this point, Nico's just playing for show here, just trying to put up as best numbers as possible. And keep in mind, guys, it is important that RD wins this round for their points. They want to get as many points as possible here. So if RD needs to get at least 1 survivor out the gate here so they can get an extra net win when it comes to a tiebreaker situation.
Yeah. I mean, you pretty much said what has to be said. Regardless of the results, it's definitely going to be... unless if he gets a 4K, then, well, technically RD is only at 1-0, right? So, who knows? Yeah. Maybe that's what OM wants to, you know, to pretty much put themselves in the eyes of the grand stage.
Yeah.
I mean, all these teams are. So, Nico can definitely still has the potential, but again, like what was mentioned by Eli, Factory is pretty bad for Wax Artists. And again, I'm not really sure about this one thing. Why are they not getting Persona tweets?
I don't know. Yeah, we had him before. We had him last game. But
I'll comment on. I want to comment on it, but that's funny. Yeah.
All right.
Nico's gonna chase TY in the factory. He's going straight for the factory.
Factory. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to let the decoders, run around free, but then you also don't want. And the composer actually brings broken windows too in preparation of that factory loop. Broken windows is so much better inside factory because there's so many windows that you can constantly just loop around. Looks like he's actually gonna trap the composer here, but it doesn't matter. He can actually still drop down.
Oh, he's walking.
Does he mind game him? Wow, nice mind game from Nico here. He predicted the composer's rotation, and now he's actually able to get a hit without even needing to freeze, which means now he can actually get an instant freeze right after here, and all of a sudden, Nico's off to a good start. Can he get this hit onto the composer with the wax here? Does he get it?
Oh my god!
Not enough, but he does keep the wax at 90. He needs one more to get the freeze here, and
why? Why didn't he just continue freezing? Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know. He still gets hit, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's pretty fast down. So 6-12 build.
Good start. And the rest of the kiters on this comp do not have broken windows, so his next chase will be quite easy as well. Looks like we're going to see first officer is going to pressure the rescue. He's trying to wax off the middle side, but I think he actually hit the overhang there accidentally. So it looks like we're going to see one Cypher Machine will go down quickly, but yeah, already Cypher Rush a little bit behind here. It was a pretty fast down. We're going to see that pocket watch come in here. He wants to try to hit the officer if possible. You don't want to use too much wax here just because you run out very fast if you do that. It looks like
he hits the chair. No, he didn't.
Yeah, he gets the hit there, but can he wax bomb the window? He wants to wax bomb the window. Oh, but he gets the vault off in time. Will he blink through here? This is not because he has the pallet to work with, so he's gonna be able to make it to this pallet. Yeah, get the speed boost and just keep kiting in this area. Looks like.
Yeah, it's just very unfortunate that the wax bomb didn't seal off the window in time. But hey, CY got a lot of wax on his body, like just 11% more.
Yeah, you can still get the down here. And we will see that. So down onto the composer. This is looking like probably a drawn position. They don't really have enough Cypher Rush to go for a win. Sharing middle is actually very good. If you share middle here, you can wax the middle Cypher off and prevent the decoding. But you play into an Aquarian. Yeah, you play into the anti here. You see one stun, goes for the hit, gets the body block as well.
God.
And now the composer's into factory, and this is where things get really complicated for the hunter.
Yeah, and he didn't even block the Cypher.
Yeah.
Like he was in a hurry. He didn't block the Cypher. Antiquarian's just gonna keep decoding. You can see that all 3 Cyphers are being done at the same time. Probably in about the next 20 seconds, probably gonna be. Oh, what?
Mind games him again here.
Yo.
Yeah.
I swear, composer just makes you dizzy. Yeah, it's
goes
like
to swing at the pallet. Yeah, not gonna get mind game there. So yeah, it's really just a mind game here. Can he get this hit right here? Goes for the swing, does get the down onto the composer, but that one stun makes the entire difference. Look at the Cypher progress. They are now almost primed. That one stun there, if he chaired in factory, I think it would have been a tie. If he chaired, because he goes into the antiquarian, that kite gets extended so much longer.
Yeah. But technically, it's not looking possible for 4K here. Nico probably has to accept it. But overall, he's done really good so far. Very fast first chase. But, Eli, as you mentioned, right? Like, even if it's a very fast first down, yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah, it's not. It still looks like a survivor's game, and the Cypher's already primed as well.
Yeah, so. The thing is, they need to. I would have liked to see the pop on the swing. Oh, they need a pop right here. Yeah, okay, good. Because what needs to happen is if you don't want to get instant frozen and then get the instant hot wax and down with no attack recovery. So, it looks like Composer is able to make it to this window. He's gonna get a wax on this. Oh, runs into the wax source a little bit, but yeah, it's not gonna matter here. No dungeon available, so Nico should be able to get this 1 kill. But they should, looks like RD will get 3 out the gate right now.
Yeah. I mean honestly, it feels like they should be doing this in round 2. But you know what? Better late than never. Finally, RD is gonna be securing that second game win that they need, making it a 2-0. So yeah, congratulations to RD. Congratulations, and of course, Nico. I mean. Oh man, he makes me sad. Like, yeah, the expression.
It's just so unfortunate because like he had a good position and also just such a difficult map. I mean, this map is so hard to play Hunter on, And Nico actually played quite well against this RD team. You know, we saw in the first round, we had a bit of a tough matchup, but that was just because of a very anti-Clerk team comp. But in the second round, was able to get a tie with Naiad, and in the third round, looked like he was on track to get a draw as well. But it's unfortunately just Factory is so strong, and it's just the Factory loop with is a counter to Wax Artist, and when your team picks a map that's so hard for your Hunter, you can see why it's so sort of discouraging, because it's so difficult to play Hunter on Leo's memory, especially with Wax Artist.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard though. I mean, even as a Hunter, if you play it on Leo's memory, it's called Cursed Map for a reason. Like for survivors, well, it's a nightmare to chase them in Factory. And for those of you who loses the survivors really easily because of how wide the map is, that's also a factor to play, which is why I always play Explorer in that map if needed, just to hide. But overall, I feel like there's already a power-up going on. Like Nico from the first game itself until the game here, powering up to a 2K, bringing it to best of 3 is definitely a huge improvement in my eyes, considering how bad the map pick was against Nico in that faction. But ultimately, win with humility, lose with grace. It doesn't feel like they're losing, because all they're taking back home now is experience and memories, and that's exactly what we're making COA. So yeah, but just talking a little bit more about that last game. I mean, fairly fast first down. What happened to that game? Like, why they ended up with a 1K?
Mainly because it was just the one Antiquarian stun was just really important, because again, Factory is such a strong kiting area. If you allow someone to rebound kite in Factory, then you can kite there for a really long time. Similar to Sacred Heart Hospital. If someone rebound kites inside Hospital, they can kite for a really long time. And it was a very fast down. If Nico chairs inside Factory, then it's actually a tied game, because maybe he can rebound in Factory, but it's not too likely based off of the Cypher's not having a lot of progress. But because he got that one stun and allowed him to get to the upstairs window, that upstairs window is so strong, it allowed him to kite for so long. It's a god window. I mean, the Hunter has to vault it, the Survivor has to vault it, but they get a broken window speed boost and they make a ton of distance, and they can just break line of sight, especially against a Hunter like Wax Artist that struggles against line of sight. That one Antiquarian stun, that one body block was the difference maker in that match.
Yeah, wonderfully said. Thank you so much for sharing with us, and of course, for all you fans of OM, they still have one more game to go. This is the third game after all, so they still have one more match to go. RD also has one more match to go, but MVP of the game definitely goes to the Antiquarian. I mean, despite the 14 seconds of containment time, it doesn't really do justice, right? Sometimes stats doesn't really do justice, because it's that one play that helps change the game. And CY, you can see, even though he was the one who fairly, go down pretty fast, well, he kited 147.9 seconds in total with support. So honestly, I would say just a really bad terrain for Nico, and of course the support doesn't make it easier, the Antiquarian as well. Honestly, there wasn't even a need for Patient to come in. I'm pretty sure his hooks was like 3 left.
Yeah. I mean, it's again, you just see that 14 seconds turns the Composer's 40-second kite into 140 seconds. So it's just really impressive to see that one little play, and that's why, and it's one of the few reasons why Antiquarian, or one of the many reasons, why Antiquarian is such a strong character now. That one stun is such a difference maker, and it's the one stun plus the body block, and you're just off to the races yet again. So how this looks into this to this group now. So ZT and AXC are both in first and second right now. So AXC in first, ZT in second, and then FL is currently in third. So what happens now is if it's really going to be RD's going to be in a tiebreaker either between FL most likely or AXC, not AXC, FL or ZT most likely, I think. I'm not entirely sure. It depends on how these other matches play out, but yeah, I guess, and whatever team ends up 2-2, they're going to be sort of against them in terms of the points. If there's multiple 2-2s, I think that's possible. And then it goes based off of net wins, so how many rounds you won compared to how many rounds you lost. And then if that's tied, then you go based off of like points within the rounds, I believe. So yeah, it's really going to come down to that. So for RD, yeah, getting as many points as possible here is very important for them. They were able to get a 14 point lead here in terms of points. So that's going to be very crucial for them.
Yeah, I mean, just with this one play, this one game, RD managed to reset their net wins to 0 now, right? So they're pretty much at neutral zone, but not sure if that's going to be enough up against AXZ and ZT score to be on top. But looking at the man of the moment, Ryun from RD, well deserved. Honestly, well deserved. The 4K of Hermit in the beginning, that was already like setting the pace, right? And then even in the last game, getting another 4K, well deserved. Congratulations to Ryun from Team RD.
Yep, absolutely. We're gonna get into our interview now.
Exactly. I will do my best. I mean, I'm talking about myself, yeah. So, let's go. I know what this means. It means, hello, welcome. Yo, lawyer glasses. I have that too. Congratulations for a smooth game and winning the game. How do you feel?
就蛮可惜的，所以我们就抱持着一定要赢下后面每一场比赛的决心，然后能赢下比赛也真的非常开心。
Yeah, he just said it was very unfortunate that they couldn't end it in 2 games. I feel that. But fortunately, they managed to come back. They still managed to win it in the end. They're very happy.
自分のミスのせいで負けてしまったので、なんとか取り返してよかったです。
ありがとうございます。それでは早速試合についてお聞きしていきたいんですけども、まずリュン選手、最初の試合では見事にインジャで4釣りを達成されましたが、ラスト1台になった時点で残りの3台の暗号機が全部こう 3,4 割回ってるようになっていて、電極を切ったりつないだり細かくされていた中で全ての暗号機にこう解読が回って
how can she remember everything she said?
遅くなるように計算していたんですか？
そうですね。暗号機3台が固まってたのもあったんで。
Are they translating for him? They're not, right?
全体負荷を意識してました。
Oh, he speaks Japanese?
Yeah, Ryun's from Japan. So they're not translating for Ryun.
That's right.
Yeah, so the translator is not translating for him.
Right.
Just translating for Zikai. My god, do we have a Japanese translator?
この試合では、占い師のチェンエ選手が素晴らしい J セフクローにはためて、ピン選手の骨董賞も板当てでもう全然ハンターを寄せ付けない素晴らしい連携でしたが、この見事な連携の統率を取っている司令塔となる選手はどなたなのか、前回選手教えていただけますか？
就是说第一场的下半场，那就是企业的先知有很棒的牵制，然后也吸了2只鸟。那
先知 had a really good game. Why I'm saying 先知
？OB， 那在这场比赛中，你们队内的这个负责指挥的人是谁呢
？Who do you have to thank for?
他们就是我潜业还有 Pin 都会互相指挥，然后就是3个都会互相沟通，然后找出最好的。
Communication is really important. Finally allowing them to make that 3-man escape.
選手もピン選手も皆さんもうお互い話し合いながら、一番いい選択を考えていく形なので、特に誰が一番の司令塔というよりはみんなで話し合っていく感じですね。
それぞれで力を出し合ってという形で、ありがとうございます。続きまして、2戦目の後半戦の試合は、サバイバー陣営は3逃げで勝利が決まりますけれども、引き分けでももうすごく大きなリードを持って3セット目に進めるという状況でしたが、ミステをすれば2釣り目でミステをすれば引き分けは硬そうな状況で、しっかり救助に行ったのはあれは勝ちを決めてここで勝ちを決めるぞっていう強い意識の表れだったんでしょうか？
在第2场的时候，球上面其实平局的话也是有非常大的优势了，但是当时
The time you got a draw.
当挂的时候，你们其实如果选择卖掉它，那也其实也可以很稳的拿下这一局。但是你们当时选择去救，
sacrifice your teammate.
有没有那
He
个
might have
很想
been
去，
better,
因为很想去赢，所以说才去做了这个事情。
but you decide to rescue. So is that a reason behind it?
想法去做的，所以想争胜，所以才会去做这样去救人的行为。
所以どの試合もやっぱり勝ちを狙ってやってい
Oh,
く
that
の
was a
で、
decision
そ
of
の
the
試合も同
time,
じです
so
し、
they decided to go and
それを
rescue.
狙ってもう救助行きました。
強気に進んでいかれたということですね。ありがとうございます。続いてはリュン選手にお伺いしたいんですけれども。
Question for you.
哦，
在第三局的上半场
Now he comes in.
我们看到
That
不
game.
是一次普通攻击都没有使用，而是直接用炸弹去完成了一个手势牵制。所以想
We
问一
see
下，
that
当
you
时
didn't
你使
even
用傲慢的这个
use
对
any
战术
hit.
的话，也是
You
为
just use the
了
bombs to
在
down as
开
well.
局的牵制立刻去拿掉它。因为我开始扔的几个炸弹，它都中了对方嘛，
In the
然
beginning,
后后来
because
刚
my
好
bomb
这个
hits a few times.
炸弹也是 CD 也是好了，直接扔掉它。
So since my cooldown of the bomb is done,
牵
so
制结束的比较快吧。
just decide to just use it to quickly down
接下来小组赛还是有赛程的。
the enemy.
也是想问一下，对接下来比赛想问一下，
镜头说一些对粉丝的话。
对接下来的赛程有没有什么展望呢？
Anything to say to your fans?
其实我们是能赢下比赛的，然后我们也没有放弃，现在已经2-0赢下 ON 了，再来赢 FL 的话会有晋级的机会，我们也会争取全力拿下的。谢谢你们。
Yeah, saying we never give up despite the circumstances. Right now we've already managed to get a 2-0 against ON, so the next game will be against FL. So hopefully we can win there as well, so we can support us.
勝ちに行きますので、それも勝ったら進出のチャンス獲得できるので頑張りますと。
ありがとうございます。それではリュン選手もお願いいたします。
好的，那么问一下リュン选手呢？我们即将要面对 FL 战队了，这把比赛我们肯定是要拿下来的，所以说我们会队伍齐心协力。
For this game, we definitely want to do our best and win. So hopefully we can still come back from this.
好的，非常感谢两位选手来到我们东京会场的采访环节。
インタビューコーナーは以上となります。それでは
采访环节到这里了，非常感谢，拜拜。
Okay, so that's all for translation. See you right after the break.
สวัสดีครับก็เจนะครับผมจากทีม GH นะครับโซน Southeast Asia นะครับ GH นะครับผมเริ่มแข่งที่ IVC Southeast Asia 2021 นะครับผมและได้เป็นแชมป์นะครับได้ไปแข่งในรายการ IVS 2021 และ COA 5 ส่วนในปีนี้นะครับผมพวกเรา GH โซน Southeast Asia ได้แข่งใน IVC Southeast Asia 2022 และได้เป็นแชมป์ได้ไปแข่งในรายการ IVS 2022 และ COA 6 ที่กำลังจะถึงนี้ครับสมาชิกในทีมนะครับผม GH นะครับผมมีสมาชิกทั้งหมด8คนนะครับเซิร์ฟเวอร์5คนนะครับผม GH 481 GH Little Boy GH แคทกุล GH เซาคันและ GH สักไอฟอร์นะครับส่วนฮันเตอร์นะครับผม2คนนะครับ GH ก็เจและ GH เสียชูนะครับโค้ดนะครับผม GH นายแมมมอสนะครับส่วนเป้าหมายใน COA 6 นะครับผมก็ต้องการที่จะล้างแค้นกับทีม MS นะครับผมชนะทีม MS ให้ได้และได้เข้ารอบเพลย์ออฟครับขอบคุณครับ
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区代表ゼータディビジョンのカズネコです。ゼータディビジョンは去年の5月に新メンバーを迎え、夏季 IJL と秋季 IJL を2連覇することができました。そして COA でも実力を出せるよう日々練習をしています。 ゼータディビジョンのメンバーを紹介します。ハンターはバンピーさん、アルフレの2人で、サバイバーは僕と揚げ鳥、もち、そそりさんの4名です。コーチはラッティくんです。僕たちのチームの強いところは、それぞれが高い PS を持っていて、例えば揚げ鳥とかだったらチェイスや補助をメインにしていたりとか、もちとかだったら救助キャラをたくさん使う係っていうか、さそりさんは補助全般っていうかもう何でも使えちゃうので、 COA 優勝目指してメンバー全員で頑張るので、それでは COA でお会いしましょう。バイバイ。
飞怪沙诺斯救不了，一个
来不及。
とりあえずグループ戦勝ち上がって優勝できたらなって。
いや素晴らしい成績。引き打ちで。
솔직히 힘들겠다라고 생각을 안 했다면 거짓말이겠죠.
했거든요. 아대를 안고가지고 지금 아대를.
그런 팀들을 상대로 저희가 만약에 우승을 하게 되면 어떨까 이런 생각도 가지면서
知道又没打到，一点又追出来，疯了！这样空了也有你救吗？
Tension's out in 14 seconds here. Dungeon is close by. Goes for the one.
음, 我们每个人的上限也很高，这个就是我们的优势吧。
什么呢？
手边活动上来了，没收到固伤。是的，哎呀，恐惧症上了，战术已经站好了。
CD 好了，抢先喷倒咒术。
哎呦，疯了呀！这把要四抓了。
这一波，哎，大爷战丢车，
这还有床台，这波坏了。
Just roll the dice.
our emotional is like, yeah, Sasaki. Every single player in ZETA, yeah, whole player, yeah, they are too strong too.
バンピックの面でめちゃくちゃ自分たちの粘着キャラとかを封じられて、そこを突かれてアレックスに一回も勝つことができなくて、ハンター側がめちゃくちゃきつくなっちゃったんで、そういうこともあって相手のバンピックをしっかり予想して編成考えようみたいなのを試合終わりにみんなで話しました。
Hello, fellow detectives. Welcome back to the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 6, Group Stage Day 6, and right now we have your caster here, Chocho, as well as Potchvice.
Yeah, and I'm so excited because we met just some of the players that are going to be taking the stage, which is GH versus ZETA. And my goodness, can we just, give a round of applause or some hearts in the chat for Nell and Eli for, casting such an, I would say, like a heart-pounding match. Again, OM really poured their hearts out there, but RD came out on top. And I feel like this matchup, it's kind of like a David versus Goliath story. We keep saying like GH kind of being the underdogs here. We thought that their hardest task was finished already since they faced Wolves, but ZETA, the #1 team in Japan, is up next for GH. So how do you feel about that, Chocho?
Really excited for that match because we are looking at this in like a group setting where the top 3 will advance to playoffs while the last 2 will be out of this group stage. So GH in a very tough situation right now. They are on the verge of elimination. In fact, at the 5th spot of their group D. So not looking too good. And if ZETA do wins this, they're gonna be placed much higher in the group D, and you'll be placed number 2.
Right. Yeah, so this is, I think ZETA's running with a lot of momentum and GH still looking to get on the board. But in the previous match that we are going to reference, man, they were so close with Wolves, right? They were able to take off a round against Alex's Hunter picks there, and it just seems like they're building that momentum. So will ZETA actually fall to GH? We're just going to find out as we introduce our next match, folks. It's going to be GH versus ZETA. ZETA has already won against GR. GH still has to get a win on the board, so kind of a do-or-die situation, since after this, their last match will be up against GR.
That's right. And seems to be that this will be... GH still has one more match alongside with ZETA, I believe, so this is looking pretty good. This is SCA as well as Japan's teams that have direct entry into this group stage. So definitely something worth watching. And right now we're having a little bit of the introductions from both teams. We have Seichu as well as GotJ from the Hunter side of GH, as well as 481, Little Boy, Capcoon, Skyfall, as well as 9 Memos. 9 Memos is usually known for to be their coach, so we probably wouldn't be seeing him on stage later on.
Yeah, and I'm excited that you mentioned Seichu, because he's a hunter you haven't seen just yet, but we have seen these players, Kazuneko, Mochi, Dolisu, and Sasori being amazing kiters in their own right, and Alf and Vampy. Vampy usually being the point hunter, and Alf really taking out the Bonbon and Wax Artist in round number 2 onwards. So it's gonna be tough, I would have to say. And mind you, Chocho, this is hometown advantage. The studio is filled up, but I'm pretty sure they're for ZETA supporters here. But it seems like GH survivors will be going first, which I like because that is actually one of the biggest highlights for GH. So at least they can set the stage for either GotJ or Seichu.
That's right. And actually, we were looking at this, right? Because definitely GH do have their supporters in Japan. I'm not too sure whether they are Thai people traveling to Japan just for this, but really have to, give it to them for their dedication to come offline stages just for GH. So really excited to see how this is gonna turn out. But then again, we have ZETA's Hunter coming up first.
So it's definitely going to be Vampy. He surprised us before with a bunch of picks. He can go Dream Witch, he can go Bonbon. So it's really up to how the picks and bans go. But it seems like GH has found success with a double decoding strategy. Again, this was up against Wolves' Alex, and depending on the map as well. Is there anything in the previous match that really stood out to you, Chocho, as we introduced Skyfall?
if we're talking about GH side, actually not too much. But then again, I have to kind of emphasize on Little Boy's kiting as well as support from him. Kiting 3 ciphers against Alex's Bonbon at Arms Factory. 3 cipher kite, I think that's very commendable.
Yeah, and something to commend with Skyfall, he's the very stable rescuer, right? Even in dungeon, he's super stable, so you have to just be very careful just so he doesn't get any backdoor rescues. If he's relegated to the kiter role, then they can kind of struggle, but again, he's just so good at being that stable one in the survivor team. Speaking of stable, another stable survivor here is 481. I have to commend his stuns on this Antiquarian and Prospector. One of the reasons Little Boy had that amazing kite was because of the support received from either his 481's Antiquarian or that Prospector.
Yeah, that's right. And with this kind of harassing roles, it's very dangerous, high risk, high rewards. And yeah, he managed to buy out a lot of time for his team Mystic Code. And moving on to what we mentioned, Little Boy with that 3 Cypher Kites against Alex's Bonbon. Usually plays the Postman Antiquarian, as you can see, and also plays the, give me a second, Toy Merchant as well.
Yes.
Support is very heavy on his side.
I noticed something. Capcom is not on stage. It's 9 Mamos. So 9 Mamos, the coach, is actually going to be on stage. I did see a tweet of Capcom saying, see you next time, Japan. I don't know if he went back or something, but he is not on stage, folks. So now we're going to see 9 Mamos, the coach, come into play. And this is actually a big anomaly for a lot of people, and there's no data here. The last time I saw him was, I believe it was IVC 2021, or he participated in other previous tournaments before, but we were supposed to emphasize Capcom and how well he's a supporter / kiter role. But you know what? He's, again, they have to make some substitutions, and 9 Mamos answering the call of the abyss. See what I did there?
Yeah, I saw that. And also, for 9 Memos, right, the last time I saw him wasn't in competition, was actually in rank. So,
okay. Tell us
so
about
that will be quite interesting. But at the same time, because we have Little Boy, which is kind of like an all-rounder, right, shouldn't be too much of an issue to kind of fill in. But then we see Zeta Vampy usually coming up for BO1.
So Vampy again, he's actually known to just get ties, but you know, in his previous performance in GR, he did pretty well. Against Wolves, though, I mean, it's Wolves, the best survivor team, so you're usually just relegated to play defense. But what you want from your point hunters to get the most points as possible to set up the stage for Alf and the other survivors, right? So Vampy, he's done really well with his Bonbon. He also has a killer Dream Witch. Plays more Patroller Dream Witch now than last year, where he went Blink Dream Witch that caught a lot of people off guard. And now GH picking their signature Moonlit River Park for this map, and this actually kind of limits the options for Vampy here.
Yeah, that's right. Because Moonlit River Park, right, is a very survivor-sided map. Even after all those adjustments to the first stop, fourth stop, all the adjustments actually it's still not affecting Hunter too much, actually. It's leaning still towards the survivor side. Picking this map would definitely mean that Hunters-wise need to kind of be pressured, because there is this roller coaster that survivor can use to input into their kiting routes to make it a much longer kite, making Hunter break that rhythm that they were going for at the start. So
yeah. I totally
yeah,
get
but
it.
Vampy coming up first, right? He has this character pool of a Dream Witch Bonbon as well as Cluck, which is actually not ideal in such a big map like Moonlight River Park.
And can I just mention also, before we talk about the options he's going to bring in, GH just came into the previous match against Wolves with an amazing strategy of that double decoder. So, like you mentioned, you highlighted that Moonlit can be so survivor-sided, and GH's survivors, especially bringing in 9 Mamos, there's a lot of anomalies that I don't think Vampy can account for here, especially with that big question mark in 9 Mamos and how well he's going to be able to come into a role that Capcom left for him. So let's talk about it. Dream Witch Bonbon, or should he bring out another Hunter? What do you think is the best pick for Vampy here?
Vampy wise, depends as usual with the survivor picks, but then again, if he's aiming for at least something, because he has Bonbon, Dream Witch as well as Cloak, like we mentioned, so I think a Dream Witch might be good. Because okay, Bonbon wise, if you want to play at a big map like Moonlit River Park, it's usually Thai and below.
Right.
And
especially
then for
in
Dream
round
Witch,
one. Yeah.
Definitely. And then for Dream Witch wise, because the map is so big, Cypher control, map control might be slightly lesser, unless like he got a lot of leech out, a lot of free hits from here and there, then that could be possible. Cluck wise, it's so difficult for Cluck. Yeah. The roller coaster really just destroys Hunter completely. But if we're looking at this, I would say Dreamwitch.
Dreamwitch,
Yes.
probably the most stable. I actually kind of agree because, yeah, I guess he has to just manage distance, but we know Vampy being such an aggressive Dreamwitch, right? So between the two, yeah, I could see the case for the Bonbon as well, but you have to deal with the coaster, you have to deal with distance, you have to deal with the Cypher Rush potential that GH did bring to the table before. Yeah, I think maybe Dreamwitch might be his most solid hunter coming into this one. Clerk, maybe save it for something else, but I think it's just more of at least next round they get to pick the map and they at least set things up for Alf. Now, I guess with the data that we have of Vampy, it's really tough for him to try and gain more than just a tie with the hunter pools and with how GH has been performing. But hey, this is Zeta Division. They're the ones who are the franchise players. They're the #1 team in Japan. And majority of them actually saw the finals of COA last year when they were still in a previous team. So I'm excited to see what they have to offer, facing this anomaly of a 9 Mammoth switch and a Moonlit River Park pick.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was actually wondering why GH decided to pick a Moonlit River Park map, because against MS in day 3 of the of this group stage, they actually lost against MS with this Moonlit River Park pick. So if this is leaning more towards a lose towards GH side, I'm not too sure why they decided to pick it. Because they seem to actually excel more in smaller maps such as Red Church, Arms Factory, getting that tie situation to kind of prolong further until BO3. But yeah, we're heading right into this BP phase. Vampy immediately banning the Priestess. So Little Boy as well as 481 do play the Priestess. So eliminating that is for sure one of those best picks that Vampy can go for. And we have to see whether GH survivors decide on this year if it's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, Seer, if Dreamwitch will come out, right? Usually they go for, yeah, that's what I'm going to say, Merc, just to secure Skyfall's Mercenary. And I guess they want to be able to have that ace in their sleeve with 481's Antiquarian. But, you know, Little Boy can also play Antiquarian. Yeah, you know what? This is kind of similar to how OM kind of tackles it, where they empower their survivors more than their hunter, because I'm a little scared if they don't get the results that they want, Gaje is forced to play in a map that's very survivor-sided, and for sure Zeta has all the tricks up their sleeves to know how to navigate through a Moonlit River Park. Now the bans of the Prospector and Toy Merchant, so Vampy just cutting off the legs of any survivor, just removing any mobility and one stunner, which is actually great. He doesn't have to worry about Little Boy or anyone else picking up the Prospector. So now there's still Seer on the board. You still have Psychologist if you want that, but no, they're gonna go with Acrobat. Again, this is his hometown in the Moonlit River Park.
Yeah, I can see how Vampy is actually have studied GH, because GH do have this persist system, Toy Merchant system, and just eliminating all of that. And right now we're seeing the mechanic ban over here. So 481 GH patient-wise actually do perform pretty well in this map, but no, going for this Composer. So another decoding team come from GH side, picking a Composer, knowing that their decoding is actually one of the leaning more towards the weaker side. They want to focus on that. So picking a Composer makes a lot of sense. And Little Boy with one of the weakest characters out in this team comp.
Yeah, I would say this is actually a bait to go after Little Boy, because we know he's one of the best kiters in the game. So yeah, stick the decoder to him and let everyone else kind of focus on Cypher Rushing. I think it was a good job that they banned the mechanic, so he doesn't have an extra body to worry about. But a Composer on the board, we've seen Composer being like the second most prioritized decoder in a double decoder comp, like that and Prisoner. So first of all, it's mechanic, and then obviously we got to give our shout outs to the lawyer mains out there. But in this lineup though, it's tough to say how Vampy is going to play this one out, because yes, you can have support, but they're kind of relegated to their own spots. Like it's a zone to zone thing, because no one can really break distance here. Acrobat can kite really well, yes, but it's hard to just give that, you know, that patented GH support that we're always seeing, because they have to close the distance, and that is unfortunately going to stop Cypher Rushing.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, Cypher Rush is a crucial thing over here. Because here comes the question, because Moonlit River Park as well as Sacred Hospital is so survivor-sided, it's actually better for hunters to pick it in the later rounds, for example BO3, because there is more bans for them. And because there's more bans, they can actually limit a lot of characters as well as strategies that the survivors are going for. And right now we're seeing Zeta with Vampy with this Bonbon pick. because Bonbon is such a terrible hunter, that's the bare minimum we're kind of expecting from this hunter. Unless he can get a quick down with the bombs as well as very good chair camping, that could be possible, because we actually see quite a few times where Skyfall did some mistakes with his rescues, and which means that consistency of his rescues is actually not the best, not tip-top condition like the other rescuers from probably Chinese mainland. So this is going to be slightly difficult, I would say, but if you're looking at this team as a whole against a Bonbon, it seems to be that Survivor side do have an upper hand on this.
Yeah. Especially when the game starts, right? Because Bonbon still has to close out the distance and try to find the most optimal target. What if you're chasing the Antiquarian? What if you find the Acrobat? It could be a tough chase for Vampy, so I would say maybe bring Teleport. Unless he wants to go super aggressive and just go for the blink right away. So yeah, I would say round start, it can go in the Survivor's favor, since Moonlit River Park, again, very Survivor-sided, and Bonbon can be relegated for that tie. So Vampy, for him to push even more, he really has to stuff any rescue attempts made by Skyfall. It seems like an L spawn point here, chasing, Little Boy right smack in the middle, which is something that, I don't know, anyone wants to see. No one at first stop, so no one can bring that coaster all the way to the other side of the map just yet.
That's right. And yeah, very strange spawn location that we're seeing here. We don't usually see this. We usually see like a one at fourth stop, or the one at Antiquarian, then one at Bridge, one at first stop, and then one at Double Story. So because this is looking like an L shape, it's actually everybody's kind of leaning near towards the hunter, which is not exactly ideal.
I think that's what Vampy wants, though, right?
Yeah, ideal for Survivor side. But if you're looking at this from the Survivor's perspective, maybe because if they decide to spawn like that, the first stop cipher would be locked. And then you have to rotate all around again, and it's just going to waste a lot of time. So right now, this spawn location will allow survivors to spread out and decode ciphers that's nearest to them. And right now, we're seeing Vampy going straight for Little Boy.
Yeah, I think that's that's his eye on the prize. He wants to eliminate that decoder. And on Little Boy, though, he's an amazing kiter, so definitely he's going to use raw kiting. Skyfall actually interacting with Little Boy, so he's going to run right there. 2 ciphers are being decoded, and now he's just running towards the first stop. So, also in chat, guys, green hearts for GH, red hearts for Zeta Division. This kite is about to take place here. Little Boy really exploiting the movement of Bonbon here. He's going to try and bait to try and go for it. Can Bonbon catch up? He cannot.
Yep, that's right. And yeah, now we're just gonna follow along with Little Boy. Little Boy will be stopping at the second stop, entering the double story possibly, and we see 9 Mamos possibly putting out a pellet. No, throwing a bomb over there, so Hunter might be able to eat that, and then maybe his skill will be cancelled. It could be a red bomb, but I'm not sure whether Hunter will be there. Perfect timing on the bomb there, removing that skill. So a bit of a
Hang on. Oh, he's gonna jump down, and Vampy is gonna get a gift from the gods. Little Boy now out in the open here, can get another hit. No, doesn't get the basic attack, but now the barrage of offense continues. The roller coaster is ready, I believe. Can he get it before half, though? Oh my goodness, he's able to get it. And note that I believe he did bring Blink, so now he's got to make the trek all the way to the third stop.
That's right, and now changing targets to Acrobat, a full health Acrobat, and yeah, using that bomb to create distance as well as to slow down Hunter. However, there is no more roller coaster over here already, so it's just gonna be up to 9 Mamos for his raw kiting as well as balls usage. Will he be able to kite this out though? Because Cypher seems to be looking really good.
For sure. So 9 Mamos now, definitely being the one to take this kite, not disrupting anything since this cipher has not been touched just yet. Vampy about to get the basic attack, and 9 Mamos has to deal with this kite just here. Blinks on top of the platform, and 9 Mamos falls.
Yeah, he got his blink there already, because if he allowed Acrobat to kind of walk that route and then he's just gonna follow along without that blink, it's gonna prolong to a 3 cipher cut, and that's not something you want as a Bonbon. And right now, this is where the game starts actually. The camping of the chair if they decide to rescue. We see Skyfall in their vicinity.
Yeah, Skyfall now. He's gonna get ready for that rescue here. He can't get stuffed this early on because he has to avoid all the hits at this point because he cannot get stuffed. And we see that, a 481 rescue from behind. So, oh my goodness, just holding the red cape here. And we see Vampy being the bull. They're able to kind of have a Matador moment there for that backdoor rescue. And 9 Mamos doing a kite. I would say, like, this is an amazing containment so far. Now he drops down. Can he get to this pallet in time? No, gets the basic attack.
Yeah, unfortunately, the red bomb didn't really come in time. So getting this down into Korean, able to stun? No! Will people stun one more time? No, putting Acrobat down on the floor. 481 is still in the vicinity, trying to take this OB, but Flying Wheel failed and getting that basic hit, unfortunately. Very good on Vampy's side.
Yeah, just the timing of that flywheel that could have extended the Antiquarian, but now we see the fearless 481. Can he get any harassment going on? This is buying a lot of time, but we see the sidesteps coming from 481, doing an amazing job so far. Vampy gets the pickup and one Cypher remaining. It hasn't been touched just yet, so we're gonna see 9mamos. Gets released, and now we see he's able to be freed courtesy of 481 support.
That's right, and very beautifully done. 3 disarmaments, and right now we're seeing 9mamos rotating towards the stairs area. And will he be able to goes down successfully? Not eating any of the bombs though.
Beautiful.
So Vampy is getting really anxious right now. Getting his basic hit down, and will be cheering 9mamos. Probably, but we see Skyfall in area already, and Antiquarian has no more stick to use, so there won't be any harassments anymore. Last Cypher is at 50%, so very successful harassment by 481.
Can I just say, this is an amazing debut of 9mamos for him to be able to last this long. And like, this is his first time going up against a Japanese team, let alone it's Vampy from Zeta Division. Now we have a tide turner from Skyfall. This is what we're talking about. This is a clutch rescue that he has to make because Cypher is about to be ready. 481 at the exit gate, gonna get ready for any harassing that needs to take place. So Skyfall has to be very careful. He goes for the elbow pad. Beautiful usage of it. He's gonna have to time it well. He gets the rescue, Chocho.
Yeah, and right now he'll be aiming at the mercenary instead of the Acrobat, and Cypher is popped. They know he has detention, didn't get that drop down here unfortunately. 481 in the area, first stop, and Hunter will be changing targets to Antiquarian. Antiquarian has a perfume to use, but I doubt it will be much use over here since Hunter has detention.
481 already spraying that perfume. Will he try and going for a juke strategy? He does, and now he's able to buy a little more time for the other exit gate to open, and it seems like 481 might be the sacrificial lamb here. He's just gonna safeguard just at least 1k, but holy smokes, Chocho, what an amazing turn of events here on the side of GH. So this is why they picked the Moonlit River Park. They were ready for the potential Bonbon, and for them to be able to get a 3-man escape and set the pace for this match is just beautifully done.
That's right, and able to enter into the exit gate and 3 escape. Very well done on GH Survivor side, and very unexpected. A 3 escape against Vampy's Bonbon.
They're just happy. They're giving themselves a round of applause. And can we just give some hearts to the 9mamos? I mean, those are some big shoes to fill going, being in Capkun's role, but we've seen 9mamos before. He's relegated to the coaching role, but he still got it. That was a good acrobat kite that he was able to perform. And again, just having the support of 481. We did see Little Boy at the start, so I feel like if Vampy focused onto Little Boy, could be a different outcome. But what are your thoughts on that match, Chocho?
I mean, it was leaning more towards a tie situation, especially when 9mamos was down. It was actually 2.5 ciphers. They actually took the time to kind of heal up 481, and then that's why the cipher was on health. And then very successful OB harassment by Antiquarian 481, and it kind of dragged the ciphers from a 3 ciphers, 2 ciphers left in fact, and then all the way until when the ciphers was only left with 0.5 left. That was incredible. And incredible mind game with Vampy, and then wasting so much time eating that. Even though he filled the flying wheel, right? He ate the basic hit.
Yeah.
The time he still managed to get Acrobat to be downed, 3 times stun, allowing him to kite even longer. So very well done, and just really unfortunate on Vampy's side. There was nothing he could do over there unless he changed to excitement and then try to secure that chair. But then if you do change to excitement at that point in time when Acrobat wasn't the last chair, there was a high chance Survivor will have 3 escape regardless.
Yeah, it seemed like it was kind of solidified once the end game pop already happened. And this is what we were talking about at the beginning, right? We were building up this match. If Vampy would bring out Bonbon, it's more of a tie type of hunter, and if you don't secure that tie, this is the kind of result that you're often going to get. And I really think GH did their homework. They knew how to counter the Bonbon. They brought in the Little Boy on that Composer to get the first round kite, and then it ended up being 9mamos to carry it all the way to 87 seconds for the end game pop to happen, and 481 with the support, Skyfall with a clutch support. again, when GH plays to their strengths, they're on fire, and for them to be able to come up with this type of game plan is amazing. And for them to be able to kind of deny the round to go to Vampy, the point hunter of Zeta, they're slowly building that foundation for them to try and secure a win, another win against a round win at least, up against another franchise team.
Yep, that's right. And yeah, I mean, we also got to give it to the roller coaster as well, the usage of it. Yeah, I mean, sitting from first stop to second stop, and then even though Vampy did a great job in baiting 481 to actually jump down.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after baiting him, he was able to catch up, but then 481 was being really patient at the roller coaster, decided to take one hit instead of, just sitting on it, possibly getting a terror shock.
Yeah.
But on Vampy's side, right, wouldn't it have been slightly better to kind of place bombs at the roller coaster second stop instead of getting that basic hit?
Yeah, I think that could have been it. Again, a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in that situation because you have the fire of competition burning in you, and yeah, it was a little tough because they really, I would say they used the whole point of Moonlit River Park is to take that coaster, and they played that super well. I think there was no stone unturned with the buffs that you can get from this map, and they played that really well. But now we're gonna change things up because now GodJ has to come into the mix here and try to perform at least a tie for them to secure round number 1. So great start for GH, but now this is one of the scariest things about Zeta Division because their survivors have been like unstoppable as of late. I know that Wolves was able to take it to the limit, but this is like the best, if not one of the best, if not the best survivor team in Japan that GodJ will be facing up against next.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, Vampy getting a 1 elimination is actually kind of expected because, like we've mentioned from the get-go, it's a survivor-sided map, Moonlit River Park, and right now it just might be a double-edged sword onto GH GodJ.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And now, me and Eli talked about this, like the top 3. I mean, they got 3 kiters and 1 rescuer. Dolisu being one of them. He's got multiple MVPs. He has Toy Merchant. He also has that Acrobat. He's also brought out Seer and Prisoner. Again, you just put him on any kiting role, he'd do amazing. And they have such great team synergy. I don't think they're going to go for a dedicated decoder, but who knows? Since it's Moonlit River Park, you don't see that much of Moonlit River Park here. And this is, I want you to introduce this guy, Kazuneko Chocho. This guy.
Yeah, KZNK, one of the most popular, if not the most popular person in Zeta. And yeah, he has a lot of characters such as the Prospector, as well as I believe the forward that's actually quite popular, performed very well in IVS. And the coach
Look at the coach telling him to say hi.
Yeah, really cute.
He's super shy, but man, he's not shy to make his presence known in front of the hunter. You saw there, he brought out Enchantress, he's brought out any stunner. He's going to get Prospector, Antiquarian, you name it.
And right now, moving on to Sasori. Yeah, we see the mechanic as well as patient, but he has also played the Entomologist, Forward, Postman, Acrobat, and like you've mentioned just now a little bit, like this 4-man survivor team, right? It's not the first time we've seen them. They have been training since IVS and all the way till now. So their team synergy-wise is very strong, like you've mentioned. So it's definitely no surprise if they can usually get 3 escape, 4 escape in against a very strong hunter.
I think the moral victory here is if GodJ is able to get 1, at least tie it up, but just deny the 5-point game because of how GodJ has been performing. But if their main rescuer in GH is Skyfall, they have Mochi here. Mochi just relegated to, yes, being the mercenary, first officer, gravekeeper. I think he brought out a patient at one point. Just any rescuer, Mochi's on the case. So yeah, it just at least they were able to get 1 out. Well, Vampy was able to get 1K because Zeta, they're kind of known for 3 and above. So if they get a tie, that's actually kind of startling for me because Zeta is one of the best survivor teams out there. So if GodJ can get a tie, just that's a win already in his book. And GodJ, guys in the chat, I want you to spam some green hearts for him because so far, we've seen a little frustration in his face, but you know what? I feel like he just needs to get that 1 gust of wind for him to be able to get that confidence back. He's brought out the Hermit, he's brought out the Bonbon, he's of course brought out the Wax Artist. And Chocho, if I may throw it to you, what do you think he should be bringing to the table come Moonlit River Park?
A lot to work with. You can play the Wax Artist as well, but actually, Moonlit River Park is actually a kind of like a good map for polo, but high risk, high rewards.
It could be.
Zeta is very good at kiting polo, breaking
Yeah.
wheels. So picking that is kind of like you want to get for escape. I'm giving it to you. So.
Or for kill, high risk, high reward, right? That's how
Yeah.
Poland players go for it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still very strange. I mean, we've seen from the get-go, we see GH got J going up against both survivors, and he picked a Bon Peepers. So he has many unexpected picks for BO1 and also persona as well as skill chosen wise. So I'm not too sure how he's gonna go about with that. But Bloody Queen is actually good at this map as well. Very tieable, or if not tie and less, and kind of non-meta kind of characters on God J's side, so it's hard to predict what God J
Now
is
that you
actually
mentioned,
thinking.
Bloody Queen, Geisha is also kind of good here, but
Ooh.
again, it's up to God J. We've seen him pull out amazing Geisha plays. However, we cannot deny that this meta is very survivor-sided. God J needs to work on just getting that solid tie, because from there, I feel like they could just go defense strategy, shell up, and just once they get the first round win, just keep tying till round number 3, and they're able to get that victory. I feel like that's the path to victory for GH, since they are the David to Zeta's Goliath. But I really think Zeta, you give them Moonlit River Park, and that's the thing that we were trying to build on Chocho. This is very concerning because this is a survivor-sided map, and Zeta, one of the strongest survivor teams out there. So let's head into the picks and bans.
Yeah, but yeah, tying against Zeta Survivor is easier said than done.
Exactly.
So GH gotta fighting, you know? You gotta do his best and just try to at least, if that comes to a situation where he's gonna get 4 escape, try to at least get that 1 elimination so as to lessen the pressure onto GH Survivor sides. So right now we're seeing the bans and picks like you've mentioned. Priestess banned, and then the Mercenaries as Anti-Korean being picked. Exactly same kind of picks according to GH first half.
Yeah. So we're just gonna see the same and banning out the seer. So this mechanic coming in, they can try and go for a double decoder strat. But I don't know, maybe they want to pick psychologist. They want to pick someone else that can probably heal in the process. But knowing them, I don't know, they might want to go for like mobility, support, patience still available. Acrobat was banned. Entomologist is still there, but they're gonna go with that psychologist that can provide those Wi-Fi heals.
That's right. And usually in a situation when survivor side need to get a 3 escape, you usually don't see mechanic, you know, a mechanic pick, because mechanic is very tieable. But then again, this mechanic pick kind of reminds me a match just now this morning, the first one, RB versus Scars, where Scars side also pick a mechanic for their survivors. So and did he get a 3 escape against RB Ye vs Bon at Richard. So it's quite interesting. Maybe they just want a Cypher Rush, and you know, Cypher Rush after it's done, it's probably gonna be like a 4 Cypher Kite and then like a rescue and then 4-man detention period. I'm guessing that's the plan on Zeta's side.
Yeah, it could be. This is actually kind of surprising. I thought they'd go a little more aggressive since they don't really play much decoders. They just go all support, all harass, or decoder or whatever. But it seems like Gajay is gonna go for that wax artist, which has seen, I think, the most screen time for his hunters. We did say that might try going Geisha, might go for the BQ, but I think with this wax artist, even though it's kind of big, at least the camp on the wax artist is really good. So he just needs that first down. Once he's able to get that first down, just camp it to death, and hopefully they'll try and go for that rescue. But I mean, mechanic here, there's gonna be Cypher Rush, there's gonna be another body for him to worry about, so it's still gonna be up in the air for Gajay.
Definitely. So right now players are getting ready. Pressure definitely on both sides, because GH got J, we haven't really seen him perform as well against the Chinese mainland teams as well as the Korea ones. So really unfortunate, and hopefully he can play it well. And this time around, another interesting spawn location we see. Very fortunately, got J spawned next to the mechanic, so this might be the first chase. Third stop, we have Mercenary. Fourth stop, Psychologist, as well as Double Story with the Antiquarian. So without much hesitation, God J should be going for the mechanic, and mechanic rotating towards the line.
The tent?
The tent.
Yeah, the
tent
hullabaloo
area.
tent. Yeah, it could go there. At least you can break line of sight from the wax. there's some ruins area to work with, like walls and breakable, well, I would say like pallets and windows, but now it seems like 3 flywheels and we see a tide turner. So it just seems like they're not gonna, this is gonna be a little tough. Yes, they can flywheel the wax, but you want to go like broken windows because you want a transitional kite, because GodJ could easily just wax off great kiting spots. So Chocho, without any further ado, will be taking this match here. Sasori is gonna have to make do with just dropping the bot and hoping that GodJ does not find it, but I don't think he hit it that well. He's just gonna peek this corner, see the bot. Oh, he's not gonna even peek it, so now this bot is actually gonna go unharmed.
That's right, bot is gonna survive. Very rare situation, especially when you spawn next to the hunter. But the chase is on. He's looking on the ground, getting that speed that he needs. And yeah, Mechanic just going for a very safe kiting route over here. And GodJ is not gonna destroy that pallet and try to get as much wax onto Mechanic.
Yeah, so Sasori, you know what? I think he's kind of relegated to just kiting here. He knows his bot is safe, so at least when the decoding time comes, he'll be able to push while he's still buying time for 3 survivors to try and go for a kite. And now we see that Mechanic is injured with 92% wax, so he's got to be very careful because GodJ has already gotten his heal. Okay, a little misstep there, just overextending, but now the wax bomb is gonna get this Mechanic to fall down.
That's right. We're seeing the insolence being put into play over here. Insolence allowing that first skill to be open, and thus the bomb was able to hit onto the Mechanic. So really unfortunate okay, the fortunate thing is that the bot survives, but Antiquarian is actually decoding the double story cipher, which is extremely far away from Mechanic. And right now the bomb actually missed onto Dolisu cipher, so we're seeing this physics happening into IDV and managing to get that.
Wow! GodJ with the lineups, able to block off the Psychologist cipher. And note that I have to say, I love his economy with the wax. He's not like spraying and praying. He's aiming and he's hitting headshots. So now we see that Mochi is going to try and go for the rescue, gets just a safe hit, and now Sasori is out and about. The bot is still safe, so Sasori has to be very careful. Oh no, nice drop on the pallet, but that adds 29% wax. GodJ pops the blink, and Sasori, can he get to the pallet in time? Flywheels straight towards it.
That's right, and yeah, prolonging this kite much further, but not any longer. GodJ will be getting this hit onto Mechanic. Is KZNK in the corner? Yeah, he is. Anti-current support will be coming in with stunning the hunter.
Right behind the wall here, but now able to also body block, and this allows Sasori to transition away. No waxes on him just yet, and it seems like, yeah, we're gonna see KZNK here just try and support as much as possible. So this allows him to kite for a while, and the Mechanic bot is not going to be used just yet, so still doing an amazing job as Team ZETA.
Wow, the mind game over here. Winning that mind game against the hunter, flying wheel to avoid that hit, amazingly done on KZNC's side. It comes to quick, you know, young people really has a lot of fast reactions to this, you know, like if it's me, I mean, I'm young too, but...
Hey, you're young, you're Gen Z, Chocho, what are you talking about? Anyway, here we go. We do see that the Mechanic is eating a lot of wax here, but I can admit, the mechanical skills is just amazing. Note that they also have the Psychologist heal, just in case Mochi needs to go for another rescue, but now they're working on their last 2 ciphers, and both of them are at the 50% mark. We do see that Dolisu is here as well. Psychologist can also eat a hit just in case, and it seems like, oh, GodJ is actually working his attention towards the Psychologist, but no, we see that Sasori has fallen down for the 2nd time. Oh,
right. And stunning the hunter, able to pellet stun the hunter. Fantastic gameplay by KZ and Kelly's side. And another pellet stun. Wait, no.
Oh, no, just a regular stun. But holy smokes, these stuns coming left and right. The wax artist is really reeling here. And my goodness, Sasori is trying to buy as much time for his team as possible because 2 ciphers still remain. One is about to pop. So Chocho, we're about to hit that end game mark.
That's right, a very cheeky play on Sasori's side, trying to decode as well as kite at the same time, and trusting KZNK on the support. Very well done, and last cipher is at 95%, everybody, so seems to be that Sasori will be down at this point in time. Cipher caught! Flying wheel! Oh my goodness.
What an exchange there in favor of Sasori. He knew the hot wax trick, flywheel, just to make sure. GodJ missing the basic attack, and Sasori now will be falling to a detention hit. Now, this is what's going to be tough. We're going to see the cooldown of the trait, and we see that they're opening up the exit gate. Note that this is the 2nd time the Mechanic is on that rocket chair, and they still have the Mechanic's doll. So GodJ relegated to pulling off a chair here in the 2-story.
Yeah, but Hunter did bring insolence as well as detention, so there is no trump card. Yeah, so blink all the way. So this is a definite 3 escape and 1 elimination on God J's side.
I would have to say that's still very good. At least it's not a 5-person escape. They're still not letting go of that lead because it's a tied game. So it seems like this might be the battle of survivors. But what I'm scared of the most is that Alpha's going to be next. But now we see that the mechanics bot is going to try and farm a rescue. But no, GodJ just popping off with that blink. I still think that's a victory on their side for all the support that happened. For him to get at 1K, get moral victory on GodJ's side. But Chocho, we talked about this. ZETA with just amazing teamwork, and KZNK, just the jump into the stun, to the pallet drop. Just there were so much stuns. They didn't care if they were getting waxed. As long as I get my mechanics safe and sound, it's all good.
That's right. I agree absolutely. You know, we see for the one with the antiquarian stun, as well with the antiquarian, and then right now we are seeing KZNK with the antiquarian. So it's like your survivor is attacking my hunter, and I will do likewise to yours. So it's like back and forth, and like you mentioned, it will be probably a survivor game actually. So, but seriously though, KZNK, like we're both young. I mean, we're all young, but seriously though, he's built different. I mean, like I'm Gen Z and everything, but he's just built different. And, like...
You're Gen Z. You guys are young. I got the old man reaction times at this point, Chocho. But I'm just saying they're definitely built different, and for them to perform at the highest level, imagine like IDV Survivor side, just one mistake can turn the game in anyone's favor. It could turn it into a Hunter-sided game. But I would say it's the battle of KZNK and 481. Who gets the most stuns here at this point? Who can harass the most? Because 481 also has nerves of steel like KZNK. So I think that we're gonna have to pay close attention to that, and also pay close attention to the kiters. So it was Sasori here. In the previous one, it was Little Boy and 9 Mamos. So here, 185.7 seconds, and just an amazing strategy that they had. Cypher Rush was always, and like you said, the cheeky, like able to drop the pallet and just let me decode while I'm kiting you. 1 sec, I just got to reply to this message real quick. All right, okay, we're back to kiting. So, I mean, mechanic being Gen Z, just multitasking, just updating her status and stuff like that, and also kiting a wax artist. And not just any wax artist, this is GodJ's wax artist.
Yeah, GodJ's wax artist, like you've mentioned. So, yeah, like... okay, for example, kiting as well as using your bot to decode, right? It really requires a lot of trust on your teammates to support
Brain
you.
power,
It's not something like, it's not something that you can easily like, you support, and then you die the next moment when you're using your bot. Like, Sasori really fully trusted KZNK on that stuns, you know? And everything worked out. It's just wonderful teamwork on the ZETA side.
I would love to have KZNK to support me in rank. Like if you have a stable teammate like that, oh dude, just peak tier. He's just gonna keep supporting, dude. I don't if I have a 0 Cypher kite, that's fine. As long as KZNK is there to support, you're well protected, folks. Again, this is ZETA's team, and you know, can I just say this match is really going intense, and it's gonna go the full 3. I couldn't care less because it's such an amazing match.
Forgot about that.
I want to be able to show everyone. Drink your water, folks. So we're gonna take a very short break, and we're gonna give some shout outs after that. So let's throw it to some highlights.
ワンチャン回避できるかも。大丈夫で今。回避した。
俺真ん中。
チャット出せる。
今。
だからブロックされると。
壁してもいいよ。
VR
でかい。いやまだあと4割。
上げれる？
自分ではまだ上げれんけどやっといてほしい。
一応回そうじゃあ。寸止め使わせ。
いいよ。
GH Let's Go at Emma Yang 98 hashtag COA6 global support. Again, guys, if you want your voices to be heard, use the hashtag and also tag Identity5 just so we can have your messages there, and also we'll read your messages in chat. But yeah, GH Let's Go. We're for sure gonna see a round number 3. So I hope people in the back are listening. Firm.
Yeah, but I've also seen a lot of GH fan art on Twitter, so that's really nice. And also for ZETA, we have the most excellent hunter. Prove your practice, which is better than any other team. Hashtag COE6 global support. Hashtag ZETA win. Hashtag ZETA art. Hashtag Vampy_IDV. Hashtag elf. So that was a mouthful. Yeah, just very pretty art on Japanese side. We see just now scars also. Yeah,
Yes.
amazing fan art.
Yeah, so keep supporting your favorite teams, keep using the hashtags, and keep adding Identity 5, folks, for your messages to be heard. And also keep supporting in chat. Again, green hearts for GH, red hearts for ZETA. And I just drank my water, so I'm just like, whoo, trying to calm down here, Chocho, because now it's going to be we're going to go round number 2 with ZETA actually going to pick the map.
Yeah, that's right. ZETA, they have a lot to actually consider. I mean, they can pick an arms factory or a Chinatown. We've seen, but if they're looking into getting a big advantage, I would say Chinatown, because GH against Wolves, they get a tie at arms factory. So hopefully this match in BO2 is leaning towards ZETA side, since this is a ZETA selection map choice. So hopefully everything works out, but we're never too sure how the outcome will be, because different teams have different strategies, and it really depends on how this opponent's team have researched on this team that they will be competing against. So
yeah, again, it's gonna be a little tough because again they have that 9 Mamos thing going on, so it's like, ooh, this is a survivor we didn't really account for. So now Alpha, I would say the X factor would definitely go to GH, but again, you don't want to look past the franchise team here in ZETA. I'm seeing some support in chat and people saying Poch Boomer. I'm like, hey, listen to your elders, folks. That's me.
Hey, yo, if Poch is no Boomer, okay? Eli maybe, but not Poch.
Oh, shots fired. Pew, pew, pew. Chocho with a coordinator gunshot. No avoidance there. But we digress, chat. Thank you so much again for tuning in. Again, spam those hearts because we're going to head back into the stage here. ZETA picking Lakeside Village, and Godjay still on the hunter chair here. This brings up, well, they could just ban the Wax Artist and force Godjay into hunters that he doesn't normally go for. He could go Soul Weaver, he could go with Clerk. He has a lot to choose from, but let's wait for the picks of the survivors first and see how Godjay is going to react to it. But Chocho, how do you feel about Lakeside though?
This is not good for GH. We can say that, because Elf will definitely be coming for the hunter side in the second half, and we've seen how crazy Elf performs at Lakeside Village. If anybody can remember in IVS when Elf picked up the Bonbon for elimination against, this is actually a repeated match in IVS.
Yeah, it was.
ZETA versus GH at Lakeside Village. I remember Godjay played the Spider, and then the female dancer on ZETA's side destroyed him completely. Oh goodness. This is not good.
and the thing is, it's more survivor sided. How long ago was IVS? We didn't have antiquarian meta, so this is gonna be a lot harder, I would have to say. So would it be deja vu, or will Godjay be able to rewrite history here, coming into this match? And advantage definitely goes onto ZETA's survivors here on Lakeside Village because it kind of limits him. I think if he wants to play the safe, we can just go with the Naiad. And as Chocho puts her arms up, I want to ask her what she's thinking though.
No, I was thinking like how difficult this is gonna be for GH. I fear that the point difference in this match itself would be too great for GH to kind of recover in BO3. Yeah, this is not looking good for GH. But hopefully preparations have been made, and because since IVS, a lot of changes to the maps, whether it be the location, the certain parts of it being changed with more pallets, lesser pallets, more windows, lesser windows. All of these changes are actually made by NetEase to kind of make a break even between hunter and survivor. But clearly, it's still a survivor side kind of game. So
really, tell me more about. I've never noticed Chocho with the scores.
Yeah.
Survivor side. What are you talking?
Yeah,
it's a joke.
It's really crazy.
And we've seen amazing kites with the changes that were made, right? So it's really, I would have to say survivors are doing really well. It's really good as jobs in commentary because like survivor-sided games gets really intense. However, I do have to feel for my hunter brethren out there that are having a tough time. They're kind of relegated as being like goalies and just defending as much as possible, because for them to get at least a tie is already a win at that point. Again, big shout outs to the fans out there with those fan signs. Also giving shout outs to the chat. We see Ghosty Bob. Cuna Spicy's asking who's winning. We're actually at a tie right now, so it's still anyone's game, but it is ZETA to get map advantage. We see Hypen TH. We also see Ishi's here, Jam. Divorced is here giving you shout outs too, Chocho. Any shout outs you want to give out?
Yeah. Actually, I want to give shout outs to Divorce, like you just mentioned also, because he or she is actually watching this because I'm commentating right now. Like he or she was actually gonna like go and rest already, I believe, because I know that for any EU site, right, this is like a complete opposite time zone from the SEA region. Right now for me it's 5:36, but for you it's probably like 5 a.m. in the morning. So
hey, wait, can we just give a shout out to the NAEU people that are watching right now? Thank you so much. Again, you can just catch the VODs here if you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel, wherever you guys are watching it. But if you guys are here, thank you so much. It means a lot. And I hope you guys are drinking your water. Stay hydrated. You know what Norton says always in the chat. And I'm gonna keep bringing out the fan sign of please drink your water, folks, because this is an intense one. We're seeing Godjay with a dancer and the seer band to start off, as well as a respect band of Godjay's wax artists on ZETA's side.
That's right. And yeah, we're probably gonna see another new strategy on ZETA's side, or probably a used one. We've seen their female dancer at 11 at this map, so we might but we see the female dancer being banned already. Yeah. So Godjay probably has this deja vu moment happening in this map. Eliminating the female dancer straight away, definitely fearing ZETA's side. So yeah, we see the mercenary as well as antiquarian being picked, and followed by a toy merchant and mechanic band on Godjay's side, eliminating all the support, the fast decoders. Yeah, we could, and we see the priestess.
That's right. So it seems like banning the toy merchant here is actually really good. They're kind of I would say they're settling for the priestess here, because yes, the big boat, small boat is something that you can do, but outside from that, you just have long portal support. So mobility isn't going to be the best without that toy merchant catapult, and on the survivor side, it can work. It can also prove to be kind of okay, but I really think having a prospector here could prove to be a really tough one for Godjay, because ZETA really builds their kites, or their first kite, around having a prospector in Kazuneko. And people are asking, who does Kazuneko main? Is he trying to wave to the camera? Anyway, like trying to hold the camera, but he mains like stunners. In the previous call, he had so much highlights with that forward, but unfortunately forward isn't as used in this meta. It's really prospector, antiquarian, just other stunners. But now I guess you can say he's really good with this prospector. And Sasori on antiquarian, yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Godjay.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this team comp itself. Godjay could possibly pick a Geisha or Bonbon, because I do see the mechanic. The mechanic, but then we see the steer band. So if it's Bonbon, it doesn't really make much of a sense. And for the Survivor team comp, we're seeing double harassers, 1 support and 1 decoder. So all in all, this team comp is actually not very fast decoding. But I'm actually interested to see how Dolisu is gonna make use of the priestess to kind of. We're seeing a spider once again. IVAs, yeah, IVS. Oh my goodness.
So, but the thing is, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Antiquarian was not an IVS, right? So this is gonna be Godjay coming in with Spider in an Antiquarian meta. Lakeside, yeah, you can say there's some good spots for him to get the webs, but you still struggle with the Antiquarian. This is gonna be a tough one. So Godjay's gonna have to build up the presence really fast, build up the webs, hopefully catch some people off guard with the attack of the web. So I'm a little nervous that this might be a little deja vu of IVS, but I'm pretty sure Godjay has learned from that, and he's gonna be ready. Let's see how this one's gonna pan out, Chocho.
Yeah. I definitely, absolutely.
Do you have any notes on that? Could you recall like what happened, or remind us how it went?
I believe that was like the last day of IVS, so I actually don't have it recorded over here, but it's imprinted in my head. So it was so crazy how one person can kite so long at the 11 just with those music boxes, and Godjay didn't remove it, but this time out he banned it, so that's interesting. But we're seeing an interesting pick over spawn location over here.
Wow.
Godjay is spawning at back gate.
And then look, they're just surrounding them with unchaseable targets here. Well, you can. I mean, it's just gonna be tough. No, you really don't want to chase Antiquarian as a spider, because she's gonna keep stunning you, like even if you just catch up to her. So now we see one broken windows, the rest are a flywheel because they want to go for that harassment on Kazuneko and Sasori. We see trump card Blink, so he's going for an aggressive start and hopefully a late game detention Blink, teleport at the end. So, God, I feel like Chocho's feeling the PTSD at this point.
Yeah,
like, oh, no.
this is not like if we're looking at character-wise, it's great to go against a prospector, but this is KZNK we're talking about.
Right.
How many seasons has he played this prospector already? And Godji is
too many times.
hit on with KZNK at the 11 area. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I would have to say KZNK is kind of the one that popularized Prospector. No one's really using Prospector before the Japan meta made it super famous. And then slowly but surely, everyone else started to catch on. Hopefully, Gaje will be able to catch on to Kazuneko here. Look at the discipline. He's not vaulting right away. He's waiting for the right opportunity to do so. And now he's just going to transition towards that small boat area. Gaje building up those webs, trying to build up that presence. But Kazuneko still has not dropped a bomb just yet. He's trying to try to moonwalk it, but Kazuneko, be just the discipline of him, just making sure he knows where the hunter is going to be going towards. And now the webs are coming out.
And a magnet being used over here might be a possible stun. Blink is in about 5 seconds, and right now he'll be using the webs to probably get this possible hit and the blink hit. I believe that is the trick that Gaji is going for. But getting that stun by KZNK, very well done. And a blink hit is not
blink to
possible over
drop
here.
down. Oh, he's not going to use the blink just yet to close out the distance. But this 11 area, again, like you mentioned, Chocho, super notorious for the previous match. And now Cyphers are moving along quite well. Again, once you hit that 1 minute mark in this meta, 3 Cyphers are almost done. And Kazuneko now choosing to actually transition to the middle part of this map just to get rid of the webs that Gaje does have. He's got 2 more magnets to use. So Kazuneko, he's going to try and transition away from here. He's going to get another stun onto Gaje. So incredible performance so far. Let's see if he'll be able to utilize this blink just to down this Prospector.
Oh, flying wheel! Destroying Gaje, completely getting that pellet stun as well. Amazingly done by KZNK. A lot of discipline. And he still has 1 more mana to utilize, but Hunter will be changing targets to Sasori, the Antiquarian. Still not getting his first hit as of yet.
My goodness, just the trade-off was in favor of survivors there. Now they know his blink is on cooldown and he has nothing to worry about chasing up close quarters, and he can just drop pallets here. And this is Sasori we're talking about. Gets another flywheel, but the collision there on Sasori able to injure him, and Gaje not eating a pallet. This is great. We've seen Sasori use Antiquarian though. He's got to be very careful. He's dropping down these pallets just to make sure that Gaje breaks them, just so he can transition to a better spot at the shore area.
And yeah, possible down over here, yes. And right now 3 Cyphers done, almost 3 minutes into the match already, and last 2 Cyphers are already being worked on. So there is a possibility that the Cypher might be primed by this halfway mark rescue.
Yeah, Mochi's already here, so he's just feeding that Tinnitus. He's just waiting for the Cyphers to move on a little bit, but look how fast Gaje's building up these his speed here. He's just going to keep going back and forth with this web to build up the speed and try to down. He knows where the mercenary is going to be coming from, but it seems like the mercenary able to get a rescue here, gets the spit onto him, and we see that the mercenary is just practicing some discipline. He has some seconds left, and now the Antiquarian able to get rescued here. Mercenary tanking that hit. Mochi being so reliable. Sasori has to be very careful. He tried to go for a hit, but the last effort is going to get Gaje another round on that rocket share.
That's right. And Antiquarian, even though she missed that hit, and the down was actually quite fast, the time brought out by KZNK with that Prospector kite right at the start was sufficient. And right now heading on to the second chair of Antiquarian, and KZNK will be coming for this rescue. Last Cypher is at 86%. And Pristis over here probably gonna distract the Hunter and get this free rescue by KZNK. That could be possible.
Yeah, Dolisu now just making this is a sign that Gaje knows that the last Cypher is already primed. Note that the blink is about to be in cooldown, so he can use trump card. But Dolisu is going to have to be very careful here just to avoid the web bomb of Gaje. Able to do so. So now just no terror shock situation, but we know how Gaje can play the mind games. Able to get the rescue, and now trying to close out the distance to go for the Antiquarian. Gets the web bomb onto the Priestess. Another one to double up, and Antiquarian now is a target that Gaje wants to down.
And great discipline on ZETA's side, not popping the Cypher as of yet. And Sasori, stunning the Hunter twice, disarming him, and Cypher will be popped right now. Hunter unable to get the hit onto Sasori because he's being disarmed once again.
Wow.
Spitting onto Antiquarian, but there's nothing he can do because he can't hit. And right now, excitement being used. Flying Wheel, destroying that portal. This is over at the area, but he's not hitting him. Antiquarian is still here. Will he be able to get the down immediately?
He's hiding behind this pallet here. It seems like the web bombs. Oh, look how slow Sasori is at this point, and Gaje just downing him right away. It's gonna be kind of scary if everyone is still here. He's already switched to excitement, so it's gonna be tough for him to close out that distance. But Prospector has already left. We've already seen the Priestess and Mercenary leave, so it's a 3-person game. So Gaje getting another 1K here is gonna leave it up to survivors to try and sustain the tie, or at least try to get a 4-man escape. But easier said than done if you're going up against Alf.
That's right.
Incredible performance, I would have to say, on ZT's side, just showing us Kazuneko, like the first round kite, he didn't use that much magnets, Chocho. He was just using his raw kiting ability. He's making sure that he's not being cut off by the Hunter. He's not going to fall for the red light trick. And he was able to kite from small boat, transition all the way to big boat, and force Gaje to actually chase the Antiquarian. So a beautiful performance on Kazuneko's side. And I would have to say the Survivor side. But what are the points that you want to highlight in that match?
Yeah, a breathtaking kind of match. Unable to really breathe through it actually, because we saw how KZ and K right before Hunter changed targets, how he actually... Okay, Gaje got the blink hit. Okay, wanted to blink hit him, but then he knew that, so he flight wheeled that, and knowing that Hunter had used blink already, he got that pallet stun onto Hunter, so he can't even know that he doesn't have excitement, and then forcing Hunter to change targets. And just to let you know, he only used 2 magnets in that first kite, I believe, so...
Wow.
And still had 1 more to use, so it just shows how good he utilized his magnets. That's the first thing, because usually the Prospector mains we see, at that point in time, they probably have 0 magnets to use already. And possibly a down soon after. But we see how KZNK was conservative in a very good way. Crazy sequence of events after, and then forcing Hunter to change targets to Antiquarian at that point in time. So, real crazy. And also another thing to note is that double spit situation we see in the late game. ZETA survivors knew that Hunter had double spit. They counted their hits exactly, and Priestess was there to kind of tank that double spit situation. So very well done on ZETA survivors side, doing a lot of preventive measures to prevent certain things being unfavorable to them in the later game.
Yeah, it was an uphill battle from the get-go after Kazuneko was able to prolong that kite, and also him to I would say negate the blink attempt. That was just too good on Kazuneko's side. So and imagine a conservative Prospector was able to get that, and he could have chosen any other character and still get that type of result, because he, like you said, he only used 2 magnets, and they were just short stuns to just transition away. That's just like you said, he's built different and he trains different. He's just playing on another level. So GH survivors are gonna have to duplicate the same type of magic they had in round number 1 to try and tie this, Chocho. So this game could go down to the wire here. GH so far have been fighting tooth and nail to keep their slot in the group stage here, but up against them is ZETA. And I have to say, if you're in GH's shoes, really nothing to lose, everything to gain, because ZETA, yeah, they're the ones who are expected to perform really well. And a lot of people in the chat are saying, Chocho, Rap God, let's take this time to drink some water, folks. Drink the water. Okay.
Yeah, and we're seeing that the Hunter switch over here as usual from ZETA's side. ZETA Vampy switching in will be ZETA Elf, and we've seen how he's actually performed very well in IVS against GH, but this time around in this COA COA group stage, we see that he's actually leaning more towards a tie, not really performing as well, because this meta, like we've mentioned, is always survivor-sided, and it's quite tough for him, for sure. So yeah, we're seeing him getting himself ready. Pretty sure the pressure is on GH survivor side, getting that 3 escape. If not, it's gonna be a win for ZETA side, but it seems to be that Elf has a lot to pick for his BO2 for a second.
Yeah, I think in the match against Wolves and Lakeside also, he's brought up Bonbon. So, like you said, he's really living up to just being the defender of the team and letting the survivors kind of ride this survivor-sided meta, because before, yeah, in COA 5, he had like 4Ks, 3Ks left and right. I think now it's safe to say he could just go for the ties, get that win. But easier said than done because GH seem to be on fire as of late with their Survivor team. Even though, yes, 9mamo coming in, kind of shaking things up, kind of taking the role of Capcom. I feel like he's also the main shot caller since Capcom is not here. So just an incredible performance. And now we're seeing the cam of Skyfall here. They did say they know how powerful Zeta is, and he said in the interview that they're going to show them how powerful they are and how powerful Southeast Asia is.
Absolutely. And yeah, both sides are getting ready. This will be BO2's second half. In the first half, we did see Zeta survivors getting their 3 escapes. So 1 elimination is the minimum that Zeta Elf want to go for. And tie and above will be a win for Zeta in BO2 and getting that advantage for his team. So we're seeing Floyd might as well to the boy helping each other with the in-ears. I think it's actually quite difficult. I've seen quite a number of players struggling to put it in.
They struggle, dude. Again, that's silencers just so that they won't be able to hear the other comms. So yeah, it looks pretty tough. I keep saying like the ones that are having a hard time, they have a lot of earwax artists in their ears. They can't put it in. It's just a joke.
I'm not sure if they're using the same one, but if the same one, oh gosh.
No, I'm kidding. I'm pretty sure they change it up. But I just want to take this time also to say what's up to chat. Can I just say you guys are hilarious? She says, my toxic trait is thinking I can kite after watching Koa. That's so funny because I always, after Koa, I'm on a Koa high, I'm like, yeah, let's do a rank. And then it's like, oh, I'm not Kazuneko. Oh no, I can't do this.
Yeah, I'd be like, why is the match not turning out the same? I thought it's a Survivor meta. Why are we getting 4 elimination? What is this?
What's happening? Why are we losing? Guys, it's Survivor meta. And you're with Rant. Oh, we feel you. That's why you got to respect the players, folks. Also, thank you so much for that Nerpshi. Lacrimosa is here. We saw Chantel. Any shout outs you want to give out?
Shout outs. Yeah, Chu, are you a star? Because every time I look at you, my eyes light up.
Whoa there. Okay.
What is this pickup line? My goodness. Anyways, Jam, I see Jam, Inora, Xia, Bian, Fukame, Lacrimosa, I can't really pronounce this Chinese one, but
says good luck.
Ghost, good luck Elf, Ghosty, Bob, Wafuru, Hypen TH.
Yes.
And hopefully I don't miss out though, because I know we do miss out a lot of people because this is kind of like a delay. There's a delay, so we do miss out quite a lot of people. So hopefully we'll be able to
catch all the messages, catch all the support. And this is the downtime when they're just getting ready, so we can have a conversation with you guys, chat. So again, big shout out to the 7,000 watching right now. So thank you so much for joining us on a Friday or a Friday morning, Friday night, wherever you guys are. Because when you mentioned that, like the time difference, like some people here from NAEU, I think Chad Likes Pasta is from NAEU. So shout outs to you, sir. And shout outs to everyone that's tuning in wherever you guys are in the world for this intense match, because GH is trying to go up against, I would say, they're the underdogs trying to go up against the franchise team. So I wish you guys well, and I wish I could have read that sign in Japanese, but I can't read Japanese.
Ooh, okay. And also, I'd like to mention also, Reddy said, Skyfall is always such a humble and positive guy. Actually, I didn't go for the offline stages for IVC, but from the people around me, my friends, that actually went offline stages, they did say Skyfall was a really kind, really nice guy.
Yeah.
So, that is actually true. And also, people supporting GH right now, do give your love and support for them. We're seeing, not too much, so do give your green hearts for GH, red hearts for Zeta, and GH right now, they do need the support. And hopefully they can get it.
Yeah, just to echo that, Skyfall is like really nice and super humble, taking pictures with whoever asked for it, and he's just really just a nice guy all throughout. I mean, GH in particular, like they were just happy to see the fans and just give shout outs to whoever. And if you guys are fans of GH, they do have a Facebook page, a Facebook fan page, and also on Twitter. Shout outs to Gift, who we met also, that's managing that fan club also. The fans are really nice too, Chocho. If you didn't know, the GH fans also, like, they were giving food to the players, but they also give food to the commentators, so it was like really nice. Because and the venue was kind of hot and all that, so they gave us refreshments. So shout out to the GH fans out there. I know you guys are listening, so do give your love and support to GH. But I'm pretty sure another supportive fandom is the Zeta fandom. I want you guys to make some noise also in the chat for them, because they are coming in droves here in the studio just supporting their favorite team, which is Zeta. You see Zeta win, you see Alf as well. Alf signs out there. So I can't imagine how big the gasps are in the studio when a big play happens or a blink happens.
That's right. And yeah, we'll be moving on to the band pick phase, but just a little bit before that, because the delay has probably reached you guys, so I just want to give a little bit more shout outs that we've missed out over here. Let me take a look. Sorry, give me a moment. Sonia, hi Sonia. Norton. Let me give me a second.
Go for it.
Cedaro, Mode, Robert, Hypen TH, Erica, Ghosty Bob, Lacrimosa, Kanade, or Kanade, Ray, yeah, and all of you else who is commenting, thank you so much. And we do see your comments on and off, because I mean during the match we gotta focus. So hopefully all of you are fine. Drink your water, hydrate yourselves, and right now, yeah, the BP phase, we see the Toy Merchant as well as the Seer Ben. And server side shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Maybe a Mercenaries or Antiquarian pick, just like the matches before.
Could be, but GH doing their homework here, banning out the Bonbon to start out. So Alf is gonna have to pull something else. He can bring out the Wax Artist, because we've seen him pull out the Wax Artist in big maps like Chinatown. So Skyfall picking up the Mercenary. I'm pretty sure 481 on that Prospector. So that leaves a lot of room for them to pick up, let's say, Psychologist. But no, they're really heavily leaning on just having one decoder in the Composer. So this is definitely Little Boy that uses the Composer. And they still have one last pick to go for as the mechanic gets banned out by Alf.
Yeah, absolutely. And Toy Merchant, Seer, Antiquarian, Female Dancer, Mechanic. Because we always see how BO2 Elf will be subbed in for this Hunter selection, and a lot of teams in IVS, actually, we usually see Bonbon in his BO2 because his Geisha gets banned in BO2. So we might be able to see a possible Geisha pick, and if Bonbon on Elf's side is already this scary, it's a possibility that his Geisha is even scarier.
True.
And
oof.
Yeah, and I'm expecting to see either a Geisha or Dreamwish, because Elf actually do excel in both Hunter selection in this map. So
yeah, I could see that too. Oh my gosh, Dreamwish would be a nightmare. I would have to say though, if Alf wants to play this like to the meta, he does have a Wax Artist, he has a Naiad as well. But I think, yeah, he just needs to get a tie, right? So I don't know, because like I think Geishas have been a little underwhelming as of late. So I'm not sure if he's going to bring it out. But again, Geisha, if they bring Flywheel, that definitely is a big counter. I guess, yeah, I can see it now, because double decoder, he's going to need to build up the pressure at the start. Because GH really solidifying their own type of game plan here in just try and go for double decoder, rescue harasser in the previous games that we've seen. And to some extent, yeah, it's been very successful so far. And you called it, Chocho, we're seeing the Geisha. So Alf is definitely going to go aggressive at the get-go. Again, the mobility is going to be on his side. Since they don't have a Priestess, they don't have a Toy Merchant here to try and help support each other.
Absolutely. And yeah, because I mean, in IBS, right, the huge problem with GH, right, is because of too much harassing. Yeah, they're so focused on harassing that the decoding is not being done. And this time round, definitely there is a adjustments to their ban picks, and picking a double decoder, Postman as well as Composer, kind of forces them to focus on decoding and don't come out too much for this harassment, even though it's a support heavy meta.
Yeah. Ooh, this is actually a little tough for GH, because yes, they can go for Cypher Rush, but Alf is just gonna go for either the Postman or the Composer, and then he's just gonna force everyone out of their ciphers and just control the early game. Even though this is Survivor sided, Alf on the Geisha, we've said time and time again how crazy he is on it. And in a map like Lakeside Village, where it's kind of out in the open, you have to really pick up the butterflies. The pallets are really far apart, so you're gonna have to pick strategic spots to like try and kite. So similar spawn locations here, like we're seeing just the surrounding at the back gate area, while we have Little Boy the Composer on the big boat. So 9 Mamos actually might have to take this first kite.
Yes, this is not looking as good as with the previous first half that we're seeing, because Geisha has very high mobility in any kind of map because of her butterflies, and it's gonna be straight away near Nemimos very soon. So we're seeing the persona first, Nemimos, little boy, as well as 481 with the flying wheel persona, and then Skyfall with tight persona. Hunter has brought detention and trump card as well as the skill blink. So we haven't really seen Nemimos kite, and this would be the first time in probably forever. So
I mean, we saw him with the acrobat, so now that was good, but let's see how this performance will fare coming into this one, because it seems like yeah, Nine Mamos, he's gonna run straight into it. And note that the flywheel is definitely gonna help them out to try and dodge that first hit. But Nine Mamos out in the open here, at least he was able to get the butterfly for him to go to this pallet.
That's right, and successfully entering that area without getting a basic hit, that's really nice. And getting that basic hit, amazing butterfly on Elsa's side. Nine Mamos trying to rotate away, but he's rotating to an area where there isn't any pallets, but windows only. This is not really good, because this is like an open air. Hunter can easily catch up. And Nine Mamos, will he be able to get to the pallet area? No, and might be getting this basic hit and down, instant down, never seen.
Yes, oh, unfortunately there, this flywheel wasn't, I mean, it was this early in the game. For him to get a down within the first minute is actually in favor of Alf. So unfortunately there, Nine Mamos, I think, yeah, he could have stayed a little bit in the 11 area just so he can break line of sight, use the pallets, use the windows, because Alf, like you pointed out, caught up so fast in that open area. So Nine Mamos on the rocket chair. Skyfall has to get off his Cypher just so he can go for that rescue. And at this spot, Chocho, it's like he has full 180 view of this side of the map and whoever's going to come in. So Alf just has to stay patient here, while Skyfall might just be feeding Tinnitus, because it's about to be the halfway mark and Skyfall isn't making any attempt to try and close out the distance. So he's definitely playing in Alf's position. Does Alf see the mercenary?
Yeah, he seems to be, and Skyfall will be getting this chase. An early hit into this rescue. The chair only went over half just like a while ago, and this is just a pushed rescue over here. And Nine Mamos will be kiting towards a one pallet as well as one window area. Elf might be kited out for a little bit over here, but we'll see whether he'll be able to push past the tight period for Nine Mamos.
Oh, going for the red light trick, and Nine Mamos, can he make it to the window in time? Goes for the last effort through the window, and like you pointed out, this is his last chair. It was past halfway. Skyfall still getting that rescue is good, but now it seems like a tie is actually in the air for Alf to secure, because Cypher progress isn't going so well. Yes, the composer is there, but you don't have the double decoder pressure of having the postman there as well. So Alf, he's definitely going to try to work to secure a round victory for his team, while Little Boy still at the top part of the map. We do see that the Mercenary and Prospector have healed up. Alf just needs one more target for him to claim victory in round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the last cypher hasn't even been worked on, and I believe the plan over there was like, we're spotting out a mercenary over here, but using all of the elbow pad, will he be able to get this hit? Seems to be. Getting that hit onto Skyfall, opening his second skill, so right now his dash and everything will be so much faster, very strong towards the second skill. And actually, right, I believe the plan on getting that rescue onto Nine Mamos was for that full... Ooh, getting the terror shot, unfortunately!
The 180 hit to get the terror shock, but yeah, it didn't really mean anything because, like you said, he already had full presence. But man, able to down Skyfall. Again, he had to use 2 elbow pads to just get that rescue, and he had to use 1 more elbow pad to transition towards the 11 area. So Alf really did his work to try and down this mercenary. So this is going to be a tough save for either the composer or the prospector. So great pick off, I would have to say, on Alf's side. Eliminating one of the decoders, and now the main rescuer is on that rocket chair, even though the mercenary has sometimes, well, he stays there forever. So
yeah, that's right. And yeah, I believe the plan for rescuing Nine Mamos was for a full rescue. I mean, for a rescue like right at the end, the corner, 1-2 seconds left, and then Prospector 481 will be present for that harassing, because it doesn't make sense for the rescue to happen, and then 481 is not present over there to kind of prolong that kite for decoding to happen. And flying will, but still getting that hit, unfortunately. 481 putting that magnet onto Hunter. Elf not focusing, and will be teleporting to Little Boy, where he fly will and still will be getting this hit. Might be able to deny this rescue. 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1 before the next butterfly hit, and will he be able to deny this rescue? This is very close.
He's able to get it. Oh my goodness, caught him right when he was about to rescue the mercenary, and Alf is well on his way to get a 4K here. Prospector is the only one left, and he is injured. So now it just seems like an inevitability of Alf's Geisha here. So just an incredible counter to the pressure. Again, it was going to be tough because he had a 2-person rescue, but in an open map like this, it's really tough. So now Alf, he's going to try to find where the prospector is at and probably push him away from dungeon, but this is a sign seal deliver 4K game if he downs 481 at the spot.
Yeah, here is the question, right? Because just now we did see Mercenary with getting that stun, alright? So still be able to get this basic hit and destroying him completely for elimination on GH side and getting that 5 points for his own team, Zeta's Elf.
Yeah, my goodness. We were saying how Alf was kind of relegated for just being a tie hunter, but man, I think he missed that 4K. He missed that 4K life, and he doesn't seem... I mean, again, he's very humble in victory and also gracious in defeat. But, I mean, we have to give the flowers to Alf because he performed amazingly there, picking off 9 Mamos to start, stuff in the rescue, being able to force the Half-Blood rescue, and ultimately getting the Terror Shock on both I think Lil Boy and Skyfall.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes to beg the question, right? Because we did see how Skyfall, the Mercenary, get the Terror Shot, even though he could have eaten a basic hit and then that small tight turner, 20 to 25 seconds.
Right.
I feel like it would be able to buy some time because at the end, right, Cypher's was actually almost enough. We see one at 90 plus, one at 70 plus. Just a food for thought. Whether that small tight turner effect after getting the basic hit instead of a Terror Shock would be able to possibly turn this game around from a possible Cypher Pop situation to a no Cypher Pop situation.
Yeah, that's actually a good point that you bring up because him getting that Terror Shock, you want to be able to exploit and use the Steel Will, I think, of that trait of Mercenary for him to be able to have the mini Tide Turner effect where he's still out and about. Because he's immediately down, and that was quite unfortunate. And I would have to say also, Alf, yeah, Acid, sorry. It was just
sorry, it's okay.
You'll get there when you get older. Oh, sure. The thing is, I would say Alf being so proactive, like he didn't teleport to the chair. He knew he was going to go for that Shaking Cypher. He was going to stuff the rescue attempt of Little Boy. And yeah, bringing Flywheel is good, but in the end, yeah, it was a great dodge at the start. But Alpha's just very patient and disciplined. It's like, all right, you dodged my first hit, but you have nowhere else to run. You're not flywheeling towards a pallet. You're gonna get it down here and now. And now we see the score line at 5-0 in favor of Zeta.
That's right. And a 46.8 kite on IMMO's side. So yeah, he nearly got that free hit at the start. Remember, before he entered that palleted area. If that hit registered, this would be probably like a less than 30 seconds kite. But regardless though, Elf did perform very well in the second half. Showed to everyone that Geisha is still a full elimination kind of character. And the way he cypher camps, right, he doesn't stay at the chair. He's like a CCTV. He walks around the entire area, patrol the entire area, making sure that, you know what, is there a server here? If I have a tinnitus popping, should I be, going nearer to a certain area or going further away? Like, this kind of things, he did it really well and able to spot out Mercenary so early into their rescue. Very well done. And also a point spotted out by Eli was it'll be hitting for a short break, so
we'll say that point after this break.
おいナイスおおピーター当てていくナイスケジョうまい
コートに変えてるにしよう
帰りますナイスなんか出たのに殴られたナイスさん逃げ
there you have it, folks. An intro to this fan art. Zeta win. Hashtag Zeta. Hashtag Zeta win. At Identity V Champ. Hashtag COA6 global support. Again, just the cute emojis here. Again, I feel like the Zeta fans out there, they appreciate any fan art is just appreciated here. So again, if you guys want to send in your fan arts for your favorite teams, just use the hashtag COA6 global support and at Identity V Champ.
Yep, that's right. And this kind of reminds me of like this game that was very popular at some point in time, Popo.
Oh,
I'm not sure if you know.
okay.
Do you know the game?
Look at you. That's a boomer game.
But regardless though, I'm pretty sure that fans of Zeta would know which Popo is to which survivor or hunter.
Can we try guessing? Who do you think is who? Well, the coach is definitely the one with the tie.
Are you sure though? I think it's the one on the top
tie.
left hand corner though.
That's the
one
coach
with the...
fighting. Isn't
sure.
that? Okay, who's Kazuneko here?
I don't know. I think it's the cat at the center.
The cat.
I think it's the cat. Yeah, because he has this
Neko.
cat
Yeah.
headphones.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
I think
but
Mochi is the one with a mask.
Mochi is... Oh, that could be.
I think so, but we're gonna head back to us here again. Look at us trying to decipher art. Again, just send it on over. Use the hashtag your favorite team and at hashtag COA6 global support. And yeah, we're gonna head towards that round number 3, Chocho. So how you feeling? How your apples looking for the whole day? I would say.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, we did see, I mean, just now we were talking about a point by Eli, right? That like, why did you pick, sorry, not why did you pick, but like picking a double decoding kind of team comp, right? You're kind of leaning towards possibly like a Sculptor or Bonbon, some counters that are probably tieable and something you can Cypher Rush with. But they decided, GH decided ban Bonbon and letting out Zeta's elf Geisha. So yeah, kind of, you know, food for thought again to see whether it would have been a better situation or possibly better outcome for GH if they did ban the Geisha instead of the Bonbon because of the Cypher Rushing comp.
Yeah, it just seems like maybe they just saw, oh yeah, let's think about what Alf has used before, and it was Bonbon, but Cypher Rushing, I mean, maybe they should have accounted for using Geisha and try to secure stunners or secure something that is a good counter to that Geisha and just allow that to happen. But I think it was more of yes, they had a good start banning out the Bonbon, but the follow through and like predicting that the Geisha would come out could have used a little work there if, since they really doubled down on the decoder strategy. So we're just gonna have to see how they're gonna be able to try and mitigate the situation come round number 3. I would say pretty big point difference. They have a 3-1 and a 5-0, so that brings it up to 8-1. Oh my goodness, yeah. So
8-1.
In
something
round number
that
2.
And this was something that we kind of feared because like this is Zeta selection map and they got an 8-1, a very big point difference of 7 points. So BO3 would be possibly the last match, possibly, unless GH could actually get an 8-1 point against Zeta, then there will be a BO3 overtime. But I would say chances are actually quite low, especially against Zeta, such a strong Japanese, if not the strongest Japanese team out there already. And yeah, we could really see how Zeta is really showing their potential, showing how strong they can actually play against GH.
Yeah, and I think statistically we kind of brought it up on commentaries, like if Zeta secures their first round or if it's a tie, they just get stronger. So they're kind of playing to that already. It's like the story is leading to that outcome. But GH, you know, it's still fighting, and like I said before, they got nothing to lose and everything to gain here, so they might as well leave it all on the line going up against from Wolves to Zeta. I mean, their next match I think is up against GR, so that's going to be another thing that they have to worry about. But as of this moment, they need to leave it all on the line and try and go all out here and try to just deny as much points as possible because they can still try to tie things up.
And just drifting a little bit away, alright? So just now we saw that fan art, right? So apparently the pink one wasn't Mochi,
Kazuneko.
but it was actually
The pink one.
Yeah, the pink one was
The one with the ears?
Yeah, the pink one. No, the pink one. There was a pink one. No, the pink one is Mochi. The pink one was Mochi, and the one with the mask is Dolisu.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry about that. We're not too sure, but thank you, Chad, for telling us.
Thank you for letting us know. So hopefully, Gajay can do an SOS for him to be able to get a 5-point game.
5-point game, that's right. And yeah, like Posh has mentioned just now, we did see ZETA against GR against Wolves, and even though ZETA did lose to Wolves, we did see them against GR, and it is correct that ZETA do get stronger, especially the Survivor team do get stronger in BO3 and 3. And I would say that GH wise is not exactly the same. They do get weaker because more characters get banned. Especially when in BO3 they actually do, hunters do get 6 bans, if I'm correct. So this is gonna be really intense. We'll be seeing ZETA versus GH BO3 first half. And yeah, right now we are not knowing what the map selection is as of yet, so we gotta wait a bit on that. But regardless though, GH gotta think this through carefully, because there is multiple map selections still. Moonlit was the first map, second one was for Lakeside Village, and two maps that are really big, and GH wise they do excel better in smaller map selections such as the Arms Factory, Red Church. So maybe GH might be picking a smaller map to probably let their survivors perform better, and for GOTJ to possibly perform as well against ZETA survivors.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be able to pick this one right, because like we mentioned at the start of the game, double-edged sword, because if you're buffing GOTJ, you're also gonna be buffing Alf, and when it comes to the hunter pools, I just feel like Alf might have one over GOTJ, or at least can perform under pressure. So we're just gonna have to see how that's gonna pan out. And round 3, there's it's gonna GOTJ coming in to support, which makes me actually wonder, because I know that in IVC GH has talked highly about Seichu. I wonder if they're gonna bring out Seichu in the mix, because I mean there's a lot of stress on hunters, right? And we see how Japan teams can kind of tank hits with the hunters by subbing out, subbing in. Even you've seen it yesterday in FPX.ZQ's match with D and Rabbit. So I wonder if they're gonna use that in their next match in GR, because right now, yeah, we see that GOTJ is on stage. So just again a PSA for you guys to just be friendly to your hunter mains out there.
And yeah, I mean GH still has one more match against another team, so hopefully, fingers crossed, we will be able to see Seichu, since Seichu is in the offline stages and we've really seen their coach Dynamos on stage. So why not Seichu? So if the match turns out to possibly be unfavorable to GH, I'm actually hoping that Seichu might be able to come out and possibly show some potential as a sub hunter, even though he's not usually up for the game. But regardless though, both sides are actually preparing. Pressure is definitely on GOTJ's side. If GOTJ do get let me think about it. What are the winning conditions right now?
Well, like you said, they need to 3 and 5 it. So GOTJ needs to at least get a 3 or a 5. They can't, if they tie it up, I don't think they're going to be able to win in terms of points already, because they need to be able to duplicate the same round, or they need to. He can't tie this.
He can't tie this. Okay,
Yeah.
And if ZETA survivors do get a 3 escape, it's game over, right?
Yeah, the survivors, even though they win the round in terms of points because of the 5-point differential, yes, you have round wins, correct? But if we tally up the points, Zeta's still gonna come out on top.
I see.
Right? If my maths is quick maths, no.
I'm getting confused, not gonna lie.
We'll just wait for the graphics, and as we're looking at the graphics now, a ban onto the Soul Weaver and the Wax Artist of GOTJ in Chinatown.
Yeah, like
breaking wheel.
respect
Okay.
ban.
What?
I was confused for a second. Wait. Okay, but ZETA though giving this respect ban onto GOTJ's hunter picks in BO1 and 2, very. We usually don't see like a lot of these bans, like respect bans, especially when you know they have stronger hunters. But ZETA respecting GOTJ regardless, and yeah, we are seeing the BPs going on. The female dancer anti-Korean as well as forward pick over here. Very support heavy.
Yeah.
Very support heavy.
I'm actually already nervous for GOTJ that the dancer was able to come through. We've seen how well the dancer kites can happen in Chinatown. And added forward and antiquarian that you have to look over your shoulder. It's looking pretty good for the survivors, and also this is really playing to the strengths of ZETA. And now you have the acrobat in the mix as well. So Gaje is gonna have to pull out something to try and counter all of these three in Chinatown.
Yeah, GH actually picked this Chinatown map, but the thing is that according to data statistics for ZETA in this group stage, Chinatown is one of their best maps. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what the?
Well, I think it's just they're just familiar with it as well. It's again, like you said, double-edged sword because you're picking this map also. Maybe they've scrimmed a lot in it and they've done the rotations well. They understand it. It just so happens that ZETA's also good on this map. So yes, I would love to see like an arms factory as well. I would love to see like those small maps, like you said. But we have to trust. We have to trust GH that they've been able to trust on God for.
Yeah, and I see a lot of cheering for GOT-J. GOT-J, you got this. GOT-J fighting. Yeah, good luck to both teams. Yeah, definitely. And this is the best time, you know, to actually kind of cheer on for GOT-J because it's a do or die situation right now. Green Huts for GH and red huts for ZETA.
I forgot what it was. I think it was someone put kiwis. There, princess pasta, kiwis and strawberries.
Kiwis for GH. All right, okay,
strawberries.
Fine. We shall do GH
Okay,
kiwis, strawberries, ZETA. So thank you. Is it princess pasta?
Princess pasta. Let's go.
Yeah,
Shout
thank
out
you
to
for your creative emoji selection for each team.
Hey, the Kiwis have powered up GOT-J. Maybe he was also inspired by Alf. He's picking up the geisha on this map, so it's actually, I would say it's pretty good. He just has to be careful with the pallet slams, and it's still an aggressive type hunter, so he can try to duplicate it. The big tough one here is that Alf had 2 targets to go after. Here it's like, pick your poison. Who are you gonna go after? All these have so much kite abilities. Maybe the forward because he could just counter that football. But this is Kazuneko we're talking about. He doesn't even use the item at all. He just used the character for cosmetics. I don't know. He's just that skilled.
Yeah, but then again, this team com wise, right? It's such a huge counter to geisha. So
it is.
Why geisha? GOT-J has picked geisha. We see how Antiquarian is a huge counter to geisha at these very tight, narrow spaces. Female dancer with the boxers, slowing down hunters. Acrobat with each once you fly, I'm just gonna use a bomb. And then forward. You can actually establish distance, and that is the best to chase actually. But yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, I understand. And I'm thinking who else is he gonna pick that has a 4K potential in Naiad? His wax artist and his Soul Weaver were banned. So I think again, trust. Trust. Because GOT-J has performed really well before with this geisha, but yes, that's the thing we're kind of set up here because it's tough. And now he's going to bring excitement just to make sure the stuns don't happen. So, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. On paper, this looks tough, so we're going to have to just trust GOT-J in this match because they're definitely going to be ready for this geisha because, look, they all brought Flywheel. And I mean, survivors just counter so much hunters these days, so he's gonna have to go 4K, at least 3K, right?
Yeah, and we're seeing GOT-J rotating from the flower side over to center area. However, there's nobody to chase over here, and yeah, rotating towards the double story area and possibly meeting one of his worst possible chase, the Antiquarian.
Oof.
Yeah.
Antiquarian just waiting at the second story there. We're gonna see GOT-J try to throw a butterfly. Nice dash, a little overshot there, but now he's gonna try and close it out against Dolisu. Dolisu, being the Antiquarian here, he's gonna set up these pallets just so that he'll be able to go through these tight spaces, so he'll be ready for that stun. So GOT-J, just chasing on foot and actually running towards Kazuneko, so Kazuneko has to move away. Tries to go for a charge up, but Dolisu, able to go through. Dolisu is a beast, folks.
Wow, that was scary. And but yeah, Dolisu with a fast reaction though, very commendable. And yeah, missing this butterfly, not gonna fly through it, and entering this place where there is this slow dancer boxes. But stunning the hunter, excitement being used, feeling that swing over there, and Dolisu will be prolonging this kite at this slow box. Ooh,
flywheel through. Oh my goodness, just a step ahead out of GOT-J. Again, excellent call for the excitement, but he was already through, so Dolisu is just seeing this game in 1s and 0s, folks. He's seeing through the matrix, and now we see that Dolisu, he's dropping that pallet, dashing to the incorrect butterfly. So this is gonna buy enough time for Dolisu just to keep containing this this hunter. So Sasori is also here. Dolisu hasn't used the stick just yet, folks.
Yeah, like not even for speed boost because he knows that Hunter can catch up easily, but capitalizing on Hunter's mistakes, disarming him, and Dolisu will be buying out more time over here, and this kite will prolong, getting that basic hit finally for the first time in the 2nd minute mark. And yeah, one of the ciphers have already been popped by Acrobat.
Yeah, Cypher progress is on the side of Zeta. Dolisu is still looking pretty healthy, I would have to say. Still has a lot of pallets to work with and forcing Gaje to rotate around the pallets. Now getting the dash here, but he's got to be very careful. He's able to get a push onto him from the transition towards this pallet. Gaje waiting for the right opportunity to throw a butterfly. You see Dolisu's gonna pick it up. Oh, he flips right through it!
Fantastic play on Dolisu's side. Very fast reaction. You're seeing how this youngster is really built different.
Oh
and
my god!
Feeling that swing again, dodging
Just
it, juking
playing
one
with
more
the
time.
hitbox. Look at that. He's just hugging the walls here, forcing Gaje to swing. And now we see him actually avoid. I mean, he disarmed, but Dolisu is having the kite of his life here at the expense of Gaje. And now he's gonna go back into this butterfly, and finally Gaje able to down Dolisu. But at this point, we have Kazuneko here for the support stun.
Yeah, but Gaje shouldn't focus too much on this. He has excitement, so he should just use it and just get this person chat. But we're seeing the last cypher being pushed right now, 40%, and Forward is still providing the support.
Gets the stun. He hasn't popped excitement yet, probably saving it. Oh my goodness, Dolisu is just like denying all these 180 hits. He's just countering, and like you pointed out, Chocho, this is it's the worst possible chase to start off with. And Gaje getting, oh my goodness, flywheeled again. So Dolisu just pointing out the glaring issues on this this matchup of Antiquarian and Geisha.
Yeah, and yeah, the body box is coming in. Last cypher is at 78%. It's still being pushed right now. Getting that hit onto Dolisu very successfully though, but KZNK, the forward, is still here for the harassing. Still trying to buy out a lot of time. First share hasn't even happened, and getting that basic hit. Cypher is primed, so
yeah. Kazuneko, hang on, just forcing a basic attack most probably, but Gaje, he's gonna just dash back and go for it. But look at that, just gets the excitement and downs the forward. So thwarts the effort of the support of KZNK, so now they have to rotate and try and go for a rescue here. Since this is the Antiquarian's first share, KZNK is gonna try to hide it out. We are seeing the dancers trying to open up a box here just to give some support, and it seems like she's got a perfume and syringe.
Perfume and syringe, and yeah, using the excitement allowed this double down to happen, and forgot you to chair KZNK into the basement area at Chinatown. And last cypher is already prime. We see female dancer getting that rescue onto Dolisu, and Acrobat might be performing this rescue on this forward.
Yeah, forward is actually the only one with Tide, so they're gonna have to escape the basement here. And note that they do have football to work with. We do see that Mochi is actually here. We're gonna see a drop down hit from Gaje. Goes for it, and Mochi is gonna have to eat a regular hit and gets the rescue. So now this is gonna be very intense, Chocho. Cypher's already primed. Gaje needs to defend this this basement.
Yeah, and unable to get the drop down hit, unfortunately. KZNK and the Cypher popped, and right now a Hunter will be chasing the forward. KZNK still, and but forward has about 70% of the ball to still use, still able to be used. So, and Dungeon is right at this corner, so this could possibly be a forced
goodness! Able to sidestep again, just the jukes, and Kazuneko facing fear right in front of his face, getting a stun to Gaje, buying enough time, and he's got a little more football for him to be able to transition. Can Kazuneko get the dungeon escape? He's gonna try to go for it, Chocho.
Will he be able to? There is no flying wheel though. The distance seems to be not so enough, and the basic hit hitting him away from the dungeon, and right now a 1 kill onto Gaje's side, very unfortunately.
Holy smokes. I would say for him to still get 1k and it looked like it was going to be an inevitable 4-man escape, it's still kind of okay. It's just that, yeah, the glaring issues of Antiquarian and Geisha, you saw like when the 180 hit happened, she's not relegated to vaulting. She could just jump it with her bamboo stick. And yeah, who else was he gonna chase? The dancer was just the main decoder. Kazuneko was just relegated as a rescuer and stunner. So again, Gaje just facing a barrage of offense on the side of Zeta. Again, it wasn't easy, but for him to get 1k, it's still okay. But man, Zeta is just on another level tonight.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm not gonna say KZNK is built different. Dolisu is built different as well. I think Anti-Current as a character is just
built
broken.
Different.
Yeah.
It's built different.
It's just broke. Yeah, just built different, just broken. And we did see how the side steps, the juking from the antiquarian, making use of that geisha hitbox. We can actually see how familiar they are kiting against a geisha, especially when their hunter is such a experienced professional geisha main, and making use of that and just pressuring GOT-J over and over again. And that was ZETA Survivors, ladies and gentlemen. If he chased Antiquarian, forward will come for the harassment. If he chased forward, Antiquarian will come for the harassment. If he decides to chase Acrobat, both of them are available for the harassment. So this is just a die-die situation. There's no do or die. There's just die-die situation for GOT-J's side.
Again, it did, on paper, it did play out how we were expecting it. And GOT-J, again, you know, going for that geisha. He tried. I mean, we've seen him before with really incredible geisha plays, but this is the new meta. We are living in the Antiquarian's world, and the stuns, I mean, he didn't actually use his stick only towards the middle part of the game, right? It was just him being able to kite for so long. I want to see the containment time. 177.8 seconds, and Kazuneko with 137.2 seconds. Incredible performance by Dolisu and Kazuneko. Oh man, that was incredible performance, I would have to say, on ZETA's side. And I think it's GG at this point. Again, the point of this match, folks, is for them to try and deny ZETA a win here. If they're able to tie this one out, ZETA still wins. But since we're still at the group stage, it's ZETA wants to get that 2-0. Since they tied the first game, for them to get 2-0 is still pretty big. So GH kind of like are the kingmakers here, and I'm pretty sure they want to go all out in this performance, because Alf is not gonna hold back any punches here.
Yeah, I'm so sorry if I'm looking very shook right now. I haven't really recovered from that first half. Yeah, just amazing things going on, you know, like KZNK, right? Even though he wasn't a kiter, he always finds an opportunity in a match to kind of like shine, you know? Like, whether it be the harassing part of the Antiquarian or that late game where like he went for like a I'm out, but I'm coming right back in for the stun. Amazing. I'm just so impressed with Forward.
If we can predict a MVP, you'd give it to KZNK? Or Dolisu?
Yes.
KZNK.
Okay. KZNK, but Dolisu though was so sexy. Oh. Like, imagine the pallet has already been down at that area. There was only the other pallet has already been broken. Right. And imagine like spending like 30 seconds kiting against a geisha, tight kiting some more. Oh,
yeah, it was
so
just incredible. It was incredible. I would have to say, like, a lot of people are saying, I gotta rewatch that. I gotta take tips from Dolisu with how well he handled that. And I was looking at his survivor cam. He was steady, because usually you see like they're looking all over the place. He knew exactly where GOT-J was gonna be at. And for him to be able to perform like that while injured, just making sure, yeah, the pallet's down, I'm gonna wait for him to come on over. When he dashes, I'm just gonna jump. And then, oh, it was just a work of art. I would say poetry in motion with how Dolisu was able to handle that. Again, it was under GOT-J's expense, but for him to be able to do that under pressure was just so amazing. And it got Chocho gushing. I think she's gonna sub her toy merchant out for Antiquarian now. No. For the toy merchant.
Honestly, that play by Dolisu, right, using the Antiquarian is literally God tier. God tier kind of place though. Like, we've seen how like Antiquarian as a character itself is S tier, but to be able to perform like how Dolisu did just now, like we've seen it, it's not something that everybody can do.
Yeah. and I think that just separates the mere mortals that are watching this to the people on stage. So that's why you got to respect the players that have made it this far. And yeah, ZETA Division proving to everyone that they're hungry for that championship. Just trying to, they did stumble against Wolves, but I mean, that's Wolves. So again, that was kind of, we're kind of treated towards that being like the grand finals, and that can possibly happen depending on how the brackets look like come the playoffs. But we digress, folks, because now it's going to be Alf on stage going up against GH's Survivors. So again, it's more of like a denial of points / exhibition match, because ZETA has already won. The most that GH can do is try to deny more round wins against them.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, we're seeing both sides getting ready, preparing themselves. Namimon's not looking too nervous though. Like, I mean, definitely they did apparently lose this match already before the second half starts. So, but we're seeing Little Boy very serious though. Yeah, not really smiling towards the camera. Yeah, really unfortunate because right now GH is ranked 5 in their Group D, and yeah, this would just make their spot to return home much more secure, which is not favorable for GH. But really unfortunate that they fall under this Group D.
Yeah, and I just have to say that chat is actually agreeing with you, Chocho, with how Dulisu performed so well in how he kited. And yeah, I think you're just being able to, I would say what chat was thinking with how well he performed in that that kite. So again, big shout outs to everyone that is tuning on in. Again, it's ZETA seems to have this one in the bag, but GH is going to try to answer back here and try to deny more round wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we're entering the vamping phase. Oh, I'm so sorry. It was the real. I'm still not over the first half phase. Okay, this I should be over already, but yeah, it was to see it right in front of my eyes, to see that it's even possible. Like we're seeing a lot of. Definitely ZETA has been on for like the longest time period already, training day and night, every single day, and this is just tough training, and they also have a coach, so.
It's just hard work being displayed.
Yeah, pressure to do well is definitely there, and they are definitely showing it very well. So, yeah, we see the Bond as well as Geisha respect bearing onto Elf, knowing that's his best hunters. But he still do have a Dream Witch. He has a Clerk. He's unstoppable, I would say. So, he's not gonna like just let them have this free win. He's still gonna be focused. Professional Japanese.
GH's plan here now, again, everything to gain. They just need to show that gods can bleed here, because ZETA's Alf is actually one of the top and most looked after hunters. So they just have to perform their best and showcase to the team what Southeast Asia Identified is all about. Since GH is synonymous to competitive Southeast Asia games. So yes, it can. I mean, the odds are definitely against GH, but against all odds, they're going to try their best. And Alf, for sure, won't pull back any punches. Yeah, you ban his Bon, you ban his Geisha. He's got other hunters also. He might bring a wax artist. He brought up before. He's bring out the Naiad, because he just needs one. Well, actually, he just needs 2 to really secure the win here. But I mean, knowing Alf, and he's already tasted that 5-point game, he's like, no, I want more. I want to be able to get another 5-point game and get that sweet victory for my team.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, I think I saw something on the chat. Just to clarify, right? It's not that Dulisu himself as a person is sexy. I'm referring to his gameplay. His gameplay is sexy. That BO3 first half, it's very, very sexy. And it's not that his person is sexy. I don't know about that. So yeah, shifting back into this. Yeah, I'm so sorry if I wasn't being clear.
No, but the thing is, they agreed with you with how Dulisu's gameplay was great, by the way.
People were like, question mark, Chocho?
Yeah.
Chocho?
I mean, this is the first I've seen you like this. But what the first time we're not seeing is this composer. So they're really heavily leaning towards this, Little Boy being on that composer, Nine Mamos on that acrobat. Skyfall and 481 with their respective mercenary and prospector. So yeah, folks. I did also see chat asking like Chocho's social media handle. What's your IG again?
IDV_Chocho.
There you go, IDV_Chocho. Mine is Spicy Potch. Do follow us. Send us some memes too. We're probably gonna keep showing them. I haven't garnered that much memes yet, Chocho, so I can't show them just yet. But maybe in the future. But now it seems like you might get memed with how you describe Dulisu's excellent kiting. So
honestly,
sure.
Honestly, if they could actually see us casters in the match itself, right? It's a lot of us. It's just us like ooh.
I mean, they can hear us for sure. But then our eyes getting wide, and it's like I'm about to fall off the edge of my seat with such amazing matches. And yeah, Alf having no nonsense here. He's gonna go with the wax artist. Getting very stable to just get a tie, but he wants to push for more, while GH definitely want to go out with a bang here and try and get as much survivors out as possible.
Yeah, for sure.
Next time I feel like you should put like your cell phone cam and record yourself, like let's have like reactions, because I feel like that would be so funny, because I also see a lot of reactions from Nell, from Eli, like
a lot of times I just you guys don't know because you guys can't see it, but a lot of time I just disappear from the camera because my whole body just faints from the amazing plays that I'm seeing. It's so crazy.
Her hands are always on her head. She's like, what's happening, folks? Hands on the head.
But we're seeing both sides getting ready. Elf even though his pressure is actually very minimal, it's definitely still there. Elf against GH survivors, and GH, we're seeing the spawn locations right now. Elf will be spawning at the flower area, same as God J in the previous round. 481 at the hotel area, little boy right next to him, Skyfall at the center, and 9 Mammals at the lion cage spawn. So looking at this team comp itself, it seems to be that Prospector might be the possible chase of it, if not the Composer. And looking at the persona right now, we have broken windows on all 3 kiting survivors, Acrobat and Composer as well as Prospector. And then for Alpha side, we see Detention, Trump Card, and Peeper as his skill.
Interesting with the peepers, but I mean, having broken windows here, they know they want to do transitional kiting, and that's actually the right thing to do. Well, it's the effective build going up against this wax artist, and 481 would gladly take this first kite. He's itching to kite. I mean, he's incredible, but we do see that Alf already, he dropped a peeper and he drops down too.
Yeah, 481 getting baited and not being patient enough for Hunter to come upstairs, wanting to establish that distance, but unfortunately, then getting the stun and 100% wax onto 481, so getting that basic hit still regardless. Trying to kite this out, 481 no longer has any magnets to use.
So we do see that 481, the trade-off wasn't as good as he wanted it, because now the God Palette is gone, and we do know that he is injured. He's still waiting for him to get another magnet to try and prolong this kite. 481 going for that drop. And Alf, again, he's going to have vision here, because he's just going to drop peepers around this area and see where 481 is going to be kiting at. He's going to choose to go down the fire escape, allowing the Prospector actually to clean off the wax, but now he's gonna have a magnet to just get that push, but it's gonna allow him just a little more time to just transition towards this pallet, and 481 working with what he's got, but now the 100% wax and the down on the Prospector.
That's right, and Cypher is looking not full 3 Cypher's kite, it's about like 2.5 possibly, and we'll be seeing Skyfall rotating for this rescue, and Survivor said they definitely have to get this rescue, and unless they are looking for a tie, which is something that they shouldn't be aiming for.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. They're kind of forced into going for the rescue here. Little boy rotating far away, but Alf just making sure he wax bombs the closest Cypher. We do see that Mercenary already has, just goes for the rescue immediately, and now Alf is gonna try to farm off a hip against 481, and Skyfall is gonna try to do his best to body block here, but he'd gladly take the down. He's just gonna try to block off. But the Tide Turner is actually gonna provide a lot of distance from him and 481, but he's actually gonna see if he can try to cut off the Prospector from going down the hotel side or the top side.
Ooh, but deciding to just change targets and sharing Skyfall. Actually, this is actually great great for Hunter, in fact, because he actually brought peepers, which is something that we don't usually see a lot, more often than Blink actually. So him putting the peepers over here means that Prospector is literally just stuck over here. He can't do any decoding, he can't get any heals, and forcing another server to come here, which means that there's only 1 person decoding in this map.
9 Mammals who switched to Hot Wax here. He's able to get the injure onto Acrobat, and now Skyfall is going to try to run the routes, going upstairs, using the elbow pad to transition downstairs. Now this allows the Prospector to move on away, but it seems like Alf is invested in trying to go after this Mercenary. So 3 Cyphers have already popped, 1 is about to be underway, so GH is trying to provide a long, trying to push for that end game, while Alf is still trying to find something, but 481 was still in the area.
Yeah, that's right. Finally deciding to rotate away, but Elf was taking note of that and getting this stun successfully, but 100% wax one last time and down once again. This will be the second chair of 481, and last Cypher is at 24% and is stagnant. I think they're decoding a 6 Cypher, which is at 20%.
Yeah, that's true. So it seems like it's still not ready for the end game pop, and your Mercenary is already injured. We do see that Little Boy is here. So Composer might have to go for this rescue if Alf cannot spot it. He's able to drop a peeper down just to get a little more vision, so now he's gonna know where everyone is coming at, and now Little Boy, the Composer, he's gonna have to close out this distance, while we do see that the Mercenary is here as well, so a double rescue is gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm loving the the teamwork that's coming over here is trying to kind of force this 4-man detention period, and both of them just trying to buy out as much time as possible. Will he be able to get the rescue? Successfully getting that rescue. Stun did not happen, but they'll be doing this body block situation. And 481 trying to establish as much distance as possible, but Hunter changing targets to Little Boy.
Interesting choice here. Composer has fallen down. Mercenary will be falling down, so everyone's getting the round on the rocket chair. But the last Cypher is moving quite along, Chocho, and Alf has not sent anyone out. Yes, very proactive, but at this point, like, the last Cypher is nowhere nearby, and now he's gonna get a rescue. 481 making his presence known here. They're gonna try and go for another body block strategy, but now he's able to down the Composer once again. The last Cypher's already been popped, and now we push for the end game.
That's right, and Little Boy is still trying to kite his life out. Doesn't have anything to work with. We see that his thing is actually in cooldown, so right now he just have to kite purely on his basic skills, but he's one of the best kiters in the entire team, so this shouldn't be a problem. But 81 wax and downing him with that hot wax, amazingly done. And Skyfall getting that Elf getting that teleport over there, forcing Skyfall away from the gate.
Yeah, so now we're seeing Alf hiding the red light just so that Skyfall would approach, because this Mercenary has seen his round on the rocket chair. Skyfall has no more elbow pads to work with, and he's already injured, so he's going to try to get that freeze onto him, but no, just goes for the regular detention hit. So now it seems like they are still opening up an exit gate, but I don't know if they're considering picking up Little Boy. Composer has stood up already, so Mercenary on that rocket chair for another time. 481 rotating away, and now Little Boy might be running towards the wax artist.
Absolutely right. And Hunter is just probably gonna chem this out, Skyfall with this one elimination. Regardless, so ZETA will have won, but still though, I believe he's still trying to aim for more. 481 still in the area. 9 members will be able to open that gate, and we see Composer at the hotel area running for his life towards the gate.
Oh, Little Boy actually close to the dungeon area, so now it seems like they're going to gain the attention of Alf, while the Composer is actually going to go for that dungeon escape. So at least GH was able to get a 3-person escape. Again, the odds were against them. They were still able to get a 3-person escape, but the victory still goes to ZETA, folks.
Absolutely, and yeah, we did see how BO2 when ZETA did get the map selection. Sorry, 8-1 was extremely crucial. Because without that point advantage, this round would be so much more competitive, and it will actually put GH in an easier position. And first off, congratulations to ZETA regardless, and they did a very good job. But then again, good job to GH Survivors being able to be put under so much pressure against Elf, and getting a 3 escape against one of the strongest Japanese hunters.
Yeah, and just a show of good sportsmanship, just shaking hands here. Again, they really showed up and showed out in their last match, and they really just proved. I would say with the last minute swap of 9 Mamos, they did the best they could, and they really gave their best in round number 1. It just so happens in round number 2, Alf kind of powered up and ran away with the 5-point game, and here they just went with a conservative tied round, so they win with 1-0. So regardless, ZETA still gets the victory. Moral victory would have to go to GH, because a lot of people are saying this is kind of like what would happen, what we thought about would happen in Wolves, but I really think GH has that strategy to get a round win with their double decoder lineup and then push for that round number 3. Just so happens that they were, I think ZETA was just a lot more well-rounded in their Hunter and Survivor lineups.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes to show, right, that like small mistakes here and there do actually add up, and then yeah, it wouldn't be as favorable for GH. And yeah, because we did see that they actually server side actually consistently getting 3 escapes against ZETA hunters, except for the BO2 where there was a 4 elimination,
right?
Because of the geisha. And yeah, maybe a bonbon possibly could have been a tie, or if not, more. And then in this round, it will be so much less pressure on the on GH.
So this begs the question, Jocho, with as you're like really exclamating with Dolisu's MVP status. So do you think it's gonna go to him more than Kazuneko, KZNK? I don't know. Are you gonna...
I think it would be KZNK stuff, because BO1 he gave that support as an antiquarian, and then BO2 he still gave that support as a forward, and the late game kite it was enough time for the opponent for his survivor side to open the gate, because Hunter did have trump cards, so that kite was very crucial, and he managed to pull out some time for that.
For me, I feel like, yeah, I agree, but I mean, he just had such hype moments. I'm gonna go with your boy Dolisu for the MVP. If not, I can't say Alf because Alf only got 1K, but his geisha was terrifying. So I guess the most consistent would have to be KZ and K. But I would say moment of the night would be Dolisu's kite. That was just an incredible match. I think they should put that on highlight with how Antiquarian is. That's the meta, that folks. If someone has stopped playing Identity 5 and like, oh, what's the meta now? Just show them that. Like that's what you're dealing with if you're gonna come into Identity 5. If you take a break from it and you don't know anything about Antiquarian.
Yeah, if anybody asks you, or anybody say that Antiquarian is not broken, just show them, just clip this ZETA, BO1, BO2, and also BO2. Send it over to them and tell me after watching this, Antiquarian is not broken.
I mean, I don't know if that's a strong word. I feel like it just doesn't favor the geisha matchup because. But you can actually clip like Antiquarian, Bon being chased by Antiquarian, Clark being chased by Antiquarian, and just the stun. So it's like Antiquarian's very strong. We're giving that, and we're not saying that like forward got nerfed or anything. It's just Antiquarian's that strong. It's not a case of like it's a case of like, wow, this new character. I think they're still trying to figure out ways to figure her out, but with her toolkit is just incredible. So let's head on over to the match data, Chocho.
Alright, and we're seeing a very long kite on GH481's Prospector side, mainly because he was kind of stuck in the hotel situation. Like, Hunter was upstairs. I mean, wait, he was upstairs, Hunter was downstairs, but then the peepers. And if I'm gonna exit from that area, Hunter is just gonna change targets to me. Extremely hard, but they still managed to reach to a point where there is this 4-man detention period. So very well done on GH side, very nice teamwork. And we're seeing the final match results, 16-9.
Yeah, for GH to still pull off like a tight game, that's still very good, especially in round number 1. And Chocho has nailed it. It's KZ and K, but not her love, Dolisu. So Kazuneko, again, incredible performance. He was always showcased in every match. So I hope he gets interviewed because this best deduction is definitely well deserved.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they actually get to choose who comes up or like they're like, okay, you and you come up. Yeah, but I feel like if they get to choose, KZ and K will be like, no. I mean, he's really shy. He's a really shy kid, but he performs like high tier, god tier.
God tier. He's built different, man. With the way he handles his nerves, playing in front of a crowd, and if you're in Survivor side, this is one slip up, right? But he performed so well. It's like, I don't know, man. This I don't know what this guy had for breakfast, for lunch, or whatever, but he's definitely just on another level compared to like the rest of us mortals here.
On the next level. You know the song? It's just me, right?
Do. What are you talking about? Next level? Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Only you will understand the K-pop references, okay?
Of course I do. Yeah. Maybe it's a bit 50-50. I mean, I took a second chance, but I don't know.
I took a second chance.
All right, let's head on over to the interview portion where best translator Chocho is gonna take the stage. Yeah, I really hope they get KZ and K, but if not, I hope the interviewer asks about Dolisu's great kite with Antiquarian.
Yep, and like Posh mentioned, we'll move on to the interview stage, and also right, I saw some people commenting right when I actually give the Chinese translation interview, English translation interview in the first match. I'll get back to that in the next round. But right, the interview starts now.
It's Mochi and Kazuneko, let's go.
Feelings after winning the match. I'm very happy. KZ and K! Yeah, I'm also equally happy. The two of you look very tired from... Mochi, yeah, KZ and K say Mochi do look very tired. In the first match, against Wax Artist, Wax Artist Rescue. When we were watching the stream, we could actually see the Hunter was looking at the ciphers instead. But then at the same time, we could see at the position. Hunter could actually see you from there. At that point in time, when Hunter actually saw my position, I wasn't too flustered. as long as I don't eat a hit before going to the chair.
好的，下一个问题我想问一下
Yeah, and then the rescue should be fine. The question is for KZNQ now.
局的下半场
In the first match,
对方也是没有办到你的勘探员。
the opponents didn't ban your prospector.
好久没有使用它了，你觉得怎么样？
It's been a long time since you last used it. So during practice?
用的挺多的，但是在比赛的话
Oh, but during practice, I actually use a lot of prospector.
所以说有一点紧张吧，但是
But I was actually like slightly nervous because hasn't used prospector in the competition yet, so as much.
使用勘探员的是在第二局
Using prospector in the second match.
在开局牵制的时候，你当时
At the start of the match when you're fighting against the Soul Weaver. Oh, when the hunter blink, you use the flying wheel.
当时你也是很冷静啊。
At that point in time, the voice chat was actually quite calm. We could hear it.
后来你是用板子去砸到监管了，当时
And then afterwards, you got that pellet stun.
激烈的，就想问一下
So your reaction was actually quite strong, like quite aggressive.
是的，是的，因为
Yes, yes.
其实因为当时他闪
Actually,
瞬间，其实我在
at the point in time when the
使
blink
用飞轮还是来得
happened.
及嘛。但是在板区博弈的话，因为我也没有
At that-
十分的把握，所以说
Oh, at that pellet mind game, I actually wasn't very confident.
挺兴奋的。
But after that, we still win. So and the pellet stun did happen. So I was actually quite excited.
没事吧？模拟选手看起来有点，真的有点疲惫的样子。
Mochi, are you okay? Because you look very tired.
你的救援也是。
When you were rescuing against the Soul Weaver,
然后当时
it was. I think she said it was very good.
他是到底是要攻击来怎么样？蜘蛛，我个人觉得他的攻击速度还是非常的快的，所以说只能说
Soul Weaver, his attack recovery is actually quite fast.
我感觉我运气也挺好的。
Oh, I felt that my luck was on the luck was on my side. So he was just saying he's being humble. He's saying that the luck is on his side. That's why he got the rescue. And everything was done well.
第一局
In the first match,
古董商
using the Antiquarian.
去做了一场 OB 吧。
Yeah, you OB
最
harass.
近的话，因为勘探员这个角色也是特别容易去被 ban 的，所以说
And Prospector is a easy ban on Zeta Survivor side.
次数比较多吧。在你看来，这两个
And you
OB
pick
位的角色
Antiquarian
有什么
more?
区别呢？
What's the difference between Antiquarian as well as Prospector? KZNK, let me think.
商的 OB 更
Oh. And he said that Antiquarian's OB is more unreasonable, which means that it's very OP. Yeah.
博弈存在的。如果你
Yeah, and then the mind game.
你能够给他一个很长的一个眩晕的话，也非常好。但有的时候，对方也可以
If you are able to actually do a very good stun, then it will be a long
那
stun.
么最后一个问题的话，
Yeah, but KZNK seems to be leaning more towards the Antiquarian being more broken than the Prospector.
在第三局上半场
In the third match,
其实当时基本上是可以，已经是压好机了嘛。然后
the Cypher was already primed.
然后当时的话，其实基本上已经压好机了。然后
At that
监
point,
管
the
的去
Cypher was
举起斗
primed.
丽丝的时候，卡斯内贵也是去
And
欧
when
比的。当
Hunter
时是
went to chair Dolisu.
然後因为当时其实就是
Because at that point in time,
对方
Mochi
肯
said
定是
温存しとくわみたいに言ってたんですけど、
It's definitely-
なんか土壇場であやっぱ使うわ俺みたいな感じ
Wait,
で
the translator not saying anything.
就是很好奇的，斗丽丝选手当时那个飞轮是没有
哦斗丽丝
留到开门战，而是就提前使用了，也就是说。想
斗丽丝
更
flying
重
wheel?
视不被挂的一个想法是吗？然后答案的话是他们两个
Oh, we were focusing on not getting chat.
需要叫来萨索里才能回答这个问题。
Oh, but probably need to ask Sasori to answer this question instead. But Sasori is not on stage.
感想和展望吧。我们尽力
Feelings
会赢
and
下每一场比赛的。
次はもちくんが MVP 取れる
We'll do our best to win the next competition.
我们尽量让 Mochi 去拿 MVP，所以我会去好好辅助他的。
Oh, next next match, I will try for Mochi to become the MVP. So I will do my best to support him.
他其实挺想拿的，我们下次全队都去支持他吧。
Mochi actually really wants to get an MVP for once, so the team will help him to get it.
Let him play Antiquarian.
也感谢
Oh.
非常感谢来到我们的采访环节。
And thank you for coming for this interview phase. And yeah, they'll be walking off the stage.
All right, folks, thank you so much to Best Translator Chocho. We're going to take a short break and we return more of the group stage when we come back.
これオルゴール両方死んでるこれ。
いや、
吐かせようぜこれ。充電前に興奮だけさ、すぐ持ったらでいい。それ以外引いていいかも。
了解了解。
まだないよ特殊。
うますぎ。届いてくれ。あ
大家好，我是大陆赛区 GW 战队的队长石逍遥。GW 战队成立了1年，目前这个战队还是没有参加过深渊的，但是我们队内有很多深渊经验的选手，然后队内成员有操作非常猛的那个迪斯，还有一个6轨非常厉害的星辰，还有一个随机非常快的银铃，然后就是一个非常混的我。然后监管方面有一个大陆赛区天花板的帮帮选手安逸，还有一个就是新引进的鱼腩选手。但是他还没有上过场，所以他的那个角色池我先藏一下，先不跟大家说了。在这一次深渊，我们会拿出我们最好的状态来面对这一场比赛，拿下我们心目中想要的名次。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区的FunPlus 的低保。我们FunPlus的话，建立3年了，好吧，参加过 IV 由自建立以来的大大小小各种赛事。然后我们的队员的话有，首先介绍求生者，好吧，从求生者开始介绍，有我们的猫猫，还有逃离、神坠和3岁，还有陆晨轩。然后我们的人队的打法是非常的稳健，好吧，稳中带猛，猛中又带稳，非常的强的一个人队，好吧。我愿称为联赛顶级人队啊。我们的监管者是阿兔啊，当然还包括我。我们的打法的话，可能比较稳一点。在这次深渊，我们已经做好了充足准备，我们准备向冠军进发，然后再接再厉吧，希望能够拿到一个好的成绩。
Ladies and gentlemen, it is main event time between GW and FPX.ZQ. Poch Spice and Chocho on the mic at your service for this next one. Chocho, I know you have some stats for us. Hit me with it. How do we see this match playing out?
All right, so yeah, a question was popped to me just now whether I think which team will be winning first, but based off the stats that I've seen, right, them versus Before You, FPX.ZQ actually got a 15-10 against Before You, while GW against Before You it was a 14-12. So comparing the numbers wise, it seems to be that FPX.ZQ might have a higher chance of taking this a win by tonight. So I've got to look at their groupings. Give me a moment.
Yeah, and while you say that, I'll just refer to everyone with how insanely close those matches were, especially the GW versus Before You match. It was like the glimpse of how Before You could crack the glass ceiling and break through to be the first team outside of Japan and China to beat a franchise team. And let's talk about those group standings.
All right, so both teams are in Group A, and right now the team that's sitting at the top one position is GG, followed by FPX.ZQ and then RC. But looking at the wins and losses against each team's wise, FPX.ZQ, RC, as well as GW, so these two teams actually inside, are actually winning one and losing one. So this match is actually extremely crucial to see who will be sitting at the second spot in Group A.
Wow, pivotal. So now it seems like, yeah, GW versus FPX.ZQ, the stakes are definitely high. We're going to throw it on over to the lineups here, and this is going to be in the China studio. GW versus FPX.ZQ. GW, I'd have to say, they were the wild card team to like be the last ones to qualify here, along with Reborn. So they have everything to gain here. I know they are a franchise team, but they kind of struggled there, I would have to say, in the qualifiers. But FPX.ZQ, they had kind of like a fast pass getting to this point in the competition.
Absolutely, and we do see FPX.ZQD will most likely be playing as Hunter first, but we did see in the previous matchups that Rabbit did come out as a BO2 Hunter, and after that switching back to FPX.ZQD for this last match, Wax Artist and getting it for elimination. So we're not sure whether Rabbit might be coming up in this match, but we can look forward to it. And it seems to be that GW Survivors will be coming up first, followed by FPX.ZQ's Hunter.
So it seems like GW Survivors will be coming up first, and D is going to be most likely will be doing the hunting. But yeah, GW Survivors, they I would have to say the team's kind of in a tough spot here because they've been, based on their scores, not showing too much consistency. So let's see if they'll hit that next level, as you would say.
I'm on the next.
You have to keep going. I'm going to try to keep these subtle references. Let's see if you'll react to it.
Oh, but yes, yeah, looking at this, it seems to be that yeah, like we mentioned, FPX.ZQ has a higher standing compared to GW still, regardless, because of the net wins. So if GW do take this home with a win, then they would rank number 2. Then if FPX.ZQ get the win, they will stay at the second position. So this will be a very intense match because they still have a few more matches to go with. Wait, sorry, if I remember this correctly, GW, I believe this is their last match in this entire. Yeah, so this is extremely important for GW to actually take this home. If not, they'll probably be on the verge of going home.
Wow, so this is their last stand. Yeah, so definitely the stakes could not be higher, but we see Yinel, look at that smile and the dimples on him, on his face. I mean, look, there's a lot of pressure, but I think this is how you're supposed to face pressure, with grace and a little bit of fun. So Yinel has brought out the barmaid in previous matches, toy merchant as well. And just those two, actually. I would say that GW, they kind of stick to their strengths here, but let's introduce Dis.
Yeah, this. We can see that there is a 40% escape probability. This actually plays the Prospector, Seer, Patient, and if you're talking about interesting picks, he does play the Thief as well as Cowboy in the Chinese mainland qualifiers.
Yeah, in this broadcast and in the group stage, he's only been relegated to 3, really: Acrobat, Prospector, Patient. So leaving the Antiquarian to Xingchen, who, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who did get a bunch of MVPs because of his Antiquarian. So yeah, again, shout outs to Mochi. If he wants to be MVP, just let someone else be Rescuer, let him be Antiquarian.
Yeah, it's really difficult for rescuers to actually get MVP. So shout outs to all rescuers out there. You know, I know it's difficult, but actually though, in rank, it's actually easier for rescuers to get this best deduction role. So
Yeah, because they escape.
and they escape and they rescue. So
they're like, all right, I did my job. I'm just gonna escape. But that's solo rank, so we get that. So Xing Chen here, he has the Prospector and also the Anti-Fragile Antiquarian. I don't know if you get that reference.
Yeah.
What? Oh snap! Okay. Jojo gets it. Okay, so yeah, he's actually got MVP with surprisingly enough, he got an MVP with his Postman. So he had 2 pallet slams and a dungeon escape. So we'll see if he'll be bringing that out or he'll bring out the Antiquarian.
Yeah, Xing Chen actually is like the hard carrier of his team. So if he usually falls easily, dies easily against a hunter, the rest will probably fall along. But anyways, SX. SXY, this is difficult. SXY, yeah, mainly the rescuer role given to him. We see the mercenary as first officer, gravekeeper, wilding, forward. So he usually play all these rescuer roles, and yeah, we see 154% decoding, 40% escape probability, and 7th place, 1.6, placing 7th in terms of rescue. So that's actually quite high, and we'll probably see more stable rescues from him. And Xing Chen wise, right, going back to him a little bit, he actually did play the lucky guy as well as Professor in the Chinese mainland qualifiers, so that's kind of interesting. And like you predicted, we see FPX.ZQ D.
So D here, he definitely has. I mean, he's tried to use Bloody Queen at the start, like in his previous matches. It didn't quite work out so well. So I think for him to get that MVP, he used the Wax Artist. He did try to bring out the Breaking Wheel, not really part of this meta as it once was before. But I mean, let's see if he can bring back the old magic of how he performed in the previous COAs here for him to be able to secure his team that 2nd place spot in the group stage.
Yeah, and we also saw the statistics that was shown over there. 2 escape situations is usually on his side, and 0% for escapes probability. And the first kite is usually about 60 plus seconds, so that's usually 3 Cypher kite, and that's usually a tie situations for Hunter, which explains the 2 escape, 2 kill kind of situation. And we're seeing the coaches being introduced.
Yeah, so again, these are both franchise teams. They face each other in IVL, and now they're going to be facing each other in the biggest stage of them all, which is Call of the Abyss. I'm wondering, Golden Wings, what mascot is that? Is this the guy with the sparkly eye?
Golden Wings is just a girl. It's just a lady girl. I guess it's like a supporter, like female supporters, mascot kind of thing. I'm not too sure.
Okay, because FPX.ZQ is a chicken, rabbit.
Chicken?
Yeah, it's the duck. I'm kidding. That's your mascot, Chocho. No.
Wait, is it? I forgot the mascot for FPX.ZQ.
No. We're gonna wait for it to come because D was actually next to it, and we're gonna see some fan signs over here on GW side. But we also see some support over there at D. I think they're asking for a 4-person kill or a 4-man escape. So it's going to be an intense one over at the China studio.
Yeah, really interesting to see how this is going to turn out. GW server side seems to be quite chill about this, not too nervous. And we're seeing GW having the map selection and picking the Ever Sleeping Town for their BO1 match.
Yeah, Ever Sleeping Town is definitely going to power up. Well, the thing is, D brought out his BQ here. I don't think he wants to bring that out now. So maybe, yeah, he still has Wax Artist to pick from. He has his Naiad. He has other more stable hunters in this meta. He has a Bonbon. He's got a Anne if ever. But yeah, maybe stick to the Wax or the Bonbon in this map. So that looks like a chick or like a bird, an avian creature. As the
GW mascot looks like he's drowned, bro.
He's dancing, dude. He's powering them up, dude. That's the creature dance. Anyway, so we're going to see a Seer and Dancer pick. Probably accounting for a single hit hunter on D's side. But based on the qualifiers, D hasn't brought out a... Wow, okay. Speaking of creature, we're seeing a Thief.
Yeah, like... This is giving like deja vu moments with a... SEA team that we definitely know, but we didn't even see like
ZT.
Yeah, ZT, but yeah, we don't even see Mengxing's MX bringing in the Thief in BO1 as of yet. Like he usually bring in BO2 or 3.
I would say also shoutouts to GG's 18 because they make this work as well in Ever Sleeping Town. Just the flashlight setup in the window in the graveyard side. So they might opt to go for that because D might bring Bonbon or Wax Artist. So we'll see.
Yeah, that could be it. Wax Artist seems to be the most the hunter that kind of like not get as counted to in this team comp. Yeah, we see the support from the music boxers.
I'm looking at the mascot now that you mention it.
Yeah, he's like drunk, bro. Like
he's working overtime, guys. You gotta respect your mascots too. Look at the FPX.ZQ mascot. He's being chill. He's just vibing. He's just vibing to what's going on. Holding his head. Oh my god. I'm kidding. So D with a Wax Artist, folks.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, I think this match, why it seems to be progressing. We see First Officer Seer Thief as well as Female Dancer. If talking about the easiest chase, seems to be, I don't know. Just chasing the Female Dancer is actually fine. If you don't chase the Female Dancer, okay, if you change Female Dancer, you get the music box being affected onto the hunter. Like chasing her or chasing not her, it's still gonna affect the hunter. So maybe not the Female Dancer. I mean, the Seer and Thief is actually available, as we see from the spawn location. So it really depends on which one hunter actually kind of want to chase. But I'm leaning more towards a Seer chase, possibly.
Yeah, I think so. It's so funny how in Call of the Abyss it's the Seer that always gets banned, but now it just seems like the meta is just like, yeah, well, Seer's the definite chase here to start off with, just so you can get rid of the owl, and it's gonna be hard for you to farm because it's a Wax Artist, and he's just gonna wax you completely off. Yeah, SXY being spawn at the center just so he can support if anyone falls down. It seems like Dis wants to be able to set up that flashlight play in the graveyard area, so I'm super excited to see if he can set that up.
Yeah, usually we in the GW, right, we usually see a lot of entomologies being picked because of the beef support, and also a support role usually at the center for this Ever Sleeping Town match, because then it's easier to set up boxes, set up your bees, rotating away. So a bit different from their usual approach in this. We see the First Officer at the center, and Hunter will be heading most likely towards Xingchen, which is the Seer, one of their best kiters.
Yeah, like you said, he's probably the most juiciest target here, and it's having brought out the Wax Artist, it kind of is the best option for D based on his stats and also based on how the bans and picks went. So he won't get countered too hard, but he'll be running slowly into this music box. So he'll be able to break it at least. And Eli spoke about this before. You don't want to set up your boxes too early, just because the hunter, yes, it buys time here, but I mean, you're down one more box. And now Xingchen is gonna have to take this kite in a relatively open spot, so he's gonna eat a lot of wax here, Chocho.
Absolutely, and he still has one more bird to utilize, so getting that pallet down hit, very unfortunately, failed mind game against D, and right now heading towards a very narrow alley where Wax can be easily hit on. And this is the second 100% Wax. The bird is already on use already, and there is still a flying wheel, so Xingchen might be able to kite this out. Doesn't even need flying wheel, entering the palleted area, and D will focus on getting this 100% Wax once again.
Yeah, so this rebound kite really needs to be able to buy enough time, because if he gets down relatively early on, it's not good, but able to get a pallet slam. So that actually allows this Seer to build up another owl. It's already at the 70% mark, so that's good, but this is a Wax Artist we're talking about. You get a pallet slam on him, you're gonna get some wax, and now D has downed the Seer. So this is why the First Officer was spawned to the center, so he can try to go for any support rescues, and we see at lower left side of the screen, the First Officer is making his rotation to do so.
Yeah, that's right. And we're seeing that the center does not have a cipher. So even though chairing at the center seems to be great, this doesn't literally allow Wax Artists to actually camp out any ciphers with the Wax Glook. So yeah, we see SXY coming for this rescue. Yeah, able to kind of spot him out very accurately and getting that very safe rescue onto Seer. Okay, getting that pallet down without having to get that basic hit, that would be a double down situation, but Hunter is not giving any care for First Officer and will be getting this hit onto Xingchen very soon.
I love the discipline. He wasn't actually stepping on the boxes because he knows he could reach him from a distance, so now he could easily just break this box, First off is already injured. He has a pocket watch to try and go for a support rescue, but it seems like the Cypher progress aren't moving as fast as they want them since the last two Cyphers are just being worked on now. So D doing an amazing job just camping out this the Seer, being able to thwart the rescue, and I would have to say his predictions on going for the first officer is actually pretty good. But now Thief actually trying to go for a backdoor rescue here, so let's see if he can set something up for him to be able to prolong the kite of the Seer.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you. We see this coming for this rescue possibly. Yeah,
he's
didn't
able to
even
get
just
it.
stun and getting that basic hit. Amazing, but this is playing on D side. But not sure whether this stun will be happening. Yes, it does. So amazing play on this Thief side, allowing Xingchen to actually establish quite a large distance. So the impatient side is showing already.
Yeah, Diaz was able to turn this around. Now the Seer is miles away, and Diaz to chase him on foot. So the point here is to hide the Seer. Yinel is gonna be spotted out, so it seems like D might be trying to rotate around this part. And look at that, he set up another flashlight play for him to be forced to break this pallet where the music box is set up. So this is buying so much time, Chocho.
Absolutely, and yeah, we're seeing that Xingchen, which is the Seer, has already rotated so far away. Possibly might be getting hit from the Thief on the bottom left. We see, yeah, we're seeing the healing on the bottom left. Ying-El will be the next target, forcing Hunter to change targets, and Ying-El is full health though and has the Flying Wheel to use. Flying Wheel that 100% wise, I believe.
Yeah, that was we're already a reset. So now it seems like D has to focus back on square one. Dungeon is also at this fake gate area. Ying-El, he's gonna get the support of the Owl just to transition away. So this is actually great on the side of GW. So they're really biting back here and fighting back D's Wax Artist, because last Cypher is about to hit the 50% mark. So it's looking pretty okay since the Seer is all healed up, but now the Dancer has fallen.
Absolutely, and yeah, the 6th Cypher is being decoded, and yeah, it was Xingchen managed to actually absorb one more owl for this protection on this female dancer. If not, it would have been immediate fast down. So very good job on Xingchen's side, able to give that support at the right time. And SXY, Shi Xiaoyao will be able to not discode the Cypher because of the Wax Gloop, and a double rescue by Thief as well as Seer.
Oh, this again with just the harassment, and now we see that Xingchen has to be very careful here. Yes, flywheels away from that basic attack. This allows the Thief to actually go for the rescue, and the Seer is going to try to build more owl and build more attention away. But that's what's so dangerous, because the Cypher isn't primed just yet, Chocho.
Absolutely, and getting that down to Xingchen, and he is the last chair already. So this means that a terror shot onto female dancer. Thief is still in this area. Will he be forcing the heal? Forcing the heal on the correct survivor.
Yeah,
yes.
Alright, he's gonna have to be forced to hit here. He's picking up the Dancer again, so this is forcing D in a tough spot. Thief eating that hit, and now they're forcing them not to pop it since Dancer has not seen the rocket chair yet. So beautiful adjustment here. Xingchen actually under the tram here. The Terror Shock is gonna pop everyone back up.
Absolutely, and right now Ying-El is out of the chair situation. He'll be trying to kite for his life with absolutely nothing, no flying wheel as well. So getting that basic hit down, this is looking pretty good. Even though it's a 4-man detention period, gate is at 50%, able to chair female dancer. We'll be able to Wax Gloop the gate.
Oh, let's see if he's able to go for it, but SXY not even tempting fate there. You just make sure, like, all right, I'm gonna move on away. Dancer has been sent out. We're gonna see the teleport be committed to. Dis is actually gonna be here. So let's see if this Thief can actually, he has no more items. He actually has just a magic wand. So he's gonna have to use this sparingly. So it seems like the Wax Gloop is gonna get him, and now we're gonna try and go for another flywheel, but unfortunately, when he tried to use the magic wand, he was able to get the damage onto him. And D, I would have to say, the last endgame part was able to turn that around. That didn't look like it was going in his favor, but he was able to manage to get a tie out of that that scrambly situation.
Yeah, have to agree wholeheartedly with you. It was a 4-man detention period, and seems to be was gonna be so close to a 4-man detention period. Detention period, which did happen. However, the target that he wanted to chase wasn't there, but luckily female dancer actually allowed that fast down, and then this no longer has any torchlight to use. So very clutch kind of tie situation, and yeah, amazingly done by D.
Yeah, I would have to say also D just being cool under pressure there, because the thief was flashing the torchlight at him, Dancer was down as well, and they tried to go for the force heals, and it was just a constant harassment on the side of the survivors. But yeah, him staying cool, calm, and collected. All right, let's transfer. Let me just hold on to the Dancer for a bit so you won't force the endgame pop, and now you're forced to rescue before you pop that Cypher. So I'm watching the replay now on the YouTube, and it's just a crazy segment. Terror Shock happened, and they were able to get the pop going on, and just wow, for them to get a tie out of D here is actually really good, because D's Wax Artist is actually his go-to to get victories.
Yeah, actually very, like you mentioned, very smart bit on D side, like this thief side, D's thief side. Yeah, so yeah, like forcing heal onto the Seer, forcing Hunter to actually hold up the female dancer, and then actually Hunter had a chance to get that balloon hit, but then this was so disciplined, he decided not to force heal the Hunter, force heal Seer anymore, remove himself away from the situation, drag out enough time for the Cypher to be primed, even though it was only at like 70-80%. Yeah, like it was such a clutch prime and Cypher pop at that point in time, which was, everything worked out for GW, but the end result wasn't what GW wanted.
Yeah, I mean, we said before, it's like the survivors could play it so well. Well, the Hunter could play it so well, then it's end up survivor sided. I guess this was one of the rare cases where D just had a really good mid to late game for him to be able to secure a tie. So again, he played to his strengths, able to camp it out, use the tension at the late game, and just, yeah, for sure that Wax Artist is going to get banned in the next round. But for now, he could rest up because he's going to have a heavy round number 2, but I believe Anya is going to come next for GW.
Yeah, seems to be it. Yeah, in this BO1 second half, okay, wait, so this is a GW map selection, which means that GW will most likely want to get advantage. However, if we do see GW An-Yi, we do see his stats is leaning more towards a tie as well, so it might be kind of difficult for An-Yi to actually get a possible win, but all hope is definitely not lost since this is just BO1, and we can definitely hope for An-Yi to possibly get a 3 kill, but then again, it's against FPX.ZQ Survivor side.
Yeah, and FPX.ZQ Survivor side, I'd have to say very strong at the start. I mean, they did pretty well in the group stage, and in the qualifiers. And in the qualifiers, they actually like undefeated in round wins, like first round wins. Yes, they faced some adversity in the group stage, but if you're not banning that much from them, they're gonna play to their strengths. They're gonna use their favorite characters, Maoma, the Antiquarian, drop on either the Priestess, Toy Merchant, Ento, Sans. We're gonna introduce them in just a bit, but yeah, they're just very well rounded as the survivor team. So An-Yi definitely has his hands full coming into this one, Chocho.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm hoping that An-Yi will actually bring something different, but at the same time, he mains the Bonbon, so we might be seeing it. But look, going into players' introduction, we see FPX.ZQ drop. Yeah, with the Entomologist as well as Embalmer. We do see his containment time is 100 seconds, so that's at least 3 Cypher Kite and above. And yeah, but then again, 0% decoding, so he's most likely the kiter at the start of the match, and probably kites until the end game, or if not, actually he doesn't even kite until end game. He has 0% escape probability, so he actually dies before detention period, or dies during detention period.
Yeah, he's the sacrificial lamb. He's also brought out the Toy Merchant, so we'll see if that's gonna play a factor. And Mao, one of my favorite survivors of FPX.ZQ, just because of his constant harassment from the Antiquarian. He's also brought out a Seer, and he's definitely up there in terms of contention for MVP status, because they have gone through the ringer with that. He's also had such an amazing performance with the Barmaid, Prospector. He's basically the stunner. And I remember, I forgot who he was facing, but it was at Lakeside, and he was just constantly harassing the Hunter to balloon pick up, and then someone was able to struggle free. So again, Antiquarian, you gotta ban those Antiquarians, or change how she's built, because she's built different, folks.
And yeah, we're seeing FPX.ZQ Li Bao next. So Li Bao usually plays the Patient, Seer Embalmer, Barmaid, Psychologist, mostly kiting characters. And yeah, containment time is actually quite little at 27, but because we see that the decoding's at 233, so mostly decoding and just escaping after, so 67% escape probability. So probably wouldn't be seeing him kite too much, but and mostly decoding.
Oh yeah, if you see that the Cypher is being rushed, you know Li Bao's in charge because of how well his stats are. And speaking of decoding as well, Sans, the main mercenary rescuer, note that their rescuers always at least pop one Cypher, so their average is always like 100, and then they go for that rescue. So Sans, yeah, he's mainly the rescuer, gravekeeper, mercenary. That's mainly all he brought out in the group stage so far. And looking at the stats also, he of the qualifiers, he did bring out a wildling. So yeah, he's just the dedicated rescuer of the team.
Yeah, it seems to be that FPX.ZQ, if their decoding is not high, it means their containment time is actually quite high. So kiting shouldn't be a problem for FPX.ZQ, and Cypher Rush is there, rescuer role is also present. So very all round. This survivor team is actually very well rounded, and we're looking at Anyi, a very common hunter in GW, mostly actually playing for his team. So Bon Wix Artist, Clerk, Polun Geisha, Sculptor, as well as Spider has been seen in this Chinese mainland qualifiers. So yeah, very good stats, but we're seeing that his stats is slightly below D. We see a 1.8, D was 2, but his is 1.8, so a bit lesser. And yeah, the containment time for the Survivor First Kite is actually 71 seconds, which is also higher than D, which means that his chasing potential is actually not that good as D's.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because he's known to get that tie, but that's what he has to aim for. In FPX.ZQ, if they get 3 survivors out, they win this first round. And I would say GW kind of buckles under a little bit of pressure that is applied to them. So in this scenario, I think FPX.ZQ would have the advantage, especially coming into the first round where Anyi doesn't have that much bans, so everyone can use their mains. So it's going to be a little tough for Anyi. So let's see if he can rise above the occasion as he gets ready for this match.
Absolutely, and we can see that he has taken off his specs, so it only means something. Things about to get serious. And okay, I have very bad eyesight as well. So last time I also wear specs. So sometimes also when I play IDV or other games, right, I actually take off my specs because somehow, somewhat, I'm able to focus better.
Better, really?
Yeah, because the things around it is so blurry. You can only focus on the things that's in front of you.
Are you farsighted, nearsighted?
What's the thing where like far I can't see?
Yeah, you're nearsighted. So I'm guessing your phone is like next to your nose when you play Identify with how. Okay.
Actually, I do still wear my specs when I.
But
play
when it's
ID.
serious, when it's you take it off. Ooh, that's when you know Chocho's leveling up, folks, and that's how you know Anyi is leveling up when he takes off the spectacles, and he knows he's on that next level mode, and I don't know, you know those anime protagonists when they pull up their glasses and they push it up, and that's when they have that shimmer that they're leveling up. But it seems like Anyi, he wants to be in that zone and focus on in. So.
Yeah, and we're seeing a very common first 2 picks on the Survivor side, Mercenary as well as Antiquarian, so securing their rescuer as well as their harasser over here. So Anyi has quite a lot of options. He still has Seer, but I doubt so if he's gonna play a Bon. It could be a female dancer. Yeah, we see a female dancer as well as Toy Merchant. All these 3 characters that he has banned is fully support heavy, and yeah, I think FPX.ZQ, maybe they're not prioritizing on that. They just want a fast decoding team come instead of a support heavy one. So just picking the Antiquarian, and others will just be a kiting characters. So a Seer pick. And then lastly for Anyi, a postman, so to prevent a fast decoding kind of situation, especially when you're playing against Bon. Oh, but still.
Wow. It's the day of the composer. My goodness. Yeah.
Yeah, you're banning the postman, a fast decoder. So what? I'm gonna pick a composer, which is also a fast decoding character, and can also kite pretty good. So, yeah, kind of countering what Anyi is banning. But unfortunately, though, hunters do have minimal bans in BO1, a 4 survivor ban kind of situation. So, yeah, Anyi do have actually, looking at his team com as well as Anyi's character pool, seems to be that is leaning towards Bon BO1.
Bon, yeah. Bon, or you could try going Wax, but then again, with a composer loose, they double up on Cypher progress. So, yeah, I would say either of those 2 is really good. Could you read that, Chocho?
头好痛吗？不会啥？不会要长脑子了吧？ I'm not too sure what 长脑子 means. Like 长脑子, like direct translation is long brain, bro.
Oh, big brain, probably, or I don't know.
长脑子.
If anyone in chat could translate that, please let us know. But Anyi again, he has a lot to choose from, right? Like you said, you could go with either Bon, go Wax Artist, you go with whatever, but since it's BO1, they're able to go for the Bon. So yeah, just negating that Seer's Owl. And also, I would say the Antiquarian, he has to close distance, and if he has enough presence, he could actually stuff any attempt of a rescue, and also any stuns from the Antiquarian will be trade off with a bomb hit.
Alright, and also reminding everyone watching that this map is actually GW's map selection. So it's of course that they want this map kind of get this advantage in their map, and we're seeing GW An-Yi with the Bon, which is usually a Thai character. Oh, a Monokuma skin. Ooh. So yeah, I believe a lot of you love this Monokuma skin. I personally too. So yeah, it seems to be that it's moving that it's actually more of like a Thai situation. But if An-Yi could actually achieve more, that would be the most ideal kind of situation. So fingers crossed for An-Yi, and also all the best to FPX.ZQ because pressure is on both sides.
How can we forget also? Can we assign some hearts in the chat? Red hearts for FPX.ZQ, GW on the yellow hearts, just so we know where chat is at. And we'll see that in the chat soon enough because the spawn locations are going to be set. So Bon in Ever Sleeping Town, and it's a huge map. The tram is going to be there. It's going to be a little tough, but if you're able to get them down early on and force them to go for rescue, it can be in An-Yi's favor. And considering how this match is, and considering the stats that Chocho mentioned at the start, GW is the underdog coming into this one. So An-Yi is going to definitely need to be able to secure more than just the tie, just for them to safeguard an easier round number 2 and 3.
Yeah, and we see that An-Yi will be spawning right outside the graveyard area. Right around him is the Composer on his left, and right at the bottom we see the Antiquarian. If he decides to chase Composer, then decoding wise will be slightly slower. If he decides to chase Antiquarian, then it kind of eliminates the OB harassing factor. So It really depends on which one An-Yi decides to chase. We see the Persona right now. Flying Wheel on Mao M, Broken Windows on Seer as well as Composer, and then for Hunter side we see Blink as a skill, Insolence as well as Detention as his Persona.
Isn't that Confined Space?
Oh, sorry, Confined Space and Detention. My bad.
Okay.
I'm going
so
back.
Yeah, this is basically brought to just stop the windows of the window of the graveyard, if ever, and he already cut them off. So it seems like he will try to chase towards the center. So An-Yi on the Bon. I know a lot of people love this skin, and I can't see Bon being any other skin, to be honest, because the Monokuma skin is just so adorable. But we're gonna head on over to the 2-story here, where Maum is actually gonna be at the Antiquarian. So it seems like Antiquarian being the first chase isn't gonna be the easiest of times. So is An-Yi actually gonna go for it? Oh my God, he's actually gonna go. Yeah, he's gonna commit towards the Antiquarian chase.
Yeah, he's just gonna eliminate the harassing and able to not get that bomb chip over there. Mao M will be successfully rotating to their graveyard area without much. But getting that chip bomb damage. Oh my goodness. Accurate bomb placements over at An-Yi's side. Yeah, Mao's just gonna try to kite this out over at the graveyard area. Will he be able to get another chip damage?
It seems like he's being able to cut him off. So now he's out here in the open. This is going to be hard for Antiquarian to get any stuns, right? The best you could do is get a push. And the Seer's Owl at last minute. Beautiful play, allowing Maum to transition towards the center. So Chocho, like you said, if the Composer is out and about, Cypher Rush is going to be real. And so far, so good on the side. But the Blink is actually going to connect. And Maum, he's at a chip damage away from falling down. And the Time Bomb is ready for An-Yi to use.
Absolutely, and Flying Wheel, that time bomb, amazing timing on our Mao side, and right now Kite will prolong much further, but no, accurate placements of that linked time bomb, link bombs over there, and downing Mao M, carrying him at outside graveyard, and Mercenary will be coming for this rescue possibly, but we see the wanted order.
Ooh, that's gonna be a tough rescue, especially against the Bon, because yeah, he's gonna light up the floor like dynamite. I don't know, I had to come up with a reference there that you'd understand. So Sans though, all the way on the other side of the map, this is gonna be a tough rescue because you can see how much he's camped this out, and we're gonna see a little cutoff here on the tram area, so might be just feeding Tinnitus to go for the last minute save. But Sans, yeah, he has wanted order, so any approach that he's gonna go for, you know, An-Yi is just one step ahead at this point.
Yeah, and we're seeing that the fourth Cypher, oh no, we're seeing a standstill on the Cypher, so there could be a
rotation,
backdoor rescue possibly.
Yeah, it seems like, well, but Libao is actually the one going for the rotation. Drop is actually focusing on just one Cypher, so it seems like they're going to sacrifice the Antiquarian, which is, I would say, kind of a shame because Antiquarian, Malm still has a lot of stick to use. So it seems like he's going to have his first target out and about. So Anyi doing I would say, put in a pretty good spot just to at least tie this game out.
Yeah, the server side is actually acknowledging Anyi's camping's ability. It's not trying to risk it and possibly getting a denied rescue. So definitely a safe play on FPX.ZQ's side. We see Li Bao will be taking this next Kai as a seer. So Cypher's looking at about 4 Cyphers decoded, and Li Bao probably will be transitioning towards the center and probably Shack area where there isn't any Cyphers to be decoded anymore.
Yeah, and San's also in this area just to make sure that they're able to use their Tide Turner. So it seems like, yeah, Li Bao's kind of resided. Wow, getting the chip hit there on the time bomb right before he was able to get onto the steps. So good chase so far by Anyi. He's got to make haste here because the Composer's still on about and the Mercenary as well. So for sure a rescue is going to be imminent if Li Bao falls here.
Yeah, but we do remember that Anyi actually... okay, just removing that pallet over there. The blink is not ready, but we'll be ready in the next 5 seconds. So, yeah, doing this up-down rotations at the Shack area, unable to give Anyi any free hits or even a free bomb chip. Oh, wow. Dodging that miraculously. And dungeon is here though, so a basement is here though, sorry. So the last 2 people are actually pushing the last Cyphers at 70%. Li Bao's gonna make his kite, and will he be able to suck on another hour? No, a little bit.
Not there just yet, but now gets another chip damage, and now we're at the 90% mark for that Cypher. So Anya has to be ready to try to down him with a bomb hit. No, they just go ahead and go for that pop, and Li Bao doing an amazing job still containing, and Dungeon is here. If he's able to prolong this kite, it could be a Dungeon escape, but no, just goes for the blink attempt. And this is huge for Anyi because the exit gate is not open just yet. If he chairs out there, it seems like he's just going to go back, and it seems like it might be just a tied game. So incredible that he's still able to get that tie.
Yeah, he did chair at the geisha because Mercenary still has Tide Turner, doesn't want to risk anything. And the graveyard chair has already been used by the Antiquarian, so yeah, getting this tie very safely because the dungeon was also there and he had blink, so he wanted to secure the tie at least. If not, it's gonna be a possible 3 escape, which is unfavorable for GW at this point in time. But then it kind of secures this BO3 situation. So 4 BO3s in one day, ladies and gentlemen.
I think it's just because the teams already know we're at the middle of the group stage, so they need to be able to leave it all on the line. So everyone's just leveling up in front of our eyes, and a beautiful outing on both the Survivor and Hunter side. So now will it happen? Will the tides shift in someone's favor in round number 2 or round number 3? You're just gonna have to stay tuned, folks, because GW and and FPX.ZQ are really fighting tooth and nail to be second place to GG. And like you said, this is GW's last match, so they really have to go all out in this one, Chocho.
Yeah. I'm remaining hopeful for GW because they actually made a long way in Chinese Mainland qualifiers. They actually, if I remember correctly, they played like 6 or 7 rounds in Chinese Mainland qualifiers.
They played like the most games.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that they can actually make it, or at least put their foot out there, show that they're actually possible. Because FPX.ZQ, they still have another chance to actually play against another team and get another win. So we'll see how this plays out, but for now it's leaning more towards FPX.ZQ since it's a GW map selection.
Yeah, especially coming into round number 2, right? FPX.ZQ's, their match against B4U, they're able to clutch it out at the end. So they're known to really come back in the later rounds. But as we look at the match stats here, we didn't even see Drop on that Composer, which I really like seeing Drop kite, but he definitely is on the high end on the decoding spectrum. And we see that when it comes to the kiting, we see that it is Malm that did get the first kite above 60 seconds, and they chose to kind of go for the sacrifice. And then it just continued to be a Survivor-sided game because it was hard for Anyi to down that Seer. And then in the end, it went to a tie.
Yeah, really unfortunate. And fortunately enough to get a tie instead of a 3 escape. So still well done to Anyi. And right now we'll be moving on to BO2 first half, but the map selection hasn't been done yet and will be done by FPX.ZQ. So a lot of map selections, I would say, but another map that FPX.ZQ do excel in is in Lakeside Village, and GW as well do excel in that. So if FPX.ZQ is confident enough to face against GW's team in a Lakeside Village, I think it could be a possible selection.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Lakeside Village is always like a second to third round pick, and I don't know. It's honestly a little weird because you in the previous go at Lakeside Village, that's unheard of. We always go church, we always go hospital, we always go arms. I don't think we've seen arms the entire day. It's always these big maps. So I don't think church is even a map that's allowed in COA anymore because no one ever picks it. I think it was only picked once the entire time. So if it goes to Lakeside, definitely on FPX.ZQ's favor. So I feel like maybe, yeah, GW really has to turtle up and try to come up with a strategy in this next match because FPX.ZQ has, they're playing with more ease coming into this one.
Yeah, and we'll be heading into some highlights, so sit back. Alright, so we're looking at this Come On GW at Elaine Lee, hashtag COA6 global support. So yeah, we definitely do see your support for GW. Yeah, Chinese mainland team, and yeah, I mean, comparing popularity wise, I would say GW definitely is on a bit lesser, but yeah, we really love your support that you're giving over here. So anybody giving out your support, do the hashtag COA6 global support. And what's this?
Look at this. I at Identity 5e champ. Little bird keep flying high because this is GW Golden Wings. Leave no regrets at Call of the Abyss 6. Play at your best. These are these cards? These are fan cards, right? Like the player cards.
I don't know, bro,
and
but
stickers.
like,
yeah.
This is looking a bit overwhelming. These are
It's
cards,
the support.
right?
It's the overwhelming support of the Golden Wings Club. Let's go. Wings Club. You watch that. You're a Golden
Exposing
Wings.
my childhood. But yeah, I do watch Wings Club when I was a child. But anyways, yeah, we're moving on to yeah, this will be BO2. BO1 we did get a tie situation 4-4 at Ever Slipping Town, and moving on to BO2 it will be FPX.ZQ's map selection, and seems to be that it will be.
We're going to hospital.
Finally,
FPX.ZQ, going to hospital. Let's go.
Yeah.
I miss this map. I mean, you can tell I'm survivor sided, right? Because like hunters hate this map, so it's terrible. But now this is interesting because they're empowering their survivors, but they're putting D in a tough spot. So now this will definitely be a battle of the survivors with how well they're gonna, I would say, navigate their way and strategize their way here. Well, hunters have to definitely go on defense here. We've seen it in other matches where they get lost inside hospital. It's just so hard to make rotations happen. So Anyi still on the hunter chair.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So
you got the presenting meme by Will Smith.
yeah, but Posh is excited because he's survivor sided, but I'm most excited because the whole day we haven't seen a Sacred Heart Hospital yet. A small map, finally, excluding Red Church. So yeah, pretty excited to see.
It was a long day.
Reborn match.
Reborn.
Yeah.
So the start. Yeah, the start of the day. Yeah, it's a small map, so we're compact. We have a compact map, and look at that. We got some more memes. Is that Anyi with a cat?
Yeah, Anyi with a cat. His head cropped into the photo though.
I know. He looked a little like Gru there. I was expecting a scarf with how that Photoshop was made. So Anyi again, still no glasses on. That means he's in the serious mode. See, Chocho, I feel like if you're the mascot here and you'll be doing more dance moves out there.
I mean, I would definitely do it because of course I'm behind the mask, right? I can do whatever goofy things, right? Nobody will know it's me, so.
Well, now that you mention it, oh no, you kind of outed yourself. So it seems like if you see a duck in Call of the Abyss, folks, that's Chocho.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
And yeah.
No, I was gonna say if any team out there is looking for a duck mascot,
Duck mascot, please.
At Chocho, please.
IDV_Chocho, please come and contact me. I will gladly be your duck mascot, alright? For a whole year.
She knows the whole K-pop songs and dances, so you got it.
Oh my god.
So I have to get the head and the steps on that one. Anyway.
Yeah.
So we're gonna head towards the picks and bans here. Seer and Priestess here for sure. Those are just that's not even a question at this point. If you're gonna go to Red Hospital, you want to ban that Priestess. Seer makes me think, yeah, Anya's gonna go for a single chip hunter, but we are gonna see a toy merchant. We know FPX.ZQ, this is part of the repertoire of survivors that they can bring to the table with that support, and also that antiquarian on the side of Mao M. So it's Mao M. I thought it was Mao.
Yeah, Mao. But we can call it Mao.
Okay. Or Mao M, like that's cool. Like if it's that.
Yeah, and actually, right, toy merchant at Sacred Hospital is not very commonly seen. Reason being, if you're talking about support for teammates, right, catapult placements into hospital and certain window areas, right, it's actually not easy at all. I've tried it before. Very
so you have
difficult.
to line it up. Okay, it's not like you can just drop it in Lakeside and boom, you're there.
Yeah,
you need to line it up well.
Yeah, the angle that you're facing it and the precision is actually required from you is actually really high. Unless you're talking about those kind of like next to Cypher, you put it there and then for survivors to jump into a better kiting area. That's okay lah. You anyhow put also can, as long as you can help them move to a better area, it's fine. But those kind of like from outside, one pillar, one window area, front gate area, jumping from there, putting it about there, jumping into the hospital birdcage area, that is not something that's very easy. I've tried and tested before.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I took months, maybe days or weeks. I don't know. I don't remember. It was a tough period. Okay, I remember I had to spend like 30 minutes every day when I was playing competitive. No. When I was playing competitively, I spent 30 minutes each day after rank to do this kind of placements. Yeah, it's crazy. Like dedication, bro.
Yeah, dedication on the toy merchant mains out there, folks. Shout outs to you because Chocho feels your pain here in this map. So I'm excited to see what Drop has to offer. So maybe he can perfect those lineups because that's definitely going to be an amazing play that he's going to put in. So while that was going on, a Wildling, Antiquarian, and Psychologist pick. So definitely a lot of OB, a lot of support on the roster of FPX.ZQ. So Ani is going to have kind of a tough time here, but at least he can rest knowing that Cypher Rush won't be a big problem for him. So now that his Bonbon's banned, he's gonna have to decide if he's gonna bring out, let's say, the Wax Art. Oh wait, what else does he bring to the table here? Bring out my notes. Soul Weaver, Wax Artist, Guard 26. That's what I got from his qualifiers.
Yeah, he also have Clerk, Polun, Geisha, Sculptor as well. But I'm actually leaning more towards a Wax Artist. Like this team com-wise against a Wax Artist is actually quite nice. I mean, if you decide to chase Wilding, you can get quite a lot of presence from hitting his pick. I mean, his boar. And if you chase Psychologist, she has 3 heals. So even though it might be a slightly longer, or not slightly, but quite a long kite, you do get your presence, which is something as a Wax Artist, you want to open your second skill as fast as possible. So we'll see what Ani decides to pick. And in the meantime though, do show your support to the teams. FPX.ZQ with the red hearts and GW with the yellow hearts. We'll definitely see it in the comments, live chat section. So do show your support. And
ooh, Ani with the Ann pick over here. I would say Wax Artist. I was expecting that as well, like you said, Chocho, because I mean, Ann here, she has some walls to deal with. She can lose people inside the in the hospital area. And how can we forget FPX.ZQ Tram is part of the memes that they show around in the audience. So again, do show your support in the comment section here and also in the chat with who you are rooting for here. Is it FPX.ZQ? Is it GW? Again, show us with the red and yellow hearts that you see on the screen. Any big shout outs you want to give out, Chocho, as you're looking at the comment section?
Ghosty Bob, Ghost Investigations. I see Invisible Jong as well. Hi. Anybody you want to give a shout outs to?
You know what? Ghost Investigator already gave that. Will is also here. I did see that Vanilla Kinda, Salty B is also here. Pavs Official. Big shout outs to each and every one of you. I want to see those hearts because I like that. I like that.
I like that. And we're looking at the spawn locations right now. Antiquarian will be spawning right at the center hospital area, Toy Merchant, as well as Wilding next to the Hunter. So it seems to be that Toy Merchant might be the possible chase at the start of this match, BO2 first half.
Okay, based on like where the toy merchant spawned, do you think that, well, he's gonna drop his catapult, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what spawn points, or like where you're practicing to put the catapults, and how he's possibly gonna use that, cause it seems like with an and, yeah, you gotta create that distance before he's able to cat. So I think that's the only escape that is it drop? Yeah, it's drop. Okay.
Yeah, and drop will be spawning at the open air area. Yeah, and modding at the 3 pallet. Psychologist actually at one of the safest areas, which is the ruins kiting area. So yeah, we'll see how Toy Merchant decides to place a toy and kites this out. But looking at the persona wise, drop Mao as well. Drop and Mao with the flying wheel persona, Li Bao with the broken windows, and for Annie N, we see the detention as well as trump card. Blink as his skill.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be very careful, especially if they get catted on. It's gonna be hard just using flywheel to transition, because if you tight kite and if he steps onto the radius of the cat that did bite you, you're kind of stuck. So we're gonna see how this one's gonna pan out as we head towards the match, folks. Anyi not wasting any time, dropping those cats, getting the cat speed boost, where drop is already gonna start the transition towards the entrance, but this allows Anne to actually just break the catapult. And look at that, he's already inside the hospital.
And yeah, flying perfectly into the window area, entering the hospital like you've mentioned. And right now we'll be giving chase to absolutely no one in front of him, and the basement will be at the hospital area, so there's something to note.
Yeah, and if you noticed, Drop was just waiting there, giving that to Nidus, but now Drop is actually hiding outside of the hospital. Anyi still has to choose a survivor to target and down, and Libao actually outside in the ruins shack area is actually a pretty good target, but Libao is the psychologist, so she can tank those hits at the start. So we're gonna see if how this is gonna play out. He's just gonna silence, but this allows him to try and go for a transition here, since he did bring that broken windows.
Yeah, and silencing actually kind of reset the cooldown period, so that's pretty okay, because silencing a psychologist actually doesn't have a lot of use, because her skill is actually just to whistle her teammates to get the heal. But unable to get this second cat onto psychologist and wasting it once again, Li Bao is doing a perfect kite rotation over from ruins to shack and now possibly hospital.
Blink is inbound, so is he gonna use it? No, just saving it for the last possible second, but probably he knows that psychologist can tank those hits. We're gonna see a catapult. What a counter, and right through the window. So beautiful placement on drop side.
Yeah, absolute. It was just amazing. That catapult placement saved psychologist from getting any hits possible, and Hunter is still at it. But dropped down from psychologist, so this could be a free hit.
A gift from the gods, and now he's just gonna go for a basic attack here. Charged up the attack, no flywheel, but now rotating around, waiting for the catapult again. So this just allows him to go inside and changing levels. Now Anyi has to really break that catapult, but beautiful placement so far on drop side.
Yeah, one catapult, 2 use, and yeah, psychologist is able to establish so much distance.
Okay, dropping down, forcing him to break the pallet up here in the second story. Note that we still haven't seen the blink being used. Nice cap placement just for him to gain vision of where he's at. And he's going to get that jump as well. So he's going to get back into the shack area. And now they don't really have that much mobility because there's no catapults. Now the blink is going to get popped, and now the psychologist is injured.
Yeah, this is only the second hit into this game, and Cypher's almost 4. So Li Bao is just gonna kite around this area. Drop is decoding one of those ciphers, which will be popping anytime soon. So there's no blink, so Hunter got to kite this as normally as possible and possibly get this cat onto psychologist, the next one I mean, and then jumping and possibly stunning her.
Yeah, Li Bao doing a great job, and Drop just practicing some discipline, just running away. It seems like Anyi though is gonna change targets just for the second here, just so he can go after Drop, and now able to get the stun and force him away from that cipher. So this is excellent, because that might actually be the last cipher that they're gonna have to go after, because the other one's at 50%. That could definitely pop. Li Bao's still in the area, so let's see if Anyi can catch sight of this psychologist. No, Chocho, no one has seen the rocket chair just yet.
Yeah, and there's a lot of back and forth, and Hunter reaching into Li Bao's side, and yeah, a possible down might be happening soon, hopefully. Yeah, and Annie will be down in the psychologist at the shack area, but that cipher at the ruins which he wanted to camp so much is popped.
This is beautiful timing on the FPX.ZQ side. There's no basement here. Wildling is already making that rotation. We're already at 99%. So we do see that Sans has already gotten onto the board, and he's just going to make his way towards this rescue to pop for that end game. So it's very crucial that he tries to avoid these hits. But yeah, An's just going to try to farm some presence most likely because he's still not at full presence. Gets that hit, right at full presence. He's going to try to stuff the rescue from happening, but they still have enough time to wait this out.
Yeah, and hopefully not an overhalf rescue.
Wow.
Getting the rescue successfully, aiming the hit onto Li Bao, and Cypher is prime, and we'll see whether the pop will be happening soon. Able to use the broken window speed boost, entering the hospital successfully. Distance established is so large, and popping the Cypher immediately.
Yeah, so now I think he just wanted to make sure she gets into the hospital because they did rescue before half, right? Psychologist now injured, and we see that he goes for that drop down, just changing elevations, going for the teleport, and now Li Bao is not the target. We do see that drop is out here in the palleted area, so we're waiting for her cats to be done with cooldown. So Anyi seems to be focusing on chairing this toy merchant.
But no stun because
no stun.
Toy merchant flywheel. Flywheel to stun. Yeah, but still getting that hit, unfortunately, and this would be most likely a 3 escape.
Yeah, it's looking like that. Wilding has already opened up the exit gate, and they're just glad that they're able to get a 3-person escape at this point. At least it's not a tied game anymore. There is an advantage on FPX.ZQ's side, and what a game! I think that the toy merchant really made it a lot more exciting. But I mean, it was a little frustrating to see if you're an An main out there. It's so tough for her to get that presence, and it took a while before she could get someone to that rocket chair.
On our spectative perspective, we can't really see the toy merchant toy placement, but the survivors amongst themselves, they can see it with the yellow indication. So very great play onto the toy merchant setup placement. Helped psychologists to transition into hospital 2 times, and yeah, forcing Hunter to change targets repeatedly. So very well done. Psychologists did a great kite as well.
I feel like this is one of your favorite matches because of that toy merchant play. Because that was actually great. I mean, with the way he was able to use it, I think he used it as much as he could, and drop being the sacrificial lamb. Yeah, I think Anyi kind of had to cut his losses there. You don't want to chase psychologists and potentially lose her inside the hospital area towards the end. Yeah, this is what we were talking about, FPX.ZQ survivors, especially as the rounds go on. They definitely did a good ban out of the Bonbon and forced the An to come out, and this is why, ladies and gentlemen, it's a survivor-sided map, especially if you have a toy merchant with amazing catapult placements.
Yeah, I mean, adding on to being it survivor-sided, we did see ZT get multiple 4 escapes, whether it be this group stages, IVC. Yeah, they did very well in this Sacred Heart Hospital, which really proves the point on this being a survivor-sided map. And yeah, great gameplay on FPX.ZQ survivor side. And yeah, I mean, getting that 1 kill, even though it may not be looking as good, but securing that 1 kill instead of being a 4 escape is still better. Yeah,
so as you head towards the match data, again, an amazing kite on Li Bao's side. He was able to make that escape. We do have like 60 seconds onto drop side, but he was also able to decode because he was the first chase, but unfortunately, Anyi changed target to Li Bao and he could tank those 3 hits. Sans able to get that stable rescue even before half, so a beautiful job on the survivor side. And Anyi, I mean, bring out the An. I love An as a hunter. Very unique characteristics, and the cat jumps is just it was pretty good. But yeah, silencing the psychologist didn't really help with the chase. And now it just seems like we are going to head towards the side of D, and he will be the one to try and survive in the hunt in the Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we'll be moving on to BO2 second half, like you mentioned. First half it was a 1-3, and Di Bao D has to actually get at least a 1 kill as well to kind of at least 1 kill if situation comes to become a 4 escape, or actually better to get a tie and above situation. So we'll see how this plays out, and also have to look at what D is gonna pick for this Sacred Hospital.
So let me ask you this, because Yinel had brought out a toy merchant before. Do you think you think D is gonna ban a toy merchant in this map, or he'll prioritize others?
I feel like he's gonna prioritize others, like an antiquarian female dancer that is very support heavy. Toy merchant wise, right? You can give that support with that catapult, yes, but you're talking about, I mean, definitely we're seeing the meta characters of female dancer in the Korean, but toy merchant wise, it really depends on whether survivors can actually kite to that specific catapult in time before that person actually dies. So we have to see the situation first. If they don't have like a team comm, or they don't play a lot of toy merchant at Segura Hospital, it doesn't make sense for them to pick a toy merchant just because the toy merchant is available.
Okay, so we'll have to see if Yinel will, because he did bring out toy merchant, definitely not on this map, but he's brought it out in the past. So we're gonna see how this survivor team of GW Golden Wings will be able to try and pick a lineup that can go up against D's hunters. Which, I mean, he has Wax Artist, he has Bon, Dream Wish, he's got Clerk. He's got a lot to offer, but in a map like this, yeah, I think he's just relegated to just going defense and trying to just deny any lead to go to GW. I think the D for D stands for defense in round number 2, because he needs to be able to hold on to the lead for his team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, D actually played N before in the qualifier. The mascots are dancing with Shadow.
It's a dance-off, Chocho.
The members.
Oh.
They're not with the members. They're not in their respective corners.
I think I remember, what was that, Wolves, and I think someone was holding the GG Panda or something, like rubbing the tummy. Like these mascot interactions are super funny.
Yeah, it's really adorable. Whoever came up with this idea though, wow, amazing with his mascots.
Okay, so you were in Noir, right? What's your mascot?
We don't have no mascot, bro.
if you could pick a mascot, what would it be?
Okay, since our colors is black and white, I guess.
Panda?
A zebra?
A zebra?
No, panda, sure.
Yeah, but GG already claimed. Yeah, zebra, I guess.
But
or a cat, a black and white cat. Who knows? It's Noir. Like
we can make anything possible.
Could be. Or a koala. A panda's good.
Koala?
Koala. I was thinking koala, but that would be
good. A red panda?
Could be. Like, ask him to hands up. Yeah, anyway. Giving shout outs to everyone. Sael LMAO, thank you so much. Salty Bees here. Notorious Compass Caliper again, telling everyone to drink up with the water. Stay hydrated, folks. Chu is also here. Maney has actually saw you for the first time, Chocho, so she's giving her shout outs and her love to you.
Ooh, thank you. And also, yeah, because right now I'm not sure which time zone you're in, but in my time zone is 8 p.m. So everybody, please go eat your dinner. I know it's dinner time already, so please do eat it. If it's morning, eat your breakfast. If it's lunchtime, eat your lunch. So yeah, please hydrate as well as consume some food, because this match is definitely till BO3 and it's gonna be a long one. So
Chocho looking out for the chat, not for anyone to go hungry or dehydrated. So do what Chocho says. Just get some food, relax, and I think we're in for a long one because we're guaranteed a round number 3 since we tied up in round number 1. So Prospector and Mercenary get picked. Oh wow, they ban out the Thief. So I think D had enough of the shenanigans coming from GW's Thief, allowing the Patient to come in. Actually, there are some pretty cool jump spots that the Patient can land if he's able to climb towards the hospital side, but it still doesn't give so much indication of what D is going to be trying to bring into the table. His Bon is banned, but Barmaid, Seer, Priestess, obviously that's going to be there. Psychologist too. Dream Witch?
Yeah, I saw the Barmaid as well as Psychologist, so I thought it could be a Dream Witch. I mean, the Seer ban as well. Or maybe a Bloody Queen, but we've seen him play Bloody Queen. It doesn't really
in this
make
map
sense.
It's so hard,
especially when there's double story.
But yeah, single hit hunter. BQ can make it. Geisha also is going to be tough on this map too. Yeah, I would say if he's going to go Dream Witch, he can bring it out here. However, it's going to be a little tough. You got Antiquarian there, you got Prospector. It's so hard to chase Mercenary and Patient. So this is still round 2 where Survivors still have that edge, because I would say having the Thief ban was actually, that really got to D. So he doesn't want to play that. I don't know, maybe we got to ask Moonshin or 18 about Thief being in hospital, because there's elevation change and there's a lot of, it's not as like straightforward pathing like in Ever Sleeping Town. So I don't know about the flashlight placement, so I'm not sure. D, I guess, really didn't want to face the pesky Thief of GW.
Yeah, I mean the thief actually did attribute to why the down on C took so long, and also changing targets in BO1. So giving that respect ban, and D might actually pick an end to kind of like,
Ooh.
yeah, because he did play N before in the qualifier, in the qualifiers, so I don't see why not. And yeah, this team comp against an N, I think is very, very doable. So
Workable, yeah.
Oh, Bloody Queen.
Seems like, yeah, he's gonna go back to his greatest hits of before. I think in his first match, he really forced Bloody Queen. So what I'm scared of, especially if they have elevation change, there's a lot of walls as well that can work in his favor and also not in his favor. So we're gonna see. I always love seeing Bloody Queen, and hopefully D can live up to the Thai Queen name using this this hunter.
Yeah, and this is going to be extremely difficult because this is a server-sided map, and Bloody Queen is known to be a Thai Queen, or if not Thai and below. And yeah, just this double elevation might be quite difficult for D to actually even get one survivor down, but let's not jinx this. And we're seeing the spawn locations. I think Prospector is at the hospital area if my eyes is not deceiving me.
Yeah, your eyes are not deceiving you, Chocho. That near visionness is still on point. I saw you get closer to the screen. Where's that? Okay, we're seeing Prospector, but we're seeing a bit of shift up here in the side of the Antiquarian and Patient. So BQ, yeah, I mean, she's very strong. Bannable in ranked and bannable in very banned in, I would say, in what's that, when you're solo queuing or something, if you just want a stable one. But this is like Koa we're talking about, and unfortunately she's not as prioritized as a hunter as she was before. So D's gonna have to make sure that all the mirrors count, and he's not gonna give up any free mirrors. So and he's gonna try to go for basic attacks if he can try and go for it.
Yeah, and Hunter has two options. Either he chasing Chen, which is the Prospector at the hospital, or if not, Antiquarian, which is at the front gate. Yeah, we'll see how this really goes about. And persona wise, we see Xing Chen as well as Ying L with the flying wheel. This as well as SXY with the tag turners. So first time seeing these two double tag turners, and for Hunter we're seeing detention, trump card, and a interesting skill pick. Excitement.
Yeah, excitement. So it's just to counter the Prospector and the Antiquarian. Again, really respecting it. So this build really tells me that D wants to go for a draw and he wants to play a little passively. The chase is not going to be as good, but the survivors don't know that yet. So now he's going to be able to go inside the hospital. Sometimes the earmark could be your best friend or your worst enemy, but he does see someone actually, the scratch marks on the floor, someone has gone up. So it seems like D is going to try to take his chances to see who has gone up here. Unfortunately, this is what's so tough about the hospital. Like, now he's gone. So D still not having the best first 30 seconds in this match, but the mirror is going to be ready. So let's see if he's going to pop it out to see if anyone is touching any ciphers.
Yeah, and also because Antiquarian, right, she has this thing where like her footsteps actually disappear faster, a second faster. So that probably explains why D cannot find any footsteps anymore when he reaches upstairs. So yeah, Ingmao is just taking time to rotate around. And also to note that Basement is at a hospital as well, same format as the previous match. So yeah, D spotting out his first survivor, which is the Patient.
Yep, waiting for the Patient to actually go for that hook, but oh, the mirror is gonna get popped. So now unable to get the mirror hit. He has to chase him down, but able to change things up, but he's gonna force him to actually rotate towards him and trying to get a hit around the tree. D is still very focused on this, while we know he brought Tide Turner. So now D has to chase him on foot. He's still got the hooks to work with to try and transition towards the hospital.
Yeah, and successfully entering the hospital with one of his hooks, and forced to use his mirror to enter this area, but Antiquarian right in front of the Hunter, so Hunter will be changing targets to Ying L. Yeah, just doing that flip to prevent a possible blink terror shot because they don't know that Hunter has excitement. So yeah, Ying L is kiting over at the front gate area to pallet. Mind game will be on.
Yeah, so now he doesn't know that he does have excitement, so this could actually work in favor of D. He's gonna have to plan it very well, waiting for the mirror to actually be off cooldown. So can this Antiquarian trying to avoid it, but able to get a sandwich situation. So this is huge for D. He's going to try to close out the distance. We do see that SXY is also here, and this is also going to be trying to decode at the start. So Yinel might have his last stand here, but no, D still has that trait, and they don't know that yet.
Yeah, a lot of Cypher rotations we're seeing here, and trying to bait out Intel to actually flip towards the Hunter side to get that free hit. But yeah, that's not gonna happen. Intel will be getting possibly this mirror hit. Yeah, downing the Antiquarian about almost 2.5 minutes into the match, and Cypher's actually looking quite slow, unfortunately.
Yeah, so D's still playing for that tie, right? He's still gonna wait for endgame detention. Luckily, he's able to disrupt the Cypher progress, and that Cypher is actually close, 95%. So this is gonna hamper their Cypher progress while Dis tries to go for the rescue. Note that 2 tide turners is a very, I would say very unique build, because you see that it's just 1 tide turner. So now D has 2 rescuers to worry about. SXY has already came to the rescue here, so let's see if he's gonna go for a chair rescue. Okay, able to get the hit, and now Yinel gets off the rocket chair.
Yeah, and Cypher actually didn't progress much since Antiquarian was chaired, and excitement used and dodging that hit, but getting that hit still through the mirror. A quick sequence of events over there, but ultimately D still managed to get that hit. Fortunately, excitement was used, although not perfectly, but the hit was still registered. So yeah, cheering back at this Cypher, but this time round the Cypher is popped.
Yeah, so that was just the sequence of events, right? Going for the stun, but he's able to use excitement, but Flywheel was there, unable to go for the hit, but last effort pop. So now D just really needs to sit and wait for this Antiquarian to expire, trying to go for another hit onto Dis, but unfortunately unable to get it. Xingchen now, he can't afford to go for this rescue. Fortunately, no tide turner, but he's gonna have magnets to work with. 3, in fact, Chocho.
Wow, so the support will be coming in, especially should be now, because excitement is on cooldown.
Whoa.
Excellent usage of the magnets. Stunning Hunter first time. Will he be able to stun the second time?
Uh-oh, we see SXY trying to body block here. He's gonna go for the hit once again, because he knows that excitement's still on cooldown. Tries to go for the hit, hits the Mercenary, cancels out attack recovery, and the Prospector falls in the process. So they're really over-supporting here, and this allows D to actually chair the Prospector.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Right now, the last Cypher is decoded by Patient at almost 90%, but Antiquarian can't come for this rescue. And something to note though, Antiquarian will be on her last share. If she downs now...
Oh, able to go get the Antiquarian, but they pop it and all the survivors are out. It's a 4-man detention endgame. We do see that Yinel trying to get some distance and trying to disarm, but no, Yinel goes to the window and now falls to the terror shock situation. So now this is going to be a race to the endgame, the exit gates here. He's going to make it back in time, but can he get more survivors?
Yeah, he has a trump card to use though. Excitement is still on. Change to teleporting to the front gate though, but is there anybody that can help?
Whoa! Able to get the Patient and Xingchen's magnet. Oh my god, he's gonna go for more. Can he get the Patient? This is gonna be so huge if he can.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. And this should be a tie situation. Absolutely favorable for D. And Mercenary can't actually come for this rescue anymore because he's half health. Hunter has detention, which means that one more hit, he will be down. And the back gate is already open. There's no mirrors, there's no teleport. So this secures the tie for GW Survivor side.
Hey, D living up to the Queen's name, getting that tie. Beautiful performance again, playing to the endgame detention. I think it was really that scrambly situation where the over support came into play, where the Prospector ate a hit, fell down, Mercenary as well, even though they're trying to save the Antiquarian. So I have to say, FPX.ZQ's D understood the assignment, was able to secure that tie for FPX.ZQ to gain the round win, Chocho.
Yeah. And right now we're seeing we'll probably be moving BO3 very soon, and it will be GW's map selection. So this might turn slightly favorable for GW, and there is a very high possibility of a BO3 over time. So something to note. So please drink up, please eat, and yeah. Very excited to see how this next match is gonna play out. But before that, we'll be looking at we see Posh with the drink your water sign. And also I did see Norton saying like drink your water to everybody. So thank you for reminding everyone in the chat. And yeah, BO3
I felt you, towards the end game there, Chocho. You're at the edge of your seat. That was, it's kind of, it was very clutch because they know what's at stake. Especially as you mentioned, this is GW's last match. So this is for really group stage placements because they want to be able to secure at least the second place spot. But looking at the match data here, I mean, Cypher progress looked very good up until the end. I mean, it was so close, and the chair placements at the start were so good on D side for him to just camp out the Cypher that was about to pop. And for him to conserve the excitement, I really think he played towards the strengths there and just kind of played for that tie. If this round went any other way, it could have been a 3 survivor escape, but we're in the reality where D got the tie.
And yeah, I'm just hoping everything do work out for GW like like they need to, because they kind of need to secure this. This is their last match already. So but then again, we're seeing D with that tie situation as a Bloody Queen, and that's something very favorable. I mean, Bloody Queen, Tie Queen, but against a 4-man team comp and also experienced one, it's actually a very good job on D side. So definitely commendable, and hopefully D can actually maintain this, or if not, we might be able to see Rabbit by any chance. So
I'm excited if Rabbit will make his way, but FPX.ZQ just needs to tie this entire game out and they'll be fine. So now the pressure is on GW. The point difference isn't that much, so it's really just a game of inches at this point. Who's going to be able to just secure themselves just that extra point for them to be able to secure victory. And unfortunately for GW, they're the ones that have to do the chasing in this round number 3. And luckily for them, though, I believe it's going to be them that's going to be picking the map, so they have that to their advantage.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for that, hopefully and do root for your favorite team, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, having a bit of like a brain lagging situation right now.
That's fine, chat. We're all in this together. We got to be able to help each other out. Again, we will use normally when we throw it to highlights just to see the amazing games, but we'll also want to take this time to say what's up to everyone. Again, we see a lot of spam of the drink your water emoji. It is getting quite late, and the matches have been so exciting from the start to finish. So if you've been here since the start, big shout outs to you for helping support your favorite players and supporting the game that you love. Again, Call of the Abyss is that celebration, that year celebration that Eli looks forward to the most, even more than Christmas. And I do as well, because like this is where we're able to showcase our favorite players on a big stage like this. So this is the main event. We see GW versus FPX.ZQ. One of them is going to end up on top, and unfortunately for GW, this is their last stand, so it's the stakes couldn't be higher for them. So
yeah.
What do you think GW is going to bring to the what map do you think is going to be in the next one, Chocho?
I'm low-key, this is just personal at this point, but I'm low-key hoping for GW to actually pick a smaller map like Arms Factory. We're seeing a lot of we see like double harassing kind of team comps, but then we don't really, because we did see how Xingchen actually cancelled out the attack recovery. So I think picking a double harassing team comp might not be ideal for GW. Maybe they could actually go for at least just one harasser, and then probably a decoder to kind of speed things up. Yeah, because we always see some very clutch kind of situation, clutch priming. So yeah, we see in BO1 there was very clutch priming, and then BO2 as well. So hopefully they can go for something like more of like a decoder. Maybe we do see a lot of composer recently in this group stage, so maybe, just maybe, they will pick it. Or if not, they are very interesting pick like a professor. Or possibly a lucky guy. We have to see how this really goes about.
Yeah, so we're just gonna see that in just a bit, folks. So we're gonna throw it to break. Yo, welcome back, folks. And we are at round number 3 between a clutch match between GW, FPX.ZQ, Chocho, and Botch Spice. Your commentators, and also looking at the chat, there a lot of people asking for Chinatown, a lot of people asking for the circus, Moonlit River Park. But let's see. Oh, we're getting Lakeside Village. So I was actually high-key asking for Arms Factory because I love that map. But it seems like it's the day of the big maps. I'm so glad we got the hospital, though. But GW picking Lakeside, and D gonna be the hunter once again. So it begs the question if they're going to be banning out the Bloody Queen, which D has been so persistent on.
Yeah, and it seems to be that FPX.ZQ kind of want to put their hunter up in BO1 first half first, because then the pressure is quite little and D can actually fully able to show his potential and get as many kills as he can. And we could see actually he got a tie, and then afterwards when he has the pressure, when he has little pressure because Survivors got 3 escape, he got a tie again. So he's leaning towards a tie today. We might be able to see another tie in this Lakeside Village, but I have to look at what he's gonna bring as a hunter into this match. So very excited to see how this is going to play out, and believe there won't be any member swap on the Survivor side as well. So
yeah, so chat, let us know your thoughts, and let us know who do you think, which mascot has the best moves, because I see a lot of dance moves in the mascot, and they have very specific moves. I would have to say the panda has really chill moves, but GW's mascot, he's just vibing at this point. Look at that. He's looking.
Dude is a dancer.
Yeah, look at that. He's tutting, man. Look at that. Whoa, where's it going? I don't know. This way, that way. I can't tell. And the mascot of FPX.ZQ, he's just bourbon. He's a burb. So he's doing bird things. He's birding.
Yeah, and focusing back onto this ban pick situation over here. Survivors actually picked the Mercenary, securing the Rescuer, Priestess, Prospector, and then lastly should probably be a Kiter. Oh, a Kiter, so a Psychologist. So I thought maybe a Patient pick would be good, because Lakeside-wise, small boat, there is this rotation they can go about. But unfortunately, going for the Psychologist instead. And I think it's because they might be trying to counter his Wax Artist, and because Wax Artist can actually wax out that small boat window area, so it might not be ideal for Patient. That could be possible, I'm not too sure. And D, let me look at the BEM to see what possible hunters he can actually pick.
I could go Wax, you could go Clerk, since the Cypher Rush isn't going to be on point. Banning out the Soul Weaver and the BQ is actually pretty interesting. He can even go Bon if he wants, but it's gonna be a little tough, especially since we have Priestess there, you have Psychologist that takes, well, Psychologist not necessarily. If you down her right away, her trait isn't gonna be enough. So yeah, D though, with the Seer ban, Antiquarian ban, Toy Merchant, Thief, Dancer, and Mechanic. Geisha, okay. So we've seen Alf use the Geisha here. We've seen also Gaja use the Geisha here. So hopefully D, giving throwback of the hunters of previous seasons of the BQ, now going with the Geisha. Let's see if he can still be on that tie streak.
Yeah, like you've mentioned a little bit ago, Alf did play Geisha just now a while ago against GH and got a 4 elimination thanks to his very great chasing ability as well as camping wise, and hopefully D can do exactly the same. But then again, we have to look at the spawn location. Not sure whether it could probably be like a sandwiching situation on the server side at the small gate and one at the big boat. We have to see how this goes about, and getting ready for that. Not too alright. So they're going for the exact same situation.
Yeah, they are. So it seems like, Geisha on this map, we've seen how well it can be. It can close distance. Just take a page out of Alf's book and how well he performed, getting stuffing rescues and also just getting it really fast down. So kites have to be like in tight spots, and pallets have to be conserved as much as possible. So it seems like D is spawning in between the big and small boat, where SXY and Dis is kind of sandwiched in. Xingtian can provide some support over there at the away from the 11 area. So we'll see how this one will go.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure whether this is like a baiting kind of play style on the Survivor side with this spawn, but I do know that because if there is 2 persons spawning at center, right, like the one at Geisha and Mercenary, there will be 2 persons that will try to fight for the center cipher, which means that decoding will be much slower. Yeah, so looking at the persona wise, we have 2 flying wheels on Sing Chen as well as this, and then 1 Tech Turner from SXY and 1 Broken Widows on Ing L, and then Detention, Trump Card, Blink Skill on Geisha.
Yeah, I like what you pointed out, and I think they kind of took a page out of your book, Chocho, when they said just focus on just maybe 1 harasser or 1 stunner, and just focus the rest on support or kiting. So that's why they kind of doubled up on Priestess and the Psychologist. So it seems like he's going to chase the Prospector to start out, so Prospector would gladly take this kite. Dis has performed pretty well, and he spawned at a pretty strong part of the map. So D just looking at the ground to gain that speed boost from Hunt. Well, we see that the Prospector is trying to go for a magnet here, so it's going to be a little tough for D to go for a butterfly here. So now, going to see if it's going to get the stun. Wow, this actually... Oh, running towards him. Playing the pallet game now. Dis has to make sure that this is not going to land, but unfortunately, the Prospector eats that hit, drops the pallet, and now has to wait for another cooldown for a magnet.
Yeah, chasing the Prospector actually did a great one. Mind game is on right now, and yeah, doing that dash and flying wheel happening, so avoiding that hit, unfortunately, and the magnet managed to get this cooldown, and yeah, this will be trying to kite in this pelleted area. Will he be able to put down? Amazing mind game and blink hit onto Prospector, forcing that blink out. Amazing kite on this side, but Cypher's is just not enough. Only about 1.5 added together.
Yeah, I would say D was able to down this Prospector in a respectable time, right? So now that they have to force the rotations out, we're still sitting at 5 Cyphers. 1 is about to pop. The Priestess has set up a long portal, or yeah, no, just the regular portal there. SXY not wasting any time, going for an early rescue here. He has to be very careful. D is already on the move here, and SXY just waiting for enough time. This buys enough time for the survivors to try and pop some Cyphers and get some progress, but now he's going to go for that rescue. Prospector, unfortunately, has no magnets to go for a support here, so it seems like the D will get another down onto the Prospector.
Yeah, unable to kite out the tight turner, and will be dying at the corner area of this seashore, opening that second skill as well. Really unfortunate on the survivor side, and Psychologist will be healing, whistling the Mercenary, as we can see on the right side where they're using their tools, and Mercenary most likely will be coming for the second rescue while Cyphers are being pushed by Psychologist as well as Priestess.
So yeah, this is actually still okay, but it's going to be a little tough. At least the Prospector has a magnet to use. Now D's just doing some cleanup, just breaking some pallets here, just so it's going to be a hard rebound kite for this Prospector. But he's doing well so far, and now he's going to try to go for a drop down hit. So SXY has to be very careful in going for this rescue. So let's see if D's going to commit. Tries to go for a hit here. He has to avoid hitting that chair, and SXY tempting fate. And we're just going to see. He goes for the rescue. He's going to try to farm a hit off the Prospector. Can he do it? No. He latched onto the Mercenary. Unfortunate, but this still allows D to move on through this pallet. Oh.
Yeah, but getting the hit onto Prospector, really unfortunate sequence of events over there. The magnet unable to be used onto the Hunter, but instead onto Mercenary, and still has 1 more magnet to use. Unfortunately, will be going back to the mana. Hunter will be trying to speed things up by chasing the Mercenary, I see.
So yeah, this is still going to be a tough chase because Mercenary has that delayed damage. He's already making his way inside the shack area. Maybe D's going to try and bait him to use the portal, but no. Seems like D's just going to find another target. I would say anyone besides the Mercenary would be good because he still has 2 elbow pads and it takes some time. But D is in a winning position at this point, Chocho. So this next few seconds is going to be very telling. And if he's able to find the optimal target, I feel like is, yes, the Psychologist, because she's a regular character at this point with just, I believe, broken windows.
That's right, and yeah, she has absolutely nothing to work with, but failing a dash over there by D, very unfortunate, and Psychologist is dropped down, but did D see it? D did not see it, and
see that.
Yeah, we'll be dropping down accordingly, and we'll be seeing the blood chase right in front, and we'll be heading on with this chase. Does have a blink to utilize, so but might be a bit conservative because the last 2 Cyphers is actually at 40%, 50% each.
Ying L able to go double back and get a pallet slam, so that just buys enough time. So this might actually be the end game kite that they're kind of looking for. Goes for a hit, they trade, and I would say, yeah, in favor of D because he's able to injure that Psychologist. We do see that the Mercenary is also here. Oh, wow, gets a hit. I was so scared that the camera moved away. So Psychologist falls down. Mercenary has to go for the save, while the last Cypher is still at 60%. So Mercenary has to pop this and go for a rescue.
Yeah, but fortunately though, this Cypher is the one that has popped. So removing that long portal by the Priestess and a free rescue on the mercenary side, we'll see whether this will be good. Because if he decides to, prolong this, but unable to really dash, and then Ingel managed to actually cycle the hunter out of this, and we'll be able to get to this window area, getting that speed boost and a bit of the red light trick over here. Will he be able to get this hit?
I don't know if he's gonna use the blink, not quite, because he's gonna try and go for the butterfly trick, but he baits him into coming in. But we see that the psychologist is up because of the end game pot, and they're pushing for the exit gates. It's still very far, while the psychologist has to buy enough time. Goes for the blink. I think D is content with just getting that tie because FPX.ZQ still holds on to that lead.
Yes, absolutely. We're seeing the back gate ciphers at 30% being pushed right now, and distance between this 11 to back gate is just way too far for Hunter to keep up. So, like you mentioned, it should be a tie situation, and FPX.ZQ is kind of still in the lead because of this BO2 advantage.
Yeah, this definitely plays into their favor. Again, D just leveling up from just getting a 1K to just a consistent tie, which is what they could ask for. So I would say they played it conservatively and it paid off. Any highlights, or how do you feel about FPX.ZQ just getting that tie?
This is actually looking really good on FPX.ZQ because just looking at the meta itself, is a survivor side one. So if GW survivors actually do not get this advantage at their map selection, it's actually not looking too good on their hunter side that's coming on in the second half, because it's gonna be difficult. The hunter, An-Yi, kind of need to focus on a 3-kill and cannot tie. And if it's a 3-kill, we're gonna go to a BO3 overtime. And if it's a 4-kill, it's a definite win for GW. So stakes are actually quite high, and with each kill, it matters.
And An-Yi unfortunately hasn't. I mean, he's been getting a tie. I think he's just been getting 1K, right? It was D that broke the hunter streak and getting that tie. And yeah, I mean, this is potentially the last match that GW will be playing. So you really have to go with best foot forward if you're An-Yi right now. And considering that they picked this map, maybe they have something up their sleeve, but we're going to move it on over to the match data. An excellent kite on Dis as well as SXY. Yinel being the one to be sent back, but Yinel and Dis being the two survivors to be sent back to the manor. So again, I think it was just playing to the tie mentality. He just needs to be able to tie the game up 2-2, and then let my survivors kind of take this one home by either playing conservatively, or they can go for more than just a tie, just to fully deny the points from GW.
Yeah, and also to mention, GW Prospector actually, even though he managed to force out the blink, the kite was actually not so long. But the fact that survivors could actually still prime and pop the Cypher and still get the tie is actually okay. And also great kite on Inel's side, getting that 2 pellet stance, even though the second one was actually a kind of like a trade-off. You get the hit and then the pellet down. But GW though, they really need your support right now.
Yes,
if you are rooting for them, please, this is time. And
can I just say also, there was that moment where the Prospector unfortunately latched onto the Mercenary, and we've all experienced that. But before we talk more about that, yes, they need. So if it's 1 escape, it's overtime. If it's 0 escape, GW wins. But if it's a tie and above, FPX.ZQ wins. So yeah, back to that scenario. Yeah, it was just a little unfortunate, and that's what's a little tough with body blocking a Prospector. I think everyone has experienced that, trying to body block a Prospector. Unfortunately, they get magnet, and it creates that distance, and it didn't latch onto the hunter. So it happens to the best of us. I mean, if it happens to like a league team like GW, it can happen to anyone.
Yeah, definitely. And it's actually not easy. I mean, if you play Prospector long enough and you kind of have magnets and your team knows, then you kind of want to want your teammates to not be body blocking you when you have magnets.
Yeah. Just keep
once after the rescue.
Force chat.
Yeah. But at that point in time, I guess things were kind of urgent. Body blocking was the first thing that Mercenary was thinking of at the top of his mind. So, kind of unfortunate over there. I think a bit of a better team I think that was a bit of a team communication kind of mistake. But regardless, though, GW is still a professional team. Definitely they can work things out. And that was unfortunately their last match, possibly.
Yeah, we'll
so
see how this one's gonna shake out, because if we're gonna go back to stats, yeah, Anyi, not necessarily known for his 4Ks. It's mostly just go for that ties. So that's still a win in FPX.ZQ's book. So he's gonna have to go above and beyond the tie. And if there's a chance for him to level up, and he's gonna have to level up here and now for them to push for at most a win. If he's able to get a 4K, that's a win on their side. So they win the entire series. Or if he gets a one-man escape, then that's definitely going to take to the overtime. And last time I checked, we're not the OT kings here, Chocha. I believe that's Nello and Eli. So we're good.
Yeah, we should be good. But today we have all 4 BO3. So maybe just, I don't know, maybe we are the OT kings also. If we have this overtime, bro, like, it's not them, it's us.
Even the players are like, who's commentating? Oh man, we're gonna play OT because Chocho is on, because Poch is on. Oh no. But yeah, we have this. Just peeling back the curtain backstage, we have this. This inside joke about with Nell always being part of OTs. Like, if Nell's casting, he's always casting 3 games at least. So, but we'll see. We might the crown might be passed on to us. So who knows, Chocho?
Who knows, right? But yeah, moving on to this ban pick phase, which is very crucial on GW's Annie side. Pressure is onto Annie regardless, because every point this time around counts. And it seems to be that this time the BP is actually slightly slower compared to possibly a BO1. We saw that usually Chinese mainland, they tend to do their ban picks like bam, bam, bam. Ooh. Yeah. So yeah, I think this might be quite slow. Discussions will definitely be made with the team as well as the coaches. But the 3 bans over here, Toy Merchant, Mercenary...
Here's a question. When you were competing, how were ban picks like? Were you like very vocal about it, or you trusted your hunt? Like, how did you go about picks and bans?
Okay, so usually we have our commander do the
captain.
Yeah, but then because I am the type to kind of give a situation in both sides, because a good and the bad. So my my situation, the selection by my commander is Sid. But then I will say my opinion on that selection. And that's where like the debate comes along, which also
in 60
I'm
seconds,
so sorry.
Like...
Yeah, I'm so sorry to everybody that has watched Nor's competition before, because that was the reason why the ban pick was so long.
So I had to kill time because of you? Okay, all right, we know who to point at, guys. But no, I feel like you need to have that vocal like discussion. So I get you. A lot of pressure is on people competing, guys. So do respect it, and now you feel the pressure, Chocho. Keep talking while they discuss things. So
yeah, like us, right, commentators as well as audiences, right, we watch this, right, we do feel the anxiousness, the pressure, but these players themselves on the stage itself in front of thousands, if not millions of fans that's watching this, right, the pressure is definitely on, and they're actually the one physically experiencing it. So they really need your encouragement. Even though they might not be able to hear it, they will feel it spiritually. So this is an important phase for An Yi. Even though he's usually a tie hunter, this is not calling for a tie. I mean, this is the match that's not calling for a tie. It's calling for a win for him. So hopefully everything do plays out well, and the ban pick phase, we're looking at this.
Yeah, I like how you built up the anticipation of picks and bans, because a lot of people I see in chat like, hey, let's get to the match already, but this is actually the chess match that's happening right now. So again, Chocho kind of telling how it is, building the anticipation, the palpitation, and the excitement or nervousness from the teams. But looking how this is panning out, you know, prioritizing mech at the start is very strong for FPX.ZQ, because Anyi has to worry about 5 roaming survivors in this map. First officer is the stable rescuer, and they were still able to lock in that antiquarian. So Anyi, he did deny the prisoner as the last pick, but they still have, they still have Dancer, they still have Patient, they still have a lot to choose from here. Because he was so scared of getting that tie, he had to ban the Embalmer. So no, they go for the Barmaid.
Yeah. So chat, let's just be a little bit patient. You know, 60 seconds for us might be like a long time, but for them it probably feels like 20 seconds. So just be patient with them. They're making this decision as carefully as they can. And for FPX.ZQ, they're just aiming for a tie. And then for An Yi, he's aiming for a win. So this is extremely crucial. This could possibly be the last match for them. And We're seeing the Antiquarian, Barmaid, First Officer, Mechanic pick on the Survivor side, and An-Yi will be taking this time to pick his Hunter while the Survivors actually selecting their personas.
Yeah, so Anyi's gonna have a 4K. What Hunter screams 4K? Because his Dream Witch is banned, his Clerk is banned, so they don't have to worry about a Cypher controlling Hunter. I mean, you can bring Hermit, but it's not as good as other Hunters that he can bring to the table. Ooh, Breaking Wheel.
He can play with fire. I guess he can try. You know, the thing is that always, right, the least possible kind of Hunters always get 4 eliminations. We saw from a super rich side, Bloody Queen with 4 kill, X-Boy with 4 kill at Red Church. So nothing is impossible, and really depends on how Survivors actually do give chance and how An-Yi actually capitalize on the mistakes, getting that advantage on his side.
So if we think about the Hunters that has that surprise factor and that 4K potential, he has Bloody Queen to be able to use. He has, oh, there we go. So he's gonna go take a page out of Dee's book, going with the Bloody Queen. Barmaid though, Antiquarian, and having the Li Bao on the Mechanic. It's gonna be an uphill battle for An-Yi, but like you mentioned, Super Rich was able to do in the past, and An-Yi, he's trying to replicate that, manifest that boss-like energy for him to be able to get that 4K to win for his team and for them to at least be secured in the group stage.
And yeah, both sides are actually getting ready with I think An-Yi is still like picking his persona, or like this spawn location could be happening at this point in time. Yeah, it was actually very smart. I didn't actually notice the Hunter bands over here, but it was actually very smart of FPX.ZQ. You know, removing all the possible 4 elimination Hunters and not just gonna let out the bomb, which is An-Yi's main, to just possibly get a tie, which is what they want. So yeah, a Bloody Queen though, also a tie Queen like we mentioned in Sacred Hospital. Especially against an experienced 4-man, this is gonna be difficult plus difficult. So this is extreme. Right now, Survivors actually all huddled up in the L-shaped formation. Barmaid, Antiquarian over at the shack nearby area. Center, we have the First Officer and Mechanic at the safe respawn, Big Boat, and Hunter will spawn at the front gate.
Yeah, so I think he wants to try and go for that Mechanic, but this is Li Bao we're talking about. He's a really good kiter, and you're being chased towards the boat area, which changes elevation, so that's definitely going to counter that mirror. And it's yeah, like you said, it's like extreme hard mode at this point, because of how An-Yi has to be able to try and win this one for his team. But let's see what he's gonna try and do, because he definitely has to level up here and now for him to be able to claim victory for his team. If not, they did an amazing performance in the group stage, and it seems like, yeah, An-Yi, like the L-shaped formation, he's just gonna try and probably rotate towards Li Bao to try and just eliminate the bot, since the Cypher Rush won't be as scary having 5 survivors running around.
Yeah, and this is gonna be difficult. If he decides to chase okay, we're going through the persona first. We see 3 flying wheels drop Mao Am, Li Bao, and then 1 tag turner on Sun S. And then for the persona on Hunter side, we see the Tension, Trump card, and the skill Blink. Yeah, so talking about the spawn location wise, chasing Mechanic means that there is a possibility that you might or might not hit the bot, find the bot in fact. And if the bot do survive, it's just gonna decode the Cypher once Mechanic is down. If you chase Barmaid, then she has the drink to kind of heal up. So this spawn location and this team comp is actually perfect against An-Yi's Hunter. Perfectly counters An-Yi, and this is extremely bad. So we're seeing Li Bao in the area, and the mirror is ready. So we'll see how accurate this mirror is, or maybe a possible basic hit?
Basic attack. It could be, but he's gonna hide behind this pallet. Now he's gonna force the mirror to come on out. Oh, getting a mirror hit. This is a great start for An-Yi. But if you noticed at the start, chat, that he did drop his bot in the big boat area. So again, FPX.ZQ could actually play this a little passively, a little defensively, and just let the Mechanic sit on a chair while they focus on decoding, because An-Yi needs to secure the down on the Mechanic. So Li Bao doing a great job so far, just staying in the shack area, waiting for the mirror to come on in for Li Bao to be able to try to kite this one out. Note, he has Flywheel and it is available already.
Oh wow, will he be able to get this basic hit? Flying wheel and getting that hit. Amazing discipline on An-Yi's side, and finally downing the Mechanic. And Cyphers are very slow because Antiquarian and Barmaid needed to rotate from the shack all the way to other areas to decode.
Ooh, and speaking of Antiquarian, he does, the Antiquarian has Wanted Order. So now that actually is gonna spot out, oh my goodness, trying to readjust the mirror here just so he can sandwich Sans for this rescue. Going for another long hit, this is huge, and now just waiting for the time for him to get to that Hypnotize. Now he's gonna get a rescue here, which is huge, but Chocho, he still hasn't used Blink.
Oh, unable to get that long attack swing over there. Getting that pellet done as well, so there won't be any double down situation. Li Bao will just continue this kite over here, and Mirror is ready. So will he be able to get this down again?
Oh, that's so close, but it seems like the last effort is going to be popped. It was an inevitable situation, but Li Bao, you saw that he was kind of multitasking there, still decoding. There's still a lot of energy on this bot that's left, and Anyi doing a great job, still focusing on just tunneling this mechanic and making sure that he gets his first secured survivor down and out. First officer is going to get a drink from the barmaid and is going to get spotted out with that Wanted Order, while Mechanics bot is still working on that cipher over at the big boat area.
Yeah, that's right. And okay, Cypher Spice is looking really, really good, and there is a possibility. Okay, so they'll be selling the mechanic over here, so there is a potential 3-man detention period, and now it won't be any force. So yeah, mechanic is unable to pop, unfortunately. So somebody has to go up there and decode. It seems like the first officer will be doing just that. Antiquarian as well as Barmaid are just rotating around the area. They don't know what the skill or what skill Hunter has brought, but it's very rare for Bloody Queen to actually bring teleport. So by just playing it safe, they don't want to get an instant down against a Bloody Queen. So we're seeing Drop being the next target, and I know Annie changing targets to Mao and Antiquarian. So
this actually allows the survivors to finish some objectives here. 73% on one cipher and the last cipher at 23%. But Annie able to find Maum, who is the Antiquarian. So at least he's able to camp out the 73% cipher. We do see that the first officer is also in the mix here right at the middle. So it's just a stalemate at this point unless they open up another survivor. So it seems like this match is going on quite a while since the accelerated decoding is in. But Annie just still in this middle area playing a little passively. This allows FPX.ZQ survivors to try and go for something. Antiquarian now gets the attention of the Bloody Queen.
That's right, and seems the hit will not be happening. Flying will activated, and a failed mirror onto An-Yi's side, switching over, and we'll be trying to get this basic hit onto Antiquarian. A blink hit, very well done, and right now has to wait. The mirror is ready because the second skill has popped, so
whoa, he's trying to go for it and tries to go for the long extended charge hit, and Anyi unable to get the mirror. He's gonna try to readjust to close out the distance between Mao, but Mao doing a great job. Still kiting really well, like away from any of that mirror image, the after image of that mirror, and he's still got a lot of stick to use. So now they gotta rush this last cipher while Mao has to kite this one well. Goes for the disarm right in time before he's able to get that mirror, but now the mirror skill is up. He's gonna try to jump on through and go for the hit. Oh my goodness, Mao with another disarm.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Annie unable to get that hit over there. Getting that basic hit finally when the pellet is down. And we do see the last 3 cipher is actually a chain cipher from Lakeside, Toilet, and then Shack. And we do see that they're also forcing 2 ciphers. The 30% one is at Shack, and the one furthest away at Lakeside is at almost 80%.
Chocho, check this out. So first officer has some elbow pads to use. Antiquarian has run out already of the skill, but it seems like he's just gonna drop the Antiquarian. He's gonna try to pressure this cipher. So now Drop has to be very careful since he's there. Barmaid eats that hit, but luckily he can go for the heal. But this is gonna allow the Antiquarian to possibly heal up, and this, yeah, Drop is still going to be able to try and push for the endgame pop. Sans is already positioned. He's trying to work on another cipher. He does just have his pocket watch here. He's just going to eat that hit. He's not going to be able to give the elbow pads yet, but he's probably dropped it near that cipher spot. It seems like he's going to chase Sans.
Yeah, it seems to be. Chasing a first officer during the late game, especially when he has watch, he will try to keep the distance between the hunter. We see that that's possibly happening. We see Sans doing exactly that. Using his watch. using her first skill on the mirror and
Look
able to
at
get that
that.
hit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the first officer when he gets the rescue, you have to choose, right? And if you're not paying attention, you're gonna end up chasing the first officer, which is the win condition for Sans. They still haven't opened up the exit gate just yet, but Anyi has switched to teleport. So will he continue to chase Sans, or will he try and go for that teleport? Seems like he's waiting for the mirror, and now he's gonna pop it back up.
Oh no, unable. Feeling that mirror, the gate is open at already 80%. If he wants to teleport, it is now. And still feeling that mirror, finally getting that hit, but gate at the front is open already. So this actually ensures kind of like a tie situation for Survivor side already. We have to
So
see whether
ladies and
Anti-Korean can rush the
gentlemen,
gate.
yeah, FPX.ZQ has secured their win of the day, the tie. You know what, just holding on to that victory and getting that tie. The night belongs to FPX.ZQ. But Anyi, I would have to say, after getting just 1K consistently, for him to get a tie here is still a moral victory. And there are your winners, folks. FPX.ZQ denies the win from GW and denies the tiebreaker overtime game. So again, the overtime crown still goes to Nell and Eli.
Yeah, Nell and Eli definitely. And yeah, it's like you mentioned, I'm just gonna say it again. Congratulations to FPX.ZQ, GG, well played. And yeah, I just have to say also that actually Ani did actually a great job. He has very accurate mirror placements, but unfortunately he decided to chase the first officer during the late game, which was not the best choice. And at the point in time, Anti-Korean also has a elbow pad to use, so both is just, yeah, it's just really hard. What he could do actually is to just teleport and then potentially see whether the mirror could actually force a possible three kill. Yeah, it's just, there was a lot of ways he could play it, but or possibly pushing the first officer away from the back gate, that could be possible, and then teleporting away to kind of slow down, because first officer had to run to the back gate, and then it's just gonna have to be open, so it's gonna take a long time. Unfortunately, though, getting that tie and not getting the win for GW, which means that GW is confirmed at this point in time that they wouldn't be able to make it to the playoffs, unfortunately.
So in the group stage, if I may ask, what spot are they staying at? Is it the 4th place spot or 3rd place spot? As we look towards that, but yeah, just an incredible scramble at the end.
Yeah, for GW, they're in Group A. Right at the 5th place, we have Before You. Right at the 4th place, we have GW. So GW wise, they're just gonna stay at the spot. FPX.ZQ will stay at the top 2 spot, while RC is at the 3rd spot.
Okay, so now again, folks, yeah, we're really getting into the thick of this group stage where groups are already getting themselves comfortable with their spots either at the top or the bottom of the group stage. And unfortunately for GW, this was their last game. This is the last game to get points, and it went to FPX.ZQ. So they're really securing that that 2nd place spot, which again, Chocho, like, the game was actually quite close. Like, FPX.ZQ won by a small margin because everything ended up in ties. So it just shows that, yeah, anyone and everyone could actually like make it to that playoffs. It just so happens that we want to find the best of the best, and FPX.ZQ in that one round was able to get that 3-man escape, and everything else just ended up in a tie for the Hunters and Survivors.
Yeah, FPX.ZQ managed to actually get a tie situation throughout their opponent's map selection. So that's very beautifully done. And then they get the advantage in their own map selection, and that's exactly what happened. And yeah, getting that win just with a small margin of 5-3 in BO2. They win the entire match and claim their 2nd spot in the group in Group A. And one thing I would like to mention also about An-Yi's Bloody Queen, right? Like, there's actually this small detail that he did. If you guys remember correctly, when he was at the center and he mirrored the Antiquarian, and then the mirror was on cooldown when he swept over, right? And then reason why the mirror was no longer in cooldown and he could use it immediately was because he decided to blink hit, and that blink hit popped out the 2nd skill, which allowed
the cooldown
Annie to use the mirror. Yeah, no, the cooldown would be completely reset, not that it's faster. Reset completely. Yeah, so very great detail onto Annie's side. But really unfortunate getting that tie. That play was so well done.
It was. Thank you for clarifying that situation, because you have to admit, like, the Bloody Queen performances we've been seeing, Ani is definitely up there because his mirror hits kind of counted when needed. It just so happens FPX.ZQ didn't have much to lose in this. They could just go for that tie-in. It's all good. So they were playing very passively. Then, especially like you mentioned, the end game scramble of the first officer being the last one to get that chase, even though Maum was also kind of gifted with an elbow pad. it was just so tough, and that's why the pocket watch is so hard to counter, especially when the pressure is on. The mirror hits weren't even landing because he was chasing an after image of the first officer. So that's where the chips lie, and the FPX.ZQ gets the win for this match, folks.
Yeah, congratulations to FPX.ZQ once again, and yeah, I'm excited to see how the rest of the match is gonna play out for FPX.ZQ. They do have a chance right now to actually finalize, actually advance further into playoffs, which will be in about 2 weeks time, I believe. So, hope to see FPX.ZQ over there, but unfortunately GW we won't. But not to worry, we'll be able to see GW once again in IVL once all of this COA action kind of ends. So do take note of GWs though.
I'm looking at the next match FPX.ZQ has. Their next match is up against GG on April 17th, so that's going to be a barn burner, folks. So I think they got their hard matches out of the way because GG seems like the big boss that's sitting at #1 at this point. They did just win IVL, so that's going to be huge. And yeah, unfortunately, GW doesn't have any more matches slated for the rest of the week. So just reminding everyone, we still have a schedule for tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So it's similar schedule to the previous weeks. And yeah, do support your favorite teams because we have so much more matches before we head towards the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, just to inform you guys, for Group A, the first top 3 position at this point in time, which we will see later, but it will probably brush through really quickly, so I'm just gonna specify it here. So for Group A, we have GG in the first place, so it'll be first to third place, alright? GG, FPX.ZQ, and RC, a Japanese team. And then for Group B, we have AXZ, ZT, and FL, 2 Japanese team and 1 SEA team. For Group C, we have WBG, Dou, as well as Scars. So 2 China teams and 1 Japanese teams. And for Group D, Wolves, GR, as well as ZETA. So we're seeing a total of possibly all Japanese teams qualifying into playoffs.
Wow.
And then 2, 4, 6. 6 Chinese mainland teams and 1 SEA team.
That's huge. Okay, I like the lineup. And man, Group C, that's the pool of killers, man. That's insane how I mean, there are 5 teams there, but you're only getting 3. So we digress, ladies and gentlemen. We have to give our flowers to Li Bao getting the best deduction here. Again, Li Bao being one of the most stable survivors in the team. Yeah, as the main like barmaid, psych, embalmer, seer type character. Again, he had an amazing kite all throughout, and he deserves the best deduction.
Yeah, always the characters getting the best deductions kind of competition style. And yeah, like we mentioned again, rescuers don't really get MVPs, and hopefully Mochi will probably be the first in this group stage.
Hopefully. I mean, MX's request was already granted, so hopefully Mochi gets his request on best deduction. So we're back to the interview.
Alright, congratulating them.
Hello， 大家好，我是朱雀的神
Oh,
队。
them.
大家好，
Introducing themselves.
欢迎两
Drop
位，
and
恭喜
Mao.
今天拿下了比赛的胜利。因为这场比赛对于双方战队来说都非常的重要，所以想问一下，今天
Alright,
在
so
这场比赛之前，
congratulating them and telling them that actually this match is actually important for both GEW as well as them.
神队。
How was the preparations for this match?
赢了就线下，然后输了就放假。
If they win, then they go to the playoffs. If they lose, then go home. When they are choosing characters as well as maps, it's actually it was very interesting. And what was the preparations like for that as well?
我们人类打出优势，让监管者打得舒服一点。
So basically, survivors get the advantage, and then for their hunters to possibly get a tie situation, probably lessen the burden. So survivors actually lessen the burden on the hunters.
出于一个什么样的考虑，在那张地图选到了这个角色呢？猫猫。 就是拿作曲家，是因为他修得快，然后来弥补。
Picking the composer was because he actually decodes fast.
那就要问一下神坠了，你玩的快乐吗？在那边游。
He's asking Drop whether he plays very happily or not, and Drop say yes, very happy.
感受这个强度如何呢？后面有机会还会再选到吗？感觉有点强的自保挺好的，然后修的又快。好，期待后面再掏。
Say the composer actually a great pick on their side, and it actually decodes very fast as well.
那就要问一下当事人猫猫，当时在卖掉。
When they sell the mechanic very brutally. So asking them about that. We actually needed one cipher and more at that point in time. And we actually knew that he was bullying, so just selling the mechanic accordingly because cipher's not enough. So when the opponents pick the Sacred Heart Hospital, when we are going against opponents, actually we don't really choose Sacred Heart Hospital. Do you guys actually predict that GW will pick Sacred Heart Hospital? Sacred Heart Hospital is actually a server-sided map, and this hospital. Yeah, and hospital we managed to get a advantage through a hospital map. Do you guys try to aim for were you guys aiming for a 4 escape in the Sacred Hospital and drop say yes, but because we don't have any tools to work with, so yeah, so we have no choice. What was your playstyle like? And they drop say as long as we got chance we will try to kite into hospital, so that's the playstyle. In BO3, we picked the Lakeside Village match. When it was the second chair, what was the decision like in that match? Actually, we wanted the first officer to drink the Dolphin and come for the second rescue. But then after we tried to sell it, and then we just tried to aim for the tie. Actually, Cypher actually was needed still, like there was still a bit left, so it was a great team mid game play by the team. Oh, they were actually a bit scared during the late game to open the gate, but then the interviewer was like, if you don't open the gate, how are you gonna escape? So any words for the fans? We'll have Mau first. Thank you for your support, and we will still work harder. Work hard. And hopefully they can reach into the playoffs match. Drop. Today the fans cheering was usually really loud. And right now we'll be having one of the FPX.ZQ's fans to come on stage for a short interview. Please come to the center of our stage. This is our last match of the day. How are you feeling right now? I'm very excited because both sides actually played a spectacular, exciting play. And at the end, we only know the results. Yeah, because it wasn't a very clear win on BO2. Any words for the players? Okay, so she complimented to Li Bao, Sansui, and Drop as well. Oh no, he didn't compliment Drop. He complimented all the 3 survivors except for Drop, which was next to him, next to her. Oh, apparently she was the one shouting the loudest when they got a tie, I believe. I'm not too sure which part it was. Continue working hard, the fans said. And now the plushie, got another plushie given. And then now we'll be taking a photo as usual. Alright, thank you the fan for, as well as the interviewees for coming onto stage. And congratulations to FPX.ZQ. And now back to us.
Let's go. Thank you, Chocho. Did you see Malm there? He was actually having a little moment with the mascot. I was like poking him and like, hey.
Oh, I didn't see it though. I was focusing. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's all good. Just watch the replay, folks. But Malm, yeah, just kind of, and then also I saw Drop also kind of looking at the mascot. So I wonder what the mascot was having. So pretty sure they're pretty tight with their mascot. So folks, FPX.ZQ gets the victory narrowly. So it was their night, but still give your congratulations to GW. Just an incredible day. I would say a really long day, Chocho. Like matches from all 3 keeps on going. How are you feeling at the end of it?
I mean, the first thing in mind, definitely a bit tired, check,
Yeah.
but it was still
You're
exciting
translating
game.
too a lot, yeah. So
Yeah, I just want to say how today's match was so crazy. We did see like the first match itself, even though like you don't see me commentating, but I was behind the screen. I saw like how the Nayet got a denied rescue at Red Church, two denied rescues, and then like a few rescued by the Gravekeeper because he didn't rescue.
But-
Crazy match. My energy was like kind of
That
like
was the-
draining a bit.
It was. I mean,
Yeah.
we were chatting also. It's like, imagine he was able to stuff the rescue, terror chop, all that, but
Yeah.
still, the survivors were able to get the tied game. So, oh my goodness.
Yeah, even though we all play Survivor, right? Like mostly. Like I can't help but also agree with Eli that it's so Survivor sided. Like how is that possible that there could still be a one escape? In fact, a possible dungeon escape which results in a tie situation. That's crazy.
Yeah, just when you play it in the highest level, right? When you have all these players really pushing the meta of the game, it is leaning towards Survivor side. So again, you know, after Koa, they do some adjustments and they kind of make it more interesting. I would have to say though, this is the one Koa that I've been to that it's like Hunters getting a win is really tough. Like back in Koa 3, it's always Hunters. So it was the season of Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. Then Koa 4, Sculptor came in. Koa 5, it was Breaking Wheel. But here, it's Antiquarian. It's Dancer. It's the Survivors. Again, I love this meta, and I love how, you know what, the devs and NetEase are going to change things up because they know if it gets a little too stale, it's gonna they definitely have to change up and adjust certain things. I'm pretty sure they're gonna adjust Wax Artist too, but I'm pretty sure they're also gonna adjust maybe how Antiquarian works since she's like the newest and most utilized hunter. She's a hunter in my eyes, the most utilized survivor in the meta now.
Yeah, a lot of the patch notes that we're seeing, there is a lot of Survivor being nerfed, in fact, more than Hunters being nerfed. So, yeah, it's very unfortunate, but because it's server-sided, so we kind of need that change a little. But if I have to say, like, which team I'm kind of, like, most impressed with, I have to say today, it's Scars, with that crazy Nayet play by Mirake. And also ZETA with Dolisu and KZNK. Crazy.
Of course, the Dolisu. Yeah, the amazing plays. But here we go, guys. Today's results. Again, congratulations to Scars. We have RD as well as ZETA. And last but not least, FPX.ZQ getting the wins. It was a long day for everyone. So as Norton said, drink your water because if you're here from the start, again, big shout outs to you. Big shout outs to Shush, by the way. I see you in chat. I see everyone in chat. We're going to give our shout outs later, but we just want to show the match results. And here are the rankings. But Chocho went through this already. So Group A got GG, FPX.ZQ, and RC. Group B, AXZ, ZT, and FL. Group C, Weibo, Do5, and Scars. And last but not least, Group D, ZETA, Wolves, and MS. Again, it's just, it's unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to some of these teams, but we want to know the best of the best this season, and we have to march slowly to that playoff state. So there will be teams that will be eliminated.
Yeah, really crazy to see all four Japanese teams ranking in the top 3 in each of their groupings. So really comes to show Japanese strength over here. But looking at the next match, which is tomorrow's one, MS versus Wolves, GG versus Before You, ZT versus FL, WBG versus Do. So do come and support your teams at the appropriate timings. It will be the same time as today. So do, set your timers, sleep well before that, and we'll see you again possibly tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Weibo versus Do 5 match. That's the main event. It's going to be so exciting. I mean, it's going to start off with a bang. MS versus Wolves 2 is going to be a good one. So it's going to be a really packed day tomorrow. Chocho, any shout outs, any final words you want to say to the chat before we close out this show?
Final words. Please rest well. And we'll still see you tomorrow.
Are you talking to yourself or
To everyone, please rest well, and very excited to see tomorrow's matchups, in fact. And it might be very crucial tomorrow for some of these teams because it kind of secures their placement in this top 3 of this playoffs. So do come and support your favorite teams, and I will probably see you guys in the chat tomorrow as well. So
you'll probably hear you as well if you'll be translating.
Yeah, it's true.
So yeah, I would also ask, how are your apples looking? Looking pretty okay? How's the placements?
I unfortunately I don't think it's looking really good.
No, really?
Yeah, because I didn't expect the 4 Japanese teams to be placed kind of high in their own groupings, and this is just a ton of events. I love how Japanese teams is standing out, very in place with their plays, and I'm looking forward to more of it in the playoffs if they do advance though.
Oof, that's gonna be a good one. I'm excited. Okay, so what I did was I placed my apples and I'm not looking at it. So I'm thinking I'm rich, but then I'm like, oh no, I'm poor. Like, oh no, I'm totally off with my predictions. But again, that was just us having fun. Again, big shout outs to everyone. Vanilla Kinda, Maney, Norton, Shush, everyone, Nerpshi. Big shout outs to you guys. Hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow, but for now we're gonna sign off again. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Call of the Abyss, but for now, good night.
And starts to catch, to spark the rising up. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop, I'm not gonna break, no. I'm a